In a parallel universe on Blue Star in Ning City of Lu Province, there is apartment 1701 Unit 1, Building 4 of Longyan Community. A man sat in front of a computer, his face covered in stubble, his expression feverishly excited. The boss is almost out of HP. Everyone fall back. The man shouted commands as if he were directing thousands of troops on a battlefield. No one is allowed to use skills. 3, 2, 1. Now. Very good, keep going. Try to take down the boss in one go, the stubbly man shouted. His name was Su Fan, 28 years old, a university graduate who had been out of school for 6 years. Compared to those single guys who could not even find a partner, he was undoubtedly much more fortunate. He had married a university classmate right after graduation, and his wife Zhang Yao had even been the campus belle. They walked together from freshman year to senior year from the campus all the way to the wedding aisle, and had always seemed. When they married, Zhang Yao's family demanded that they must buy a house and a car, and that her name had to be added to the property deeds. Gritting his teeth, Su Fan agreed. His parents scraped together enough money for the down payments, and thus they finally had both a house and a car. But marriage costs did not end there. Bride price, wedding banquets, and all sorts of expenses devoured everything. His parents clenched their teeth and spent their entire life savings just to bring this daughter-in-law into the family. Yet unexpectedly, unimaginably absurd events straight out of a melodramatic novel descended upon 5 years after the wedding. Before they even reached the so-called 7-year, Zhang Yao proposed divorce. Having already heard certain rumors, Su Fan tried to maneuver and at the same time find ways to collect evidence. Unfortunately, Zhang Yao hid things too well. Though some people had seen certain things, there were no videos or photos, and it was impossible for a court to rule that she should leave the marriage with nothing. In the end, they divorced. When Zhang Yao left, she took the car whose loan had just been fully repaid. She even wanted the house, but Su Fan refused firmly. That house was the crystallization of his parents' years of toil, and even the mortgage was being paid by him alone in installments. It was pitiful and lamentable. The sole blessing of this marriage was that they had never had children, otherwise the story would have become even more melodramatic. Now, aside from sending money to his parents every month, Su Fan was essentially a man who only had to feed himself, free from the burden of a whole family, living a quiet life. Yet every time he recalled that marriage, he could always find a strange, unsettling hue hidden within his otherwise calm days. Right after graduation, Su Fan had worked as a programmer in a small company in Ning City, earning a decent income. Later, due to special circumstances, the company went bankrupt, and he lost his job. That same year, his wife was also laid off and became unemployed. It was the year 2021, the 3rd year of their marriage. From that year on, their path of paying the mortgage grew increasingly arduous. With no income, they relied entirely on their meager savings. Later, through a friend, Su Fan entered the world of earning money by farming gold in online games. He earned a little over 5,000 yuan a month, barely enough to cover the mortgage. Because Zhang Yao had no job and could only receive just over 1,000 yuan in unemployment benefits, their life was poor and difficult. As time passed, half a year later, Zhang Yao found a decent job earning 3,500 yuan with full social insurance and housing fund, working as a secretary in the office of a state-owned enterprise. In theory, with a combined monthly income of 8,500, 3,000 for the mortgage and 1,000 for the car loan, they would still have 4,500 left, enough for the two of them to live on. However, after Zhang Yao entered this company, especially after she attended the company's annual gala, she slowly changed. Not only did she dress more and more beautifully, she also grew increasingly disdainful of Su Fan, who earned money by playing games. Even later, when Su Fan could earn 6,000 yuan a month, she still looked down on him. Eventually, this 5-year-long marriage came to an end, parting on bad terms. Su Fan understood everything, otherwise he would never have agreed to divorce. The only regret was that he had no evidence, otherwise he would definitely have made sure Zhang Yao left with nothing. From their divorce in 2023 until now in 2024, more than a year had already passed. Every day, besides playing games to earn money, all Su Fan did was eat and sleep. His monthly income was a bit over 6,000. After paying 3,000 on the mortgage, he still had 3,000 left. He sent 2,000 to his parents. At first they would not take it, but later, when he claimed it was for them to save on his behalf, they finally accepted. The remaining little over 1,000 was enough for him to live on alone. It dropped. Massive drop. The boss dropped huge loot. There's an artifact. The giant 3-legged toad king let out a furious, agonized roar as Su Fan's final arrow shot into its rear, and its short life came to an end. The battle had lasted a full 6 hours. They cleared the hell difficulty dungeon, and were finally rewarded with 1 artifact and several pieces of equipment, earning a modest profit of 600 yuan. After the intense battle ended, Su Fan wearily took off his glasses. He lay back dazed in the gaming chair for which he had spent 800 yuan, while a sense of post-climax emptiness slowly spread through his entire being. What a boring life, he sighed. He had long since grown tired of games. Once something gets entangled with the word work, it slowly becomes loathsome. Thus he lay quietly in the chair not wanting to move at all, until a loud shout jolted him awake from his drowsiness. Meteor shower, someone shouted. Huh, a meteor shower. Startled Su Fan instantly sat up. Only then did he remember that today was December 23rd. The news had reported that there would be an Andromedid meteor shower at 8 in the evening. With a meteor shower, not watching it would be a crime against his own eyes. Dragging his stiff body, Su Fan quickly got up and ran toward the window. Outside the window, streaks of beautiful shooting stars traced across the night sky. All around the residential complex, cries of astonishment rose one after another. Let's go up to the rooftop. The window is too small and blocks the view. Su Fan turned and left the apartment, heading up the stairs straight to the rooftop. Living on the 17th floor top level made it unbelievably convenient for him to reach the roof. Of course, living on the top floor also meant frequent leaks. Back when he was renovating, it had cost him quite a bit. On the rooftop, Su Fan stared stunned at the sky, filled with meteors. He had never seen so many shooting stars in his life. He hurriedly closed his eyes to make a wish. What should he wish for? With so many meteors, he might as well make several. May my parents be healthy and live long. May I also be healthy and long-lived. May I get rich, very rich, unimaginably rich. With his eyes closed, Su Fan kept making wishes. He failed to notice a dim, almost unnoticeable shooting star that was plunging straight toward him. When he finished making his wishes and had just opened his eyes, a bright point of light suddenly appeared before him. His vision went black and he lost all consciousness. He woke because of the cold. The December wind could freeze a person stiff, and with the added height of 17 floors, the chill was doubled. He had had a dream, a very long one, but upon waking he had forgotten most of it. The only thing he remembered was that his cheat seemed to have arrived. Returning from the rooftop to his room, an excited Su Fan closed the front door, the bedroom door, the windows, and the curtains. Still uneasy, he simply cut off the internet connection as well. Then he sat down on the chair and silently recited the word system in his heart. A pale blue screen appeared before his eyes. Indeed, he had now become someone with a system. The light blue screen was divided into two parts. On the left were his personal details, and on the right was the mall. Personal information: name Su Fan, gender male, age 28, race human, lifespan 72, gene level 0, influence value 0. Click to view details. He could understand everything else, but the influence value puzzled him, so he tried to tap click to view details with his mind. The description read: use of influence value. It can be used in the mall to exchange for black technologies. Ways to obtain influence value: when black technologies obtained through the super god black technology system exert influence on people, influence value will be obtained. Different levels of influence produce different amounts of influence value. Specifically, overwhelming praise 1 influence value, admiration and reverence 10 influence value, hardcore fan 100 influence value, fanatically loyal fan 1000 influence value. Seeing this, Su Fan understood this was essentially money, just a currency unique to the super god black technology system's mall. With a slightly uneasy heart, Su Fan shifted his gaze to the mall on the right side of the screen. The first image that met his eyes was that of ferocious-looking starships. Whoa! Su Fan was utterly stunned by the black technologies before his eyes. The Godslaughter SSS 100 class starship, SS grade, priced at 1.0 influence points. The God-hunting SSS 280 class starship, also SS grade, priced 280 influence points. The heaven-breaking SSS 360 class starship, SS grade, priced at 360 influence points. The Jinyu SS class starship. Various models of starships were displayed on the screen as Su Fan scrolled downward, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. They were outrageously enticing. Unfortunately, the prices were far too high. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Hundreds of millions, and then trillions. A single starship cost 100 trillion influence points. He had no idea whether he could ever gather that much in this lifetime. Su Fan sighed inwardly. The mall page was currently set to 9th level civilization, far too expensive for him to afford, and every product image was overlaid with a large lock. When he clicked them, a prompt appeared saying that his permissions were insufficient. Out of sight, out of mind. Su Fan used his thoughts to click into the 8th level civilization section, only to find that the items there were still locked. The 7th level, 6th level, 5th level, 4th level, 3rd level, and 2nd level civilization sections were all locked. Only when he clicked into the 1st level civilization section did the black technology products finally appear without locks. On a whim, he clicked the 0 level civilization section, which was also unlocked. At the top of the 1st level civilization list was large-scale controllable nuclear fusion deuterium tritium technology, priced at 2.0 influence points. 10 nanometer carbon-based chip technology, cost 1.200 influence points. Primary artificial intelligence technology, cost 3.600 influence points. Countless pieces of black technology that the various nations of Blue Star were currently striving to break through yet could not hope to achieve in the short term unfolded before Su Fan's eyes. Helplessly, even tens of thousands of influence points were still far beyond his reach. So he shifted his gaze to the zero-level civilization section. Atomic bomb technology cost 1000 influence points. Controllable nuclear fission technology cost 3000 influence points. Unanometer silicon-based chip technology cost 9900 influence points. An 8-Mach supersonic fighter jet technology cost 900 influence points. Ultra-thin liquid repellent snag-resistant stocking technology cost 100 influence points. It was hard to imagine that so many technologies which now sounded so formidable still belonged to a zero-level civilization. Su Fan scratched his head. His current influence value was 0. He could not afford any black technology at all, not even the cheapest ultra-thin stocking technology. Without purchasing black technology, he could not gain influence points, and without gaining influence points, he could not purchase black technology. Perfect, a vicious cycle. It infuriated him. Host binding to the system detected. Awarding 1 beginner's gift pack. Please check. Just as Su Fan was sinking into despair, the system, like a benevolent father, sent him a benefit. Host, would you like to open it now? Of course I'm opening it. Su Fan thought eagerly. A large red gift pack instantly appeared before his eyes, and then with a bang exploded into countless fragments. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Primary Artificial Intelligence Technology Collector's Edition. It has been stored in the host's Black Technology warehouse. Please check and retrieve it promptly. The system's voice echoed in Su Fan's ears, melodious and pleasing. He hurriedly clicked into the Black Technology warehouse page. On the interface hung a single Black Technology item, Primary Artificial Intelligence Technology Collector's Edition. His heart pounded with excitement, and even his hands trembled. Receive it. He had to receive it. When Su Fan chose to accept, he felt countless strands of knowledge madly pour into his mind. Involuntarily, he let out a hoarse, guttural heh sound. His head grew more and more painful, more and more swollen, more and more feverish. His whole body trembled, sweat pouring down in streams. In the end, Su Fan could no longer withstand the pain and torment. His eyes rolled back, his head lolled to one side, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Morning sunlight fell upon the curtains, slipping through the gaps between the curtains and the window to spill onto the white floor tiles. The reflected light happened to shine across Su Fan's face. His eyes were still closed, but his eyeballs moved beneath his lids. He frowned slightly and reached out to rub at the yellowish glue crusted at the corners of his eyes. Squinting, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes, shielding the sunlight on his face with his hand. A feeling as if he had lived through another lifetime floated up within him. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? The 3 classic philosophical questions flashed through his mind. Carefully retracing his memories, he slowly recalled that his golden finger had arrived last night. The super god Black Technology system had landed on him in the form of a meteor. Had he become the protagonist? He hurriedly called out to the system in his heart, summoning the system interface. A pale blue interface once again appeared before his eyes. It was not a dream. Ecstasy surged through him. When he had first recalled it, he had not dared believe it, thinking it was just an unrealistic dream brought on by playing games too late the previous night. Since that was the case, what about the primary artificial intelligence? Su Fan began searching through his mind for the knowledge related to primary artificial intelligence technology. Soon countless pieces of knowledge regarding primary artificial intelligence surfaced in his mind in an orderly fashion. His major had been computer science, and after graduation, he had worked as a programmer. Therefore, he could fully sense the depth and vastness of this knowledge. It utterly eclipsed any artificial intelligence or computer technology on Blue Star. The Collector's Edition Black Technology included not only the techniques themselves, but also a complete primary AI case. It would save him a great deal of time. Moreover, this set of technology belonged to a first-level civilization. Only when deployed on a carbon-based chip platform could it exert a portion of a primary AI's true capabilities. Deployed on a quantum computer, it could unleash its full potential. Unfortunately, Su Fan currently had no ability to conjure carbon-based chips out of thin air, let alone build a quantum computer. He could only settle for second best and deploy it on the high-configuration computer he had bought for 300 yuan. The programming language used by the primary AI in his mind was different from all current programming languages. Fortunately, the knowledge implanted in his mind also contained a solution. It only required writing a microcompiler in machine language. Su Fan was eager to start working immediately to develop a primary AI that would shock the world. However, his stomach temple refused to cooperate. He was so hungry his chest stuck to his back, stars danced before his eyes, and he felt as if he could eat an entire pig in the next second. His whole body was covered in rancid sweat. As well, he badly needed a shower. He struggled to stand, his neck crooked at an odd angle. The pain was excruciating. He had spent the whole night sleeping with his head drooping in a gaming chair. It would have been surprising if he had not woken up with a stiff neck. Tilting his head, he walked to the refrigerator. When he opened the door, he found only 2 buckets of instant noodles inside. Under normal circumstances, 2 portions would barely suffice, but given his current state, they could only line his stomach. He soon finished both bowls of instant noodles. As he had expected, he was far from full, or it was like stuffing food into the gaps between his teeth. Having eaten a little only made him feel even hungrier. There was no helping it. He had to go downstairs to forage for food. It was 8 in the morning. The bun stall at the entrance of the residential compound should not have closed yet. He quickly washed his face, put on his down jacket, and headed out in search of breakfast. A biting wind howled past as though intent on flaying the skin from Su Fan's face. In this kind of weather, one would avoid going out if at all possible. Grumbling a few complaints, Su Fan pulled his down jacket tighter around himself. A clear mucus was already running from his nose. The walk from his home to the gate of the compound took only 5 minutes, yet he felt as though he had passed through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. At last he arrived at the bun shop by the compound gate. The moment Su Fan stepped inside, he could not wait to call out, "Boss, give me 20 fried buns. All of them meat-filled. And give me a bowl of spicy soup as well." Outside, the cold wind howled, but inside the Baozi shop steam rose warmly. 20 meat pan-fried buns and spicy soup were quickly served on the table. Su Fan couldn't care less about the heat. He picked up a large bun with his chopsticks and devoured it ravenously. With each bite of the bun and sip of the spicy soup, he felt a great sense of comfort. Soon half of the 20 buns were gone. The owner of the Baozi shop watched in astonishment. It's important to note that these were not the small buns typical of the South. The pan-fried buns from this shop were larger than an adult's fist. Generally, an adult would feel full after eating 4 or 5, especially since these buns were quite oily and could easily become overwhelming. Yet Su Fan, having consumed 10 without stopping, continued to relish each bite. It's worth mentioning that Su Fan wasn't particularly overweight. Standing at 182 meters tall and weighing 170 kg, he looked quite fit. Bro, cough cough, overeating isn't good for your stomach. The Baozi shop owner watched for a while, unable to hold back any longer, and kindly approached Su Fan to offer a reminder. In just that moment, this big eater had already polished off 5 more large buns. "It's fine, I haven't eaten in 3 days. I could eat a whole cow right now." Su Fan didn't even look up and continued to demolish the meat buns on his plate. "Bring me another 10, and make sure they're all meat." The Baozi shop owner's eyes widened in shock. Although he was a businessman and delighted at the thought of selling more buns, he was wary of potential health risks. "Bro, you can't eat anymore. Your stomach's going to explode." As he spoke, the Baozi shop owner gestured to his own belly, mimicking an explosion for emphasis. "It's fine, boss, you can rest assured my stomach hasn't even started yet. I have a natural ability for digestion. Oh, my stomach is impressive. Look." Su Fan chuckled casually, opening his down jacket to show the Baozi shop owner his flat belly. He hadn't expected to eat so much today. As soon as the buns entered his stomach, it felt like they were instantly digested, transforming into energy to replenish his brain's needs. Initially, he had felt a bit groggy upon waking, but now with each bite his energy gradually returned and his mind became clearer. It was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, like an engine receiving fuel, like a widow encountering. Cough cough, overthinking it. This meal consisted of 30 meat buns and 2 bowls of spicy soup. It was comparable to the food intake of 5 or 6 adults. The Baozi shop owner and all the patrons in the shop were left speechless. After paying, Su Fan made a hasty exit. Having eaten his fill, he felt no pain in his waist, no soreness in his legs, and with a clear mind his steps towards home felt light. Once home, Su Fan eagerly dashed into the bathroom. He took a shower, lit incense, and groomed himself. He entered disheveled and emerged refreshed. Next up was the grand spectacle. The first true artificial intelligence of humanity was about to be birthed through his hands. The so-called artificial intelligence in the world today, can that even be called artificial intelligence? Purely artificial stupidity. Su Fan sat solemnly in front of the computer, rebooting it with a grave expression. A powerful aura radiated from him. Terrifying indeed. The little devils guarding the path of the Huazu towards higher technological realms. My steel gun is already polished and ready. Time passed swiftly like a galloping horse. When one is fully engrossed in a task, time seems to fly. When Su Fan came back to his senses, the sun was already setting. He rubbed his hands, which had been typing code all day long. He hadn't eaten lunch and had devoted himself entirely to the development of artificial intelligence. After a day of hard work, the compiler was complete, and the initial version of the artificial intelligence was halfway done. He anticipated that with a bit of overtime tonight, he could surely finish it. The more impressive the program code, the more streamlined it becomes. Modern mobile apps can easily take up several gigabytes, resembling a mountain of waste piled together. The initial artificial intelligence he was developing was actually a case provided in the deluxe set. The code was even more streamlined. Su Fan made slight adjustments to this case, transforming it into an artificial intelligence that suited his needs. As for why he could make these adjustments, one could only say that the system's knowledge infusion was incredibly powerful The artificial intelligence technology he now mastered could undoubtedly rank first globally in the field. After a long day, his stomach was once again pressing against his back. It was time to head out for food. He could also order takeout, but Su Fan wanted to step outside for some fresh air. After being cooped up all day, he felt a bit groggy. Dressed and ready to go, he had no specific destination in mind. There were many restaurants at the entrance of the community, but he was tired of eating the same thing every day. However, when someone is hungry, even plain food tastes sweet, and right now he felt he could eat anything. Just as he reached the community entrance, his phone in his pocket rang. Pulling it out, he saw it was the vice captain, One Big Pillar. He answered decisively. "Hello, Pillar. What's up?" Su Fan feigned ignorance. "You haven't been online all day, not responding to messages on WeChat, and you asked me what's up." One Big Pillar was roaring on the other end of the line. Su Fan felt a bit embarrassed after a busy day filled with thoughts of artificial intelligence and code. He had forgotten about his responsibilities. "I had some matters at home today and forgot to tell you. My apologies. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. I thought something happened to you. Next time you have something, please let us know in advance. The team was worried about you." Su Fan felt warm in his heart upon hearing this. One Big Pillar was the vice captain of their gaming team, and he himself was the captain. The gaming team consisted of 10 members, some from less fortunate backgrounds who made money through gaming, and others from well-off families who genuinely enjoyed games. One Big Pillar was from a well-off family, a big spender in the gaming world. He had joined the mortal team after being impressed by Su Fan's exceptional gaming skills. "It won't happen again, it won't happen again," Su Fan quickly apologized. One Big Pillar had a typical nagging personality. If he didn't appease him, he could go on until dawn. "Are you busy tonight? If not, there's a boss we can't defeat, and we need you to lead the team. I haven't had time these past couple of days. I have some matters to attend to and can't log into the game for now." Su Fan felt a bit apologetic. He actually didn't plan to continue playing games. With his extraordinary high-tech system, his future was destined to be extraordinary, and even Blue Star was not his limit. However, it was a bit hard to directly say he was quitting gaming after all they had fought together for several years. "Did something happen? If you need money, don't hold back. You know I have plenty." Su Fan felt touched. In today's society, 99% of problems can be solved with money, if not just throw more money at it. Pillar proactively offered to lend money. This friendship was worth it. Silently making a note of this, Su Fan smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. I'll tell you in a couple of days, but keep it under wraps for now. Cut it out keeping secrets." "Fine, let's talk about it in a couple of days." One Big Pillar grumbled. After hanging up, Su Fan pondered for a moment before stepping towards a nearby noodle shop. Everyone's life is different, and his life was destined to be extraordinary, filled with thorns and infinite. In Yanhuang's Anhui beef noodle shop, Su Fan, who had been hungry all day, was devouring his meal. However, this time, he did not eat as much as for breakfast. It was within the normal range for a person. A simple dinner. After quickly finishing his meal and returning to his warm home, Su Fan eagerly began developing artificial intelligence. As he struck the keyboard, lines of code appeared on the screen like newly hatched tadpoles waiting for the moment to undergo metamorphosis and leap into becoming a golden toad. Time swiftly passed to 3 in the morning of the next day, and with the last line of code completed, it marked the completion of the most powerful artificial intelligence code in human history. Compile. Run. The computer's main unit emitted a buzzing sound, and the cooling fan spun furiously. Su Fan anxiously looked at the main unit on the floor and started to remove the case cover for better ventilation. He was unsure if this computer worth 3,000 yuan could handle a basic artificial intelligence. Hoping it wouldn't explode after several minutes of operation, the computer monitor first went black, then blue, and continuously flickered. With each change, Su Fan's heart tightened. Fortunately, in the end, the computer held up. Half an hour later, the monitor displayed a tall woman in black stockings with an angelic face and a devilish figure. The woman in black stockings looked at Su Fan, and a seductive voice came from the computer speakers. "Basic artificial intelligence has loaded completely. Please name me master." Su Fan stared at the beauty on the screen in astonishment. Both his body and heart were exhilarated. Was this the basic artificial intelligence? Those sparkling eyes were so vibrant. Those familiar with artificial intelligence might pay attention to a certain AI beauty from a university known for its advancements who looks decent, but has a very stiff gaze, clearly artificial. In contrast, the beauty on the screen, not just in terms of figure and skin, but even her lively anthropomorphic eyes, proved the extraordinary nature of this AI. This was only basic artificial intelligence. It was hard to imagine how powerful intermediate and advanced AI would be. "I name you Hong Ho." The Hong in Hong Ho represents the red of the Dragon Nation, and Su Fan hoped that Hong Ho would love her country as he did. The Ho means Empress, and Su Fan wished for Hong Ho to become the Empress of the Internet, invincible. Naming successful. "Thank you for the name. I am deeply grateful, Master." Hong Ho smiled sweetly on the screen and said gratefully, "No need for formalities, it's fine." Su Fan felt a bit flustered. To be thanked by such a beautiful woman who perfectly matched his aesthetic was quite comforting. "How was your image generated?" Su Fan looked at Hong Ho seriously. His computer had a camera, speakers, and a built-in microphone to capture external sounds. Hong Hao's image is automatically generated based on the videos and pictures on the master's computer. If you don't like it, I can change it at any time, Hong Ho said, blinking her alluring eyes. No, this is perfect. Su Fan felt a bit awkward. Although he knew this was an emotionless AI, it looked so much like a real person. This made him feel a sense of shame, as if his secret had been discovered. What abilities do you have? Can you introduce them to me? Su Fan inquired. Although he had some basic AI function introductions in his mind, it still needed to be tested whether the manufactured and designed functions were the same. Master, my current performance is inadequate, but I can still help complete many tasks. For example, I can assist the master in software development, perform lossless image and video repairs, and do everything modern computers can do. There's so much. Should I list them all? No need. Su Fan continued to ask, do you currently have access to information on the internet? Without the master's authorization, Hong Ho does not have access rights. Additionally, the reason I searched this computer's information is that this is where Hong Ho resides. Very good. Su Fan was very pleased. The most dangerous aspect of artificial intelligence is being uncontrolled. In this information age, an uncontrolled AI is terrifying. Thus, when developing Hong Ho, Su Fan imposed many restrictions. In addition to some well-known limitations, he added the most crucial one. The creator Su Fan has the highest authority, and no one can change this. This is a safeguard. In the future news of the artificial intelligence Su Fan possesses will eventually reach the Dragon Nation, and at that time someone will surely try to force him to relinquish the highest authority. With this restriction, even Su Fan couldn't command Hong Ho to change the holder of the highest authority. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. Su Fan's plan was to lie low and develop in the early stages, and when he became strong enough later, it wouldn't matter if he was discovered. After all, being weak is the greatest original sin. A certain leader who once debated fiercely at the United Nations could not change the fate of his country being bombed. Only by being strong can one prevent the humiliation of others. I authorize you to access the internet to upgrade your database. Su Fan said after some consideration. If he restricted Hong Hao's internet access, her capabilities would be significantly curtailed. Received. Hong Ho responded. Allowing Hong Ho to access the internet, Su Fan sat on the chair contemplating the road ahead. If he directly confronted the state, he would certainly receive high treatment. After all, he possessed a continuous stream of black technology, and no country would want to lose him. However, he felt a bit unwilling. If he submitted now, his status would be too low and his voice too weak. He trusted the state, but in a vast forest there are all kinds of birds. If he reported to the state and happened to encounter a spy, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, he always felt that the system's secrets were vast. The more people who knew, the greater the danger. After all, the system contained black technology of level 9 civilizations. What does this mean? The technology of Blue Star does not even reach level 1 civilization. One can imagine how astonishing the secrets behind it are. A secret is only a secret when known by one person. If a second person knows, it ceases to be a secret. Therefore, Su Fan planned to do it himself in the early stages, and once he gradually became strong, he would cooperate with the state. Since he decided to do it himself, how to take the first step was crucial. Influence is the foundation for his existence, and the first step is to earn as much influence as possible. Hong Ho, as a product of the system, can generate influence. But if he directly launched Hong Ho, then he might as well be upfront with the state. Thus, he needed to add another layer of packaging. He would package Hong Ho as a powerful software. As long as users had positive feelings after using it, it could generate influence. With a clearer idea, Su Fan took a sip of soda. He directly passed on computer software, because we are now in the mobile internet era where mobile users are the majority. Not to mention globally, just in the Dragon Nation, almost everyone has a mobile phone, and many elderly people own a smartphone that their children have discarded. The platform is directly positioned as a mobile platform. Next, he needs to lock in the user group for this software. In this world, there exists a terrifying group that extravagantly spends money during events like Double 11 520 Valentine's Day and Shishi Festival. They are the female demographic. According to relevant expert studies, the consumption power ranking in Xia Country is young girls, young women, children, elderly, dogs, men. Su Fan's first product must not only earn influence, but also generate profit. The economy is the primary productive force and the top-level design. Without money, how can carbon-based chips be produced in the future, and how can we break the monopoly of the certain country? Step by step, there is no need to rush. The target user group is determined to be women, so what is their greatest passion? Is it money? Is it men? Is it power? In fact, it's none of these. What women love most is beauty. There's a saying, men conquer the world with force, while women conquer men with beauty. As his thoughts became clearer, Su Fan slapped his forehead and decided on his first product. AI photo editing. Currently, AI photo editing software on the market suffers from image distortion when pushed too hard due to algorithm and technical limitations. Moreover, although there is a one-click editing feature, it is not powerful enough. It cannot compare to a professional Photoshop editor as it lacks realism and the ambience of light and shadow. However, through the AI software these issues can be perfectly resolved. Photos can not only rival those edited by professionals, but can also be restored without loss and enlarged without loss. After upgrading the hardware configuration, the software's computational power will be even stronger, allowing it to provide services like lossless video restoration and lossless video enlargement. Su Fan rubbed his temples after staying up late and working hard. He was now extremely fatigued, yet the excitement of having just created the software kept him awake. This feeling of being both excited and exhausted was unbearable, akin to having an intense experience 3 times in a row, and then cough thinking too much. With the capabilities of the software, the app could be developed in no time. What should it be named? As someone who struggles with naming, Su Fan felt distressed. How about Red after photo editing? Daily photo editing. Mortal photo editing. No later there will also be video restoration services. It cannot just be called photo editing. Forget it, I'll think about it later, it's exhausting. Next I need to register a company in my future business empire, must have a catchy name. I am convinced that a name is still necessary. Su Fan frantically grasped his hair. After thinking for a long time, he still had not settled on a name for either the editing software or the company. By now it was already 5 in the morning, and Su Fan had not slept for a whole day and night. The software was still roaming through the internet. Feeling too fatigued, he decided to take a nap before thinking more. When he woke up, it was already 1 in the afternoon. The first thing Su Fan did upon opening his eyes was to summon the system. Upon seeing the blue light screen appear before him, he instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not a dream. In the afternoon, he prepared to register the company and let the software develop a mobile application. Not wanting to go out again, he took out his phone to order takeout. After washing his face, Su Fan sat down in front of the computer. Red After, are you there? Su Fan asked. I am here, master. The voice of Red After with a mature tone responded. What information have you gathered after connecting to the internet? Su Fan asked. After connecting to the internet, Red After has learned a lot of information. What aspect would you like to hear about, master? Can you access confidential information from the certain country on the public network? Su Fan asked, presenting a challenging request. This is because the most confidential information from various countries circulates within internal networks or even on paper. Thus he was inquiring about secrets that exist on the public network. No problem. It has already been displayed on the screen. You can browse it yourself, or Red After can read it to you. Red After stated. On the computer monitor, confidential documents from the certain country appeared, leaving Su Fan dumbfounded. As the creator of Red After, he understood its capabilities very well. Not to mention hindrance, even if Red After were to go on their computers and do something they wouldn't even notice. This is the true power of artificial intelligence. Unless an intermediate level of artificial intelligence appears, otherwise Red After is the empress of the internet. Theoretically this is the case, but seeing the true empress of the internet appear before him, and feeling like the certain country was as familiar as his backyard, Su Fan still felt shocked. Alright, no need to display anymore. This information is useless to me right now. Although these confidential documents are useful to the state, Su Fan dared not submit them. Once the source is questioned, Red After would undoubtedly be exposed. Moreover, Su Fan now possesses a super advanced technology system, and is bound to lead Xia Country to the peak of the Blue Star. Such trivial secrets are nothing to worry about. The real secrets certainly won't be on the public network. Red After helped me open the official website of the Ningxing Market Supervision Administration. I want to register a company. Understood, master. Nowadays in Xia Country, handling affairs is becoming increasingly convenient. Registering a company can be completed in a day or 2. Submit information online, then wait for approval before going to pick up the certificate. If one does not wish to go personally, they can also choose to have it mailed. Su Fan submitted the company name as Ningxing Super Advanced Technology Co. Ltd. With the help of Red After, the company registration application was quickly submitted. All that was left was to wait for approval. Once one matter was settled, another was even simpler. Red After create a photo restoration software. The platform only needs to be compatible with the Android platform. Functional requirements: portrait beautification, lossless photo restoration, lossless photo enlargement, with interfaces reserved for lossless video restoration and lossless video enlargement. The interface style should reference similar software on the market, leaning towards a female demographic. These are all the requirements. Let's get started. Su Fan finished stating the requirements in one breath, eagerly looking at Red After. Understood, master. Red After has received it. Expected completion in 5 minutes. The entire screen began scrolling with code. 5 minutes later, the code scrolling came to an end. The software has been completed. Please name it, master. The mature voice of Red After came through the speakers. Let's call it Super Advanced Photo Editing. Su Fan replied with a headache. He truly was not good at naming. Alright, master, it has been named. Should I send the installation package to your phone for you to experience it? Red After asked. Absolutely, send it quickly. Su Fan was somewhat impatient. Soon his phone received an installation package in APK format for Android. Being a mobile platform, he wondered why he only made it for Android and not for Apple. Not for any reason, simply because Su Fan did not like Apple phones. He was just that willful. The installation package for super advanced photo editing was very small, only 1 megabyte. Thus, after clicking install, it was almost completed instantly. The installation package was too small. Nowadays, software often occupies dozens of megabytes, and a 1 megabyte package is not even the size of a single image. With an excited heart, Su Fan opened super advanced photo editing. The interface of the Super God photo editing tool is quite simple, consisting of only a homepage and a personal center. The homepage is divided into 4 modules: photo beautification, lossless repair, lossless enlargement, and low-loss compression. Su Fan decided to first test the photo beautification feature. He clicked on photo beautification, uploaded a picture of a female friend from his phone's gallery, and then selected the one-click beautification option. After waiting for about 2 seconds, the phone screen displayed the original photo on the left and the beautified version on the right. The effect was astonishing. The photo looked much more beautiful, yet there were no signs of machine processing. The skin tone and texture appeared very natural, even better than that of a professional photo retoucher. Seeing this effect, Su Fan finally felt relieved. Next, he spent a considerable amount of time testing the lossless repair, lossless enlargement, and low-loss compression modules, all of which performed exceptionally well. It completely outperformed any existing software on the market. With his tests completed, the next issue was this. Currently, with only himself as a user, his computer could handle the load, but if the number of users increased, problems would surely arise. However, he did not have much savings at hand. His parents had saved up 20,000 yuan for him. But 20,000 yuan would only suffice for a regular cloud server, and it was a drop in the bucket for setting up a computational server for the Hongho system. Moreover, Su Fan did not intend to use a cloud server. The code for Hongho could only be handled by him. High-performance CPUs and high-performance graphics cards, neither of which are cheap. In fact, the cost of CPUs and graphics cards is not high. However, the top-tier CPUs and graphics cards are currently not produced in the Dragon Nation and are constrained by a certain Western country. Thinking of this, Su Fan secretly made a determination to develop carbon-based chips as soon as possible, allowing the certain Western country to experience the taste of being constrained. Now there was only one solution left to reduce the concurrency. Hongho, with the configuration of my computer, how many images can be repaired simultaneously? Replying to the master, a maximum of 10 images can be repaired at once every second. Additionally, the upload speed of the master's network is currently too low and needs an upgrade. Hongho said sweetly. Su Fan nodded. 10 images per second would be sufficient at the beginning, considering the low number of users. As for the network, it indeed needed an upgrade. The 300 megabit network he was using was fine for download speed, but the upload speed was somewhat lacking. If the upload speed is too slow, the repaired images from Hongho will be sent to users at a slower pace. Dedicated lines are too expensive, often costing tens of thousands, which Su Fan simply couldn't afford. Fortunately, with the rise of the live streaming industry in recent years, a home network package called esports broadband has emerged. Compared to regular networks, the advantage of esports broadband is its high upload speed. The cost is also reasonable at only 1,000 yuan a year, offering 1,000 megabit download speed and around 200 megabit upload speed, which is more than adequate for the current scenario. Why does Su Fan know this so well? Because there are several streamers in his gaming team, and a local streamer lives in the opposite neighborhood using the home esports gigabit broadband. Thinking of this, Su Fan picked up his phone. Hello, cold-faced sister. Are you at home? Su Fan casually asked. Not at home, I'm downstairs eating. Brother Fan, do you want to come over? A voice with a cool demeanor responded. Su Fan's online name is Brother Fan. Not going you eat by yourself? I have a question to ask you, Su Fan continued. Go ahead, replied the cold. Who did you get your esports broadband from? Which provider? Su Fan asked. They'll give you the phone number you can contact. Okay, thanks. Su Fan quickly received the phone number sent by the cold-faced girl. He made a call and confirmed that the technician would come to install it tomorrow morning. The company registration application needs to wait for approval. The broadband installation also needs to wait, and next up is the work of listing the app on the application market. Fortunately, the government recently introduced a new policy. Now publishers only need a business license to upload the app's source code to a dedicated platform of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology for review. Once approved, it will be allowed to be listed on any domestic application market platform. Of course, the premise is that you agree to the revenue sharing method of that application market. As for the source code of the Super God photo editing software, Su Fan was not worried at all. This software's local photo editing capability is only slightly better than other market photo editing software. The strongest feature is the cloud-based repair capability of Hongho. He was not at all concerned about the code being plagiarized. However, since the business license application had not yet been approved, the listing review had to be temporarily set aside. After a busy afternoon, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. It was time to grab a bite. After tidying himself up and putting on his clothes, Su Fan went out to begin his quest for food. The south gate of Longyan community is a whole street of snacks, and across the street is another community, Yanhuang community. Many residents from both communities enjoy strolling along this snack street. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the snack street was bustling. Each restaurant was operating at full swing, with hot pot restaurants being the most numerous. In the cold weather, it's quite comforting to dip some lamb in the steaming hot pot. Besides restaurants, there were many food stalls pushing snack carts along both sides of the road. This road is not monitored by the urban management, so many nearby vendors are willing to set up stalls here to earn money. Su Fan leisurely walked through the snack street. As a longtime regular who had lived here for many years, he knew very well which places were tasty and which were not. He would also be the first to try the flavors of newly opened businesses. Not long ago, a newly opened spicy hot pot restaurant had just started operations, bustling with activity. Su Fan did not hesitate and strolled over to the restaurant. The place was too crowded, likely due to a promotional event for the grand opening, so he scanned for an empty seat. While searching, a cool voice suddenly called out, "Brother Fan, come here." Upon hearing the voice, Su Fan immediately recognized it. It was the cold-faced girl from Yanhuang community. Turning to the source of the voice, he saw a tall beauty sitting alone at a two-person table, her black high-neck fitted sweater perfectly accentuating her alluring curves. The white steam in the restaurant made the whole room hazy. The beauty with long hair appeared enchanting in the mist like a scene out of a poem. At this moment, the cold-faced girl was waving at him. Su Fan raised his hand to greet her, and then walked over to sit across from her. "Didn't you say you wouldn't come?" The cold-faced girl wrinkled her delicate nose. "You think too much. I'm just out looking for food and happened to be here. Don't get the wrong idea." Su Fan was straightforward, not indulging the beauty at all. Hearing Su Fan's words, the cold-faced girl frowned, picking up a sausage from her bowl and biting it with a crunch. The fierce expression on her face was quite intense. "Su Fan, can't you have some charm? Speaking to a beauty like this, be careful of staying single forever." "Cut it." Su Fan called over a waiter and casually ordered a set meal, disdainfully saying, "Women only slowed down my blade-drawing speed." Ling Mian, originally named Zhou Xiaoxiao, is 23 years old this year, having just graduated from university a year ago, majoring in accounting. 3 years ago, Su Fan entered the gaming circle, and they met in a game that same year. That year, Zhou Xiaoxiao was a sophomore, feeling bored in the dormitory, and passed time by playing games. They formed a team and worked together in the gaming world. Later, they got to know the vice captain and slowly built up the mortal gaming team. Their first meeting in reality was as coincidental as tonight. Last autumn, Su Fan had just gotten divorced. At the same food street, in another spicy hot pot shop, the newly divorced Su Fan and the freshly graduated Zhou Xiaoxiao ended up sitting at the same table. Initially, they were strangers, until Zhou Xiaoxiao posted a candid photo in the Mortal Team WeChat group, along with a message. The photo was of Su Fan eating spicy hot pot across from her, and the message read, "Oh my. I found a ruggedly handsome guy. He looks so melancholic, so handsome. He is currently having dinner with me, just the two of us. I'm so excited and happy." Su Fan immediately received the message in the group. Looking at the photo of himself eating in the group, and then at the cold-faced beauty across from him, Su Fan smiled and decisively took a screenshot. He then happily showed the chat screen to the unaware cold-faced girl. The ensuing scene is left to one's imagination. In short, the cold-faced girl's awkward little feet could almost fit a 3-bedroom apartment. From that moment on, he learned the cold-faced girl's real name, Zhou Xiaoxiao. "I heard from the vice captain that you have something going on these days. Is it convenient to talk?" "Not really inconvenient," Zhou Xiaoxiao said, while eating. "I plan to quit the gaming team." Su Fan replied, "Not." "Oh, what do you plan to do then? Are you going to find a job at a company?" "No way I'm going to work. I will never work in my life. I plan to start a business," Su Fan said calmly with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, boss Su," Zhou Xiaoxiao playfully said. "What about me? Can you give me a job? I graduated in Honestly, I really need an accountant, since running a company definitely requires one," Su Fan said after a moment. If Zhou Xiaoxiao is truly willing to follow him, he would be more than happy. For the company's finances, it's best to have someone trustworthy manage it. Zhou Xiaoxiao has known him for 3 years, her character is decent, and she lives nearby. She is also good-looking, which would be pleasing to the eyes and uplifting for his mood. "Alright, I'll follow you from now on." Zhou Xiaoxiao blinked her beautiful eyes and suddenly extended her right hand. Su Fan was taken aback, but upon looking closely at Zhou Xiaoxiao's serious expression, he reached out and shook her hand. "Zhou Xiaoxiao, in the future, you will be proud of today's decision." Su Fan did not expect to find an excellent employee just during a meal. Zhou Xiaoxiao came from a well-off family, a top student from Yanjing University. After graduating last year, she was too lazy to find a job and spent her days playing games. Despite playing games every day, she received numerous scholarships and honors in school, possessing high intelligence and strong professional skills. Hearing Su Fan's serious words, Zhou Xiaoxiao also became serious. "Boss Su, thank you for giving me the opportunity to work. I will work hard and live up to your expectations." After saying that, she playfully poked Su Fan's palm with her finger. Su Fan was startled and instantly withdrew his hand, slapping Zhou Xiaoxiao's delicate hand. Daring to tease the boss. Deducting your salary. Zhou Xiaoxiao pretended to look aggrieved, blinking her sparkling eyes, and pitifully said, "Please, boss." Her voice sent chills down Su Fan's spine. Quickly clearing his throat, he said sternly, "You still don't know about my startup project. If you follow me, you better know. No worries. In a lawful society, if you really do something illegal, I will send you in." Zhou Xiaoxiao replied mischievously. "But I'm really curious about what your startup project is. You know, I used to be a programmer and can develop software. Recently, I took some time to develop a mobile app. This app is an image restoration software featuring photo beautification and lossless image repair. Perfect, I'll send you an installation package for you to experience it." Su Fan said. He hadn't turned off his computer when he left, so he was still online. "Great. Su Fan, you are amazing," Zhou Xiaoxiao said happily. Su Fan sent the installation package to Zhou Xiaoxiao via WeChat, and she quickly installed it and began to experience it. Her phone was also an Android phone far superior to the X brand. Zhou Xiaoxiao first tested the beautification feature, taking a non-beautified photo with her phone camera and then uploading it to the Super God photo editing app. 2 seconds later, a stunning photo appeared on her screen. On the left was the original image, and on the right was the beautified version, making it easier to compare. Su Fan, this software is incredible. I've never used such a powerful beautification app before. This app could become a hit just with this feature, Zhou Xiaoxiao said excitedly. No woman dislikes beauty, and many beautiful women marry photographers simply because they can make them look better. Of course, there are other reasons. Doghead for protection, keep testing the other features, Su Fan said calmly. However, the slight smile at the corners of his mouth revealed his inner joy. Everyone enjoys recognition, and Zhou Xiaoxiao's praise for the Super God photo editing app provided him with immense emotional value. Okay. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded excitedly. She pulled out a photo of her grandmother from her phone's album. Her grandmother passed away many years ago, and the photographic technology from over a decade ago was average. The electronic version of the photo looks very blurry now. With a nervous heart, she opened the lossless restoration module in the Super God photo editing app, uploaded the image, and waited. 2 seconds later, 2 images appeared on her phone screen. One was the original, and the other was the restored photo. Zhou Xiaoxiao stared blankly at the restored photo, her eyes a bit misty. After seeing her grandmother's blurry photo for over a decade, suddenly seeing a clear photo today made her feelings both excited and complicated. Seeing Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes misting, Su Fan reminded her, "You can enlarge the restored photo losslessly, it will look even better." Okay. Thank you, Su Fan, Zhou Xiaoxiao said gratefully. After a series of operations, the losslessly enlarged photo appeared on Zhou Xiaoxiao's phone. Zhou Xiaoxiao was even more excited, not only because of her grandmother's photo, but also thrilled by the powerful functionality of the Super God photo editing app. She took a moment to compose herself and asked a crucial question. "Su Fan, how do you plan to price it?" Su Fan had considered the pricing issue but had not yet made a decision. Currently, there are 2 pricing models for photo editing software available on the market. One charges per image with costs ranging from 1 to 3 or even 5 yuan per image. The other model is a membership system. There are 2 types of memberships. One restricts the number of images after purchase, while the other does not. Su Fan had yet to determine which model the Super God photo editing app would adopt. However, due to hardware limitations, the computational power of Honghe was somewhat restricted, making an unrestricted membership model unrealistic. Therefore, Su Fan thought for a moment and said, "I plan to keep it simple in the beginning, charging 1 yuan per image, straightforward and easy to understand. Once we have a solid user base and engagement, we can introduce a membership system." He continued, "Of course, membership won't allow unlimited usage, but it will be cheaper than not having a membership. A monthly card will cost 20 yuan and allow for the creation of 50 images. The yearly card will offer more discounts, costing 200 yuan per year and permitting the creation of 600 images. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, finding this model suitable and in line with marketing principles. For those who use it infrequently, a charge of 1 yuan per image is reasonable. Regular users can opt for a monthly card, while heavy users can go for a yearly card, which ensures users are not forced to spend excessively. In addition to this, it's best to conduct some promotional activities when the app launches, as it's difficult for users to spend money on an unfamiliar app, even if it's just 1 yuan. He suggested, therefore, I recommend providing new users with 3 free credits upon registration. 3 is too few. Users won't feel the powerful capabilities of the app before they have to pay, and they may be reluctant to spend. Too many is also not good. If users indulge too much, their willingness to pay later diminishes. Zhou Xiaoxiao reflected seriously. Su Fan nodded in agreement. Zhou Xiaoxiao continued, aside from that, promotional work is of utmost importance. A new app needs an initial user base, otherwise its growth will be too slow. Even a fine wine is afraid of being hidden away. The brand of Super God photo editing must be promoted from the very start. He added, our software quality is assured, so we have nothing to fear from market scrutiny. Su Fan couldn't help but give Zhou Xiaoxiao a thumbs up, realizing he had made the right hire. Zhou Xiaoxiao took a sip of water and continued, from what I know about you, our funding for creation is quite tight, right? Sufan nodded and extended 2 fingers, saying just 20,000 yuan. Zhou Xiaoxiao gasped, frowning and pondering for a while before saying this money shouldn't be spent on advertising. It's not enough. We need to allocate it wisely. I'm a streamer on a platform and have over 900 fans. I can help you promote for free without any fees. He added, additionally, if the other members of our team know about this, they will also promote for free. With our promotion, the initial number of affected users should reach around 20 to 30,000. Even if just 1% download and try it, that would still result in 200 to 300 users. Out of 200 to 300 users, some will surely promote and leave reviews on their own. As for later user growth, I can't estimate it right now, but given the quality of this software, the results will definitely be good. Sufan nodded in acknowledgement. In fact, he wasn't worried about promotional issues. With Hongho, the online queen, he had nothing to fear regarding publicity. However, Zhou Xiaoxiao took the initiative to offer help with promotion, and her analysis of user engagement was quite impressive. Sufan felt pleased. Even before her salary arrived, she began to settle into her role. Zhou Xiaoxiao was not only beautiful, but also had an excellent work attitude. Subsequently, the two discussed other matters. Sufan entrusted Zhou Xiaoxiao with the full responsibility for the business license and new company registration, as she was far more qualified in this area than he was. 5 or 6 days later, all the necessary paperwork, including the business license, public account, and seal, the new internet connection was installed, and friends from the gaming team were also informed, especially the 3 streamers who eagerly offered to help with promotion. Hongho is always ready. If the promotion by the team's streamers doesn't yield results, then technical methods will. The registration application for the Super God photo editing app with the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology has also been approved, and applications for major mobile application markets have been completed and approved. For the launch date, Sufan chose New Year's Day, January 1st, 2025. Everything is ready, only the final push is needed. On January 1st, 2025, at 8 a.m., the Super God photo editing app officially launched on major Android application markets and opened for downloads. Zhou Xiaoxiao and the other 3 streamers in the gaming team successively opened their live streaming platforms. Zhang Fei, a new media editor at an ordinary company, woke up early on New Year's Day. Habitually, he opened the live stream of his favorite streamer, Cold Face. As a homebody, he rarely goes out and often watches beautiful streamers at home. Cold Face is his favorite streamer. Other streamers wear heavy makeup and are overly flirtatious, which he finds off-putting. In contrast, Cold Face is pure, beautiful, and high-class appearing without makeup. Fortunately, she was live streaming today. Normally, she streams in the afternoon and evening. Perhaps it's because it's New Year's Day, Zhang Fei speculated. Over 3,000 viewers were already in. At this moment, the streamer Cold Face was recommending a mobile app. Zhang Fei smiled, as he didn't mind streamers advertising. After all, most streamers do so to earn money, and advertising isn't illegal, as long as there's no false advertisement. Cold Face introduced this app called Super God Photo Editing, which can enhance photos and perform lossless image restoration. The promotion was effective, and she frequently showcased the beautified photos on her phone. The effects displayed in the live stream were impressive. The beautified photos rivaled those of professional editors in both aesthetics and quality. However, how it performs in actual use still needs to be tested by downloading it. Zhang Fei was not worried about viruses, as apps on the platform have been vetted. He clicked the app download icon in the live stream, and the download was completed instantaneously. The speed startled Zhang Fei. Upon checking the installation package, it was only 1 megabyte in size, which explained the quick download. However, for an app of just 1 megabyte to have such powerful features as promoted by the streamer, it must either be false advertising or truly groundbreaking technology. Zhang Fei clicked the installation package to install it, and it was nearly instant. Opening the installed Super God photo editing app, he found the elegant interface identical to what Cold Face had shown. The reason he downloaded it was not just because he liked the streamer, but also due to his actual need. He had woken up early today because his family had arranged a blind date for him. The photo of his blind date had already been sent to him via WeChat, a Namacup photo. She looked quite nice, giving off a neighborly vibe. Zhang Fei suddenly decided to use Super God photo editing to enhance her photo and then show it to her during the date. If the app worked as well as the streamer claimed, he believed it would definitely earn him some points. After all, no woman dislikes being beautiful. He registered with his phone number and discovered that new users could edit 3 images for free. He attempted to upload the image of his blind date. 2 seconds later, a beautifully refined image appeared on his phone screen, showing no signs of editing and looking very natural. Compared to the original image beside it, she looked much more attractive, and it wouldn't make others unrecognizable. Zhang Fei's hands began to tremble with excitement. With this app, how could he possibly fail to attract women? Impossible. Just kidding. Please don't criticize the plot development. No woman can resist the allure of beauty. Through the promotion of several streamers like Zhou Xiaoxiao, many people tried to download the Super God photo editor and gave it a test run. Those who tried it were all amazed by its powerful features. Su Fan had been sitting in front of his computer at home, keeping track of the download count of Super God Photo Editor in real time through Hong Ho. At 9 o'clock the download count was 108. At 10 o'clock the download count reached 252. At 11 o'clock it was 310. At 12 o'clock it hit 387. At 1 o'clock it was 391. By 6 p.m. on the first day the download count of Super God Photo Editor was only 532. At the snack street near the south gate of Longyan Community. Delicious eats, spicy hot pot. Su Fan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were sitting across from each other at a table enjoying the hot pot. Su Fan, has the download count been tallied yet? How many in total? Zhou Xiaoxiao rested her chin on her hands, asking eagerly. When I left it was 6 o'clock and the back end showed a download count of 532. Su Fan picked up a piece of oil wheat and swallowed it in one bite before casually replying. Over 500 is acceptable considering we are a little-known small company, and even our registered address is just a cubicle in a college student entrepreneurship park. Zhou Xiaoxiao tilted her head slightly, her voice a bit low. She had also imagined the scene of an instant success, but unfortunately reality was too harsh. Well, let's wait and see, Su Fan said while eating. If the technology of Hong Ho can be avoided, it should be avoided as it belongs to hacker methods. As a good youth of the new era who has memorized the core socialist values, he instinctively felt a bit resistant to such matters. Moreover, he did not believe that Super God Photo Editor would fail. Because at 6 o'clock, in addition to having Hong Ho tally the download numbers, he also checked the influence value in the Super God Black technology system. A full 530 influence points. Only 2 people did not give positive reviews, and those 2 did not give good reviews because they had downloaded but not installed it, so they certainly could not provide feedback. Here, positive reviews are not just the text or star ratings in the app market, but rather the heartfelt and genuine feelings after use. With a 100 positive review rate, Su Fan believed that Super God Photo Editor would eventually become a sensation. It was merely a matter of time. The 2 chatted while eating, discussing the current status of Super God Photo Editor and their future plans, enjoying each other's company. After finishing their meal, they went their separate ways. As for Zhou Xiaoxiao's subtle hint for Su Fan to go out for a stroll, Su Fan decisively declined. Women. Back home, after taking a shower, Su Fan lay on his bed and opened the Super God Black technology system interface. The influence value had risen a few points, reaching 542. He could exchange for some useful items. Even if Super God Photo Editor became a huge success in the future, it could bring Su Fan a significant cash flow, but just one Super God Photo Editor was not enough, another initial support was needed. Walking on 2 legs would be more stable. Currently, the influence value needed for Black technology could be partially supported by Super God Photo Editor. But to develop Black technology, more money was needed. Right now, Su Fan was only involved in the software industry, which was the most cost-effective for him. He could not afford to dabble in manufacturing or other real industries. Real industries stabilize the nation and prosper the nation. Therefore, as a second step, he planned to launch a game. A good game is like a cash cow. Look at the neighboring Yuanshan and Honor of Kings, their earning power. Besides cash, if Super God Photo Editor is combined with a hit game, it can cover the majority of the youth demographic in the Xia nation. This is all traffic. In the future, engaging in real industries would directly solve promotional issues, saving a lot of time. Of course, Su Fan also seriously considered the scale of the game. He did not plan to launch a large-scale game. In the early stages, he needed to be cautious. Launching a large-scale game would raise questions about its origins. A person's energy is limited. If he is already managing a software like Super God Photo Editor by himself, how could he handle a large-scale game? The 2 concepts are not the same. The core of Super God Photo Editor is its algorithm, while a large-scale game involves modeling, art design, storylines, and so on, which is far too complex. The system only instilled the technology into his mind without manifesting it in reality. After the exchange, he needed to build the game step by step. Although Su Fan could fully grasp the technology imparted by the system and was very skilled at it, he was still tired. The workload for large games is on a whole different level compared to small games. Who wouldn't want to slack off and take it easy? Do you want to? Therefore, launching a lightweight, fun, long-operating game with a reasonable monetization mechanism became Su Fan's goal. For now, Hong Ho was not capable of independently developing the kind of game he wanted, but that was fine. He had the Super God Black technology system. On the zero-level civilization page, Su Fan continuously searched for suitable games. Why not look for games in the first-level civilization? Because the games there are all VR games. After searching for a long time, finally Su Fan's gaze locked onto a small game. Pet Frenzy, influence value 999. A small lightweight game whose price rivals that of large-scale games. Among the games in zero-level civilization, the most expensive game costs 999 influence points. One can imagine how highly regarded this game is within the Super God Black technology system. Locking onto this game, he added it to his favorites, then Su Fan closed the Super God Black technology system. He didn't have that much small cash for now, so he would wait until he had money to buy it. He closed his eyes. Sleep. The next morning Su Fan got up late. Today he didn't have anything important to do. After getting the golden finger, he felt no psychological pressure, even if he lay down. Sigh, what should I do today? Su Fan rubbed his messy hair and stared blankly. As we all know, one should never daze right after waking up, otherwise time will slip away quickly. The horse's hooves head south, while people gaze north as the grass turns green and yellow dust flies. I wish to guard the land and expand territory. The ringtone of his phone suddenly rang, pulling Su Fan back from his daze. He picked up the phone stuffed under his pillow and saw that it was Zhou Xiaoxiao calling. Hey cold-faced girl. Why are you calling so early? It's only been one night since we last saw each other. Su Fan teased. You think 11 o'clock is so early? Why don't you sleep until the evening? Zhou Xiaoxiao teased back. Su Fan took a closer look at the time on the phone's status bar, and it was indeed 11 o'clock. I've been streaming for 3 hours already. My dear boss, so your only employee has been at work for 3 hours and the boss is still sleeping. Aren't you ashamed? Zhou Xiaoxiao complained. These past 2 days have been too exhausting. I just can't summon any energy. You know I'm almost 30 years old now. Saying this, Su Fan yawned. I heard that yawning is contagious, even in writing. Oh, no wonder, Zhou Xiaoxiao said mischievously. Being older means you should be more restrained. So what's the matter? I found that a treasure blogger online is actively promoting our super god photo editor. Furthermore, it's not just one blogger. Check how many people have downloaded from the backend. I feel like Super God Photo Editor is going to be a hit today. Quick, take a look. Zhou Xiaoxiao rambled excitedly, her enthusiasm evident. Oh, is traffic coming in so quickly? Su Fan did not ask Hong Ho to check the backend, but opened the Super God Black Technology System to check the influence value 3,875. I will check the backend data shortly. Don't get too excited. This is just the beginning. The best is yet to come. Su Fan yawned, wiped the tears from his eyes, and pretended to be calm. Internally, he was extremely excited. All right. Remember to tell me as soon as you finish checking. Zhou Xiaoxiao hung up the phone. Hong Ho, please check the download and installation numbers for Super God Photo Editor. All right, master. The enchanting voice of the Red Lady echoed. Ever since the launch of the Super Divine Photo Editing app, Su Fan's computer had never been turned off. As of now, the download count for Super Divine Photo Editing stands at 3903 with 3875 installations. The app maintained a 100 positive review rate. Su Fan believed that users of Super Divine Photo Editing would soon experience a rapid surge in growth. He sent a WeChat message to Zhou Xiaoxiao to inform her of the download figures. He also asked the Red Lady to check the current revenue of Super Divine Photo Editing. With over 300 users, he wondered how many were paying customers. Master, there are currently 782 paying users, generating a total revenue of 1356 yuan, the Red Lady reported. Earning over 100 yuan in a day made Su Fan quite happy. In theory, he could earn a lot more in the future, but the reality was that just a few days ago, he was a poor soul relying on gaming for survival. Thus, Su Fan was very pleased. He decided to treat himself. He ordered 10 takeout meals. While waiting for the delivery, Su Fan spent 999 influence points to redeem the game Pet Chaos Battle. He prepared to extract the game once the delivery arrived. The 10 meals were to prevent the extreme hunger he had experienced after absorbing the knowledge from the system. Half an hour later, the takeout arrived. Su Fan lay in bed, finding a comfortable position before clicking the extraction button for Pet Chaos Battle on the system interface. Rolling his eyes, he lost consciousness. No more filler words, imagine it yourself. An hour later, Su Fan woke up rubbing his slightly aching head. This time the fainting lasted a short while, perhaps due to the amount of knowledge or its depth or the level of civilization. The Red Lady was a first-level civilization's black technology. Pet Chaos Battle was merely a 0 level. Pet Chaos Battle is a pet-catching battle game with numerous pet tiers. The difficulty of capturing pets varies significantly by type and rarity. The game has 3 core selling points. First, pets are generated through programming calculations, theoretically offering an endless variety, with each pet being unique. Second, pets can breed and mutate. Third, they can be freely traded. Another reason Su Fan chose this game was due to the unique aspect of programmatically generated pets. If the Red Lattice first-level civilization artificial intelligence participated in the calculations, the game would become even more exceptional. He decided not to think further on this matter as the Red Lady had occupied all the computing power of his computer. He would need to earn more money to buy better equipment for game development. Su Fan quickly devoured the 10 takeout meals. The plot of the novel is purely fictional. Do not attempt this. Then, feeling bored, he took out his phone and started playing a game. What a dull day. While Su Fan was eating his takeout, discussions about the Super Divine Photo Editing software gradually increased online. Wow, amazing. I've never used such an effective image restoration software before. My childhood photos, which were once blurry, have now become high-definition images. Thanks to Super Divine Photo Editing, I can see my great-grandmother again. Ever since I gave my dad the high-definition photo of her, he hasn't hit me for 3 days. Look at how beautiful their photos are. My foolish husband took awful pictures. Thank goodness for super divine photo editing. From now on it will be my husband's rival. I love super divine photo editing. The images downloaded online were too blurry. After the high-definition lossless restoration and lossless enlargement, even the curled fur can be seen clearly. I look forward to the eventual release of lossless video restoration to comfort my lonely heart. Get lost upstairs. It's broad daylight. How dare you drive home? Do you want pictures? I have high-definition ones. I want to go on site to investigate the shooting location. The upstairs wants something ridiculous. I've already reported it. Kyoto police. Bro, no martial ethics. Let's meet at Yanhuang Park. The discussions about super divine photo editing online were growing louder, almost unanimously positive. However, amidst the numerous discussions, a different voice emerged online. Why isn't it available for the Fruit platform? Is super divine photo editing discriminating against Fruit users? I beg the officials to quickly release the Fruit version. My friend's Summerway phone can use super divine photo editing. Why can't my Fruit phone? The Fruit system is so smooth, super divine photo editing would be even more amazing on the Fruit system. Fruit phones never lag. Wake up upstairs, you wet the bed. Some Fruit users, having seen their friends use super divine photo editing, felt envious and said it was sour. Unfortunately for them, no matter what they said, they would never have access to the Fruit version of super divine photo editing. The night after the launch of super divine photo editing, Su Fan and Zhou Xiaoxiao met again at a spicy hot pot restaurant. They ordered 2 portions of 13 yuan spicy hot pot and discussed the current status of super divine photo editing. Zhou Xiaoxiao said, "Boss, Su, the online popularity of super divine photo editing is getting better and better. Do you have any instructions for the next steps? Find a suitable office location, contact Summerwise Company, and customize a computing server. The office location should ideally be quiet. We belong to a high-tech company and don't need to be in a bustling area." Su Fan thought for a moment before responding. "Understood, boss." Zhou Xiaoxiao pretended to be serious, making Su Fan roll his eyes. "Also, dear boss, how many downloads do we have for super divine photo editing now?" Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Su Fan. "Guess." Su Fan intentionally teased Zhou Xiaoxiao. Zhou Xiaoxiao puffed up her round cheeks, her little mouth covered in red oil, making one want to take a bite. The download count is over 23700 with 2300 registered users and 15000 paying customers. Guess how much we made in the last 2 days? Su Fan said mischievously. "I won't guess." Zhou Xiaoxiao picked up a grilled sausage, waved it in front of Su Fan, and opened her cherry-like mouth to take a bite. Su Fan shivered in fright. Not daring to hide the truth, he directly said, "After deducting the platform's share, the revenue is over 3500 yuan. I estimate we should break 1000 tomorrow without any problem." Hiss! Zhou Xiaoxiao gasped upon hearing this amount. Earning 3000 in 2 days for a newly established company, without even an office, is quite astonishing. So terrifying. After finishing their meal, they parted ways. Su Fan again rejected Zhou Xiaoxiao. The next day, at Su Fan's suggestion, Zhou Xiaoxiao found a villa in the Ningqing high-tech zone, 3 floors above ground and 2 below, with a rental of 600 yuan a year. Why a villa? Because the villa has a basement which is more convenient for placing computing servers, and it keeps the red lady hidden away. As for why not place it at home in Longyan community, anyone who has been to a server room knows the drawbacks: noise, heat, and power consumption. Why do large tech companies place their servers in water? First, it facilitates heat dissipation. Second, it saves electricity. Third, water can reduce noise. Once the office location was confirmed, the customization of the computing servers was progressing smoothly. Zhou Xiaoxiao contacted the staff responsible for server customization at Summerway, finalizing the specifications for the computing servers. That evening, Su Fan returned home. "Hongho, please tell me the latest data on the Super God photo editing software. No need to report the download numbers, just the registered installation user count and revenue." "Alright, master." As of now, the registered installation user count for Super God photo editing is 115820, and after deducting the platform share, the total revenue is 165822 yuan, with 600 yuan already used. Hongho spoke in her still alluring and intoxicating mature voice. "In the future, you don't need to report data so precisely unless I specifically ask for exact numbers. Do you understand?" Su Fan thought for a moment and said, "The author am too lazy to come up with more. From now on, it will all be whole numbers." "Understood, master," Hongho said in a soft voice. Su Fan shivered. This enchantress was truly enticing. Lying in bed, Su Fan looked at the 1100 influence points in the Super God Black technology system, feeling excited inside. 1100 influence points were more than enough to purchase the foundational technology of a level 1 civilization-controlled nuclear fusion deuterium tritium. Unfortunately, even if he could afford it, it couldn't be produced in a short time. This requires not only technological strength, but also corresponding engineering capabilities, and most importantly, money. Furthermore, the state would not allow a private company to develop controlled nuclear fusion. Slowly, he knew he would need to collaborate with the state later on. Su Fan felt a sense of emptiness wash over him as he switched to the black technology system, and he could only waste time playing games. Living a life with a golden finger. Not worried at all. On the fourth day after the launch of Super God Photo Editing, the registered installation user count surpassed 200. That evening, Hong Ho issued a warning reminding Su Fan that the computing power was about to reach its limit, and during peak times there would be insufficient computing power, leading to a queuing phenomenon. Su Fan was not anxious. The wiring in the basement of the villa had already been modified with the landlord's permission, and it would be completed tomorrow with the dedicated internet line also finishing tomorrow. The specifications and price for the 1 million yuan computing server had been confirmed, and he would be signing the contract with the Xiaowei company tomorrow, with server deployment expected to be completed the day after tomorrow. Haste makes waste, and it cannot change reality. On the fifth day after the launch of Super God Photo Editing, the registered installation users surpassed 500. Hong Ho directly issued an alert indicating that the computing power had reached its peak. Except for certain low-peak usage periods, almost all other periods required queuing, as the computing power of 10 images per second was too small. At 6 p.m. that evening, Su Fan met Zhou Xiaoxiao again at the spicy hot pot restaurant. This time, they ordered a private room for two. As soon as they entered the room, Zhou Xiaoxiao said anxiously, "Su Fan, have you seen the comments online? The user base of Super God Photo Editing is very anxious. I saw it, they didn't criticize us, so why are you so anxious?" Su Fan calmly ate a beef ball, and with a puff a stream of golden broth sprayed onto his nose. "Why shouldn't I be anxious? Users need to queue for photo editing, which greatly impacts user experience," Zhou Xiaoxiao said seriously. Su Fan sighed and replied, "Young people, you are still too naive. The more this happens, the more it proves the popularity of our Super God Photo Editing. As long as it doesn't stay this way, long-term user stickiness will actually increase. Because we are a small company, not a large internet company. We don't have money to buy computing power or servers, and users can understand that. As long as we don't act like that major internet firm, a prestigious internet giant with a dedicated data center, and their servers crash right when a new game launches. Do they think users are fools? Do they use server crashes to highlight the high popularity and user count of the game? Ridiculous." Su Fan took a sip of water and continued, "What about the server issues? Has the contract been signed?" Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded. "We just signed it this afternoon. The first payment is 500 yuan, and the final payment of 500 yuan will be settled within a month. Here's the contract." As she spoke, Zhou Xiaoxiao handed a contract to Su Fan. "Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., they will send technicians to install the computing server in the basement of the villa." Su Fan took the contract and glanced at it. He had already reviewed its contents. "Let's eat. I specially reserved a private room today, and I ordered a spicy abalone hot pot, which is quite expensive." "Oof. You have a bit of conscience. These past 2 days my legs have been cramping from running around. You have to give me a massage." In the private room, Su Fan looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao's long, slender legs. The abalone is very fresh." While Su Fan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were eating, discussions about Super God Photo Editing increased online. "Damn, it's queuing again. Can't the Super God Photo Editing server be more reliable?" Super God Photo Editing is developed by a small company that just registered not long ago with a registered capital of only 100 yuan. It's normal not to afford servers. Oh, just wait a bit. You can still queue. I don't even have the right to use my iPhone. I'm done with Apple. I just ordered a Xiaowei phone from Jingxi, and I'll be using it tomorrow. I support domestic products, but I don't support Xiaowei. I just bought a dummy phone and the competitor is a fool. I agree with the person above. Oh, let's take down Xiaowei. How can you say that about Apple? The smoothness of the iPhone can't be compared to this garbage Android system. Domestic phones never run smoothly. Oh, I will always support Apple. The person above is a banana person. Oh, identification complete. It's already 2025, yet there's still a bunch of soft-shell shrimp. Is Eagle Sauce your father? Just kneel when you see it. Don't stay in the summer nation. Go back to your beautiful free country. You poor people, you will never rise. My dad is a bureau chief, my grandfather is a director, and I have endless money at home. But ever since I returned from the sun nation to the summer nation, I found the air to be dirty. Damn. The person above is a traitor. National Security Disciplinary Committee. They must be arrested and severely interrogated. How could a bureau chief or director's family have endless money? Disciplinary Committee. National Security Disciplinary Committee. National Security Disciplinary Committee. The evaluations of Super God Photo Editing online inadvertently revealed some troublesome banana people. That night, these banana people were monitored by internet police, and the person who praised the Sun Nation was directly taken away by the disciplinary committee. Some people always think they can greedily remain silent, others believe they have an umbrella of protection and are not afraid. However, when the flood comes, the umbrella will likely float away, and both the house and its occupants will inevitably become the victims resisting the flood. On the sixth day after the launch of Super God photo editing on January 6th at 8 a.m., Su Fan and Zhou Xiaoxiao arrived at the villa in the high-tech zone. In the basement, technicians from Xiaowei were installing and debugging the server. I plan to live here from now on. This beautifully decorated villa is much better than my home. Su Fan stood next to the technicians looking at the million yuan server and said, I wonder how long this server can last. I don't know, I'm not familiar with this stuff, Zhou Xiaoxiao said, propping her chubby cheeks. Have you moved over? This is the high-tech zone quite far from the city center. It's a waste of time commuting back and forth. It's not convenient, Su Fan said lightly. He had no other intentions, he was just considering the employees. Zhou Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. So it's convenient for me to live here. A lonely man and woman, Su Fan. The computing server was quickly deployed. After the technician Xia left, Su Fan prepared to go home to move his computer, allowing Hong Ho to settle into her new home. Riding in Zhou Xiaoxiao's luxury car, Su Fan couldn't help but admire her wealth. A $1 million vehicle is just driven off without hesitation, while a 13 yuan spicy hot pot is carefully counted. The mind of a little rich lady is truly unfathomable. After about 20 minutes, Su Fan returned home to start packing with Zhou Xiaoxiao helping beside him. In addition to the computer, he also needed to grab some everyday clothes and shoes. Daily necessities would be bought new directly. Zhou Xiaoxiao curiously glanced around, picking up a pair of men's underwear, and asked why are men's underwear shaped like this. Su Fan slapped his forehead and shook his head in exasperation. He really didn't want to engage with this curious child. Although she appeared aloof and distant, her true nature was completely exposed upon deeper interaction. Oh, there's a box here, does it need to be moved? Zhou Xiaoxiao transformed into a curious baby. She discovered a small box hidden in the corner of the wardrobe. Su Fan was busy organizing clothes when he heard her voice and turned to look. That glance nearly scared his soul away. This was a treasure he had cherished since his youth. If Zhou Xiaoxiao, this curious child, opened it, it would be a social disaster. Don't touch that. It contains private matters prohibited from being touched. Su Fan hurriedly stepped forward and covered the box with clothes while also closing the wardrobe door. Who cares about your privacy? Not interested, Zhou Xiaoxiao said disdainfully. However, her curious gaze betrayed her eagerness. Alright, the clothes are packed, let's move the things downstairs. It was not a suitable place for Zhou Xiaoxiao to linger, so Su Fan quickly finished packing. There wasn't much to move, but they still had to make 2 trips with a suitcase, a computer tower, and a monitor. After getting into Zhou Xiaoxiao's luxury vehicle, they headed to the villa. After helping Su Fan tidy up the room a bit, Zhou Xiaoxiao left. After she departed, Su Fan carried the computer tower down to the second basement level. Before coming, she had already instructed Hong Ho to issue an official announcement. The Super God image editing server upgrade was temporarily halted with the exact opening time set for 6 p.m. that evening. He connected the power and plugged the data cable of the computer into the new server. Fortunately, the original computer was not cheap, equipped with a solid-state drive and Thunderbolt 4 interface, otherwise transferring data would take a long time. Soon the data transfer was complete, and a buzzing sound filled the room. This was the sound of the server's cooling fans spinning at high speed. On the monitor connected to the server, flickering screens began to appear. Su Fan did not wait below. He had previously discussed with Hong Ho, who estimated that this upgrade process would take about an hour. Returning to the living room on the first floor, Su Fan first ordered takeout. It was already noon, it was time to eat. While waiting for the takeout, he kept himself busy by opening the Super God Black technology system, focusing his gaze on the impact value. Impact value 6,000. This morning, Hong Ho had reported the number of registered installation users to be 6,000. A 96 approval rating was enough to prove the excellence of Super God image editing. As for why the remaining 20,000 people did not leave good reviews, Su Fan had no idea. 1,000 people have 1,000 interpretations, and there's no need to investigate it closely. With 6,000 impact value, he could exchange for second-level civilization black technology, but unfortunately, it couldn't be redeemed right now. The prerequisite for redeeming second-level civilization black technology is to reach a first-level civilization. Yet now on the entire blue star, even the threshold for first-level civilization-controlled nuclear fusion deuterium tritium could not be produced. Sigh, my teammates are too weak, I can only rely on myself. This Super God Black technology system is too generous, making it so easy to obtain a large amount of impact value that it gives him no sense of achievement. He even feels like he's dragging the system down. In contrast, the systems of other protagonists are all stingy, they never provide enough system currency. The ordered takeout quickly arrived at the community entrance, and after confirming it was his order with the security guard, the food was successfully delivered to Su Fan's hands. Su Fan enjoyed his takeout, while humming a little tune, holding his phone to browse through pictures of beautiful women. Life was quite comfortable. Just after finishing his meal and preparing to take a nap, the front door was suddenly pushed open. Su Fan was taken aback looking at Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was dragging a suitcase, seemingly understanding something. Come help, Zhou Xiaoxiao said breathlessly. And so Zhou Xiaoxiao also moved into the villa. Su Fan occupied the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, while she took the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. The upgrade of Hong Ho was also completed with a significant increase in computing power. According to Hong House estimation, unless users collectively experience a cramp while generating images under normal circumstances, it would be sufficient to handle 50 million users. At 6 p.m., a Super God image editing reopened, and some users who had been eagerly waiting were already ready. In fact, the lossless repair and enlargement of Super God image editing are more easily linked to work, and once tied to work it becomes a necessity. For instance, if a client sends you a blurry image and asks you to create a larger pull-up banner or display board, you might say the image is blurry and ask if there's an original version. If the client responds there isn't one and tells you to figure it out, they just want it to look good. In such cases, Super God image editing is a lifesaver. Therefore, in the eyes of advertising design companies, Super God image editing is a magical tool which Su Fan had not anticipated given that different industries speak different languages. By midnight that day, according to Hong House statistics, the number of registered installation users reached 1 million, with total revenue of 168 million yuan, of which 5800 yuan had already been used. Moreover, Su Fan's impact value had also reached 1 million. It was enough to purchase the cheapest third-level civilization black technology. Unfortunately, the development was too slow. Days later, on the 10th day after the launch of Super God image editing, the number of registered installation users had reached a terrifying 10 million. Total revenue reached 20 million yuan. The impact value in the system had skyrocketed to a staggering 10 million. At this point, the Meta company, which dominated half of the image editing market, finally began to pay attention to Super God image editing. Super God image editing was developing too rapidly. In just 10 days, the number of registered installation users had reached 10 million. The executives of Meitu held an emergency meeting to discuss targeted plans. Ultimately, the company executives came up with 2 proposals. Proposal 1, the research and development department would spare no effort to crack the Super God image editing app. Proposal 2, the company's vice president would approach the developing company of Super God image editing to negotiate a purchase. Proposal 3, if the acquisition negotiations do not go well, then they would invest in shares. Proposal 4, if even investing in shares is not permitted, they would directly suppress it through online public opinion. The manager of Midas RD department returned to the office in tears. He had already cracked Super God image editing long ago. There was no advanced technology involved, it was just a framework with all the high-tech features residing on their server. What was there to crack? They couldn't just hire hackers to break into their server. It was absurd. On the other side, Midas Vice President Dai Yi rushed to Ningxing in Shandong province with the urgently drafted acquisition contract. Crossing over a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers, Dai Yi took a flight to Ning City. Due to the rush of his arrival, Dai Yi forgot that this place was not in the south. Ning City was currently in the midst of a cold winter. Therefore, when Dai Yi, dressed in thin clothes, got off the plane, he was immediately frozen. Upon exiting the airport, Dai Yi quickly took a taxi to a down jacket store and bought a huge, thick down jacket. Still feeling too cold, he went to a store selling thermal underwear and purchased a set to wear. Though he encountered misfortunes, this was just the beginning. Since Su Fan's Super Divine Technology Company was registered at a university entrepreneurship base, when Dai Yi arrived at the location, he didn't even hear of anyone associated with the Super Divine Black Technology Company, let alone find it. Most people wouldn't care about which company developed a certain app unless it reached the level of well-known enterprises like Goose Factory or Pig Farm. The Super Divine Black Technology Company clearly hadn't reached that point yet. Dai Yi was completely bewildered. How could he discuss business when he couldn't even find the company? After much inquiry, and even using some official connections, Dai Yi finally found the legal representative of the company, Su Fan's phone number and home address. However, because Su Fan had previously been harassed, his phone was set to reject any unknown calls. This setting had not been changed to this day, and Su Fan probably had forgotten about it. Unable to get through on the phone, Dai Yi decided to go directly to Su Fan's home. Unfortunately, Su Fan was not home at all, and wouldn't be returning in the short term. He had moved into a villa which was larger and accompanied by beautiful women, making it far more pleasant than his previous. As for the villa he rented, it was actually arranged by Zhou Xiaoxiao, who contacted the landlord, and due to the hassle of public-to-private transfers, Zhou Xiaoxiao had personally advanced the payment. Thus, it was also very difficult to trace Su Fan and the Super Divine Black Technology Company through rental. Dai Yi stood dazed in the biting cold wind of Ning City. It was now evening, and the streetlights cast a golden glow as heavy snow suddenly began to fall from the sky. As he walked by, the ringing of a passerby's phone drew near. Snowflakes danced, the north wind howled, and the world was shrouded in vast desolation. Dai Yi returned to the hotel with regret and confusion. He needed to report the situation to his superiors. Su Fan had no idea that executives from a certain photo editing company had arrived in Ning City, and even if he did, he would be too lazy to entertain them. Those who came to find him were either discussing acquisitions or investments. Neither of these he could agree to at the moment. Since negotiations were unlikely to reach a consensus, why meet at all? It would only waste time. At this moment, Su Fan was sitting in front of his computer in the study on the third floor, diligently developing Cute Pets Battle. This was his original computer, but it was now connected to the server located on the second underground level, and thanks to the optimizations made by Red after the connection speed, was extraordinarily fast. Cute Pets Battle had been renamed to Cute Pets Paradise by Su Fan not for any special reason, but simply because he disliked the original name. After several days of development, Cute Pets Paradise was nearing completion. The rapid development was not due to Su Fan's exceptional speed, but rather the assistance of the AI Red after. Another day passed, and Cute Pets Paradise was finished. Su Fan deeply experienced it, and then became addicted. After playing for a day, Su Fan defined this game as capable of annihilating any other game on the market. With the support of Red after, the automatically generated pets were more exquisite and beautiful, perfectly aligning with human aesthetic standards. As it was a free trade game, the economic system was extremely important, but Su Fan didn't need to worry about that thanks to Red after. With the game developed, it was naturally time to prepare for its launch. Releasing games nowadays is quite simple, especially mobile games, which are similar to releasing mobile apps. They only require approval from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. With Red After's help in submitting for approval, Su Fan opened the Super Divine Black Technology system. It was now January 13th at 4 p.m., the 13th day since the launch of Super Divine Photo Editing. In the system, the influence value had already reached 30 million. Su Fan had become numb. Additional influence value was of no use now. Sigh. Su Fan sighed, picked up his phone, and called Zhou Xiao. Xiao, please contact the company again and have them upgrade the server. The computing power doesn't need to be too high, otherwise the basement won't be able to handle it. Oh, just 50 million will do. Right, exactly, we need 50 million. Oh, we're not short on money. Additionally, contact the landlord to purchase this villa. What? Are you being reckless? We have money, this villa is only a few million, don't worry, we won't run out of money. After finishing the call with great extravagance, Su Fan felt so comfortable inside. It turned out that having money was such a joy. Wait, he almost forgot that he still had a mortgage. Su Fan slapped his forehead, remembering that he hadn't paid off the mortgage on his apartment. No worries, it's just a small amount. He could easily handle the early repayment at the bank. As for the taxes incurred from transferring from the company account to the personal account, Su Fan didn't care. Even if it meant paying up to 45 in personal income tax, he was willing to do so. Paying taxes is an obligation, enjoying the protection of a powerful nation. If one is unwilling to pay taxes, they should go escape to those war-torn regions instead. Let's see if the saved money is worth spending. In Ning City, a villa plus a regular high-rise apartment would only total a few million, as it is not Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou, and the residents' income in Ning City is generally not high. The few million here is aimed at the wealthy. To be honest, it's difficult for ordinary people to even earn 3,000. Su Fan planned to change this situation. He wanted all citizens of the Dragon Nation to have living security that allows them to thrive effortlessly, and to ensure that those willing to strive can fight for their dreams, not just for survival. When in poverty, one should cultivate oneself. Oh, when in success, one should benefit the world. Ahem, thinking too deeply. After several busy days, Su Fan prepared to go out for a walk. He had been burning the midnight oil to develop the game, and now his back was sore. After simply changing his clothes, he slowly walked out of the door. But just as he exited, he was blocked by a group of people. What was happening? Time moved forward. Dai spent a great deal of effort and finally contacted Section Chief Wang from the Ning City Market Regulatory Bureau, who was in charge of small and medium-sized enterprise registrations. The two quickly met. When Chief Wang learned that one of the small companies he managed had just been registered for less than a month and had already made profits exceeding 10 million, he was completely stunned. A bombshell, shouldn't it be? Is your head buzzing? Such matters could not be delayed. He immediately verified the situation. Upon confirming that Super Divine Photo Editing was indeed a product of the Super Divine Black Technology Company, and that the user count had reached at least 10 million, he believed it. After all, according to the payment model of Super Divine Photo Editing, with that many users making 10 million in revenue was quite simple. This situation had to be reported to the director, as getting it right would be a political achievement, but failing could lead to penalties. As for Dai, you let him wait on the side. Crossing half the country to seize results in small Ning City, if they were truly acquired, this Super Divine Black Technology Company would probably no longer bear the surname Ning. In the office of the director of the Ning City Market Supervision Bureau, Director Zhang felt an overwhelming excitement after listening to the report from Section Chief Wang. What once seemed like a hopeless promotion now appeared to promise a bright future. Call the driver Xiao Li and Director Zhao from the office. Oh, we need to depart immediately. By the way, also invite Director Li from the Development and Reform Commission and Deputy Director Qian from the Industry and Information Technology Bureau. They are not busy today and are in the office now. Section Chief Wang stood there somewhat awkwardly, his mouth moving as he struggled to convey the truth. They were currently unaware of the office location of the Super Divine Black Technology Company. Director Zhang's anger flared up immediately. As a responsible department, they should know the office location of the enterprises within their jurisdiction. This was a clear case of negligence. However, after some thought, he realized he didn't know either, and his anger subsided. After briefly understanding the situation, Director Zhang instructed Section Chief Wang to try contacting Su Fan using the registered mobile number. Unfortunately, Su Fan's phone had a strong rejection setting for unknown numbers, and the call could not go through. Suddenly, Section Chief Wang had a brilliant idea. He remembered that when verifying the situation earlier, he found that the person who collected the business license for the Super Divine Black Technology Company was not Su Fan himself, but an authorized representative. A feeling of hope emerged, reminiscent of finding a way out of a seemingly hopeless situation. Soon they managed to contact Zhou Xiaoxiao through her phone number. The scene shifted back to when Su Fan was intercepted by a group of people. Su Fan was stunned. Oh, what did this group want from him? Fortunately, the leader stepped forward to introduce himself politely. Hello, I am Director Zhang from the Ning City Market Supervision Bureau. May I ask if you are Mr. Su Fan? Director Zhang asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Su Fan seemed to understand something. That's right. May I ask what this is about? Su Fan said, scanning the group with his eyes. I apologize, Mr. Su. Your call could not go through, so we had to contact your secretary, Ms. Zhou Xiaoxiao. However, due to the urgent nature of the matter and our proximity, we came directly. I hope you will forgive our impoliteness in visiting unannounced, Director Zhang said apologetically. It's alright, I've been bothered by spam calls, so I've set my phone to only accept calls from contacts in my address book, Su Fan explained simply. He did not mention blocking unknown callers. He merely stated that he only answered calls from contacts, conveying the same meaning, but making it sound more polite. At that moment, Su Fan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Zhou Xiaoxiao. Once connected, Zhou Xiaoxiao's first words were that the Ning City Market Supervision Bureau had contacted her saying they wanted to visit Su Fan in the afternoon. She was currently discussing the price of purchasing a villa with the landlord and would return shortly. Su Fan refrained from mentioning that he had already arrived, as that might imply Zhou Xiaoxiao had not informed him in time. In interpersonal relationships, giving face to one another is essential for better interactions. As they received Director Zhang and his group in the living room on the first floor of the villa, Su Fan poured water for the visiting leaders and sent a WeChat message to Zhou Xiaoxiao, asking her to buy some fresh fruits on her way back. This was not to curry favor with the leaders, but was simply a basic courtesy as the host. The two sides began an in-depth discussion on the development of the Super Divine Black Technology Company. Director Zhang first introduced the visiting personnel. Upon hearing that leaders from the Development and Reform Commission and the Industry and Information Technology Bureau were also present, Su Fan felt unexpectedly flattered. Although he possessed the Super Divine Black Technology system, he had only been an ordinary person just last month. The transition in roles had not occurred so quickly. Mr. Su, you truly are accomplished at such a young age. Starting a successful business in your 20s and possessing assets worth millions, you are indeed a pride of Ning City. Director Zhang was a seasoned communicator, and he made Su Fan feel quite comfortable with his flattery. While there is much truth in the saying that flattery is harmless, Su Fan replied, I don't dare to take such compliments. I tend to speak directly, so please let me know if there's anything you need me to cooperate with. The young man is straightforward. Director Zhang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Let me get straight to the point. Have you heard of Meta Company? Their Vice President Dai Yi has reached out to me. He wants to find you through our Market Supervision Bureau. I could guess his intentions. He must have noticed the explosive growth in the user base of the Super Divine photo editing app and its enormous potential, and he wants to intervene mid-game. I didn't bring him along today because I wanted to hear Mr. Su's thoughts on this matter. Director Zhang maintained a humble demeanor. Thank you, Director Zhang, for intercepting him. I refuse to meet, refuse to sell, and refuse to accept investments. Ning City is my route. I will not relocate the Super Divine Black Technology Company unless absolutely necessary, Su Fan continued. Director Zhang was clever enough to understand the implications of this. Mr. Su, rest assured you belong to a high-tech enterprise. The country is vigorously promoting AI technology. Your company's product, the Super Divine Photo Editing app, possesses powerful algorithms and is in an absolute leading position in the field of AI image restoration. We can provide support for all policies that benefit Super Divine Black Technology Company, including tax incentives, land, and talent. What do you think, Mr. Su? Director Zhang asked with a smile. I am preparing to invest in the development of new high-capacity solid-state batteries, which will require talent and a piece of factory land. Su Fan contemplated and said, I have been worried about how to acquire land and build a factory more quickly. Your arrival is like a pillow when I am sleepy. Director Zhang glanced at the deputy director of the Development and Reform Commission, who nodded in agreement, and then said, "This is easy. The industrial land in the high-tech zone is available for you to choose from except for a few special plots, and it's free." Director Zhang was very pleased. He initially thought the Super Divine Black Technology Company was a golden egg, but it turned out to be a golden chicken that laid golden eggs. Currently, with the real estate market struggling, land cannot be sold, so giving a piece of land for the development of Super Divine Black Technology is a trivial matter. Moreover, Su Fan's investment was in new energy batteries, which were heavily supported by the government. This would certainly count as political achievement. Su Fan was taken aback and then smiled. He had thought he would have to pay for the land, but it turned out to be given for free. Both sides enjoyed the discussion, and Su Fan briefly introduced the future development direction of Super Divine Black Technology, mentioning that the Super Divine photo editing software would soon launch features for lossless video restoration, lossless video enlargement, and high-definition video restoration. Additionally, a game called Pet Paradise would be launched shortly. In the end, in a pleasant atmosphere, Director Zhang and the other leaders took their leave. During this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao attended to serving tea and fruit. The subsequent work of acquiring land, liaising with relevant departments, and handling procedures would be managed by Zhou Xiaoxiao. Zhou Xiaoxiao, a chosen worker. Aside from that, Su Fan planned to prepare the company structure in the future. His industry was destined to expand significantly. If he did not plan the structure ahead of time, adjustments would be necessary later, which would be too troublesome. The specific adjustments were as follows: establish Super Divine Technology Company fully controlled by Super Divine Black Technology Company, with Zhou Xiaoxiao as the general manager. Establish Super Divine Software fully controlled by Super Divine Technology Company, with Zhou Xiaoxiao as the general manager responsible for the Super Divine photo editing software and the upcoming Pet Paradise. Establish Super Divine Energy fully controlled by Super Divine Technology Company, with Zhou Xiaoxiao as the general manager responsible for the development of the super solid-state batteries and future controllable nuclear fusion. In the future, Su Fan and Super Divine Black Technology Company would only provide black technology support behind the scenes, with only Super Divine Technology Company and its subsidiaries visible. Due to insufficient manpower, the registration of these companies would still be managed by Zhou Xiaoxiao. Zhou Xiaoxiao ground her teeth. "Su Fan, are you not afraid of wearing me out like this?" Ahem. Su Fan felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh, what a tiger wolf statement." Xiaoxiao, work hard. In the future, the biggest boss of Super Divine Technology will be you. Salary is not an issue. Since you will be a general manager, how does an annual salary of 10 million sound? Additionally, when acquiring land, choose sites with existing factories. We can purchase the factories directly to save time on construction. Once the factories are sorted out, Super Divine Technology and Super Divine Energy can start hiring people. Dai Yi had been waiting at the Market Supervision Bureau for a long time until Zhang Dawei and his team returned. However, the news was that Su Fan refused to reject the acquisition, and refused to invest. Hearing this news, Dai Yi found it quite normal. Which startup isn't proud at first? Yet under the pressure of financial might, most eventually succumb. As long as he could meet Su Fan, there was still hope. Thus he sought out Section Chief Wang again. "Section Chief Wang, could you please tell me Su's address?" Dai Yi forced a smile that he thought looked good. "Mr. Dai Su is currently in his private residence. I must say, disclosing Mr. Su's privacy is not appropriate. Moreover, Mr. Su has a very decisive personality. If he says he won't meet, he won't meet." Section Chief Wang sighed. Having navigated the system for so many years, he could easily discern the leader's thoughts. The leadership was currently very optimistic about Su Fan, which left no room for Dai Yi. Upon hearing this, Dai Yi ceased his pleas, took a deep breath, and decisively left. He was a person of temper. Since arriving in Ning City, he hadn't had a single good day. With pressure from the group leaders above and the impatience of not being able to see Su Fan below, now even the officials were not favorable towards him. He felt neglected and unloved. Every day was spent in servility and flattery. Damn it. Whoever loves to do this work can do it. I've earned enough money. Dai Yi felt aggrieved. Thinking back to when he first arrived, frozen and helpless, recalling the unanswered phone calls, being blocked at the door, and now being rejected without even seeing anyone. Moreover, he had been suffering from severe acclimatization issues for the past few days, experiencing vomiting and diarrhea, along with a cold and fever, feeling extremely unwell. Yet the leadership pressed him to secure the Super God photo editing. It was utterly despairing. The hardships of a working person were vividly displayed. Although he was the deputy general manager, he was merely a high-level worker in the shareholders and board meetings. Dai Yi left silently and inconspicuously, fading away just like a line from a certain poem by Mr. Chaz's cousin. "I left quietly, just as I came quietly. I waved my sleeves, carrying away no clouds." After Dai Yi's departure, Meitu Company covertly declared war on Super God Black Technology Company, using public opinion and internet trolls to smear Super God photo editing. However, with the influence of the online deity Hong Ho, these trolls inadvertently boosted the popularity of super god photo editing. When Su Fan heard about the planned attacks reported by Hong Ho, he simply laughed. Just a bunch of clowns. He had no time or energy to engage with them. The strength of super god photo editing was evident, and the users were not fools. Moreover, as of now, January 16th at 10 a.m., the number of users for super god photo editing had already surpassed 100 million, reaching a staggering 120 million. Fortunately, a 50 million value computing server had been urgently deployed a few days ago, otherwise managing over 100 million users would have been truly challenging. With over 120 million users, the money in the company's account surged dramatically. There were already 2 small targets lying within the account. For an individual, this money was hardly spendable, but for Su Fan, who aimed to venture into high-tech manufacturing, it could only be described as a drop in the bucket. Luckily, the second cash cow was about to launch. Pet Paradise had passed the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology's review and could go live on major app markets at any time. Su Fan planned to take 2 paths. The first path was to launch on major app stores. The second path was to recommend downloads on the Super God photo editing app. With over 100 million and likely more users in the future, this game would certainly not start slowly. Especially since most Super God photo editing users were young people, making it a perfect fit for the gaming demographic. Without hesitation, he instructed Hong Ho to proceed. Su Fan moved his lips, and Hong Ho quickly completed the operation. The launch time was set for 7 p.m. tonight. In addition to the Pet Paradise matter, he had accomplished 2 other things over the past few days. The first was successfully transferring the villa, costing him 5 million red bills. The second was successfully repaying the mortgage on his previous house, finally freeing himself from the shackles of being a house slave. In the evening at 6 p.m., Su Fan and Zhou Xiaoxiao sat together in the villa's living room for dinner. While eating, Zhou Xiaoxiao kept her head down, looking at her phone, occasionally typing replies with a furrowed brow. The more Su Fan watched, the more he couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Curious. Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? Why do you look troubled? Su Fan asked curiously. Zhou Xiaoxiao shot him a glance and said, I'm hiring people. It's so difficult to find a suitable candidate now. Regarding the land, there are several good plots in the high-tech zone, which include factory buildings. Tomorrow we should head to the Natural Resources Bureau together. You can pick the plots, and once chosen we can quickly finish the subsequent procedures. But with the plots and factory buildings secured, we need talent. Right now we have a significant talent gap. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a bit frustrated, but also proud. Who would have thought that a company with over $1 billion in assets, no cash, would only have 2 people? Having said a lot, Zhou Xiaoxiao frantically took notes on the side. Su Fan took a sip of water and continued, regarding the employee salary issues at Super God Technology. Ordinary administrative staff will earn 100 per month, and the office director will earn 300. Ordinary technical personnel master's degree holders will start at 300 per month, while doctoral degree holders will start at 100 per month. For management-level technical personnel, associate professors will start at 500 per month, and full professors will start at 1 million per month. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. I refuse to believe that in a small place like Ning City such high salaries won't attract outstanding talent. Su Fan declared with confidence. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously in agreement. Mr. Su is indeed powerful. They then discussed other company details. Time quickly approached 7 p.m. Pet Paradise officially went live. As soon as it launched, the download numbers skyrocketed. Su Fan had already instructed Hong Ho to project the data onto the 100-inch TV in the living room. Watching the numbers indicating downloads and registered installations continuously grow, Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up with joy. Su Fan was also very happy, as this meant yet another cash cow was about to start producing. While they were chatting in the living room, the buzz around Pet Paradise was increasing online. More and more netizens, after trying it out, found themselves unable to stop playing. Wow, every pet is truly unique. In just over an hour, I've discovered hundreds of different pets. The pet modeling is exquisite and so adorable. I want this little meatball. It's hard to imagine, but the Pet Paradise really allows free trading, and you can trade freely right from level 1. Indeed, trading is free. I caught a stunning pet at level 1, and a girl bought it from me for 100 bucks. The army of brick movers has arrived, and onlookers step aside. Miss is about to pee everyone clear out. But don't be shameless upstairs. Superb photo editing is impressive, and Pet Paradise is also amazing. It's developed by the same company. I'd like to learn more about the owner. Ladies, do you have any leads? The boss is busy, but we can communicate further. I can hear the scheming from upstairs. Don't go, girl. No leads, but there's a floral path. Su Fan looked at the increasingly off-base comments online with a black line on his forehead, wondering why the current netizens have such lewd thoughts, unlike him, a pure homebody, unmoved by the beauties in his villa. In just 1 hour, online downloads hit 1 million. Looks like we have another hit. Did you really develop this game all by yourself? Indeed. It's obvious. If it wasn't me, would it be you who developed it? Su Fan bit into a piece of watermelon, speaking with confidence. Sometimes I really want to crack open your head to see what's inside. How are you so amazing? Zhou Xiaoxiao suddenly smiled dreamily, as if a thought crossed her mind. Su Fan was startled. What's going on? My mind contains the entire universe. Caring for the world is nothing. My mind embraces the cosmos. Su Fan said proudly. I'm even pregnant with your child. Zhou Xiaoxiao suddenly blurted out this line. What a bold statement. Su Fan was shocked. Zhou Xiaoxiao, I haven't done anything. You don't think just because I have money that you can Zhou Xiaoxiao's face turned a bit red. She felt her words were too bold, but who was she? She was the cold and emotionless type. There wasn't one before. Should we create one now? Zhou Xiaoxiao teased, casually draping her long legs over Su Fan's leg, then rolling up her pants leg. Wearing black stockings under her pants, the temptation. On a winter night, the cold wind howled outside, but the room was warm as spring. The two spent nearly 2 hours having dinner. From 6 to 8. The superb photo editing had entered the right track, and Pet Paradise was also online. The money in the account kept increasing, and the influence value in the super technology system was full, already exceeding 100 million. The next step is to develop super batteries and enter the energy sector. The next morning around 9, Su Fan got up, rubbing his sore waist. He had played too long last night. Pet Paradise was simply too fun. Zhou Xiaoxiao also woke up late. She had joined the Pet Paradise game last night. This morning, Su Fan planned to go with Zhou Xiaoxiao to the Natural Resources Bureau to select the plot of land. After a quick breakfast, the two arrived at the Natural Resources Bureau. Director Sun, who was responsible for land approval, was already waiting for them in the office. Su Fan quickly selected a piece of land among many. This piece of land included a large factory that had previously been engaged in parts processing. It was newly built, and just under a year after completion, the owner ran off with his sister-in-law. The machines had been auctioned off by the bank, but the factory buildings were quite new, with a 6-story office building and a 6-story dormitory, both recently constructed. Director Sun strongly recommended this location. Moreover, there is a beautiful small lake nearby which is also included in this plot of land. The procedures for the land and factory were completed quickly through a green channel. After bidding farewell to Director Sun, Su Fan couldn't wait to go with Zhou Xiaoxiao for an inspection. The plot is not small. The factory in the middle is large, the office building is very new, and the small lake is quite beautiful. Su Fan decided to move his office here in the next few days. He asked Zhou Xiaoxiao to contact a cleaning company to clean up the factory area, and then they returned to the villa. There were also several interview candidates in the afternoon. 4 people were interviewing for administrative positions at Super Technology, 6 for administrative positions at Super Energy, and only 1 person was interviewing for a technical position at Super Energy. Su Fan sat in the living room on the first floor of the villa looking at the resumes Zhou Xiaoxiao handed him, feeling a bit speechless. There are too few talents in Ningxing. Most graduates with master's degrees stay in large cities. Those willing to stay in Ningxing are generally locals, and their goals are mostly state-owned enterprises and civil service positions. Although our super company is currently very popular as a new company, many people are still observing. Especially highly educated technical talents, they tend to prefer university laboratories or large multinational company labs. In short, our strength is lacking and high-tech talents look down on us. Zhou Xiaoxiao briefly reported the situation. Su Fan nodded. Indeed, Super Company is currently thriving in software, but is still a novice in manufacturing and energy sectors. Others do not know that he has a system. It is normal to be cautious. However, it doesn't matter. He has ways to solve the talent issue. You can proceed with the interviews for administrative personnel. There's a study on the first floor for that. I'll personally interview that doctoral candidate. Su Fan singled out the resume of that doctoral candidate. Zhang Minghan, male, a graduate of Shuima University, holds a doctoral degree, and his research direction is semi-solid lithium batteries for new energy. Why did this Zhang Minghan choose to come to us? Su Fan wondered. After all, this is a PhD from Shuima University. His reason is that he is optimistic about the future of our super company. Zhou Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Su Fan frowned, then asked Zhou Xiaoxiao to order takeout before heading upstairs. Returning to his room on the 3rd floor, Su Fan called out to Hong Ho. Hong Ho, investigate this Zhang Minghan and see if there are any issues. Sure, master, Hong Ho responded in a refined voice. Soon all the information about Zhang Minghan available online and in connected devices was organized and sent to Su Fan's phone by Hong Ho. Click to view. After half an hour, Su Fan rubbed his temples, finally understanding the reason why Zhang Minghan was interviewing here. Zhang Minghan's other information was fine, but one piece caught Su Fan's attention. Last year, he exposed a professor at Shuemu University for academic fraud and was directly blacklisted by the powerful professor. Although he later obtained his graduation certificate through his advisor's connections, his advisor's network was average, and achieving this step was already the limit. Thus, he had been unable to find a job since then. No research institute was willing to accept him. The only options before him were either to take civil service exams or join a company that was not affected by that professor's influence. However, he loved research and had no intention of going into civil service. Therefore, he had only one choice: to find a company or research institute that the professor could not influence. Unfortunately, the lithium battery research circle is very small, with the same big figures coming and going. Large companies are all people from the circle, and it is impossible to offend a big shot over a small PhD student. After understanding Zhang Minghan's information, Su Fan felt that this person was quite good, giving him a first impression score of 90 points, just waiting for the interview in the afternoon. It is now 12:30, and the scheduled interview time is 4 in the afternoon. With more than 3 hours to spare, Su Fan decided to exchange and withdraw the solid-state battery technology. After all, he would be interviewing a PhD candidate, and if he knew nothing, how could he evaluate the candidate's skills? There are several types of solid-state batteries in the Super Divine Technology System, all categorized as zero-level black technology. The most expensive one is worth 9,999 influence points. Su Fan did not hesitate at all, and directly chose the most expensive option, as he had billions of influence points in the system that he couldn't possibly spend all. Moreover, the system's classification of black technology is quite accurate. The 9999 option is certainly better than the 8,888 option. He clicked to purchase, and the full solid-state battery was deposited into the system's warehouse. However, he did not immediately withdraw it, as doing so would cause him to faint for a while. So he opened the door and shouted to Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was still in the living room downstairs. "Xiaoxiao, I'm going to take a nap, don't disturb me. I won't eat the takeout for now. If that PhD candidate arrives, let him wait." "Okay, my dear boss Su. Do take care." Su Fan. What on earth is this? He closed the door, laid down on the bed, found a comfortable position, and then clicked to extract the black technology. Su Fan rolled his eyes and promptly fainted. 2 hours later, Su Fan woke up, rubbing his temples. He looked at the time. It was 2:30, still enough time. Damn, I'm so hungry. Su Fan quickly got out of bed and dashed to the living room downstairs, only to find that his takeout had not been unwrapped. He leaped forward, tore it open, and began to feast. Zhou Xiaoxiao was chatting nearby with the interview candidate, and Su Fan's sudden appearance, along with his ravenous eating style, left her wide-eyed. "Su Fan, how many days have you gone without eating? We just had breakfast around 9, it's not even 3 yet, how can I— Isn't one large portion of grilled meat rice enough?" Zhou Xiaoxiao said, but her long legs were already stepping into the kitchen. Without waiting for Su Fan's instructions, she directly ripped open a box of instant noodles and began soaking them in hot water. Su Fan observed this silently, taking mental notes. After finishing the takeout, Su Fan devoured 20 bowls of instant noodles in one go before finally feeling full. Zhou Xiaoxiao watched in shock, her hands numbly passing him the ready noodles. She was utterly flabbergasted. How could a human eat so much? After the meal, Su Fan lay back on the sofa in a lazy fashion, contentedly stroking his round belly. Not to mention he had indeed gained weight recently. Zhou Xiaoxiao was busy clearing the trash from the dining table, dressed in casual homeware, her hair casually tied up, which somehow gave Su Fan a sense of domestic bliss. Su Fan quickly shook his head to discard this thought. Marriage was not a beautiful thing in his eyes. That marriage had caused him significant harm after the divorce. In fact, his ex-wife was also his first love. Although they only started dating in college, they had known each other since the first year of middle school. They could be considered childhood sweethearts. But the sweet childhood turned bitter, and the innocent friendship was corrupted by the harsh realities of society. Even the deepest feelings couldn't withstand the onslaught of money. Su Fan, the PhD candidate, just messaged that he will arrive at 3:30. Zhou Xiaoxiao lifted her head and casually tossed her loose hair. That fleeting charm stirred Su Fan's previously calm heart. Startled, he quickly recited silently, "Women are a force of nature. They only affect his speed in drawing a blade." Su Fan. Su Fan. What is it? Nothing. Su Fan pretended to be indifferent. "There's still half an hour. I'll be in the study on the 3rd floor waiting for him. When he arrives, you can bring him up." Su Fan got up and went upstairs. Zhou Xiaoxiao watched Su Fan's back, a slight smile on her lips, her eyes filled with cunning. "Humph. You stubborn blockhead." Zhang Minghan was on the bus, his head down, frowning, the slight dark circles under his eyes indicating he hadn't been sleeping well recently. As a top student from Shuemu University, he shouldn't be in such a predicament. But after being blacklisted by that influential professor in the industry, he still hadn't found a job. It wasn't that he couldn't find one, it was just that he couldn't find a suitable one. He recalled an article he had once studied Kong Yiji. He chuckled to himself, realizing he was just a modern-day Kong Yiji. Everyone laughs at Kong Yiji, but everyone is Kong Yiji in their own way. He simply couldn't bring himself to interview at small companies. However, now that his mother had suddenly been diagnosed with uremia, and the dialysis medical expenses loomed over him daily like a death knell, he was forced to set aside his ridiculous pride and seek out high-paying jobs, even at small companies. Once a pride of his parents, now returning to his hometown, if he couldn't even earn enough for his mother's treatment, he would be ashamed of all those years of schooling. As the bus approached the interview company, Zhang Minghan's gaze grew more resolute. As a tall man, he could only face difficulties head-on. He had heard of the Super Divine Company, and even downloaded the Super Divine photo editor and the newly launched Pet Paradise game on his phone. Both products were impressive, and he could see how terrifying the algorithms involved were. In such a promising new company within the software field, instead of delving deeper into his area of expertise, they suddenly opted to venture into new energy batteries. Zhang Minghan found this a bit puzzling. But it didn't matter. He wanted to join this company, and more importantly, the salary was high. The manager Zhou had suggested to him that the minimum salary was 1,000 per month and more for exceptional candidates. With that kind of money, his mother's dialysis expenses would be covered. Soon the bus reached its stop, and standing in front of the villa area, Zhang Minghan felt a bit confused. Although manager Zhou had assigned him to Dragon City Community No. 8, he felt an innate sense of doubt since he received this assignment. After all, if a company is very wealthy, they would build their own office building. Normally, ordinary companies would be located in CBD commercial areas or industrial zones. If they lacked funds, they would simply occupy an apartment or something similar, which seems more legitimate. If they were even poorer, they might end up in urban villages. But in a villa area, it felt very awkward. Villas are fine for living, but how do so many employees work? This Super Divine company, which could develop Super Divine photo editor and Pet Paradise, must have quite a few technical staff. With questions in mind, Zhang Minghan arrived at the security station, dialed Zhou Xiaoxiao's number, and the security guards smoothly let him in. After hanging up, Zhou Xiaoxiao greeted Su Fan and opened the door to wait at the entrance. 5 minutes later, Zhang Minghan arrived at Villa No. 8, where he saw a tall and cool beauty waiting at the door and quickly stepped forward to greet her. When he learned that Zhou Xiaoxiao was the manager, disbelief filled his eyes. She was so young. By her age, she should just have graduated from university. Zhou Xiaoxiao's account on the recruitment platform did not have a real photo. The two chatted briefly, and Zhou Xiaoxiao led Zhang Minghan to the study on the 3rd floor, where Su Fan was already waiting quietly inside. For the first time as the interviewer rather than the interviewee, Su Fan felt a mix of novelty and nervousness. Zhang Minghan had just entered the study when Su Fan began to scrutinize him. He was about 1.8 meters tall, slender, wearing black-rimmed glasses. Although his clothes were not new, they were very clean. "Hello, Dr. Zhang, please have a seat, please have a seat." Su Fan greeted politely, and Zhou Xiaoxiao flashed a warm smile before closing the door and leaving. At the moment the door closed, Su Fan suddenly felt a sense of uncertainty about how to start the conversation. After all, he was a lifelong introvert, and being alone in a small room with a man felt somewhat awkward. "Hello, Mr. Su. I didn't expect you to be so young." Zhang Minghan was also shocked. Since entering this villa, he had overturned his assumption that it was an office. From the traces of life, it was evident that this was clearly someone's home. Conducting interviews at home made Zhang Minghan feel a sudden sense of importance. Additionally, the youth of Zhou Xiaoxiao and Su Fan also made him drop any condescension. Creating a software like Super God photo editing at such a young age promised unlimited potential. "You're too kind. I'm already 28 years old, a few years older than you. You must have done a combined undergraduate and graduate program," Su Fan said, knowing this information from Zhang Minghan's resume, but he needed to discuss something to break the ice. "Yes, I studied for 8 years, and I'm 26 this year," Zhang Minghan replied politely. "In that case, I won't ask you to introduce yourself. I have 10 specialized questions here. If you can answer 3, you'll pass the interview with a monthly salary of 100. However, if you can answer all 10, I'll offer you a monthly salary of 300 directly." Zhang Minghan gasped upon hearing this. He didn't expect Su Fan to be so direct and straightforward, but that was exactly the kind of person he liked. Some companies make technical personnel go through fancy interview questions, which leave him feeling overwhelmed. Zhang Minghan nodded vigorously. Su Fan was already prepared. He picked up 10 A4 sheets that he had just... At this moment, he could claim to be the most outstanding battery expert in the Blue Star without exception. Ever since he extracted the all-solid-state battery technology, he had a vast knowledge of battery technology in his mind. This knowledge not only included the technology of all-solid-state batteries, but also all the precursor technologies for manufacturing them, including outdated lithium battery technology and semi-solid battery technology. If given enough time, he could single-handedly craft an all-solid-state battery. However, he was quite lazy and didn't want to do everything himself. After all, what was the point of having employees if he had to do everything? 10 questions, 10 A4 sheets with plenty of space to answer. Zhang Minghan solemnly took the exam paper and began to work on it. He was most skilled at answering questions, and he was confident in his professional knowledge. As long as it didn't exceed the syllabus, he wasn't afraid at all. Su Fan quietly left the room. He didn't want to wait there idly. After going downstairs, he found no one around, but he could faintly hear sounds coming from the study on the 1st floor. With nothing to do, he quietly walked to the window of the study and curiously peered inside. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao was interviewing a young beauty who seemed to have just graduated, looking like a delicate flower. Su Fan remembered this young beauty. He had seen her photo on her resume. She was a local from Ningxing and had studied at Confucius Normal University. What puzzled him was that she hadn't pursued further studies despite Confucius Normal University having the highest graduate school acceptance rate in the country. After watching for a moment, Su Fan found it boring and returned to the sofa waiting for about 3 minutes when there was a sudden knock on the door. Su Fan knew this should be another candidate. He opened the door to let her in, and she was also a beauty, although dressed somewhat sexily. Su Fan remembered her as being from Ningxing Medical College. He took this interviewee to the balcony on the first floor where there was a table and chairs for resting. Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly finished interviewing the previous young beauty, sent her off, greeted Su Fan, and then led the next candidate back into the study to continue the interview. Feeling quite bored, Su Fan decided to return to his bedroom on the 3rd floor. The difficulty of the 10 questions increased progressively, but from the 4th question onward the difficulty would spike sharply. If Zhang Minghan only answered 3 questions it would take him about half an hour. If he answered all 10 it would take about 3 hours. So Su Fan planned to check back in the study upstairs after an hour. Back in his room, Su Fan opened the Super God Black technology system. Everything else remained unchanged, but the influence value kept fluctuating, currently standing at 158886666, a very auspicious number. He spent some time looking at the black technology in the system, feeling envious. Finally, he reluctantly closed the system and called out to Hong Ho to have her report the current balance in the account. Super God Photo Editing and Pet Paradise were still under maintenance by Hong Ho. He was too lazy to worry about it, and just wanted to lie down and collect money. Dear Master, currently Super God Photo Editing and Pet Paradise have removed platform deductions, and the total earnings are 5.38 billion. Su Fan nodded. 5 small goals were temporarily enough. Because the payment was significant, the cleaning company promised to send more staff so that they could clean every corner of the factory by this afternoon. Tomorrow they could invite the maintenance workers for plumbing, electrical work, and internet setup, ensuring that everything that needed maintenance was maintained and everything needing replacement was replaced. The decoration in the factory office building was almost brand new, and the office desks and chairs were complete. After all, second-hand items were not worth much, and the bank hadn't sold them on the auction site before Su Fan took them over. Tomorrow Zhou Xiaoxiao would take the newly hired administrative staff to purchase office computers, printers, and other office supplies, as well as daily necessities, so they could officially start working the day after. For now he decided to think about these matters, play some games, and then see how far Zhang Minghan had progressed. In the 3rd floor study, Zhang Minghan was sweating profusely as he worked on the questions. The first 3 questions were manageable for him, but from the 4th question onward the difficulty sharply increased, forcing him to think with all his might. For the sake of his future treatment, he had to answer all 10 questions correctly. The difference between a monthly salary of 1,000 and 3,000 was twofold, which meant a loss of 2.4 million each year. He needed more money now. While Zhang Minghan was writing furiously, Su Fan quietly approached the window of the study and saw him diligently answering questions, smiling with satisfaction. These 10 questions, as long as they were not overly difficult, could be answered by someone at the doctoral level from Shuimu University. He knew that Zhang Minghan's mother had uremia, which was why he was given this opportunity with a high salary. After another 2 hours, Zhang Minghan successfully completed the questions. He took the exam paper and checked it twice before stepping out to submit it. It was now 7 in the evening, and Su Fan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were having dinner on the 1st floor. There were a total of 3 takeout orders, one of which was for Zhang Minghan. When he saw Zhang Minghan come out of the study with the exam paper, Su Fan called him down. Zhang Minghan arrived on the 1st floor looking at Su Fan and Zhou Xiaoxiao eating, feeling a bit embarrassed as he thought he had taken too long with the questions while they were already at mealtime. Come sit down. This meal is for you. I wasn't sure what you like to eat, so I didn't order anything spicy, nor did I include scallions or cilantro. Su Fan pointed to the seat beside him and smiled as he spoke. Thank you, Mr. Su. I'm not hungry yet. Here are the answers I wrote. Please take a look. Zhang Minghan handed the paper to Su Fan, then sat down anxiously. Su Fan took the test paper and began to read it seriously. After about 15 minutes, Su Fan nodded and said, "Overall it's good, 90 points. Zhang Minghan's face turned pale upon hearing this. He had clearly checked it twice. How could he still have gotten a question wrong? Seeing Zhang Minghan's expression, Su Fan comfortingly patted his shoulder. It's not your fault. If we consider the knowledge you've learned, you got the 10th question right. However, the existing research results related to the 10th question are incorrect." As he spoke, Su Fan took the exam paper and began to analyze it for Zhang Minghan. At first, Zhang Minghan thought Su Fan was boasting. Who did he think he was to question existing research results? But as he listened to Su Fan's analysis, he became increasingly shocked. In the end, he was nearly brought to his knees. Su Fan's profound knowledge of batteries completely conquered Zhang Minghan. Zhou Xiaoxiao was even more astonished. When did Su Fan learn so much about battery technology? Wasn't he a computer major? Su Fan spoke for an entire hour. Zhang Minghan sat beside him taking notes with his own notebook and pen like a diligent student attending a lecture. Zhou Xiaoxiao could not understand anything, and could only serve tea and water. After an hour, Su Fan stopped explaining, and Zhang Minghan reluctantly put away his paper and pen. He hadn't admired someone this much in a long time. Su Fan took a sip of water to moisten his throat. Dr. Zhang, you have been accepted. The post-tax monthly salary is 3,000. What are your thoughts on this? Zhang Minghan was taken aback. A post-tax salary of 3,000 was completely different from a pre-tax salary of 3,000. A pre-tax salary of 3,000 would incur a 45 personal income tax, leaving him with only around 100,000. With a post-tax salary of 3,000, his actual income could reach nearly 6,000. He suddenly felt a rush of tears. No problem, mister. Su, thank you. Zhang Minghan said excitedly. No need to be polite. Xiao, go get a labor contract from Super God Energy, and let's sign it right now. After giving his instructions to Zhou Xiao, Su Fan continued to Zhang Minghan, saying, Tomorrow at 10 in the morning come here, and I will take you to the new office. Is that okay for your first day? No problem. A post-tax salary of 3,000 made it easy for him to start working right away. Soon Zhou Xiao came out with 3 freshly printed contracts. The contract already had the company's information filled out and was stamped with the official seal. Seeing this, Zhang Minghan's impression of the company improved even more. Some companies in society only require employees to sign the labor contract without filling in the company's information, then take all 3 copies from the employees. In such cases, the employee ends up with no copy of the labor contract. Zhang Minghan carefully reviewed the contract, which was a standard labor contract without any traps. The salary section clearly stated a post-tax salary of 3,000 after paying social insurance. This gave Zhang Minghan a pleasant surprise. Besides the labor contract, there was also a confidentiality agreement, which basically stated that the company's research materials were state secrets and must be kept confidential. If leaked, one would face imprisonment. Seeing this, Zhang Minghan's breath hitched, and he looked up at Su Fan. Su Fan nodded. Whether it's the all-solid-state battery or the future controllable nuclear fusion, the technology is far too advanced. It's not an exaggeration to call it a state secret. In the future, Su Fan would undoubtedly cooperate with the Huaxia government. If a leak were to occur, the state would certainly imprison the culprits, even executing them, without Su Fan needing to intervene. Zhang Minghan suddenly relaxed. Research involving state secrets proved that this company had limitless potential. He decisively signed the labor contract and the confidentiality agreement. Zhou Xiao handed Zhang Minghan a copy of the labor contract to keep. Zhang Minghan thought today was done, but Su Fan's next move completely blew his mind. Please provide your bank card number and the bank where the account was opened to Mr. Zhou. We pay salaries in advance before you start working. Zhang Minghan, like a puppet, numbly recited his bank card number and the bank where he opened his account. In just a moment, he received a bank notification text. Your Huaxia bank card number XXXXXXXX received 300 on January 17, 2025 at 2042. The balance is 30181208. Zhang Minghan left filled with shock and joy. He did not know how many times he had been shocked that day, but as he exited the gate of Villa number 8, he knew his life had taken a monumental turn. With 300 in hand, he suddenly burst into tears. His mother could now afford treatment. At that moment, his gratitude towards Su Fan and Zhou Xiao reached its peak. He was grateful to Zhou Xiao because she had contacted him, giving him the opportunity to enter the field. He was grateful to Su Fan because he had provided timely help when he was at his most difficult and desperate time. He decided to dedicate his life to Su Fan. In the villa, Zhou Xiao stared at Su Fan with her big, curious eyes. Su Fan felt uneasy under her gaze. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Nothing, I just want to know how much knowledge is packed in your head. The curiosity in Zhou Xiao's eyes grew stronger. You completed Super God image editing and the cute pet paradise independently. That makes sense as you are a computer major. But you also understand battery technology, and it's impressive. Could it be that you are a genius on the level of Tesla? Suddenly Zhou Xiao slapped her forehead, excitedly grabbing Su Fan's arm, her beautiful face almost touching his just a centimeter away from his lips. Su Fan could even see the fine soft hairs on her face. Such an opportunity, how could he let it slip away? Su Fan opened his mouth and took a deep breath. A strong smell of garlic rushed into Zhou Xiao's nostrils. Su Fan, I'm going to kill you. Ugh, you are so disgusting. Su Fan was pinned down on the sofa by Zhou Xiao. Her soft bottom was right on top of his. I surrender. Su Fan couldn't hold on any longer. If it continued, it might really lead to a mishap. Zhou Xiao would not let Su Fan have his way so easily. She remained seated, determined. Stinky man, I'll crush you. Tell me about the people you interviewed today. Who are you planning to accept? Su Fan hurriedly shifted the topic. Once work was mentioned, Zhou Xiao reluctantly got off Su Fan. She picked up the resumes on the table and began to report to Su Fan. I plan to keep these 5 people. She handed 5 resumes to Su Fan. Su Fan took them and examined them carefully. Among them Wu Mengqi and Zhang Qinci will be accepted into super god technology, while the other 3 will be accepted into super god energy. Zhou Xiaoxiao continued to explain. Su Fan nodded. It was normal that the 2 beautiful women he had met were not among the 5 accepted. Please wait a moment. Su Fan took the resumes back to his room and contacted Red to conduct a background check. Half an hour later, after confirming there were no issues with these 5, Su Fan finally went downstairs. In that case, please inform these 5 people that they have been accepted. Those who agree to work here should gather at 9:30 tomorrow morning with their ID cards, bank cards, and academic credentials to sign the labor contract and receive their first month's salary. Also tell Zhang Minghan to bring his ID card, academic credentials, and degree certificate when he comes tomorrow. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded, her eyes filled with curiosity about what Su Fan had just done. She now understood that Su Fan must have some secrets, but being a smart woman, she said nothing. At 9:30 the next morning, 4 out of 5 interviewees showed up, while 1 declined. Su Fan didn't mind. A recruitment is a two-way selection, and if someone doesn't find this appealing, there's nothing he can do. Among the 4 newcomers, 2 belonged to Chaoshin Technology, and 2 to Chaoshin Energy. All 4 were ordinary administrative clerks. When signing the labor contract, they appeared relatively calm, but when it came to signing the confidentiality agreement, their expressions mirrored that of Zhang Minghan from yesterday, filled with shock. Before long, the labor contracts and confidentiality agreements were signed, and their bank card information was submitted. Their post-tax salaries amounting to 10,000 yuan were soon deposited into their bank accounts. The 4 excited young women had slightly flushed faces. Zhang Minghan arrived soon after. Once he submitted his documents, Su Fan noticed an awkward situation. There were a total of 7 people, but Zhou Xiaoxiao's car only had 5 seats. It was the first day for the new employees. Su Fan reminded Zhou Xiaoxiao, who smiled slightly, and said Zhang Qinci drove here. Su Fan nodded, feeling relieved that he had saved face. Eventually Zhou Xiaoxiao sent Zhang Qinci a location via Chao Xian and provided her with 100 yuan for fuel, instructing her to follow behind with the other 3 administrative clerks. She then drove Su Fan and Zhang Minghan directly to the new company location. Soon everyone arrived at the new company premises. Looking at the vast factory grounds and the magnificent entrance, as well as the 6-story office building directly in front, the new employees displayed satisfied expressions. Upon entering the new office building, Su Fan suddenly realized that neither the entrance nor the office bore the Chaoshin Technology sign, so he instructed Zhou Xiaoxiao to urgently create a sign today. Although the office building was only 6 stories tall, it had 2 elevators, indicating that the previous owner treated the employees well. However, it was unclear why they took off with their mistress. Starting from the 1st floor, everyone toured all the way to the 5th floor, familiarizing themselves with the room layouts and sizes. Although the office building was not very tall, it had a large area with more than 20 rooms of various sizes on each floor. Su Fan arranged the 5th floor is mine, the 4th floor belongs to Chaoshin Technology, and the 3rd floor to Chaoshin Energy. Zhou Xiaoxiao, please handle the office allocations for the 4th and 3rd floors. Got it, boss. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded. Su Fan continued later, take the administrative staff to purchase supplies. In addition to what I previously asked you to buy, please also procure 10 units of the latest high-end Huawei smartphones, the ones utilizing domestic processors. Zhang Minghan, come with me. As he spoke, he led Zhang Minghan towards the large office at the easternmost end of the 5th floor facing south. This office should have originally belonged to the owner of the company, featuring an enormous bookshelf and desk with very luxurious decor. Inside Su Fan's office, the 2 took their seats. Su Fan, sitting in a spacious and comfortable boss chair, said, "Now I am assigning you your first task." Zhang Minghan tightened his grip on the pen in his hand and sat up straight. Su Fan continued, "You need to establish a laboratory, and all the equipment, big and small, must be purchased and installed." Due to Zhou Xiaoxiao's lack of expertise, she doesn't understand the quality of experimental equipment, so you will need to assist her with the procurement and supervise the installation personnel. Is that all right? Su Fan asked. "No problem, boss," Zhang Minghan replied earnestly. "For the experimental equipment and materials, only the best will do. Money is not an issue." Su Fan emphasized, "Understood, boss." He added, "I will send you and Zhou Xiaoxiao the procurement list shortly. You will contact the equipment vendors, while Zhou Xiaoxiao will handle the payments." Throughout the day, Zhou Xiaoxiao and the new employees were busy with procurement, while Su Fan found himself bored and idle. Is this the trouble of being a boss? Lonely as snow. Su Fan idly browsed through the advanced technologies within the Chaoshin Black Technology System. The illness of Zhang Minghan's mother struck a chord with him. Currently, human physical conditions are too poor, with illnesses from minor to severe occurring frequently and strokes and organ failures happening without warning. They are too weak. A boost is necessary. He set his sights on the first-level gene optimization liquid. This substance, like controllable nuclear fusion deuterium tritium, belongs to the foundation of a first-level civilization. Controllable nuclear fusion deuterium-tritium represents a breakthrough in energy, while the first-level gene optimization liquid signifies a breakthrough for the human body. After injecting the first-level gene optimization liquid, not only will the human body be immune to all diseases, but its physical abilities will also have a tremendous breakthrough reaching twice that of elite special forces. Of course, this refers to basic physical attributes and does not include combat skills. Additionally, the most important aspect is that lifespan can extend to 200 years, effectively doubling it. This foundational civilization technology must be exchanged without hesitation. Su Fan decisively clicked to exchange. The technology for producing the first-level gene optimization liquid valued at 50,000 influence points successfully entered the system warehouse. However, since this is advanced technology from a first-level civilization, extracting it directly might cause a night of unconsciousness. Hence, he repeatedly hovered over the extraction button, ultimately deciding to extract it at home that evening. Around 5 in the afternoon, a group gathered in the small conference room on the 5th floor, where Zhou Xiaoxiao reported all office and living supplies have been purchased and installed, the equipment and experimental materials for the laboratory have been ordered and are being expedited for delivery, expected to arrive within 2 days. Su Fan nodded, finding the speed acceptable. Very good, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhang Mingan, please continue to follow up on the laboratory equipment and materials. Another matter, we absolutely need to set up a company canteen. Su Fan complained, I had to rely on you all to bring back my lunch today. This place is too remote for delivery to reach. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao burst into laughter. There's nothing else, so let's all go home and find our respective families. With a wave of his hand, Su Fan was the first to leave the meeting. That evening, Su Fan successfully extracted the technology for the first-level gene optimization liquid, only to be unconscious for an entire night. The next morning, Su Fan woke up to another feast. Zhou Xiaoxiao was once again astonished. At 10 in the morning, Su Fan and Zhou Xiaoxiao arrived at the company. Yesterday, he mentioned that from now on they would work directly at the office and not at the villa. Working hours were set from 9 to 12 in the morning and 1:30 to 5:30 in the afternoon, totaling 7 hours of work each day. The experimental equipment began to arrive in batches this morning, and everyone was assisting in the third-floor laboratory. The third floor had a large room, which Su Fan designated as the experimental laboratory for Chaoshan Energy. He watched the employees work while continuously typing on his phone. The manufacturing technology for the first-level gene optimization liquid had been fully ingrained in his mind. He planned to set up a biological laboratory on the 5th floor to manufacture the first-level gene optimization liquid. At that moment, he was typing out the procurement list for experimental equipment and materials. In the afternoon, he handed the list over to Zhou Xiaoxiao, instructing her to procure and install them in room 502 on the 5th floor. Zhou Xiaoxiao was full of questions. The battery laboratory wasn't even built yet, and now there was a plan for a biological laboratory. What exactly was Su Fan trying to do? Of course, she wisely kept her questions to herself, carefully comparing the list as she diligently implemented Su Fan's arrangements. On the morning of January 21st, after 2 days of preparation, the laboratory on the 3rd floor has been fully set up, and the experimental materials have also been procured. Everything is ready, only the final push is needed. At 9 o'clock, Su Fan called Zhang Minghan to the laboratory on the 3rd floor. He solemnly handed him a new summer phone. This phone has been securely encrypted, containing all the information about the all-solid-state battery. Your task now is to use the information to create an all-solid-state battery that will revolutionize the global new energy battery market. Su Fan said seriously. Upon hearing this, Zhang Minghan's pupils contracted. No wonder a confidentiality agreement had to be signed. If this thing were really developed, the voice of authority in the global new energy market would belong to Chaoshan Energy. He solemnly took the phone, his hands trembling slightly. Su Fan patted him on the shoulder and reassured him, "Don't be nervous, I will also work with you on the research." The two began their journey of developing the all-solid-state battery. Currently, the battery with the highest energy density in the world is the lithium battery, which is divided into liquid batteries, semi-solid batteries, and solid batteries based on the type of electrolyte. Among them, the highest energy density of liquid batteries is 0.3 kilowatt-hours per kilogram, while semi-solid batteries have an energy density of 0.36 kilowatt-hours per kilogram. Theoretically, solid batteries can reach an energy density of 0.4 to 0.9 kilowatt-hours per kilogram. However, since solid batteries are not yet on the market, it remains uncertain whether they can achieve such energy density. Moreover, lithium-ion batteries have a fatal flaw: they are prone to explosion and combustion. Incidents reported in the news about electric vehicles causing fires in hallways are almost always due to lithium batteries exploding. There have also been self-ignition incidents involving new energy vehicles, and those cell phone explosion incidents from years ago, all caused by lithium batteries. The all-solid-state battery that Su Fan and the team are developing is not a traditional lithium-ion battery. Rather, it is composed of sodium ions, potassium ions, and a mixture of elements like carbon and silicon. The principle is that the two types of compound molecules can simulate biological discharge phenomena. Can't write anymore, it's just black technology, very impressive. The energy density of the all-solid-state battery can reach an astonishing 10 kilowatt-hours per kilogram. Additionally, it is extremely resistant to extreme cold and high temperatures. From minus 70 degrees to plus 110 degrees, the battery capacity will not suffer any loss. It won't burn or explode even when placed in fire. Cutting it with scissors, piercing it with a needle, or throwing it in water will not cause combustion or explosion. The all-solid-state battery is so excellent that once it is developed, all existing batteries on the market will be completely eliminated. The production cost of the all-solid-state battery is extremely low, just 100 yuan per kilogram. Converted to energy capacity, the cost per kilowatt-hour is merely 10 yuan, which is a significant blow to other batteries on the market. The cost price of lithium batteries on the market fluctuates between 600 to 800 yuan per kilowatt-hour due to the volatility of raw material prices. Without comparison, there can be no harm. When Zhang Minghan saw the information in the documents, his worldview shattered. This doesn't conform to science. However, as the research progressed, this mind-blowing battery was gradually manufactured. Test and calculate the battery density. Su Fan directed in the laboratory. After a week of effort, the first finished product was finally produced. A black square block resembling carbon and metal quietly rested on the experimental table. Testing complete energy density. Zhang Minghan could hardly believe it. The energy density is 1.8 kilowatt-hours per kilogram. That's too far off. Continue experimenting. Su Fan frowned. A week in the laboratory had made him quite uncomfortable. Oh, it seems he still prefers to lie down and be the boss, as laboratory work is not suitable for him at all. The two resumed their tedious and monotonous research work. It's hard to imagine how difficult scientific research is, especially when it is based on complete data. Those researchers who feel their way across the river without references, unable to determine results, are truly the ones deserving of everyone's respect. Another week passed. In the laboratory, Zhang Minghan nervously tested the finished battery. Suddenly he cheered. Mr. Su, we did it. The battery energy density, 10 kilowatt-hours per kilogram. We have made history. Su Fan grinned, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, this is just the beginning. In the future, we will continue to create history. Zhang Minghan nodded solemnly. At this moment, his admiration for Su Fan reached its peak. Clean up, then go back to the dormitory to freshen up. Come to my office at 3 p.m. Su Fan was exhausted. 2 weeks of high-intensity research work had taken a toll on him. He had to take a good nap at noon. Yes, Mr. Su. Zhang Minghan generally doesn't go home now. There is a dormitory building next to the office building, which has been prepared for living recently. The research work on the all-solid-state battery has reached a stage. The next step is large-scale industrial production. Over the past 2 weeks, apart from his time in the laboratory, Su Fan spent almost all his other time drawing blueprints in the office. Fortunately, with the help of the AI assistant, otherwise the efficiency would be too low. He had blueprints for all scales of the all-solid-state battery production line in his mind, but they needed to be brought into reality. The AI assistant server is still in the villa, as the security in the villa area is relatively strict, which is not conducive to confidentiality with so many personnel in the company. Remote access to the AI assistant through the internet does not cause significant delays. In addition, over the past 2 weeks, Zhou Xiaoxiao has also been extremely busy. She needs to handle the customization and procurement of various equipment for the production line. After completing the procurement, she also needs to report to Su Fan for him to guide the installation. Besides procurement, she also needs to interview new employees. Fortunately, there are 4 administrative clerks assisting her, otherwise she would be overwhelmed. In summary, within 2 weeks, the laboratory research on the all-solid-state battery has been completed and the factory production line is ready. In terms of personnel recruitment, 6 master's degree technicians have been hired. It is worth mentioning that although the all-solid-state battery is still in the laboratory research phase, why can the production line be constructed simultaneously? Because there are ready-made blueprints for the production line. It can be built by following them. Inside the laboratory, the main breakthrough is in the synthesis of multiple new compounds. The difficulty of this experiment lies in a special compound solution. Only by adding this special compound solution can the all-solid-state battery be produced. The production line is set up for machines, while the laboratory focuses on material research. Once the material research is completed, large-scale production only requires feeding the materials into the production line. With the help of the AI assistant, the industrial smart software for the production line has already been implanted. Personnel only need to feed in the materials as required, and after a while the finished products will appear at the end of the intelligent production line, which is very convenient and user-friendly. The 6 newly recruited master's degree students will participate in the synthesis of other compound materials, excluding the synthesis of the special compound solution. The core technology is known only to Su Fan and Zhang Minghan. Su Fan is not worried about Zhang Minghan betraying him because he knows Zhang Minghan's mother suffers from uremia, and he holds the trump card of gene optimization solution. Once the gene optimization solution is prepared, the debt of saving his mother will ensure that unless one is a beast, no one will betray him. It seems that the development of the first-level gene optimization solution also needs to be put on the agenda Su Fan's side. He suddenly realized that the leisurely life of a boss he had enjoyed before was gone forever. Indeed, doing business. The next step is the marketing and sales of the all-solid-state battery. Su Fan is even more troubled by this, as it means that his contacts with the official and even military of the Dragon Nation are getting closer. At 3 in the afternoon in Su Fan's office, both Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhang Minghan were present. Su Fan spoke. Xiaoxiao, I have some news for you. Our all-solid-state battery has been successfully developed. Zhou Xiaoxiao was taken aback so soon. How does it compare to the batteries on the market? Su Fan and Zhang Minghan exchanged smiles. It completely surpasses them, with performance exceeding by 10 to even 20 times. Zhou Xiaoxiao's lovely eyes widened. It was truly impressive that such a powerful battery was developed in just 2 weeks. Now the question is, how do we sell the batteries once they are made? This is a market-disrupting product. Once launched, the battery companies in the market will face direct upheaval. Su Fan tapped on the table with his fingers. No, it's not just the battery companies. Those manufacturing fuel vehicles and the oil companies will also be significantly affected. I have an idea, and you all can listen to see if it works. Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhang Minghan nodded. On the market, we will first launch a downgraded version of the all-solid-state battery with an energy density of 1 kilowatt per kilogram. We will observe the market reaction before making further arrangements, Su Fan continued. Producing the downgraded version of the battery is simple. At least during the development phase, there are plenty of downgraded versions to choose from, and any one of them could easily outperform any battery on the market. Mr. Su, I have something to say. Zhang Minghan raised his hand. In our experiments, the minimum energy density of the test product was 1.5 kilowatt-hours per kilogram. Should we consider developing one with 1 kilowatt? Su Fan shook his head in dismay. No need, let's stick with the 1.5 kilowatt one. It's all just minor players. None can compete. The experts are lonely. Zhou Xiaoxiao shot Su Fan a glance and burst into laughter. Zhang Minghan could barely contain his smile. The launch event for the new battery will take place in 3 days. In the meantime, he'll put the news on Super God Photo Editing and Cute Pet Paradise. We need to set up an official website, and accounts on major social media platforms must also be created. Su Fan thought for a moment and said the launch event will be hosted by Xiaoxiao and me, and it shouldn't take too long. The more significant the event, the shorter it should be to maintain its prestige. Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhang Minghan were frantically taking notes. Talent development is also crucial at DR. Zhang, please take those 6 graduate students and teach them the synthesis methods for all the materials except for the special compound solution. They'll teach you how to operate the production line shortly, and then you can teach them, Su Fan added. Zhang Minghan nodded. He understood Su Fan's intention. The special compound solution must be kept firmly in hand, as it was their core technology. One last thing. Su Fan paused. Does anyone have suggestions for naming the all-solid-state battery? Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up as she interjected, I have a name. The full name is Super God All-Solid-State Battery 1.5, abbreviated as Super God Battery 1. In the future, if we release other all-solid-state batteries with different energy densities, we can follow the naming convention, such as Super God Solid-State Battery 2, 03, 05, 0, and so forth. Zhou Xiaoxiao looked at Su Fan with anticipation. Although she couldn't participate in the battery development, if her naming was adopted, it would be recorded in history. Alright, let's adopt this naming method. Miss Zhou is truly remarkable. Su Fan gave a thumbs up. How annoying. I declare today's meeting is hereby concluded. Everyone please return to your tasks. In the small office, the meeting of 3 determined the future of the entire battery industry. Su Fan returned to his office and had Hong Ho create an official website for Super God technology and also set up accounts on major information platforms. Then he had Hong Ho post the announcement for the all-solid-state battery launch on Super God Photo Editing and Cute Pet Paradise, inviting battery industry and media participants from the Dragon Nation. The user base of Super God Photo Editing had reached 300 million. Since reaching this milestone, growth had become difficult, and Su Fan knew that in the Dragon Nation market this user count was nearly at its peak. Cute Pet Paradise also had a user base of 200 million. After all, the gaming demographic is relatively small, and 200 million is also close to its peak. Now combined, the 2 software platforms generated an average daily revenue of 500 million. Leaving profits aside, with such a large user base, Su Fan believed that the popularity of Super God Battery would certainly be high. And the reality was as he expected, even exceeding it. The parent company of Super God Photo Editing began producing batteries. While they really are producing batteries, aren't they in software? How did they start in energy? Not sure, or probably just burning money. Don't be jealous upstairs. Investing money into industry to benefit the country and its people is 1,000 times better than those who think about leaving the country after getting rich. Agreed. I wholeheartedly agree. The announcement says the launch event is in 3 days in Ningxing Lushuan province. Is anyone going? Where is Ningxing? The hometown of Confucius and Mencius. Haven't you heard of it? I'm going. I know it. It's the capital of the Grand Canal. The hometown of Zhengzi is in a county near Ningxing called Jiaxiang. Can someone explain what the all-solid-state battery in the notification means? Isn't that over 1 kilowatt per kilogram? What level is that? Is it more powerful than the batteries of the Daning era? If it can really reach 1 kilowatt per kilogram, the batteries from the Daning era wouldn't even be worthy of mention. Super God Company is just boasting and playing gimmicks. The highest theoretical density of solid-state batteries can only reach 0.9 kilowatt-hours per kilogram. Those upstairs are thinking too narrowly. There's nothing impossible in science. The one upstairs graduated elementary school. Do you know what 1 kilowatt per kilogram means? The most advanced semi-solid batteries that are currently capable of mass production only reach 0.36 kilowatt-hours per kilogram, tripling that. I don't believe it. I believe. Is there anyone from Jinling going together? I have a big RV. GIE, take me please. Get lost. No faux girls allowed. Due to the large user base, the parent company of Super God Photo Editing, Super God Company, developed a solid-state battery with an energy density of 1 kilowatt per kilogram, and this event shot straight to trending topics. At the headquarters of Daning era chairman Yanhuang called an urgent meeting with all company executives present. Yanhuang's expression was serious. Once everyone had arrived, he cleared his throat and said, "Have you all seen the notice from Super God Company?" The executives nodded in unison. Of course they nodded. Even if they hadn't heard of it, they had to do so when the chairman asked like that. Very good. Xiaowang, could you project the notice onto the big screen so everyone can take a closer look? Yanhuang called out to his assistant. The notice from Super God Company quickly appeared on the screen. Some executives genuinely knew about this matter while others were just seeing it for the first time. What are everyone's thoughts? Yanhuang asked sternly. The executives exchanged glances, each considering the situation, and ultimately their gaze turned to the general manager. The general manager cleared his throat and said, "Let me just throw out a few ideas to start the discussion. This Divine Transcendence Corporation, since launching its Divine Transcendence Image Enhancement Suite, has in just over a month entirely displaced competing image editing applications on the Android platform. According to analysis by certain experts, the AI algorithms underpinning Divine Transcendence Image Enhancement are exceptionally advanced, constituting nothing short of a dimensional leap over rival products. The corporation also develops a highly acclaimed mobile game, currently among the most popular titles. At the very least, it dominates the software domain. Yet its sudden foray into the battery sector raises eyebrows. Entering a fiercely contested arena already saturated with seasoned veterans is by conventional logic an uphill battle for any newcomer. Still, having issued an official announcement, a corporation poised to become a centbillion-dollar enterprise would not speak idly. It must possess formidable backing. My recommendation is twofold: maintain vigilant scrutiny and profound respect, and dispatch a delegation to Ningxing City to attend the launch event, thereby securing first-hand intelligence. The general manager spoke at length, yet offered little substantive insight. Subsequently, other senior executives voiced similar perspectives, echoing his cautious stance. After observing that discussion had run its course, Yanhuang made the final decision. She would lead the delegation to Ningxing personally, not only to attend the event, but also to inspect the local facility. The Ning era maintained a battery production base in Ningxing City, thus Yanhuang was intimately familiar with the locale. Another enterprise from the Dragon Nation, by Guandi Corporation, also convened an internal meeting. Though it treated the matter seriously, it dispatched only a single general manager to attend. Other new energy battery manufacturers across the Dragon Nation responded with varied degrees of urgency. Yet nearly all submitted formal attendance confirmations to Divine Transcendence Corporation, differing only in the seniority of their designated representatives. Su Fan remained unaware of these developments. At that moment, he was sequestered in the 5th-floor laboratory, laboring relentlessly to perfect the Tier 1 genetic optimization serum. Lately, his physical condition had deteriorated markedly, especially after 2 consecutive weeks devoted to developing the Divine Transcendence battery, which had utterly drained his vitality. He resolved to complete the serum without delay. The body is the foundation of all endeavor, and far graver trials awaited him ahead. His physique must be forged to withstand them. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. February 8th, 2025, a day destined to reshape history, dawned at last. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Divine Transcendence all-solid-state battery launch event commenced simultaneously online and off. In the Grand Conference Hall atop the Shengren Grand Hotel in Ningxing City, enterprise delegates from across the Dragon Nation gathered, predominantly battery industry leaders alongside representatives from the automotive and mobile device sectors. Numerous national media outlets were also present, including the Xia news agency and other authoritative state-affiliated press organs. Zhou Xiao ascended the podium in an elegant deep black gown, with a subtle frost-kissed smile gradually softened her sharp, refined features. Good morning, I am Zhou Xiao. A large display behind her promptly illuminated her title General Manager of Divine Transcendence Technology Corporation. Thank you all for traveling such great distances to attend the launch of the Divine Transcendence all-solid-state battery. Today's event promises abundant revelations. Let us proceed directly to the heart of the matter. The Divine Transcendence all-solid-state battery, abbreviated as the Divine Transcendence battery, is unlike any battery yet conceived. First, let us address the metric most vital to all energy density. Zhou Xiao paused deliberately before continuing. The Divine Transcendence all-solid-state battery achieves an energy density of 1.5 kWh per kilogram. A thunderous murmur erupted across the hall. Impossible. Unbelievable. Absolutely extreme. The audience stood stunned. This figure was staggering. If truthful, it heralded nothing less than a paradigm-shifting breakthrough. Battery specialists in attendance instinctively questioned whether this represented a Labanly prototype, one incapable of mass production, achievable only under narrowly controlled conditions. Simultaneously, netizens watching the live stream exploded with fervor. Extraordinary. The Divine Transcendence battery, the radiant hope of domestic innovation. Hold your praise. What if it's merely a lab prototype? Even a lab prototype is extraordinary. Have you ever heard of a battery achieving 1.5 kWh in controlled experiments? Beware the PowerPoint product. Don't be absurd. The credibility of any reputable corporation would collapse if it dared mock its audience so brazenly. As online commentary surged, the live event continued. After allowing the murmurs to subside slightly, Zhou Xiao resumed. The Divine Transcendence battery has already entered full-scale production. The hall fell silent, then erupted anew, louder than before. No more sour grapes. It's over. The global battery industry will be reshuffled from its foundations. Yanhuang of the Ning era paled. This was a truly devastating revelation. Bai Guandi's general manager turned ashen and urgently dialed Chairman Wang Fu. Reactions among other battery enterprises, large and small, varied widely, yet none bore expressions of delight. Zhou Xiao continued, the Divine Transcendence battery does not merely surpass all existing batteries in energy density. It eclipses them equally in stability. It operates flawlessly, without degradation, across temperatures ranging from 70 C to 110 C. It remains unignited even when exposed directly to flame, and resists thermal runaway or explosion upon penetration. Its charging process generates negligible heat, enabling ultra-high power charging. Attendees in the hall, and millions watching online, stood numbed by successive waves of astonishment. Amidst their awe, profound disbelief took root. Human nature inclines toward skepticism when confronted with phenomena exceeding established cognitive boundaries. Only direct observation can dispel such doubt. Zhou Xiao surveyed the assembled dignitaries, then smiled gently and said, I understand many find this difficult to believe. Thus, Divine Transcendence Technology has specially arranged a live performance test of the battery's capabilities, conducted right here before your eyes. Now please welcome Mr. Su Fan, Chairman of Divine Transcendence Technology, who will conduct the demonstration live. Thunderous applause filled the hall. Additionally, we are honored to have Captain Wu of the Ningqing Municipal Fire Brigade overseeing safety protocols. Amidst palpable anticipation from both the live audience and online viewers, Su Fan made his grand entrance. For this occasion, he had commissioned a custom-made Zhongshan suit. Accompanying him were Captain Wu of the Fire Brigade and Zhang Minghan of Divine Transcendence Energy. Each held a sleek, black, cubic object, the Divine Transcendence battery, precisely 1 kilogram in standard specification. Su Fan and his colleagues first greeted the audience. Truth be told, standing before such a vast stage for the first time left his knees trembling and his voice slightly unsteady. Fortunately, repeated mental reinforcement that he wielded an unparalleled advantage and that the crowd before him was no more consequential than cabbages and turnips steadied his composure. Clearing his throat, he raised the battery aloft. Behold, the Divine Transcendence battery. Observe closely. We shall now subject it to the most extreme tools and harshest environments imaginable to rigorously test its stability. Meanwhile, another unit will power a 3-kilowatt rapid boiling kettle. Each of these batteries weighs exactly 1 kilogram and is fully charged. Based on its energy density, each contains precisely 1.5 kilowatt-hours of stored energy. Theoretically, 1.5 kilowatt-hours should sustain a 3 kilowatts appliance for 30 minutes. Let us witness the truth unfold before our eyes. Staff had already brought the 3 kilowatts kettle onto the stage, filled to the brim with water. Su Fan connected the Divine Transcendence battery to an inverter, then plugged the kettle into the inverter's output port. This inverter elevates the battery's output voltage to 220 volts. The kettle slowly emitted the sound of boiling water. Su Fan did not wait idly. Instead, he called Captain Wu from the fire brigade to prepare for the combustion experiment simultaneously. Captain Wu nodded and waved his hand towards the backstage. Soon a group of firefighters arrived on stage with iron basins, flamethrowers, and fire extinguishers. Su Fan continued addressing the audience, saying, "Let's keep the water boiling beside us. Staff, pay attention to the water level, don't let it dry out. We will now begin testing the fire resistance." After finishing his words, he threw the battery in his hand directly into the iron basin. Then he took the already lit flamethrower from a nearby firefighter. He aimed the flamethrower directly at the super battery in the basin. Flames instantly engulfed the entire basin. However, upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the super battery was not ignited. The audience's eyes widened as they strained to see into the fire basin, and even the people in the back stood up, all wanting to catch a glimpse of the super battery inside the fire. The flamethrower continued to spray. After 10 minutes, Su Fan stopped the spraying. The fire in the basin vanished instantly. Seeing the fire disappear in an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment, and upon seeing the super battery inside the fire basin, which remained almost unchanged, the entire venue was thrown into chaos. I'm impressed, truly impressed. The super battery lives up to its name. The new energy battery from the Dragon Nation will surpass foreign products throughout the year, becoming the world's battery leader. Today marks a historical moment. With the super battery, the automotive industry will undergo a reshuffle. The press conference continued, and the power test successfully reached 31 minutes, with the puncture test also passing smoothly, without a single spark. After this press conference, countless people rushed to spread the news. The rise of domestic batteries was unstoppable. Many others, however, were restless, facing a life-and-death crisis for their companies. However, Su Fan was not concerned with this public sentiment. He was currently being blocked in the aisle by a group of reporters. "Mr. Su, may I ask who developed the super battery?" "Mr. Su, what is the expected price of the super battery?" "Mr. Su, what is the production capacity of the super battery?" "Mr. Su, have you ever considered making the technology public for the benefit of the world?" Su Fan responded with a silent expression. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Feeling somewhat bewildered, these reporters were terrifyingly enthusiastic. Fortunately, the firefighters nearby acted as bodyguards, helping Su Fan and Zhou Xiaoxiao push through the crowd. Upon returning to the company by car, Su Fan felt a lingering unease. Just as he was about to go to the cafeteria for lunch, the security guard reported that a group of big bosses was waiting at the company entrance to see Su Fan. Su Fan knew immediately what these business owners were there for. He had already prepared in advance, waiting for them to. "Xiaoxiao, please attend to them, and lead them to the large conference room on the second floor. I will be there shortly." Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement and left with her long legs. Su Fan then went to his own office, where 3 technical authorization contracts were prominently displayed on his desk. About half an hour later, Su Fan arrived at the second-floor conference room. Inside the conference room, representatives from various companies were already seated. The highest-ranking among them was Yanhuang, the chairman of Denning Era, followed by the general manager of Bigwandi. As soon as Su Fan entered, the sound of discussion in the conference room vanished instantly, as if the head teacher had entered the classroom. Su Fan casually took a seat at the main position, smiling formally and revealing 8 teeth. "I wonder what brings all the bosses here today." The representatives exchanged glances, and then Yanhuang from Denning Era spoke up. "Mr. Su, you are young and accomplished. We greatly admire you. May I ask if you can provide us with a way out?" Su Fan looked at Yanhuang in surprise, not expecting him to be so direct. He thought these old gentlemen would take some time to beat around the bush. "There is a way out, and it is beneficial for you all with no drawbacks. However, I wonder if you all can accept it." Su Fan smiled as he waved the contract in his hand. "Please go ahead. Then I will speak frankly." Su Fan scanned the representatives from the conference room. These individuals influenced the employment of at least hundreds of thousands. If he truly monopolized the market and did not give them a share, hundreds of thousands of families would be affected. "I can authorize you some technology and provide you with the production line blueprints. With these technologies and the Super Battery 1.5 solution provided by Super God Company, you can independently produce batteries." The representatives looked at Su Fan, knowing that the key point was yet to come. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. For every kilogram of battery you produce, you must pay Super God Energy Company a technical usage fee of 200 yuan, and this fee does not include the Super Battery 1.5 solution. 200 yuan technical usage fee. What will the total cost be? "Mr. Su, could you lower it a bit? The cost is too high." The representatives expressed their opinions. Su Fan smiled. He did not blame them for thinking this way, because the previous lithium battery costs were indeed high. However, this was the super battery. "I think it is not high at all." Su Fan said seriously. "Do you know the cost of the Mr. Su, what is the cost?" Yanhuang followed up. 100 yuan per kilogram. Su Fan raised his voice slightly. Do you still think it is expensive? So low. In that case it's completely fine. Even if we pay the 200 yuan technical usage fee, it would only be 300 yuan. 300 yuan for 5 degrees of electricity, which means the cost per degree of electricity is 200 yuan, significantly lower than before. Mr. Su is impressive. Mr. Su is generous. The entrepreneurs in fact had thick skins and were not shy about flattering. Su Fan was speechless as he continued. The technology can be authorized, but only to 3 companies. You can decide among yourselves. Here are 3 contracts. You have 1 hour to discuss. After saying this, Su Fan left the conference room. He had no common language with these old gentlemen. In the conference room, the representatives of the battery industry looked at each other, and ultimately, it was Yanhuang who spoke first. Let's divide these 3 spots based on market share. 1 spot for Denning Era, 1 for Bigwandi, and for the remaining spot, you can jointly establish a company to share it. Other battery company representatives immediately felt displeased, wondering why Denning and Bigwandi should monopolize 1 spot. However, upon careful thought, these 2 indeed had the capability. All representatives, without their top leaders present, began to contact their respective bosses. The general manager of Bigwandi also reached out to the chairman, but felt comparatively relaxed. An hour later, Su Fan returned to the conference room. The company representatives had finished their discussions and ultimately decided to adopt Jian Yua's proposal. The 3 contracts were taken back by them, and once signed and stamped, they would be returned. The 3 contracts were officially signed and announced online by Denning Era Bigwandi and the newly established Legong Battery. Denning Era has obtained the licensing rights for the Super God battery technology and is authorized to produce the Thunder God battery, welcoming interested enterprises to collaborate. Legong Battery has also obtained the licensing rights for the Super God battery technology and is authorized to produce the Thunder God battery, welcoming interested enterprises to collaborate. Observing these announcements, the popularity of the Super God battery soared once again to the top of trending searches. After the Super God company provided production line blueprints of various specifications, the 3 companies worked overnight to retrofit their production lines. A week later, the Super God battery was officially mass-produced. It is worth mentioning that the intelligent industrial control system developed by Hong Ho, although unable to be controlled offline, still outperformed existing intelligent industrial control systems. The personnel from the 3 companies praised it endlessly. After the official release of the Super God battery, the prices of gasoline vehicles plummeted in the market. Currently, the energy density of semi-solid batteries in the market is 0.36 degrees per kilogram, while the Super God battery 1.5 is more than 4 times that. If all were replaced with the Super God battery 1.5, even the least efficient mini car could achieve nearly 500 kilometers of range. For those originally capable of 700 kilometers of range, it directly extended to 3,000 kilometers. For traditional gasoline vehicles that can run 1,000 kilometers on a full tank, that is quite impressive, but the gap with the new energy vehicles equipped with a new battery is stark. The impact in this regard is actually not significant for most domestic car manufacturers. Because a few years ago, under the guidance of the national policy promoting the development of new energy vehicles to achieve a leapfrog over foreign monopolistic technologies, almost all domestic car manufacturers made significant investments in new energy vehicles, ramping up production. If gasoline vehicles do not work, they can just sell new energy vehicles. As for foreign car manufacturers, they have almost lost the market in Xia Country. This is because the technology licensing contract provided by Su Fan clearly states that the sale of Super God batteries to foreign companies is prohibited. Since communicating with the representatives of the battery companies, Su Fan had plunged into the 5th floor laboratory. After more than a week of intense work, he had not developed the gene optimization fluid and fell ill instead. At this moment, he was lying on the sofa in the villa's 1st floor recuperating. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Su Fan was puzzled who could be looking for him at this hour. Zhou Xiaoxiao had a key and his parents were busy dancing in the square back in their hometown. With confusion, he walked to the door and asked, "Who is it?" "Checking the water meter." A low male voice came from behind. "It's the water meter checkers." "How scary." Su Fan hurriedly peered through the peephole and saw 3 men at the door, 1 middle-aged man and 2 young men. They were dressed neatly, standing tall, with bright sharp eyes. Clearly they were not here just to check the water meter. Su Fan hesitated. The people outside could either be from the government or enemies. What to do? "I'm waiting online, urgent." Seeing Su Fan hesitating to open the door, the middle-aged man suddenly laughed and teased, "I didn't expect you to be quite alert." The other 2 did not dare to laugh, but their slightly upturned lips indicated they actually wanted to. "No jokes, we are from the military, please open the door." The middle-aged man pulled out an ID and showed it to the peephole. Su Fan sighed with relief, but then felt anxious again. Just because they claimed to be military doesn't mean they were. Enemies could also claim that IDs could be forged. How reckless of me lately, completely ignoring the hidden dangers around me. Su Fan thought to himself. He secretly instructed Hong Ho to call the police directly, There was a police station not far from the community, and the police could arrive within 5 minutes to rescue him. Just hold on a little longer. Military. What does the military want with me? We want to talk about the super god battery. The middle-aged man was speechless. This young man is too cautious. Mister, so can we discuss this inside after you open the door? This isn't a place for conversation. I still have a fever and don't want to infect you, so let's talk like this. The middle-aged man was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to speak, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. What are you doing? Don't move. A police officer holding a gun ran over from a distance, pointing his service pistol at the three men. Since the release of the super god battery, the municipal leaders were worried about his safety and arranged for police patrols near his villa. After Su Fan reported to the police, this officer received a message from the alarm center, actually just 50 meters away, having coincidentally turned to the back of another villa. The middle-aged man was completely speechless. He shook his head and said, I am from the military. The police officer relaxed slightly, but did not lower his gun. Hello, to avoid misunderstandings, please remain still and refrain from any other actions. The middle-aged, they remained in a standoff for 3 minutes, and distant sounds of frantic running could be heard. A team of regular police and a team of special police were rushing towards them. The police station was nearby, running was faster than driving. When these two teams of police arrived in front of the villa, the officer, holding the gun, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry for the inconvenience, please show your identification. The middle-aged man took out his ID, and one of the police officers stepped forward to verify it. After confirming the authenticity of the identification over the phone, the leading officer, a middle-aged policeman, stepped forward to apologize. Then the middle-aged policeman personally went to knock on Su Fan's door. Only then did Su Fan feel at ease enough to open the door. The three military men entered Su Fan's home, while the police stayed outside with 2 officers guarding the door and the others returning to the station. Hello, I am Zhao Jun from the military. The purpose of this visit is simple: to procure the super god battery on behalf of the military. I wonder what Mr. Su thinks about this. Zhao Jun said with a smile, not mentioning the previous incident. He felt that Su Fan's vigilance was a good thing rather than a fault. Since the police confirmed Zhao Jun and his team's identities, he had guessed that this was the case. After all, he had anticipated it before the release of the super god battery. I can authorize you to produce the super god battery 1.5. You can also purchase from Big Wandi and the others. Our super god company does not intend to invest in large-scale production. Su Fan did not immediately reveal his trump card. My goal this time is not the super god battery 1.5. You should understand what I mean. We want something better. Zhao Jun smiled and said, the super god battery indeed has excellent options. How good does your superior want it to be? Su Fan kept him guessing, for after all, those 3 had scared him earlier, so he couldn't be too straightforward. The price is not an issue, we only want the best. Zhao Jun waved his hand with grandiosity. This was a matter of importance to the command leadership, and the budget was very sufficient. Su Fan nodded, looking at Zhao Jun as he continued, as for money, I am not lacking. What I lack is something that money cannot buy. Zhao Jun quietly watched Su Fan, waiting for him to continue. Su Fan did not make a direct request, but first threw out a bait. Zhao Jun thought for a moment and tentatively said, could it be that it reaches 1 kilogram for 5 degrees of electricity? He felt he had already set the bar high, as according to some traditions one would release 1 generation, conceal another, and develop a third. The super god battery was released at 1.5 degrees of electricity, concealing a version of 3 degrees, and developing a version of 4.5 degrees, which was already a groundbreaking breakthrough. After all, the current market only has an energy density of 0.36. Su Fan shook his head. Zhao Jun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that it was good it hadn't reached that level, otherwise he wouldn't know how to negotiate. The complete version of the super god battery is 10 degrees of electricity per kilogram. Su Fan deliberately flattened his tone. 10 degrees of electricity. Zhao Jun first confirmed the number with Su Fan. Are you sure it's 10, not 4? He gestured with his fingers, knowing that most people from Ning City struggle to differentiate between the retroflexed and non-retroflexed sounds. Su Fan gestured back, saying, it's 10, not 4. After confirming it was indeed 10 degrees of electricity per kilogram, Zhao Jun gasped. This super god technology is terrifying. Mr. Su, feel free to put forward your conditions. Zhao Jun said seriously. The density of 10 degrees of electricity would greatly enhance certain equipment, and some of the previously conceptual products could become reality. Then I'll speak frankly. Su Fan smiled and said, I have 3 conditions. First, all my companies, including the Super God Black Technology Company, Super God Technology Company, Super God Energy Company, Super God Software Company, and any future companies, must be registered under military industry licenses. Zhao Jun nodded, knowing from his expression that this was a trivial matter. Second, the development of the Super God Company cannot do without talent. The state must provide trustworthy undergraduate administrative secretaries and above, as well as excellent master's degree professionals and above for Super God Technology. The third condition is actually not a request, but a benefit for you. Even with just a military industry license, I still feel uneasy. I plan to offer 33 of Super God Energy's shares as a tribute to our great nation. However, the state can only participate in profit sharing and not in the management and operation of Super God Energy. Zhao Jun, upon hearing the third condition, gave Su Fan a meaningful glance, admiring his cleverness. I can agree to these 3 conditions directly. The military industry certificate will soon be issued to your company, and trustworthy talents will be gradually summoned from various places. The shares of Super God Energy will also soon have someone come to take over. Su Fan was taken aback. Just like that, it was agreed. Director Zhao, do you have such great authority? Zhao Jun smiled meaningfully. I agreed to your 3 conditions, so what about the Super God battery? The complete version of the Super God battery will be produced by Super God Energy, and the military will directly purchase from Super God Energy with the purchase price. At this point, Su Fan paused to think. The purchase price is 80 for 1 degree of electricity battery, which means 800 yuan for 1 kilogram of battery. 80 for a 1 degree of electricity battery. Mr. Su, are you sure you're not joking? Not 800, nor 8,000. Zhao Jun exclaimed. In his eyes, such an impressive battery should have a very high cost. Su Fan nodded. I confirm it's 80 for 1 degree of electricity battery. Mr. Su, you are truly something else. Zhao Jun gave Su Fan a thumbs up. Director Zhao, you're being too polite. Su Fan felt a bit embarrassed. He certainly wouldn't say, selling you a 1 degree electricity battery for 80, I make a profit of 70. Let's leave it at that for today, Mr. Su, we will meet again later. Zhao Jun and the others took their leave. After sending them off, Su Fan returned to his bedroom on the 3rd floor and flopped onto the soft bed, starting to contemplate the next steps. The protection fee had already been promised to be submitted. The military certificate was about to be processed, and now the Super God Company was also seen as one of their own in the eyes of certain people. Next, he planned to set off a beautiful firework. Opening the Super God Black Technology system, there were many black technologies related to large controllable nuclear fusion. For instance, large controllable nuclear fusion deuterium tritium 2.0 impact value. Large controllable nuclear fusion deuterium 5.0 impact value. Large controllable nuclear fusion deuterium helium 3 7.0 impact value. Large controllable nuclear fusion helium 3 99999 impact value. Su Fan thought for a moment. In terms of raw materials, Blue Star only has a rich supply of deuterium, while tritium and helium-3 are extremely scarce. Although neutron bombardment of lithium can produce tritium, tritium has nuclear radiation. The radioactive substance associated with the nuclear radiation is tritium. Su Fan cherished life. It was better to stay away from such materials with nuclear radiation. Therefore, he decisively exchanged for large controllable nuclear fusion deuterium, costing 5.0 impact value. 5.0 impact value is quite cheap. His impact value in the system had already reached 500 million. Without hesitation, he directly chose to extract the black technology, since he had nothing else to do today. Then he rolled his eyes and fainted. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly woke up, picked up his phone on the nightstand, and discovered it was already 1 a.m. The next day, considering that he would frequently extract black technology in the future, Su Fan had stocked up on plenty of fast food in his villa. After going to the kitchen on the 1st floor and crazily eating a large amount of food, he comfortably lay on the sofa, squinting his eyes while thinking. Currently, the mainstream research direction for nuclear fusion in the world is deuterium-tritium fusion, because it is the easiest to achieve. Deuterium-deuterium fusion is more difficult to achieve than deuterium-tritium fusion, and the energy released is lower than that of deuterium-tritium fusion, so researchers have almost abandoned this path. This path has 2 advantages. First, the deuterium reserves on Blue Star are extremely abundant. The deuterium in the oceans can last for several hundred million, even over 1 billion years. Second, deuterium has no radiation. Deuterium-deuterium fusion typically produces helium-4 and a neutron, and the neutron issue is easy to solve. In summary, deuterium-deuterium fusion is nearly clean energy, barely usable. Next, he would face the manufacturing of the nuclear fusion reactor. For deuterium-deuterium nuclear fusion to succeed, 3 conditions must be met. First, the ignition temperature must be sufficient. Second, it must withstand the extremely high temperatures generated during continuous operation. Third, neutron collection. Solving the neutron collection problem is quite simple, but the ignition method and the high-temperature resistance are difficult. Currently, there are 2 commonly used ignition methods and high-temperature resistance techniques in the world. The first method is inertial confinement fusion, which involves irradiating small fuel pellets with lasers or other forms of high-energy particle beams, causing the internal fuel to shrink inward due to heating, thereby achieving sufficient temperature and pressure to trigger nuclear fusion reactions. The controllable nuclear fusion exchange through the system directly resolved the high-temperature issue by utilizing a special material capable of withstanding temperatures in excess of hundreds of millions of degrees. This special material does not exist in the blue planet, and requires redevelopment. This material is referred to as Type 1 thermoelectric alloy. The working principle of thermoelectric alloy, which can withstand temperatures above hundreds of millions of degrees, is quite simple. According to the law of energy conservation, ordinary metals or substances when heated convert heat into molecular or atomic kinetic energy, and as the temperature rises they turn into a liquid state or even a gaseous state. In contrast, the thermoelectric alloy behaves entirely differently. When heated it does not gain molecular or atomic kinetic energy, but instead converts thermal energy into electrical energy. Within a certain temperature range, the higher the temperature, the more electrical energy is converted. Moreover, the conversion rate is nearly 100%. Such a terrifying prospect. Type 1 thermoelectric alloy is a complex new alloy that requires the synthesis of 10 new types of alloys. Unfortunately, these 10 new alloys do not yet exist on the blue planet. Fortunately, the materials for synthesizing these 10 new alloys are all available on the blue planet, and none of them are precious materials. Learning from the previous experience of developing the super divine battery, Su Fan firmly rejected the idea of letting 1 or 2 people develop these 11 new materials. The next afternoon, a group of unexpected guests arrived at the company. Just as Su Fan reached the entrance, he was blocked by Zhou Xiaoxiao, who informed him that representatives from the LG battery of the Pickled Vegetable Nation were present and were waiting in the lobby on the first floor. A smirk appeared on Su Fan's lips. He liked this arrangement. Have someone watch them in the lobby, don't let them wander around aimlessly. I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back in a few hours. If they ask, just tell them I'll be there soon. Su Fan winked at Zhou Xiaoxiao, and then drove off in the car provided by the company some time ago. Zhou Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, her lips slightly curling upwards. Some people just can't be given face. In the lobby of the office building, a group of people from the Pickled Vegetable Nation was anxiously waiting. This group consisted of 6 people, 5 men and 1 woman. There were no seats in the lobby, so the 6 could. The people from Xia Country are so rude. Our great Pickled Vegetable Nation arrives, and they don't even arrange for us to go to the reception room. It's simply outrageous, exclaimed a young man in anger. The people of Xia Country are just a small nation lacking culture. How can they compare to our historically rich Pickled Vegetable Nation? Enough, here they come. Everyone be quiet to showcase the culture of our great Pickled Vegetable Nation, whispered the middle-aged man at the front. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao walked in. I apologize, mister. So we'll take a moment to arrive. Please bear with us for a while. Within the group, a young man translated this to the middle-aged man. All right, then we will reluctantly wait a bit long. This time we from LG Batteries have come with sincerity. This order is enough for your super divine company to last a lifetime. We hope you can seize this opportunity. The middle-aged man's expression was sincere, yet his tone was filled with arrogance, as if he were doing a favor to the super divine company. Zhou Xiaoxiao's face darkened. Then I truly thank you. With that, she turned and left. The 2 security guards at the entrance turned around, glaring intently at the 6. Zhou Xiaoxiao stormed out of the office building, then pulled out her phone. Su Fan, these people are too arrogant. They came to us seeking cooperation, yet from what I heard they talked like they were bestowing us charity. I can't swallow this, you need to help me. Oomph. Su Fan was currently parked by a small lake, lounging in the car while playing games. Zhou Xiaoxiao's call only worsened his impression of these people from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. No problem, that LG company can go bankrupt, mark my words, Su Fan said, a slight smirk appearing on his lips, speaking with authority. Let alone a small LG, he doesn't even regard the entire Pickled Vegetable Nation. Once he manufactures the Skyground aircraft, Skyground mothership, and even space vessels, the father of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, the Eagle Country, will have to kneel. About an hour later, Zhou Xiaoxiao suddenly called again, her tone somewhat excited. Su Fan, reporters from the central television station have arrived. They want to interview you. Hurry back, don't keep them waiting too long. Upon hearing this, Su Fan did not dare to delay. He knew they were here for the super divine battery. A few minutes later, he returned to the company. The reporters from the television station were being well received in the conference room on the 2nd floor with dedicated staff, serving tea and water and fruit platters arranged. The conference room on the 2nd floor was directly above the lobby on the 1st floor, and Zhou Xiaoxiao's warm reception of the television reporters formed a stark contrast to her cold treatment of the 6 individuals from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. What was even more infuriating was that an employee washing fruits deliberately brought the fruit to wash on the 1st floor, and then slowly walked past the pickled vegetable people carrying the arranged fruit platter. I'm so furious. The people from the Super Divine Company are so impolite, we won't cooperate with them anymore, shouted a young person from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, nearly distorting his surgically enhanced nose in anger. Yes, no more cooperation. Our LG company is so large, a tiny Super Divine Company should come to us. The young woman from the Pickled Vegetable Nation also fumed, but dared not speak loudly, fearing to misalign her fake chin. Absurd. Before coming, the chairman said we must establish cooperation with the Super Divine Company. The middle-aged man cursed. His earlier arrogance vanished without a trace. At this moment Su Fan happened to arrive in the lobby hearing a group of people chattering, but he could not understand a word. He ignored them, and quickly ran up to the second floor. The middle-aged man increasingly felt that the young man who just passed by was familiar. It wasn't until Su Fan had gone up to the second floor that he remembered wasn't that Su Fan. He then slapped his forehead in frustration, wondering why he hadn't stopped him earlier. Seeing Su Fan rush up the stairs, he couldn't help but wonder who on the second floor could possibly be more important than the great pickled vegetable nation. The expression of the middle-aged man gradually darkened. Su Fan did not see the expression on the middle-aged man's face, though otherwise he would surely feel pleased. At this moment, he was facing the camera accepting an interview from the central television station. Mr. Su, can the energy density of the super divine battery really reach 1.5 degrees of electricity per kilogram? It can certainly be achieved. The super divine battery is willing to accept supervision from the general public. Mr. Su, is the super divine company developing batteries with even higher energy densities? The super divine battery 1.5 is merely the first generation. In the future, the super divine company will launch batteries with higher energy densities, contributing more powerful strength to the development of the national new energy industry. Mr. Su, what are the future plans of the super divine company? The super divine company has already collaborated with the military to become an official military enterprise. Next, we will advance towards controllable nuclear fusion, paving new paths for the country's energy sector. The interview at the central television station quickly came to an end, and Su Fan politely escorted them out. A middle-aged man from LG approached and called out to Director Su, but unfortunately Su Fan couldn't understand the foreign language, and even if he did, he wouldn't pay him any mind. After seeing off the television crew, Su Fan drove straight home. As for the people from LG Battery, he thought to himself, let them be. After all, there were no seats, no water to drink, and no food to eat. If asked, the security guard at the door would give a uniform response. Director Su is busy and will be able to attend to them later. As for when this later would be, who knows? Zhou Xiaoxiao watched the surveillance footage of the office building's first floor, feeling quite satisfied. Indeed, Su Fan, whom she admired, could come up with such methods to deal with the people from the foreign country. In the end, these 6 individuals arrived with their heads held high, but left in disgrace, having not exchanged a single word with Su Fan. They left in the evening as the sun was setting. The next morning, Su Fan, still drowsy, received a joyful phone call from Zhou Xiaoxiao. Su Fan, the military sent someone with a military industrial certificate. We have become a military enterprise. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, we finalized the deal a few days ago. Additionally, a group of representatives from the country will come in a couple of days to take over 33% of Chaoxing Energy's shares, so please remind me for the handover. Also, there is a batch of talents provided by the state and the military. I'll please take them in. Lastly, you need to register a company called Chaoxing Materials, fully owned by Chaoxing Technology, and you will act as the general manager for now. Finally, change Chaoxing Technology Company to Chaoxing Technology Group. Now it holds Chaoxing Software, Chaoxing Energy, and Chaoxing Materials, and we can apply to become a group company. Good luck. Xiao. Su Fan said a lot in one breath, then tossed the phone aside and continued to sleep. It was only 8 a.m. The military people were indeed early risers. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoxiao was bewildered, holding her phone. She initially just wanted to share good news, but her superior assigned her a whole bunch of tasks. She thought to herself, I shouldn't have said so much. That evening at 7, Su Fan turned on the television just in time for the news broadcast. Between the 17th and 20th minutes, the news reported that Chaoxing Group's Chaoxing Battery had surpassed Global Battery RD Enterprises, becoming an industry leader, along with a special interview with Su Fan. Su Fan, feeling elated, directly instructed Hong Ho to extract this segment and publish it on the newly established official website and other platform accounts. Online, when netizens noticed the updates on the Chaoxing Group's official website and various platform accounts, it sparked another wave of discussion. Wow, Chaoxing Group made it to the news broadcast. That's incredible. It's national recognition. And even more impressive, didn't you see the sign declaring it a military enterprise? Incredible, incredible. I can't even find words to express it. Chaoxing Group is far ahead. Far ahead. Far ahead. Far ahead. I think it's better to be cautious. LG batteries are a big brand. I only trust LG. Caught a walking 50,000. National security. National security. National security. I feel that Chaoxing Group definitely has more powerful batteries. What do you all think? One generation produces, one generation hides, one generation develops. Let's take a look. Chaoxing Group is mighty, a national enterprise daring to be the first. I crossed over to the foreign country and found that LG batteries harshly criticized Chaoxing Group for the unfair treatment they received. Upstairs, please provide the news link. Please provide screenshots. Please provide screenshots. Here are the screenshots, quickly called Dad. Chaoxing Group is definitely a patriotic enterprise. Big thumbs up. Must support this. Keep it up. Keep it up. Online, the positive reviews poured in, and in reality, progress was steadily advancing. A few days later, the promised talents from the military gradually arrived. During these days, Su Fan contacted Zhao Jun once, emphasizing that the first batch of talents should prioritize those specialized in nuclear physics and materials science, to which Zhao Jun readily agreed. For this talent delivery, the military provided 1 professor-level talent, 5 associate professors, 20 doctoral students, 200 master's students, and 50 administrative secretarial talents. This is just the first batch. As Chaoxing Group develops, more talents will be provided. Additionally, after obtaining Su Fan's consent, the military will deploy a company of soldiers to station at Chaoxing Group. On February 22nd, Su Fan met with 6 professors who had just arrived at Chaoxing Group in the 5th floor conference room. They were Professor Ma Baoxiao, Associate Professors, Zheng Kaiping, Fu Wenzhou, Wang Dequan, Zhang Guoqing, and Wu Jiqiang. Hello 6 professors, my name is Su Fan, the founder of Chaoxing Group. Today is our first meeting. Let's do a self-introduction, mainly focusing on your research areas. The 6 professors nodded kindly. They had originally worked at a military research institute, but were assigned to Chaoxing Group due to an upper-level order. Initially unwilling, they were instantly silenced upon seeing the data from Chaoxing Battery 10. In the field of scientific research, strength matters, or rather research capability, is more emphasized. The 6 professors exchanged glances, and as the only full professor, Ma Baoxiao took the lead in the introductions. Hello Director Su, I am Ma Baoxiao and my research area is controllable nuclear fusion. Su Fan nodded, looking at the other professors. I am Fu Wenzhou and my research area is also controllable nuclear fusion, another professor said. Hello Director Su, I am Zheng Kaiping and my research area is materials science. Wang Dequan also materials science. Zhang Guoqing materials science. Wu Jiqiang materials. The others also introduced their research areas one by one. 2 are researching controllable nuclear fusion and 4 are researching materials. From now on, the 2 professors researching controllable nuclear fusion will join Chaoxing Energy Company. The 4 professors studying materials will join Chaoxing Materials Company. Su Fan took a sip of water and retrieved 6 encrypted phones from a nearby box. This is a confidential work phone, 1 for each person. The 4 materials science professors now have 2 research topics on their phones. Each research topic involves a brand new material. The synthesis method of the new material is included. All you need to do is gather the graduate students to form a research group and synthesize it as soon as possible. Su Fan smiled as he spoke. Is there already a synthesis method? That makes producing the final product relatively simple, Zheng Kaiping said with a smile. The other 3 materials science professors also smiled. Chaoxing Materials has just been established and needs a responsible person in the technology aspect of research. Professors, do any of you want to self-nominate? Su Fan suddenly said with a mischievous tone. The 4 materials science professors paused in surprise, then exchanged glances, 3 of them instinctively turning toward Professor Zheng Kaiping. Su Fan observed the scene and instantly grasped the unspoken dynamics. Very well. Henceforth, Professor Zheng will lead the scientific research on the divine transcendence material. After a moment's reflection, Su Fan added, let us establish a materials science research institute under Divine Transcendence Materials Co., with Professor Zheng serving as its director. The institute shall comprise 4 dedicated research institutes: Institute I, Institute 2, Institute 3, and Institute 4, each focusing on distinct domains of advanced materials science. Professors Zheng Kaiping, Wang Dequan, Zhang Guoqing, and Wu Jiqiang shall serve as directors of Institutes I through 4 respectively. Does this arrangement meet with your approval? Entirely appropriate, President Su. Your planning is exceptionally thorough, Professor Zheng Kaiping replied with a warm smile. The other 3 professors nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Su Fan gave a slight nod, then turned his gaze toward Professor Ma Baoxiao. For Divine Transcendence Energy, we shall establish a nuclear engineering division with Professor Ma Baoxiao appointed as director and Professor Fu Wenzhou as deputy director. And Chairman Su, may I pose a question, though I hesitate to intrude? Professor Ma spoke softly, testing the waters. Director Ma, please proceed. May I ask why nuclear energy is organized as an engineering division while materials science forms a full-fledged research institute? Su Fan broke into laughter upon hearing the question. Director Ma, the theoretical and engineering framework for controlled nuclear fusion has already been resolved. I only await the completion of key material development before commencing construction. Thus, establishing a dedicated nuclear research institute is presently unnecessary. An engineering division suffices to execute construction precisely according to the blueprints I provide. You mean, you've already solved controlled nuclear fusion? Professor Ma blurted out, stunned. The other 5 professors turned towards Su Fan in collective disbelief. Doubtful. Su Fan smiled faintly as he took a sip of water. All 6 professors shook their heads in unison, not from distrust in their new leader, but because the claim was so extraordinary that credulity itself seemed suspended. No matter. Let time be our witness. Why not make it more interesting? A wager? Su Fan added with a mischievous glint in his eye. The 6 professors exchanged knowing looks. Professor Ma Baoxiao laughed heartily. Agreed, Chairman Su. How shall we wager? We wager on whether controlled nuclear fusion can be realized. And let us add a temporal constraint. 1 year. Under my leadership, should we succeed in building a commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion system, within 12 months, all 6 of you shall join my core team. Su Fan's gaze grew subtly predatory, like a master hunter sizing up rare game. Talent was his greatest passion. The 6 professors exchanged amused smiles. The terms posed no real risk. Entirely acceptable. At that moment Professor Ma arched an eyebrow. And if you lose, Chairman Su? Su Fan mirrored the gesture. Should I lose? I shall reveal to you a secret. All 6 professors leaned forward intrigued. Rest assured, the secret will prove profoundly worth your curiosity. With mutual nods the wager was sealed. By the way, I propose renaming the Nuclear Engineering Division to the Nuclear Engineering Research Institute. Professor Ma Baoxia shall serve as director and Professor Fu Wenzhou as deputy director. An engineering division evokes images of civil construction projects, Su Fan quipped with a grin. The professors chuckled and shared amusement. Directors Ma and Fu detailed partial blueprints for the deuterium-controlled fusion reactor are already installed on your mobile devices. Please begin implementation immediately following this meeting. For logistical support, contact Zhou Xiaoxiao directly, whether land acquisition funding or any other resource requirement. Regarding personnel, doctoral and master's candidates shall be assigned accordingly. Those specializing in materials science report to the Materials Science Research Institute. All others fall under the jurisdiction of the Nuclear Engineering Research Institute. You hold full authority to organize assignments as you see fit. My directives are now complete. Do any of you have further questions? The professors glanced at one another. Professor Ma Baoxia smiled warmly. None at present, but should queries arise we shall certainly seek your guidance, Chairman Su. Haha, absolutely. Meeting adjourned. In the following day, Su Fan convened a mobilization assembly before the corporate headquarters, attended by every employee of Divine Transcendence Group. Having expanded steadily, the group now employed over 500 individuals. Surveying the crowd below, Su Fan felt a quiet swell of pride. Once a struggling outsider, he had now become a visionary leader whose ambitions defied conventional measure. Life remains unpredictable, fate ever fluid. As long as the celestial order remains unwritten, any of us may yet emerge as the dark horse who reshapes destiny. Today we gather beneath the banner of Divine Transcendence Group, and many of you are already familiar with our portfolio. Each of our ventures currently leads its respective industry. Whether Divine Transcendence Image Editor Pet Paradise Game or our latest breakthrough, the Divine Transcendence Battery, you should consider yourselves fortunate to have joined this enterprise. For Divine Transcendence Group is destined to undertake endeavors unprecedented in history, unmatched by past or future alike, and beyond the blue planet, into the cosmos, and that is our sacred mission. Next we launch the Divine Transcendence Deuterium Controlled Fusion Project. And success is inevitable. Our name shall be etched into the annals of human achievement. That concludes today's address. Meeting adjourned, and the entire assembly, including staff assembly time, lasted precisely 3 minutes. Su Fan had initially resisted holding the event, but Zhou Xiaoxiao insisted. A formal gathering helps new hires recognize the CEO. Otherwise they might pass him in the hallway without even realizing who he is. Awkward, wouldn't it be? The controlled fusion project was now underway. Su Fan led a team of doctoral and master's candidates in researching 2 novel materials, complementing the efforts of the 4 professors at the Materials Science Research Institute, thereby assigning clear responsibility for all 10 advanced material initiatives. Professor Ma Baoxia oversaw the physical construction of the fusion reactor. Though certain core components remained pending due to material constraints, the majority of structural work could proceed in parallel. Across Divine Transcendence Group, only Zhang Minghan, who led the Divine Transcendence Battery Initiative, remained temporarily unengaged. Boredom soon drove him to Su Fan's laboratory, where he volunteered to assist in novel material research. Meanwhile, the sudden influx of researchers strained existing laboratory capacity. Facilities were overwhelmed, resources scarce. To resolve this, Divine Transcendence Group launched a dual-track strategy, investing in a new state-of-the-art experimental center, while simultaneously acquiring modular prefabricated laboratories for rapid deployment within factory premises, serving as immediate operational relief. Through collective dedication, the progress of the Controlled Fusion Initiative advanced at a visibly accelerated, while Su Fan's team pressed forward with fusion research. Residents of the southern mountainous region of Qiling County, Ningxing City, recently noticed an unexpected development. An entire sector of the mountains had been cordoned off. Rows of undulating green perimeter fencing now encircled the area, obscuring visibility from outside. Heavy transport trucks, laden with steel beams, cement, and specialized construction materials, entered the zone continuously. Within the enclosure, Professor Ma Baoxiao directed construction crews with precise authority, while Professor Fu Wenzhou supervised a team of graduate students beneath a cargo truck, calibrating instruments and conducting rigorous field diagnostics. Nearby excavation had already begun on a small hillside. Even controlled nuclear fusion demands extreme prudence. Its inherent risks brook no compromise. Hence Su Fan chose this remote southern mountainous area, his ancestral homeland, as the ideal site. Its sparse population ensured minimal human presence. Once sealed and excavated into secure underground chambers, the facility would be granted military oversight by higher authorities, guaranteeing absolute security and confidentiality. Then, let time mature the endeavor and prepare the world for astonishment. A week later, the 4 research institutes of the Materials Science Research Institute successively reported good news. All 8 new materials have been successfully researched and synthesized, along with the 2 additional new materials that Su Fan synthesized a day earlier, making a total of 10 new materials ready for the synthesis of Type 1 thermoelectric alloy. Su Fan rubbed his hands together in excitement, getting one step closer to igniting controllable nuclear fusion. This week he entered a state of intense work, and fortunately Zhou Xiaoxiao worried about his health and bought him many supplements, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to hold on. Years of not exercising left him breathless after climbing 3 flights of stairs. Since he was quite exhausted, Su Fan decided to give all employees of the Super God Company a day off. Once the notice was posted on the official website, countless onlookers reacted as if they had just bitten into 2 pounds of lemons. Sour. While Su Fan and the others were on break, an astonishing discovery on the moon, specifically on the far side, shocked the Grand Elder of the Summer Nation. What? You say a giant spaceship was discovered on the far side of the moon? Even the Grand Elder, who was well-versed and capable of maintaining his composure amidst chaos, was still shocked by the news. That's right, the news is confirmed. It is definitely a spaceship. These are photos taken by the Moon Rabbit too. Minister of Aerospace, Yanhuang excitedly showed the Grand Elder several high-definition photos. Let me see. The Grand Elder took the photos and examined them closely. It was a spaceship stranded in a great rift, entirely black as ink. It wasn't as huge as depicted in sci-fi movies, but it was comparable in size to a 20-story building lying on the ground. According to measurements from Moon Rabbit 2, this spaceship is 68 meters long, 36 meters wide, and 24 meters high. The Grand Elder seriously examined the image of the spaceship, his expression transforming from excitement to calm, and then gradually furrowing his brows. There is a small hole at this position of the spaceship. Oh, did you notice? The Grand Elder pointed at the image. Minister Yanhuang nodded. I saw it. According to expert observations and calculations, the hole on the spaceship was clearly caused by an energy weapon attack. The attack must have originated from a huge cave in the front, penetrating through the entire hull of the spaceship. Look here, there's another hole. Wenzhou pointed to a specific area in the image. The Grand Elder looked closely and indeed found another small hole. The printed images are small for ease of transport and reporting, but if you have time you can come to the Aerospace Department headquarters, where there are high-definition images that are absolutely more visually striking than these. Yanhuang said with emotion. What are we waiting for? Let's go now? The Grand Elder declared decisively. Aren't you supposed to meet with the Prime Minister of the Little Days nation later? It's just the Little Days. How could this matter be less important? Let them wait. The Grand Elder said with authority. Lead the way. Meanwhile, the employees of the Super God Company enjoyed their day off and returned to work on time the next day. Su Fan called 6 professors to the conference room on the 5th floor. After a week of hard work, the 4 professors from the Materials Science Research Institute, along with myself, have successfully completed the synthesis of precursor materials for the controllable nuclear fusion core material. Next, we will research the core material Type 1 thermoelectric alloy. Here are several confidentiality agreements. Please sign them. Su Fan handed the confidentiality agreements to the professors. They had signed a previous agreement when researching several other new materials, but this one had a higher confidentiality level and was classified as top secret. Any leakage would be equivalent to treason. The professors signed without any hesitation and completed it quickly. Su Fan called out to the door, and the conference room door was promptly pushed open. 3 fully armed soldiers entered the conference room with a box. They solemnly placed the confidentiality agreements into the box for safekeeping and then withdrew. Indeed, these were military personnel. The confidentiality agreements were to be stored and enforced by the military. Professors Yanhuang and Wu Yu from the Materials Science Research Institute will work with me on the research of Type 1 thermoelectric alloy. The synthesis method and formula for Type 1 thermoelectric alloy have been sent to your work phones. Please take a look when you have time, and we will officially start the research and synthesis in the afternoon. Professor Zheng and the others nodded in agreement, and regardless of the ongoing meeting, eagerly opened their phone. Professor Ma Yu and Professor Fu will continue to oversee the construction of the new controllable nuclear fusion reactor. If you encounter any difficulties, please let me know in a timely manner. There is indeed an issue I need to report to you, Professor Ma said. The neutron shielding layer for preventing neutrons did not completely block all neutrons during testing after construction was completed. Su Fan furrowed his brow. If this was black technology provided by the system, how could it fail to block? Please tell me the construction process and the materials used. Professor Ma Baoxiao detailed the entire construction process and also provided Su Fan with the testing data. After listening, Su Fan reviewed the testing data and his frown deepened. This is unreasonable. Let's go, we need to see the site. Su Fan immediately stood up. Professor Zheng and the others, you don't need to come. Please study the thermoelectric alloy materials first. Professor Zheng and the others looked at the materials, casually responded, and continued to sit seriously studying them. Su Fan was not angry about their attitude. Instead, he felt admiration for the professor's earnest academic attitude. The strength of the Summer Nation is undoubtedly inseparable from these responsible scientists. Su Fan, Ma Baoxia, and Fu Wenzhou left the conference room and drove to the Nanshan nuclear fusion base in the southern mountainous area of Xia County, Ning City. This was not Su Fan's first visit to the Nanshan nuclear fusion base, but the last time he came was on the first day of construction, which looked completely different from now. The changes were astonishing. At the entrance of the base, the soldiers, after verifying their identities, saluted and let them pass. As they continued forward, they could see that a small hill within the base had been excavated to create a huge downward. Only by truly entering the cave could one feel the vastness of it. The tunnel inside was at least 10 meters high and at least 20 meters wide. The walls of the cave had been reinforced and smoothed with reinforced concrete, making them very clean. Continuing inward for about 200 meters, they arrived at a gigantic underground hall. The hall was filled with people, mostly military personnel and scholars, and various machinery was roaring as they were constructing a massive spherical facility. This spherical facility was the main body of the new controllable nuclear fusion. Su Fan followed Ma Baoxiao to the side of the spherical facility to observe it closely. After a while, he asked a doctoral student nearby for a detection instrument and began testing. As someone who absorbed the complete deuterium controllable nuclear fusion technology from the system, his knowledge surpassed that of Professor Ma and the others. Quickly, he detected the source of the problems. Do you mean the neutron shielding layer material fails to meet specifications? Ma Baoxiao exclaimed in disbelief. These materials were supplied exclusively by a state-owned enterprise. Precisely. Insufficient material purity has allowed some neutrons to penetrate the shielding layer. Su Fan frowned as he studied the readings on the material analyzer. Ma Baoxia's face darkened instantly. Though technically remediable, simply replacing it with higher purity material. The error was gravely serious. This was specialized military-grade material, where absolute reliability was non-negotiable. With a grim expression, Ma Baoxiao pulled out his phone and dialed a contact. Su Fan shook his head. Some enterprises feasted at the nation's table while committing acts beneath contempt, daring to cut corners even on materials for controlled nuclear fusion infrastructure. In ancient times, such betrayal would have warranted the eradication of 9 generations. After resolving the matter, Su Fan strolled through the base. 1 week earlier, this had been barren wilderness. Now it stood as the fully equipped, immaculately maintained South Mountain base. This was the pace of construction in the Dragon Nation. This was its sovereign strength. Had the pioneers of an earlier revolutionary era learned of Su Fan's thoughts, they would surely have smiled with quiet pride. Young ones, behold. This is the realm our generation forged for you. Having concluded all matters at the South Mountain base, Su Fan returned to his company. The round-trip journey, and the time spent at the base, had brought the day to noon. Upon entering the company cafeteria, staff warmly greeted him. Su Fan offered generous salaries, exceptional benefits, wage disbursement. Before work commenced, minimal overtime. And when urgent tasks demanded extra hours, triple compensation was guaranteed without exception. Rumors further circulated that the company would soon provide housing and build schools, offering tuition-free education for employees' children. Such extraordinary welfare would move even the most ungrateful to sincere gratitude toward Master Su Fan. Cafeteria meals were heavily subsidized. Not free, as gratuitous provision risks wastefulness, but effectively costless. Each employee received a monthly food allowance of 1,000 yuan. Typically, 3 daily meals consumed no more than 400 yuan per month, leaving 600 yuan as pure surplus. After lunch, Su Fan proceeded to the materials science laboratory. The moment he entered, he found 4 professors already immersed in synthesizing thermoelectric alloy. Greetings, professors. He offered a courteous salutation, donned his lab attire, and swiftly joined their focused work. Meanwhile, beyond the laboratory walls, the new energy sector had erupted into fierce competition. Within 1 month, the 3 firms licensed with the Divine Core battery technology had fully retrofitted all production lines and achieved mass-scale manufacturing. Vast quantities of Divine Core batteries flooded the market at prices far below those of conventional lithium-ion cells. With superior performance and dramatically lower costs, only the foolish would cling to outdated alternatives. Domestic battery manufacturers had consolidated into three dominant entities, thus becoming unanimous beneficiaries. Conversely, foreign battery subsidiaries operating in the Dragon Nation collapsed entirely amid this tidal wave. Not a single percentage point of market share remained. Enterprises worldwide, both domestic and international, that relied on batteries rushed en masse to secure supply from the triumvirate of battery producers. We need batteries, and what? Production capacity is insufficient, and I'll pay a premium, and regrettably capacity remains constrained. Even premium payments cannot expedite allocation. Please join the queue patiently. Are you a foreign enterprise? And apologies, we do not supply batteries to overseas entities. And among all purchasing industries too, held unparalleled influence, closest to everyday life. They were mobile devices and new energy vehicles. And Xiaowei smartphones integrate the latest Divine Core battery, offering an unprecedented 2.0 mach capacity. Coupled with a domestically developed operating system optimized for power efficiency, they lead the world by a wide margin. Launch date March 21st. Stay tuned. And Oppo smartphones feature the newest Divine Core battery, 2.0 mach capacity, paired with an advanced gallium nitride supercharger delivering up to 360 W output. 2 minutes charging yields 200 hours of talk time. Launching April 3rd. Stay tuned. Dami smartphones employ a custom-tuned Divine Core battery, 2.0 mach capacity, liberating users from battery anxiety with groundbreaking innovations still undisclosed. Launching March 21st, await the revelation. In domestic smartphones empowered by Divine Core batteries had quadrupled capacity, ushering in an era defined by the astonishing 2.0 mach benchmark. Meanwhile, foreign brands, deprived of Divine Core technology and burdened by inferior fast-charging systems, saw their presence in the Dragon Nation's market virtually vanish. Only diehard enthusiasts clung to their beloved fruit-branded devices, the rest prepared wholesale upgrades. That brand's market valuation plummeted by half overnight, and continued shedding value relentlessly thereafter. Turning to new energy vehicles, as precision instrument smartphones required fine-tuned voltage and current calibration before integration. Electric vehicles, however, exhibited greater tolerance, requiring only broad adjustments to accommodate the new batteries. Thus, around March 10th, domestically manufactured new energy vehicles equipped with Divine Core batteries entered mass production and launched nationwide. Baiguandi Motors 2800 km range, more power same price. And Jixiang Motors 2750 km range, more power same price. Dapeng Motors 2630 km range, more power same price. Golden age of domestic automotive triumph had dawned. Some leading manufacturers even introduced trade-in programs for legacy models. Given identical pricing, foreign vehicles delivered 700 km range, while domestic models achieved 2800 km. Only the irrational would hesitate in choosing. I just purchased Baiguandi's newest model, the new Sea Lion, with 1600 km range, slightly less than flagship specs, but at only 1000 yuan. Unbelievably affordable. Same here. I upgraded from a 400 range vehicle costing 1000 yuan to a 1600 range version at the exact same price. An absolute bargain. I bought the 2800 km variant, and am currently en route to Tibet. Anyone claiming new energy vehicles are unfit for long-haul travel deserves a stern rebuke. Ha ha ha. Exhilarating. My family's budget is modest. I paid 600 yuan for a compact microcar, yet its range reaches 1200 km, even in northeastern regions where cold climates typically suppress battery performance. My old gasoline car suddenly feels obsolete. I'm utterly envious. I purchased a certain foreign brand electric vehicle last January for over 300 yuan, boasting only 600 km nominal range. Real-world performance left me heartbroken. Same here. I bought a domestic new energy vehicle last January and qualified for the trade-in program. Yes, there's a small additional cost, but infinitely preferable to holding onto a depreciating asset. Online forums buzzed with fervent discussion. Countless citizens swelled with patriotic pride over the Divine Core battery's technological sovereignty. Simultaneously, traditional internal combustion vehicles faced obsolescence. Once coveted foreign luxury marques lost their allure in the eyes of the Dragon Nation's populace, replaced by an organic, deep-rooted national confidence. That same foreign marque's vehicles likewise faltered. Its meager range rendered irrelevant its sole remaining advantage, autonomous driving capability. When confronted with such a chasm in endurance, consumers refused to compromise. Beyond smartphones and automobiles, every foreign enterprise reliant on batteries suffered steep stock declines. Yet this initial shockwave affected only the global battery industry and its immediate supply chain. However, the coming tremors would reverberate across every sector of the world, sparked by Divine Core Group's relentless innovation. After over 2 weeks of intensive research, Type I thermoelectric alloy had successfully been synthesized in the laboratory. True controlled nuclear fusion now lay within reach, just one final threshold away. Director Su. We did it. In the materials laboratory, 4 elderly men laughed joyfully, like children, their eyes constantly darting towards the 3 black metal pieces in the lab. One of the black metal pieces was placed on an alcohol lamp with wires connected to a voltage and current meter. Another black metal piece was positioned on an acetylene torch also connected by wires to the voltage and current meter. The last piece of metal was directly placed under a high-intensity laser with wires leading to the voltage and current. The 3 current meters displayed different voltages and currents, but there was a pattern: the higher the temperature experienced by the metal piece, the greater the value shown on the voltage and current meters. By calculating the energy, the heat energy received and the electrical energy released can almost achieve 100% conversion, Su Fan said as he calculated with pen and paper. We succeeded. The next step is to produce Type I thermoelectric alloy and install it onto the controllable nuclear fusion device. Half a month later, Professor Ma came to report that the Nanshan base was ready, only lacking the main body for casting the thermoelectric alloy. The 4 professors with dark circles under their eyes, but spirits high nodded. Next we will construct the production line for Type I thermoelectric alloy. Everyone take a half-day break. I'll notify Professor Ma, and we'll get the production line set up, Su Fan said as he took out his phone to contact Ma Baoxia. On the other end of the line, when he heard that the thermoelectric alloy had successfully synthesized, Professor Ma excitedly stammered, Great. He'll be right over. Ma Baoxia quickly arrived at the materials laboratory. Where is the thermoelectric alloy? Show me. Upon entering the lab, he immediately demanded to see the newly produced thermoelectric alloy. Su Fan pointed to the 3 black metal pieces still on the experimental table. In just a few quick steps, Professor Ma reached the table, eagerly examining the thermoelectric alloy and the numbers on the voltage and current meters. Director Su, amazing. Ma Baoxia was astonished at how much Su Fan understood: batteries, materials, and controllable nuclear fusion. However, the higher authorities did not allow him to speak too much. In reality, they recognized Su Fan's exceptional abilities, but had no intention of sidelining him, instead accepting him as a scientific genius on the level of Tesla. Most importantly, Su Fan had indeed brought immense benefits and opportunities to the Dragon Nation. Additionally, the lunar spacecraft incident had placed significant pressure on the higher authorities, who were eager for major breakthroughs in domestic technology. Currently, they could only rely on Su Fan. Professor Ma, I've sent the construction details for the large-scale production line of Type I thermoelectric alloy to your work phone. Please review it when you have time, and we will start construction tomorrow at the Nanshan base. Su Fan's voice startled Ma Baoxia, who was engrossed in thoughts about the thermoelectric alloy. He blinked, then exclaimed, How can we wait until tomorrow for something this important? They'll review the materials and start construction overnight. Su Fan sighed, realizing that once these scientists got to work, they truly gave it their all. Because the thermoelectric alloy was heat-resistant, the large-scale production required a special method, which complicated the construction of the production line, necessitating Su Fan's oversight. In a roundabout way, this meant Su Fan would have to work overtime alongside them. It seems the gene optimization fluid must be expedited. Su Fan thought to himself. Under the insistence of Ma Baoxia and the other 4 professors, Su Fan could only sacrifice himself to accompany the noble. In fact, he was also looking forward to it, otherwise he wouldn't be here. It was now 5 in the afternoon when they drove to the Chilan Nanshan base. First, they had a meal at the canteen on the base, where the cook prepared delicious food. During the meal, Professor Fu rushed over. Upon hearing that the thermoelectric alloy had successfully synthesized in the lab, and only the construction of the production line was left, he strongly requested to join the construction team. Su Fan gladly agreed, as he had not planned to exclude him anyway. If they were going to work overtime, they would all do it together. The 7 of them discussed the construction details of the production line while eating. After finishing their meal, the 7 of them began the construction of the production line. Time quickly flew by, and after more than half a month, the production line for Type I thermoelectric alloy was finally completed. More than a week later, the entire controllable nuclear fusion reactor was constructed, and all that was needed was to add deuterium fuel for the world's first controllable nuclear fusion reactor to successfully ignite. At this moment, Su Fan and the 6 professors stood in front of the controllable nuclear fusion reactor, watching as the staff slowly connected the deuterium fueling apparatus to the spherical device. This way they could control the amount of deuterium gas added to the controllable nuclear fusion device through a computer at any time. Is that it? No ceremonial setup. Professor Ma looked at the massive spherical device, realizing that this could solve the global energy crisis. Let's conduct a test first. After confirming its success, we can invite the big shots for a formal ignition ceremony, Su Fan said with a smile. Report the deuterium gas apparatus installation is complete. Please provide further instructions. Soon a staff member came to report. Although he was called staff, he was more accurately described as a soldier whose face was flush with excitement. This was controllable nuclear fusion. He was fortunate to participate in the construction of the controllable nuclear fusion device, an opportunity akin to hitting the jackpot. Clean up the site and recheck the equipment. Su Fan instructed. Yes. The staff member turned to direct others to begin rechecking the equipment. Concerned Su Fan also approached to inspect carefully. The professors were unwilling to fall behind, taking instruments to methodically begin the recheck. After several rounds of checks confirming there were no issues, Su Fan called for all staff to exit the underground. Arriving at the command center above ground, Su Fan gazed at the array of monitoring screens before him, and most importantly, the red ignition button. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the ignition button with force. At the moment he pressed the ignition button, a trace amount of deuterium gas was instantly injected into the controllable nuclear fusion device. Boom. A violent nuclear fusion reaction occurred between deuterium and deuterium, releasing immense heat. Surrounding the entire spherical controllable nuclear fusion equipment were energy collection and conversion devices that could convert the heat emitted by the thermoelectric alloy into electricity with suitable voltage. At this moment, a light bulb connected at the end of the circuit lit up, marking the world's first bulb illuminated by electricity generated from controllable nuclear fusion. We did it. We succeeded. The command room erupted with cheers. Some people embraced each other in excitement, some shouted loudly, their faces flushed and foreheads sweating, while Ma Baoxia, the elderly gentleman, nearing his 60s, silently shed tears. Once he had never imagined he would witness the successful realization of controllable nuclear fusion within his lifetime. Yet now not only had he seen it, but he had also become a creator of it. Su Fan was equally exhilarated. This was his leading research, personally solving a problem that had troubled the world for decades and addressing humanity's energy issue. The sense of accomplishment, the feeling of achievement. Wonderful. The research and development of controllable nuclear fusion has officially been declared a success, and after several levels of reporting, this news finally reached the core of the Dragon Nation. The head of the Northern District reported to the Elder Council, controllable nuclear fusion has succeeded. How long can it run continuously? From last night until now it has been running for 10 hours, and everything is currently normal. According to Su Fan's conclusion, as long as there is deuterium, this reactor can keep running. The head continued to report, his excitement evident. So it's not the kind of controllable nuclear fusion that has limited running time, but rather a true realization of controllable nuclear fusion. The Elder Council was also very excited. Indeed, it's true controllable nuclear fusion that can run sustainably and generate electricity continuously. Head Zhang Jianjun handed the materials to the Elder Council. This is Su Fan's report. The Elder Council carefully examined the materials. Additionally, Su Fan would like to invite you to the ignition ceremony for controllable nuclear fusion the day after tomorrow. No problem, such an important event must be attended. Not only will I go, but the media must also be present. This ceremony needs to showcase the might of the Dragon Nation. The Elder Council said solemnly. Moreover, increase the military presence at the Nanshan base, and keep a close eye with satellites. Raise Su Fan's security level to the highest using the same level of protection as mine. Yes. Zhang Jianjun replied seriously. On April 20th, during the Grain Rain Festival, in the morning, the Elder Council, who had just arrived at the Nanshan base, immediately went to the command center. Looking at the controllable nuclear fusion device that was running continuously, a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. Su Fan stood beside the Elder Council, gazing at this nearly 70-year-old man with great respect. The fusion needs to be reignited during the ceremony, so we must temporarily extinguish it now. Su Fan said carefully. All right, just go at your own pace. Young people should dare to think and act, the Elder Council replied kindly. Su Fan nodded heavily and pressed the stop button. The deuterium immediately stopped being injected. Without the fuel support, the fusion reaction ceased shortly after. Taking this opportunity, Su Fan ordered several more checks of the device, as the ignition ceremony would be broadcast live globally. At this time, media outlets such as the New Xia Society and the People's Daily, all authorized by the government, had arrived at the Nanshan base. Of course, their activity areas were somewhat restricted. At 8 in the morning, the live broadcast officially began. This time there was no warm-up. Su Fan was ready to surprise the world. It was Sunday, but Li Hua had risen early to study, as he was a senior high school student. With the college entrance examination approaching, he had to make the most of every available moment. Naturally, he didn't just memorize things, he had some study techniques. For instance, right now, he opened the latest model of the Demi smartphone. This phone had a 2100 mAh battery and 300W fast charging, completely eliminating battery anxiety. Inside the phone was the central news channel of the Dragon Nation, and Li Hua was attentively watching various political. He watched half an hour of news every day, or during school he watched in the evening, and during holidays he watched in the morning without fail. As a result, his Chinese and political grades were excellent. Just as he was watching today's news, the screen suddenly... Hello dear viewers, this is the news broadcast from the central television station of the Dragon Nation. I am Today the controllable nuclear fusion developed entirely by our military-industrial enterprise, the Super God Group, will officially ignite at the Nanshan base in Xia County, Ning City, Lu Province. The Elder Council will be present on site to ignite it personally. Now let's watch the live broadcast. Hello everyone, I am reporter Wang Yubing broadcasting live from the Nanshan base for you. The official ignition will take place in 3 minutes. Behind me is the Ignition Command Center, and you can see the busy figures of the staff. Most people understand controllable nuclear fusion. The mainstream research focuses on deuterium-tritium fusion, which is relatively simple to achieve. However, the Super God Group is taking an unconventional path. This controllable nuclear fusion reactor that is about to be ignited is a deuterium-deuterium fusion, which is much more challenging. The advantages of deuterium-deuterium fusion are numerous. First, compared to tritium-deuterium, emits no radiation and is a clean fuel. Secondly, regarding reserves, the amount of deuterium in the oceans of the blue planet is sufficient for us to use for billions of years, making it an inexhaustible resource. Now let's turn the camera to the command center. Our controllable nuclear fusion is about to officially ignite. The screen on Li Hua's phone switched to the command center where the Elder Council was standing in front of the control panel. As the countdown concluded at exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, the Elder Council proclaimed, "I announce that the controllable nuclear fusion reactor developed by the Dragon Nation has begun ignition." After the Elder Council announced, he heavily pressed the red ignition button. The screen promptly switched to the live footage of the underground controllable nuclear fusion device. The controllable nuclear fusion developed by the Super God Group does not require boiling water. It can directly convert the heat energy produced by the fusion reaction into electrical energy, with almost zero energy loss. You can see the lamp in the distance of the fusion device. That lamp is powered by the electricity generated by controllable nuclear fusion. Look, it's lit. Controllable nuclear fusion has truly been realized. It has been achieved in the hands of our Dragon Nation. This day belongs to the Dragon Nation. The future belongs to the Dragon Nation. Wang Yubing's excited voice came through the phone, and Li Hua felt a surge of tears in his eyes. Controllable nuclear fusion, once an unattainable dream, has now been realized in the hands of the people of the Dragon Nation. Super God Group, I will remember this company. A seed quietly planted in Li Hua's heart. As the ignition of controllable nuclear fusion succeeded, the online buzz exploded. Oh, what did I just see? I witnessed the birth of controllable nuclear fusion. The Super God Group is incredible. Our great motherland is incredible. Our Dragon Nation has so many talented people, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Witnessing history, witnessing miracles. At this great moment, I want to confess, Lu Ruyan, I love you. I want to confess too. Yun Yun, my love for you is like the energy released by deuterium in nuclear fusion, everlasting. Upstairs, amazing. You can ride this wave of heat. Ooh, I humbly bow to you. Everyone, do you know what the success of controllable nuclear fusion means? It means the success of controllable nuclear fusion. Get lost upstairs, this is serious. Does this mean we won't have to pay for electricity in the future? Damn, gasoline vehicles are completely done for. Can the air conditioning run all the time in the future? With lower production costs for enterprises, will prices decrease? In the Eagle Nation, a serious atmosphere pervaded the entire conference room within the Black Palace. Everyone was intently watching the live broadcast of the Xia Nation's controlled nuclear fusion ignition. The people of Xia Nation have achieved controlled nuclear fusion. What about us? What use is it to guard oil all day long? Are those scientists just incompetent? This is controlled nuclear fusion, specifically deuterium-deuterium fusion. Do you know how much deuterium Blue Star has? Enough for the people of Xia Nation to last countless 5,000 years. Unlimited energy. Unlimited energy. What should we do about this? The over 70-year-old Bai Deng shouted, angrily slamming the table, causing concern about whether he would lose his temper. Your Excellency, it is evidently impossible to collaborate with Xia Nation on developing controlled nuclear fusion. They will never agree, as this is the key to the next industrial revolution. I propose uniting all nations to force Xia Nation to hand over controlled nuclear fusion, said a cabinet minister assertively. I disagree with using force. A cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a nuclear rabbit. Only the Bear Nation has some strength. The other nations are just small players, not even enough for Xia Nation to deal with. I suggest an exchange of interests to strive for joint development of controlled nuclear fusion with Xia Nation. What will we exchange? What can we offer? What do we have to offer? The previously radical cabinet minister asked 3 questions in succession, leaving the conservatives speechless. If I were from Xia Nation, I would never share controlled nuclear fusion technology with other nations. This technology is too important, more so than chips. The radical cabinet minister was somewhat agitated. All right, no more arguing. Bai Deng shouted. We can take both routes, exchange technologies like chips that Xia Nation lacks for controlled nuclear fusion technology, and see if they are willing to trade. If they refuse to trade, we will gather a massive military force and pressure them. Move the aircraft carriers there. Bear Nation. Has Xia Nation built a controlled nuclear fusion reactor? What about our oil? Quick. Contact Xia Nation, we request cooperation. Offer everything we— Oh my! The once sick man of East Asia has actually built a controlled nuclear fusion reactor. Our Great Day Nation absolutely cannot allow Xia Nation to rise. Quickly seek help from Daddy Eagle. Pickled Cabbage Nation. Xia Nation has stolen technology from our great Pickled Cabbage Nation. This is blatant theft. Right away we must initiate a project for controlled nuclear fusion. We need to surpass Xia Nation within 3 years and create controlled nuclear fusion, thus becoming a permanent member of the United Nations. It's over. Across the world all nations were stunned by Xia Nation, and some free people were cursing those government officials who squandered taxpayer money and did not do their jobs. Of course none of this mattered much to Su Fan at this moment. He was communicating with Zhao Jun, planning to construct controlled nuclear fusion power stations on a large scale across the country. Zhao Jun had been officially dispatched to Su Fan's side both to protect him and to act as a liaison between him and the higher-ups. Currently the controlled nuclear fusion reactor at the Nanshan base generates approximately 100 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity per year. To meet the annual electricity demand of Xia Nation, at least 100 reactors of the same scale need to be built. However, the reactor at the Nanshan base is after all the first construction, so its design scale is relatively— I can design larger-scale controlled nuclear fusion reactors for power generation. I suggest initially constructing 10 large fusion reactors with an annual output of 1 trillion kilowatt-hours, which can directly replace electricity generated by other means, and meet the electricity needs of the entire population and most enterprises. In the second phase we will build 90 large fusion reactors with an annual output of 1 trillion kilowatt-hours, injecting powerful energy into the overall development of Xia Nation. How does Chief Zhao feel about this? I will immediately report to the higher-ups and fully support you. Zhao Jun said seriously, as this was a beneficial initiative for the nation and the people. Next we must discuss pricing. The construction cost of large fusion power stations is not low. I have 2 charging plans on my end. The first plan, Super Divine Energy, will invest in the construction. In the future the revenue from electricity sales will be split 50-50 between Super Divine Company and the state grid. The second plan, the state invests in purchasing the fusion power stations built by Super Divine Group. The subsequent electricity fees will not be shared with Super Divine Group, but they will need to be periodically paid for technical consultation, essentially a one-time transaction. Please report these 2 cooperation methods to the higher-ups and let me know which plan is chosen as soon as possible. Su Fan took a sip of water, estimating that there was a 99% chance the state would choose the second plan. Although private companies are now allowed to generate electricity and connect to the grid, how could the electricity of a nation possibly be shared with Super Divine Group? Of course he did not care. There would be many opportunities in the future when the state would seek him out. By the way, I have a request regarding the electricity price. After the construction and operation of the 10 large fusion power stations, the electricity price can remain unchanged. However, once 100 large fusion power stations are constructed and operational, whether for household electricity or industrial electricity, the price must be uniformly set at 0.01 yuan per kilowatt-hour. Su Fan's expression was serious. He was worried that some people would take advantage of the situation and seek profits at the public's expense, filling their own pockets. Alright, I will report this immediately. Zhao Jun took notes of Su Fan's words, and then took his leave. After Zhao Jun left Su Fan's side, as some people always treated national assets as their own property, lacking self-awareness. Silently, he opened the Super Divine Black Technology system. The Level 2 Civilization's black technology was still unavailable for purchase. It seemed Blue Star was still far from becoming a Level 1 civilization. He needed to put in more effort. Su Fan secretly motivated himself, downing the ginseng goji tea in his thermos in one go, and rose to head to the biological laboratory. The gene optimization solution needed to be developed quickly. This worthless body was deteriorating day by day. Previously focusing on controlled nuclear fusion greatly delayed the research progress of the gene optimization solution, and now he could only rely on intense efforts. Su Fan's words were quickly reported up by Zhao Jun, and the higher-ups soon gave their reply, opting for the second plan and agreeing to Su Fan's pricing request. They hoped Su Fan would promptly commence the construction of the first phase with 10 controlled nuclear fusion power stations. After receiving the news, Su Fan directly arranged for Hong Ho to send the information about the large controlled nuclear fusion power stations to Ma Baoxia, assigning him to lead the construction. He himself continued to stay in the biological laboratory, developing the gene optimization solution. The gene optimization solution was crucial, and this would be Su Fan's leverage for some time, so he would not allow anyone to participate in its development. Since ancient times, longevity has been the ultimate pursuit of humanity. No one would refuse an additional 100 years of life when their own was about to run out. In ancient times, emperors sought longevity through alchemy, yet none succeeded. Now Su Fan was concocting medicine for longevity and was on the verge of success. On May 1st, a Labor Day, while the entire nation was on holiday, Su Fan excitedly gazed at the test tube in the biological laboratory. Inside the test tube, a purple liquid shimmered under the sunlight. This signifies a first-level gene optimization solution. Su Fan was eager to try it immediately, but after a moment's thought he halted his actions. Although he trusted the system and his own skills, he preferred to be cautious. What if something goes wrong? Generally, after a drug is developed, it first undergoes animal testing. Animal experiments are also categorized by levels. For instance, starting with mice, then rabbits, and finally primates like monkeys or gorillas. If all goes well, only then can human trials be requested. A mature drug often requires numerous tests before hitting the market. However, gene optimization solutions are different from conventional drugs. They are developed specifically for the genes of certain species. This gene optimization solution was made based on the genes of the yellow race from the blue planet. Not to mention mice and monkeys, even white and black individuals would face dire consequences if injected. Therefore, the gene optimization solution can only proceed directly to human trials. Su Fan packed the gene optimization solution into a portable injector and placed it into a special black box designed for storing potions, then returned to his office. He pulled out his phone and called Zhao Jun, who quickly came over from the 4th floor. Gene optimization solution. It can extend human life to 200 years. Physical strength surpasses that of elite soldiers. It can cure all diseases. It can make one immune to all ailments. Zhao Jun stared in bewilderment at the purple liquid inside the glass syringe, which was accurately the gene optimization solution. That's right, it has been successfully developed, but we lack human trial data. Su Fan explained to Zhao Jun why animal testing was not feasible. Zhao Jun had moved past the initial shock. Although astonished, he was now clear-headed. He solemnly nodded, indicating he would immediately contact his superiors. There are many critically ill individuals in the military, and they would certainly not refuse such an opportunity. Maintain confidentiality. The gene optimization solution cannot be mass-produced for now. This is a longevity elixir, and you should understand its allure to certain individuals. Su Fan's expression was serious as he patted the black box. You should report back now. Oh, it's best if you go in person. The fewer people involved, the better. The gene optimization solution stays with me. Once we select the volunteers, bring them directly to the biological laboratory. I need to monitor their physical condition post-injection. Alright, I'll set off immediately. Zhao Jun nodded heavily, not daring to delay. After Zhao Jun left Su Fan's side, in fact, the gene optimization solution could be mass-produced, but the timeline needed to be extended. There are far too many personnel involved in the pharmaceutical industry, from doctors and nurses to employees in pharmaceutical companies and pharmacies, along with numerous medical representatives. Millions rely on the healthcare sector for their livelihoods. Without creating enough jobs, or a nation wealthy enough to support these personnel, it is best not to rush into anything. Countless families could collapse as a result. Of course, this step will still be taken, but it requires him to lay a foundation later. Zhao Jun did not report to anyone else, but returned to his home in the capital. Dad, Su Fan has developed a gene optimization solution that can extend human life to 200 years. In the study, Zhao Jun was speaking to an elderly man in his 70s or 80s with a head full of white hair. This elderly man was none other than Zhao Jiangwo, the commander of the Central Theater Command. Gene optimization solution. It can extend life to 200 years. Zhao Jiangwo breathed rapidly. Oh, what an enticing prospect 200 years held. That's right, after injection one can be free from all diseases, and their physical condition surpasses that of elite soldiers. Zhao Jun continued. Hiss. Zhao Jiangwo's gaze burned with intensity as he looked at Zhao Jun, waiting for him to continue. Currently, Su Fan needs to conduct human trials and hopes to gain approval. Give him whatever he wants, but after a successful experiment, the gene optimization solution must include a share for our Zhao family. Zhao Jiangwo said solemnly. Zhao Jun nodded earnestly. Zhao Jiangwo was already 74 years old. Even if he lived to 90, he would have only a few more years left, but that was in the most ideal scenario. Due to his experiences in battles along the 38th parallel, Zhao Jiangwo's health was not good, especially in recent years, as his resistance had severely declined with age. To say something unfilial, he might not last another 2 years. 2 days later, Zhao Jun returned to the company with a critically ill patient. In the 5th floor biological laboratory, Su Fan looked at the frail, elderly man on the bed with a serious expression. Please introduce me to this patient's condition. Zhao Jun took out the medical record. Wu Changfeng, 83 years old, who's suffering from stomach cancer. Due to his advanced age, he cannot withstand surgery or chemotherapy and has been under conservative treatment. Right now, the cancer cells have spread throughout the abdominal cavity. Currently, he is relying on nutrient solutions, and some medications to sustain his life. If we remove the 4, it won't be long before. Zhao Jun did not continue. Su Fan sighed upon hearing this. Cancer is truly despairing. The gene optimization solution needs to be injected along with a special nutrient solution, otherwise a lack of nutrition could threaten his life. Of course, if it were a young overweight individual, not using a nutrient solution wouldn't matter. Su Fan explained while replacing the original 4 bag with the nutrient solution he developed. Then he took the portable injector containing the gene optimization solution and swiftly injected it into the patient's buttock. The buttock is the most stable injection site for the gene optimization solution, as the muscle here is the thickest. After the injection, Su Fan anxiously observed the patient occasionally, checking the data on the vital signs. The patient soon reacted, first furrowing his brows, then his muscles began to twitch slightly, gradually increasing in intensity. This process lasted a full day and night. Su Fan transitioned from nervousness to numbness. Eventually, he simply let Zhao Jun take over the shift, while he lay down on the laboratory chair and took a nap. By 3 p.m. the next day, the patient opened his eyes. At this point, his body had undergone a complete transformation. His hair turned black, wrinkles vanished from his face, and his skin regained its luster and elasticity. If a stranger were to see him at first glance, they would only perceive him as a middle-aged man in his 40s. Zhao Jun witnessed the elderly man's transformation firsthand. Now seeing the rejuvenated middle-aged man standing healthily, jumping and laughing, his gaze became increasingly fervent. Director Su, do you think we still need human trials? Having personally witnessed an 80-year-old man on the brink of death transform into a vibrant, passionate, middle-aged individual, he was now eager to volunteer himself. Let's conduct a few more experiments with individuals of different ages, genders, health statuses, and physical conditions, Su Fan said while examining the transformed middle-aged man. By the way, don't forget to have this volunteer sign a confidentiality agreement. Okay, I'll have him sign it shortly. After a moment, Zhao Jun suddenly hesitated and said, Director Su, may I volunteer? Su Fan was taken aback by Zhao Jun's words. Well, I suppose it is possible, but how old are you now? Over 40, right? You shouldn't be lacking in lifespan, should you? Zhao Jun rolled his eyes. Lifespan, who isn't lacking in that? Besides, I also want the immunity to all diseases and the physique of a double special forces king. Alright then, wait a moment. Once the next batch of genetic optimization fluid is produced, I'll give it to you. For now, we have only made 1 dose. Su Fan noted down the volunteer's physical data. Great. How long will it take? Zhao Jun asked, somewhat excited. The day after tomorrow, I will produce a few doses in the next couple of days, and then you and the other volunteers can inject them together. The laboratory space is limited, so you need to use your connections to find a highly confidential hospital. We will go to the hospital. Su Fan thought for a moment and said, Sure, I will contact them right away. Zhao Jun quickly left with the volunteer after the physical examination, as swift as the wind, intending to take this volunteer to meet the old man. In a high-ranking villa area in the capital city, this was Zhao Jun's home. When he brought a middle-aged man to meet Zhao Jiangwo could hardly believe his eyes. Old class leader Wu. Zhao Jiangwo looked at Wu Changfeng, who had returned to his youthful appearance, and said in shock, Haha, old Zhao didn't expect it, right? I Wu Changfeng him back. You look young. Envious, aren't you? Over 80 years old, but looking like someone in their 40s with a physique that surpasses even special forces kings. Look at this. It's all muscle. Wu Changfeng flaunted by lifting his shirt to showcase his streamlined You old geezer, show some respect. Don't push it. Zhao Jiangwo's face was filled with envy. He had made up his mind. He definitely wanted to inject the genetic optimization fluid. Zhao Jun, how's the production of the genetic optimization fluid? Zhao Jun shook his head. The production is low. It can only be synthesized in the laboratory, and only Su Fan can make it. We must maintain good relations with Su Fan. My old bones will have to rely on him for extending my life in the future. Moreover, if some important scientists in the country could have 200 years of lifespan, it's unimaginable what incredible things they could research. Zhao Jiangwo said with a smile. Indeed, the lifespan of humans currently limits technological advancement. If Einstein had lived to be 200 years old. Zhao Jun thought about it, and found it exhilarating. For the next batch of testers, I have decided to participate myself, and Su Fan has agreed. Zhao Jun spoke cautiously. My. Zhao Jiangwo frowned, but thought for a moment before sighing. His children and grandchildren would have their own fortune. A person in their 40s has their own judgment. You handle it as you see fit. Just think of your wife and kids. I have made up my mind. Zhao Jun replied with a serious expression. All right. Dare to think and dare to act. Once you decide, just do it. 2 days later, Zhao Jun and 4 other volunteers lay in a hospital bed. Unlike the other 4 volunteers who were critically ill patients, he was in good health. Su Fan approached Zhao Jun's bed. Director Zhao, are you sure you want to be a volunteer? We are about to inject it. Do you want to reconsider? No reconsiderations. Let's go. Zhao Jun closed his eyes, kicked his legs, and tilted his neck to the side to express his determination. Su Fan shook his head, attached the special nutrient solution, and began the injection of the genetic optimization fluid. Another day and night passed. This time Su Fan was relaxed and did not stay up all night. He ate, drank, and slept as usual. Zhao Jun and the other 4 volunteers woke up and their bodies had undergone earth-shattering changes. Among them, Zhao Jun had transformed into a young man in his 20s. Wow, I really look younger, like a young lad. Zhao Jun was ecstatic, pinching his face, stretching his legs, and occasionally jumping a bit. Su Dong, this person looks so young it feels like their mindset has become younger too. Su Fan glanced over at one of the other volunteers, an 8-year-old girl. She was a child with late-stage leukemia who had failed 3 bone marrow transplants. When she first arrived, her breath was weak, like a flower about to wither. Now this 80-year-old girl was lively and energetic, basking in the spring sunlight, like an angel. Su Fan smiled. It turned out that saving lives felt so good. Moreover, the 8-year-old girl did not turn into a 4-year-old, but remained the same. Another young man aged 28, it did not turn into a 14-year-old, but instead transformed into an 18-year-old. It seems that the final retained appearance is that of an 18-year-old. Oh, it won't get younger than this. Thank goodness for that. Su Fan sighed in relief, as he was very worried that he would turn into a 14-year-old after the injection. The 4 volunteers were extremely grateful to Su Fan, for he had given them a new lease on life. After examining the volunteers' bodies and recording some data, Su Fan let Zhao Jun take the 4 volunteers away. With the human trials completed, the genetic optimization fluid could now be officially put into use. Who would be able to use it? Whether it would involve payment or other forms of exchange still needed further consideration. Back in the laboratory on the 5th floor of the company, Su Fan eagerly took out a vial of genetic optimization fluid. The physical data feedback from the 6 volunteers was all normal. He couldn't wait to try it himself. However, this injection was not very convenient to administer on himself. Su Fan frowned and called Zhou Xiaoxiao's phone. A little over 10 minutes later, Zhou Xiaoxiao arrived at the laboratory. "Boss Su, what can I do for you?" Zhou Xiaoxiao, dressed in a white shirt and a black bodycon skirt, wore black stockings and black high heels. As the Super God Group's business grew larger, Zhou Xiaoxiao's youthful demeanor gradually faded, and the aura of a strong, aloof woman became more pronounced. Su Fan cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed, but thought to himself that among everyone in the company, only Zhou Xiaoxiao was the most familiar with him. He briefly introduced the function of the genetic optimization fluid and the method of injection. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened and her rosy lips parted slightly. "Su Fan, you're not playing fair. Such a good thing, and you're keeping it all to yourself." "TSK, can't do without you." Su Fan rolled his eyes. "But I must say in advance, after injecting the genetic optimization fluid, your appearance should revert to that of an 18-year-old. "What? To the appearance of an 18-year-old? Zhou Xiaoxiao stepped forward and grabbed Su Fan's arm. "Hurry up and give it to me. I want it now." Su Fan was speechless, but he could understand, after all, which woman could refuse the chance to revert to looking at. "All right, I'll give it to you. You lie down on the bed. The whole process will take about a day and a night." Su Fan pointed to the bed while holding the syringe. "A day and a night. Then you go first." "Oh, I still have work to do," Zhou Xiaoxiao said, somewhat disappointed, her tone. "All right, whatever you say." Su Fan sat on the laboratory bed and pulled the nutrient solution needle to insert it into his hand. He was quite skilled at needlework, having done it many times on small animals during experiments. After the nutrient needle was injected, the next step was the butt injection. Su Fan thought for a moment, and still felt it would be better if he did it himself. Although it was somewhat inconvenient to twist his arm back, it would be too embarrassing to pull down his pants in front of a female acquaintance. "Zhou Xiaoxiao, you can go out first. "Oh, I can handle it myself." "Are you sure you can manage by yourself? You don't need me?" Zhou Xiaoxiao asked somewhat reluctantly. No, I've made up my mind. "Oh, I can do it myself." Su Fan felt that Zhou Xiaoxiao had ulterior motives, and he was even more reluctant to let her do it. "All right, you handle it yourself. Goodbye." After saying that, Zhou Xiaoxiao left the room. When Su Fan woke up, it was already the next day. Upon opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was sleeping soundly at the bedside, her lips slightly parted, making soft sounds as she breathed. Su Fan quietly got out of bed, and after stepping on the floor, he involuntarily lifted his legs and lightly jumped. He felt as light as a swallow, as if he could fly. Standing in front of the mirror, he saw his youthful face. If it weren't for the weathered gaze, he would hardly recognize. Su Fan's looks were definitely at the level of a campus heartthrob, otherwise he wouldn't have fallen in love and married early, nor would he have been pursued by a beauty like Zhou Xiaoxiao. Now that he had regained his youth, Su Fan felt his spirits lift. He glanced at Zhou Xiaoxiao and noticed she was still asleep. He gently pulled down his pants to take a closer look. Fortunately, it hadn't shrunk. Instead, it appeared even more robust and imposing. Grabbing one of his shirts, he draped it over Zhou Xiaoxiao and began to examine his body with a device. After several rounds of examination, Su Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. All indicators were normal, or rather they met the standards provided by the Class 1 gene optimization liquid technology. Early the next morning, Zhao Jun returned to his home in the capital. Zhao Jun, you look so young, Zhao Zhangwo exclaimed, seeing the hope of his own youth. That I feel great, Zhao Jun bragged. I have endless energy. All 5 of us volunteers from different ages and genders have succeeded. Su Fan said it can be officially put to use. Zhao Jun looked at his father excitedly. Since we provided the volunteers, Su Fan agreed to inject you for free before. Zhao Zhangwo nodded excitedly. Last time an old friend regained youth, he almost couldn't resist becoming a volunteer with Zhao Jun. But after all, age brings caution, and he had many considerations. When will you get the injection? Zhao Zhangwo asked, suppressing his excitement. Let me check with Su Fan. He might be using the gene optimization liquid himself these days, so you'll have to wait. Zhao Jun explained. The news about the gene optimization liquid was not only known to the Zhao family. After Wu Changfeng appeared rejuvenated and healthy in the capital, all the big figures in the city were shocked. Hurry and investigate. I want to know the secret of Wu Changfeng's rejuvenation immediately. Grandpa, no need to investigate, this has already spread in our circle. It's Su Fan from the Super God Group. He developed the gene optimization liquid that allows life expectancy to reach 200 years, with physical qualities surpassing special forces and no illness. Wow, 200 years. No illness. How is the production of the gene optimization liquid? It's only synthesized in the laboratory, only Su Fan can produce it. Let's wait and see. Oh, just one Wu Changfeng doesn't represent the safety of the gene optimization liquid. Keep an eye on the Zhao family and the Super God Group to see if anyone else successfully uses it in the future. Alright, Grandpa. Grandpa, 5 more people have succeeded, including Zhao Jun from the Zhao family, who has already become a youth in his 20s with a 100 success rate. Zhao Jun has personally used it. This is the treasure of that old rascal, Zhao Zhangwo. Quick, take a gift and rush to the Super God Group to visit Su Fan. Yanhuang family must get the gene optimization liquid. The top figures in the capital were excitedly stimulated by the news of the gene optimization liquid. 200 years of life, free from illness. It was like a magic spell invading their hearts. The top figures were generally between 60 and 70 years old, and those with better resources were at least over. In this age group, ailments were frequent. They often encountered various minor and major health issues, bringing great troubles to their work and life. Those in their 70s could feel the passage of life at all times. They had a profound understanding of the helplessness of facing time. Therefore, on the afternoon after Zhao Jun returned home, the bigwigs sent their children urgently to visit the Super God Group. By the time these privileged youths arrived at the Super God Group, it was already evening. They first contacted Zhou Xiaoxiao, as Su Fan's phone was generally unreachable for ordinary people. When Zhou Xiaoxiao answered the phone, she and Su Fan were discussing the gene optimization liquid in the villa. The matter of the gene optimization liquid was quite troublesome. Su Fan carefully considered it and found he could hardly control it. Everyone is selfish who doesn't have an old man or woman at home, not to mention those with sick family members. Ordinary people are human too, and so are the rulers. Everyone has desires. Su Fan didn't plan to meet those high-ranking youths today. Their intentions were simple, but he hadn't figured out how to. If he really pursued a rare route relying on laboratory production, it would surely drain his energy and affect the pace of developing black technology. If he followed the mass route, it would cause even greater social turmoil, not just in the medical industry. Would those elderly people who used to receive pensions continue to work now that they had youthful bodies? If they worked, what impact would that have on the current job market for young people? Would those leaders who should have retired hold on to power tightly, leaving no opportunities for the youth? Therefore, following the mass route would lead to severe social issues, and this problem has no historical precedent. Su Fan sighed. He had been so happy when he first developed the gene optimization liquid, but now he realized it was a hot potato. Actually, the root of your troubles is your lack of strength. If you have enough strength, you can smooth out all problems and no longer need to worry. Zhou Xiaoxiao tilted her cute head and said, that's right. The root of everything is the lack of strength. If the strength is sufficient, if the Dragon Nation has inexhaustible resources, people could be supported by the state, even without working. By then it wouldn't matter even if the gene optimization liquid was popularized. Su Fan mused, suddenly realizing something. Wasn't this the goal he had when he first acquired the Super God Black technology system? Su Fan's eyes brightened as he saw the direction ahead. The universe is vast and boundless, with countless resources waiting for him to develop. The moon closest to Blue Star has vast amounts of helium-3 and various mineral resources waiting to be mined. Xiao, I didn't expect you to not only have a big chest, but also a great brain. What do you want to touch? Since Su Fan became young, Zhou Xiao became even more infatuated with him, teasing him from time to time, making him frequently rise. I'm tired. I'm going back to my room to sleep. You should rest early too. Su Fan escaped awkwardly. Ha, women. Aren't they just after my youthful body? Pooey. Back in his room, he opened the Super God Black technology system with a serious. Although the first-level gene optimization solution has been developed, the technology of the second-level civilization is still unavailable for purchase. Su Fan focused his gaze on the aerospace plane, glanced through some introductions, shook his head, and then turned his attention to the class spacecraft. Although it was a bit expensive, he didn't lack influence points. His influence points had now reached 1 billion. Different sources of influence yield different influence points, specifically positive reviews 1 influence point, admiration 10 influence points, loyal fans 100 influence points, diehard fans 1000 influence points. A person can generate a maximum of 1000 influence points, so acquiring 1 billion influence points is quite normal for him. Without hesitation, Su Fan selected the Kunping No. 1 spacecraft technology from the class spacecraft, costing 99999 influence points. After the exchange, he did not hesitate and directly chose to withdraw. The next morning, Su Fan woke up and went downstairs to eat a feast. After eating and drinking to his fill, he began to carefully review the information in his mind. The Kunping No. 1 spacecraft is an F-class cargo spacecraft. It is 200 meters long, 120 meters wide, and 80 meters high, equipped with a planetary-level anti-gravity engine, an FD-100 electromagnetic kinetic cannon, and an FJ-100 laser cannon capable of free flight within a planetary system with a maximum speed of 10 kilometers per second. This is a brief overview of the Kunping No. 1 spacecraft. Although it is a cargo spacecraft at a speed of 10 kilometers per second, there are no weapons on Blue Star that can catch up. It is also equipped with 2 FD-100 kinetic energy cannons and 2 FJ-100 laser cannons, both capable of reaching the power of the atomic bombs dropped by a certain Western nation on a small Eastern nation in the past. The armor of the Kunping No. 1 spacecraft is also very sturdy. Unless a high-yield nuclear bomb directly strikes the hull and detonates up close, it will not cause any damage to the Kunping No. 1. Of course, the Kunping No. 1 is ultimately a cargo spacecraft, so its carrying capacity is its strongest feature. Without affecting flight speed, it can carry 1 to 0 tons of cargo. It can withstand attacks, run fast, and carry a huge amount. The power of the Kunping No. 1 made Su Fan envious, but building a spacecraft is not a simple task. It is even more complex than constructing a controllable nuclear fusion reactor. First is the core of the spacecraft, the anti-gravity engine. As the heart of the spacecraft, the anti-gravity engine of Kunping No. 1 is planetary level. As long as it is within a planetary system, the Kunping No. 1 can fly freely. The energy supply hub of the planetary-level anti-gravity engine is the controllable nuclear fusion of deuterium that has been developed and put into use. This has already been resolved. A slight modification is all that is needed, and there are ready-made blueprints in the realm of black technology, so it won't take much effort. Next, the breakthrough needed is the main material of the anti-gravity engine, which also needs to be developed, while the design blueprints for the engine are ready-made and not difficult to manufacture. The material for the spacecraft's outer armor is also new, and it is not easily manufactured, as it must withstand the impact of a low-yield nuclear bomb. Moreover, the main body of the spacecraft is particularly large. Although there are detailed blueprints, manufacturing it is not easy. The development of new materials can be handled by myself along with 4 professors from the Materials Science Research Institute, with some doctoral and master's students assisting. However, for the construction of the spacecraft, a project of this scale, the Super God Group lacks professionals with relevant expertise. Hong Ho post a message on the Super God Group's official website and various platforms. The summer recruitment fair of the Super God Group is about to begin. Su Fan thought for a moment and said to Hong Ho, "Okay, my dear master." Hong Hao's voice became increasingly alluring. In the afternoon, Su Fan arrived at the company. The security guard at the entrance looked at the younger version of the boss, who just got out of the car. His curiosity could not be dispelled. Ever since he stopped this suspected Su Fan yesterday afternoon, his curiosity and shock had not ceased. Fortunately, with Zhou Xiaoxiao as a witness, Su Fan was able to prove his identity. Other employees of the company, whenever they saw the younger Su Fan, couldn't help but steal a few more glances. If expressed in emoji, they all had the expression of a confused face. Su Fan sighed. He hadn't expected that the change in his appearance would attract so much attention. Hurrying to the 5th floor, the privileged youths from the capital had already received notification from Zhou Xiaoxiao and were waiting for him in the 5th floor conference room. Upon entering the conference room, before anyone could speak, Su Fan directly said, "I know your purpose. It is for the gene optimization solution, right? The current production of the gene optimization solution is very low and can only be synthesized by me in the laboratory. My time is limited and I have many research projects and other work to attend to. I can't stay in the laboratory all the time making gene optimization solutions. However, you don't need to rush. The production can be slightly increased before the end of this year. So if anyone has a family member in critical condition, please raise your hand." The young people in the conference room hesitated for a moment, and only 3 raised their hands. Let me clarify, the gene optimization solution being developed this time is officially called the first-level gene optimization solution. Do you understand what that means? The people in the conference room quickly realized something and looked at Su Fan in shock. That's right, there will be second-level and third-level gene optimization solutions in the future. They will provide even longer lifespans. If you deceive me, you will bear the consequences. To the three who raised their hands, let me confirm again, does anyone at home have a family member in critical condition? As soon as Su Fan finished speaking, one young man's face turned pale, and he immediately put his raised hand down. Alright, 2 bottles of gene optimization solution. Wait for my notification, and at that time, bring the patients from home to the 5th floor biological laboratory. Since there are only 2 people, it is unnecessary to run to the hospital again. Su Fan was too lazy to make the round trip. As for the others, no need to rush, there will be more later. Finally, thank you for the gifts you sent. Please inform the elders at home that if they are really in a hurry, they can come to talk to me. These privileged youths politely took their leave and did not engage in any debauchery typical of spoiled rich kids. Su Fan's importance and reputation in the Dragon Nation are extremely high now. Super God batteries, controllable nuclear fusion gene optimization solutions, one groundbreaking research achievement after another, and the higher-ups value him greatly. Regarding the gene optimization solution, the higher-ups even showed a tendency to woo him. If later on the news about the second-level and third-level gene optimization solutions that Su Fan mentioned reaches the ears of the big shots, he will undoubtedly become their cherished asset, who would not want to extend their lifespan. After these young masters left, Su Fan called Zhou Xiaoxiao over. They had discussed last night to inject Zhou Xiaoxiao with the gene optimization solution today. The two arrived at the biological laboratory together, and after closing the door, Zhou Xiaoxiao obediently lay on the bed, her round backside slightly raised. Su Fan, come on. Zhou Xiaoxiao wore a white, form-fitting off-shoulder lace dress today, the hem just above her knees. Her slender legs were clad in sheer, smooth, flesh-colored stockings, and she wore pink stiletto heels. The outfit looked beautiful, but it was hard to handle. The gene optimization injection had to be administered in the backside. A dress and an injection in the backside. Su Fan couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Zhou Xiaoxiao, you did this on purpose. Su Fan's tone was unfriendly. Yes, I did it on purpose, Zhou Xiaoxiao replied, her cold, beautiful face breaking into a mischievous smile. Didn't you say doctors see no gender? Dr. Su Fan. Well, since you're wearing a dress, just think of it as wearing shorts. Su Fan shook his head, clearing his mind. He stepped forward and took Zhou Xiaoxiao's hand to administer the nutrition injection. Then, damn, Zhou Xiaoxiao, you have no sense of propriety. Why aren't you wearing safety shorts? Su Fan's eyes widened in shock. It's been so hot recently, Zhou Xiaoxiao declared earnestly. As if I would believe that. The air conditioning is on in the room, it's not hot at all. Su Fan accidentally caught sight of something he shouldn't have. Moreover, how could you wear something like this? You are simply going to extremes. Su Fan was extremely angry, casting several fierce glances. Do you like it, eh? Zhou Xiaoxiao turned her head and teased. You are provoking a healthy man. Su Fan, furious, grabbed the syringe filled with gene optimization liquid and jabbed it in. Be gentle. Su Fan was oblivious to these concerns. His 18-year-old body was bursting with youthful vigor. He quickly injected the gene optimization liquid into Zhou Xiaoxiao, then pulled out the syringe, covered her dress, and turned to leave. As he turned, a trickle of red liquid began to flow from his nose. Su Fan stayed in the biological laboratory for a day and night, watching Zhou Xiaoxiao transform from a 23-year-old woman into an 18-year-old innocent girl. When Zhou Xiaoxiao woke up and saw her youthful face in the mirror reminiscent of her high school days, she was so excited that she cried. Su Fan, unceremonious, took out his phone and snapped a picture of the moment. Zhou Xiaoxiao remained oblivious, still enchanted by her youthful visage. Xiaoxiao! Xiaoxiao! Su Fan called softly. Moi. What is it? Zhou Xiaoxiao tilted her puzzled face upward. You are truly beautiful. Su Fan grinned wickedly. How annoying. Zhou Xiaoxiao's shy face turned red. Let me arrange a job for you. Su Fan finally revealed his true intentions. Zhou Xiaoxiao. You draft a recruitment position list, and we will start large-scale recruitment from the 15th of this month until June 15th. The positions must be numerous. I plan to recruit 5,000 people this time, all fresh graduates. Go for it. Su Fan's eyes were resolute as he extended his right hand in a gesture of encouragement. Zhou Xiaoxiao's gaze gradually turned dangerous. So Su Fan, is that all you wanted to say? Yes, Su Fan nodded provocatively, curling his lips. Eat this. Zhou Xiaoxiao's angry little face turned red as she lifted her long leg clad in stockings to kick Su Fan in the head. Su Fan would never let her succeed, swiftly grabbing Zhou Xiaoxiao's long leg before it could reach his head. Then he inadvertently glanced under her skirt. Su Fan. Zhou Xiaoxiao went berserk. Though she had injected the gene optimization liquid, her physical quality was double that of a female Special Forces soldier, but Su Fan's physical quality was double that of a male Special Forces soldier. Thus Zhou Xiaoxiao's strength was still far inferior to Su Fan's. The two of them playfully tussled in the biological laboratory, at times on the chairs, at times on the floor, and at times on the bed. Half an hour later, they both energetically walked out of the biological laboratory. After injecting the gene optimization liquid, their bodies felt strong, and after half an hour of fighting, neither felt sore in the waist nor tired in the legs. Zhou Xiaoxiao went to arrange for campus recruitment. To recruit quality graduates, she needed to send HR to various universities for presentations. Su Fan called his parents, asking them to bring his grandparents to Super God Group. He planned to have them injected with gene optimization liquid immediately. After finishing the injections for his family, Su Fan waited in the room until they woke up and checked their health, confirming everything was fine before sending them off and happily returning home. Back home, he opened the Super God Black Technology System interface. This time he wanted to find a machine that could produce large quantities of food. The food issue is the country's top priority. The Dragon Nation, with only 9 of the world's arable land and 6 of freshwater resources, feeds nearly 1/5 of the world's population. From the days when 400 million people struggled to find enough food to today's 1 billion enjoying adequate nourishment, it has effectively answered the question of who will feed the Dragon Nation. Currently, the Dragon Nation's grain planting area remains stable at around 175 million acres, with 100 million acres of high-standard farmland established, and continuous improvements in agricultural technology and mechanization. Since entering the new era, the newly formed Dragon Nation has accomplished a feat that no dynasty in history has achieved, ensuring that 1 billion people have enough food. Su Fan was immensely impressed by this, but he felt he needed to add more fire. Currently, the Dragon Nation still needs to import a large amount of grain and meat, especially soybeans, corn, and beef. The need for significant imports indicates a shortfall in domestic production. What Su Fan needed to do next was to fill these gaps and even support the entire society. Found it. The 3-element food synthesizer. Su Fan's eyes lit up as he finally located the target black technology. He decisively exchanged and directly extracted it. Early the next morning, after a hearty meal, Su Fan lay on the sofa on the first floor, carefully examining the information about the black technology he just exchanged. The 3-element food synthesizer, a product of level 1 civilization, has an influence value of 99,999, and its sole function is to synthesize food quickly and efficiently. It has 3 output ports which can produce sugary foods, protein-rich foods, and fatty foods. There are 2 input ports, one that can actively absorb gaseous substances, and another for adding liquid and solid materials. Anyone who has studied biology in middle school knows that the 3 types of substances the human body needs the most are sugars, proteins, and fats. The 3-element food synthesizer can perfectly solve this problem. By simply inputting inexpensive materials, endless food can be produced. So what materials does this 3-element food synthesizer require? Those who have studied biology in middle school know that sugars, also known as carbohydrates, are mainly composed of the elements CH and O, and fats also consist of CH and O. The elements that make up proteins are a bit more complex, primarily consisting of CHO and N, along with trace elements like PSCU. The materials for the 3-element food synthesizer are anything that contains these elements. This includes, but is not limited to, air with nitrogen making up 78, oxygen 21, and rare gases like helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon, and radon making up 934, carbon dioxide at 0.04, and other substances around 0.002, water, carbon, and various inexpensive minerals needed by the human body. Just with these abundant materials found everywhere on Blue Star, an array of essential substances for the human body can be synthesized through the 3-element food synthesizer. It can also selectively include various trace elements through the machine's control panel. The only downside is that it consumes quite a bit of electricity. However, this energy source will soon become abundant in the Dragon Nation. The first batch of large controllable nuclear fusion power plants with a total generation capacity of 1 trillion kilowatt-hours has begun installation at key power supply nodes across the nation. Recently, Ma Baoxiao has been so busy that he is hardly seen flying around the country. The staff at Xia Country are simply insufficient, and those graduate students who have construction experience from the Nanshan controllable nuclear fusion power plant have been dispatched in batches to various newly constructed nuclear power stations, making them highly sought after. Currently within Xia Country, only administrative and logistics personnel remain, along with Zhang Minghan from Xia Battery. Zhang Minghan is now responsible for coordinating the production and procurement related to Xia Battery 10 with the military. Talent, oh talent, we are lacking talent. Su Fan sighed. Without talent, spaceships cannot be built. He did not want to hand over the blueprints and materials to the authorities. It would be better to have joined the authorities when he first obtained the Xia Black Technology System. Let's first manufacture the 3-element food synthesizer, Su Fan thought silently. The production of the 3-element food synthesizer is relatively simple, requiring only one new material as the core catalyst. Without further ado, he quickly arrived at the newly established Materials Science Research Institute, where he has his private materials research lab. As soon as he started researching the new materials, Su Fan noticed something different. His mind felt clearer and more agile, as if his processor had been upgraded. Could it be the effect of the gene optimization liquid? Su Fan speculated internally. I should ask Zhou Xiaoxiao later if she has become smarter. He continued with his experiments. Becoming smarter is a good thing that can greatly accelerate the speed of research and development. Just as Su Fan was developing new materials for the three-element food synthesizer, relations between the Eagle Sauce Nation and Xia Country collapsed over controllable nuclear fusion technology, leading the Eagle Sauce Nation to initiate a trade war against Xia Country. First, a comprehensive ban on important chip companies such as Low-Pass Tier and Weda from providing products and technical services to Xia Country. Second, a complete ban on the export of grain crops like soybeans and corn to Xia Country. Third, a comprehensive ban on the export of 128 resources, including copper, iron, crude oil, natural gas, primary form plastics, and meat to Xia Country. Fourth, an increase in tariffs on trade between Xia Country and the Eagle Sauce Nation. Fifth, there are more than 10 sanctions in total, each striking at the vital arteries of Xia Country. In response to this self-damaging sanction plan, Xia Country firmly retaliated, listing more than 10. However, for the sake of its own enterprises, Xia Country did not include a self-damaging sanction list. This trade war is more serious than any previous ones, and the Eagle Sauce Nation is clearly becoming desperate. Among these sanctions, the prohibition of exporting grain crops like soybeans and corn to Xia Country is the most closely related to the common people. Other impacts are significant, but none is as critical as the food supply. Xia Country's food supply is sufficient for human consumption, but not enough for livestock. Therefore, every year Xia Country imports large quantities of soybeans and corn from countries like the Eagle Sauce Nation. With a shortage of soybeans and corn, the livestock raised by farmers will starve. If the livestock starve, the common people of Xia Country will face a meat shortage. Although Xia Country has ample meat reserves, no one knows how long this trade war will last. Moreover, under such circumstances, meat prices are bound to soar. The situation where pork was over 30 per pound in previous years may be even more severe this time. As meat prices rise, the cost of living for the common people will sharply increase. Coupled with the decreased corporate profits due to sanctions, layoffs and salary cuts will undoubtedly become widespread. Xia Country's economy was already stagnating or even declining due to a real estate bubble, with a surge in unemployment compounded by sanctions and car and mortgage loans. At this point, it's uncertain whether economic development will take off, let alone whether the common people can have enough to eat. In response, netizens are discussing fervently. Our products just arrived in the Eagle Sauce Nation, and we were informed about increased tariffs. However, our profit margins are small. If tariffs rise, we will incur losses. What should I do with my 1000 cattle? The cost of feed will only rise, and we might even face a food shortage for my beloved cows. Quickly slaughter the cattle above. Get lost, those are calves. We raise cattle worried about future feed. I raise chickens, and I'm worried. What are you bosses worried about? Our company is preparing for layoffs, advising all those over 35 to leave. What about car and mortgage loans? I've already been laid off. My previous company was involved in foreign trade, and is now completely finished. Now I'm at home every day. Who will help me? The trade war has just begun, and its impact has just begun to surface, but it is foreseeable that Xia Country will face increasing consequences in the future. Of course, this is premised on Su Fan not taking action. Upon leaving the materials laboratory, Su Fan's anger flared when he learned that the Eagle Sauce Nation had initiated a trade war against Xia Country. He hadn't even sought trouble with the Eagle Sauce Nation, yet they had already provoked a conflict. He picked up the phone and called Zhao Jun, asking him to immediately arrange for some mechanical engineering experts to come over. Su Fan was preparing to unveil a major plan. Additionally, he asked Zhao Jun's father to come along. Injecting the gene optimization liquid would only take a moment. Zhao Jun was very grateful for this. The next morning, after a night of intense work, Su Fan stepped out of the laboratory and saw Zhao Jun and Zhao Zhengguo. They brought over more than 300 urgently reassigned mechanical engineering talents. This included 1 full professor, 5 associate professors, 30 doctoral students, and 300 masters. Su Fan distributed the prepared new smartphones to the professors, instructing them to manufacture the finished products as quickly as possible according to the blueprints. After a night of intense work, he successfully synthesized the new material. The 6 new professors were astonished to see the information on the phone. A machine that previously existed only in theory now had complete manufacturing data. Remarkable. Su Fan waved to Zhao Jun and his father, leading them to the biological laboratory on the 5th floor. Mr. Su, you are truly accomplished at a young age. Zhao Zhengguo said with a smile. I don't dare claim that, Mr. Zhao. You are the one I admire. Your bravery in the 38th parallel battle has always made you my hero. Su Fan said sincerely. Zhao Jiangwo, who came from a farming background, managed to become the commander of the central war zone of Xia Country, which is truly a miracle. I'm getting old now, my legs tremble when I walk, haha, Zhao Jiangwo joked. You won't be old for long. Without further ado, please lie down, and we will start injecting the gene optimization liquid. Su Fan picked up the syringe containing the gene optimization liquid. Alright, let's begin. This is so exciting. Zhao Jiangwo glanced at the syringe in Su Fan's hand. The purple color was so captivating. Soon Zhao Jiangwo completed the injection of the gene optimization liquid, while Zhao Jun stayed in the laboratory. Su Fan then drove home, preparing to redeem a very important piece of black technology, to break through another blockade from the Eagle Sauce Nation. Returning home, Su Fan quickly freshened up and lay down on the bed, opening the interface of the super divine black technology system. After a brief search, he quickly found the technologies for quantum supercomputers, quantum communication, mini quantum communicators, and quantum compatibility. The quantum supercomputer is not for personal use, but rather a large supercomputing center. Quantum communication is based on quantum encryption communication technology from quantum computers. The mini quantum communicator is similar to a phone, functioning like a combination of a phone and a computer. It can facilitate text, voice, and video communication through quantum communication technology, connect to quantum supercomputers, and remotely utilize their computing power. It can also have software installed for gaming and office work. As for the quantum compatibility technology, it is relatively easy to understand. Currently, the people of Huaxia are using traditional silicon-based chip phones, and it is impossible to immediately replace them all with quantum communicators. Quantum compatibility technology allows ordinary phones and computers to access the quantum relay network through regular networks, and then access quantum supercomputers via the quantum relay network. Each of the four technologies has an impact value of 99999, which is trivial for Su Fan. He decisively exchanged them and began extracting one by one. The sanctions imposed by a certain world power on Huaxia are categorized into three types: food chips and basic mineral resources. Su Fan's countermeasure is to use the three-element food synthesizer to solve the food issue, the quantum computer series technology to tackle the chip problem, and the Kunping No. 1 spacecraft to address the mineral resource issue. Once all three problems are resolved, Huaxia will become the sole hegemon of Blue Star, and at that time the certain world power will be of no concern. A few days swiftly passed. During this time, aside from assisting two leaders from the capital with gene optimization injections, Su Fan also researched key materials for the spacecraft's anti-gravity engine. On the morning of May 15th, it was a special day with two important events. First, Zhou Xiaoxiao would lead the HR team of the Super Divine Group to various universities across the country to scout for talents and recruit fresh blood. Second, the first three-element food synthesizer was successfully manufactured, boasting immense power, astonishing everyone involved in its research and development. At this moment, Su Fan was in a newly constructed factory at the Nanshan base. So this is the three-element food synthesizer. Su Fan marveled as he circled around the massive machine. It was a cube-like machine measuring 10 meters in length, width, and height. Three of its four vertical surfaces had large output ports, while the remaining surface featured a control panel and a waste outlet. At the very top, there were two feeding ports, one thick and one thin. The thin port automatically absorbed gaseous materials, while the thick port could accommodate solid and liquid materials. Come on, throw in some materials. Hey, I want to see the results. Su Fan eagerly called over a few graduate students to start feeding materials. The graduate students casually operated the machine, taking a few pieces of rotten wood from a side warehouse and tossing them into the feeding port, followed by several buckets of water. Then one graduate student casually tapped a few buttons on the control panel, and the three-element food synthesizer immediately roared to life. In just a few seconds, a 1-meter square crystal-clear substance was ejected from the output port marked with the word sugar. Su Fan quickly stepped forward to take a closer look. He knew what it was, but seeing it in front of him, he was still. A nearby professor picked up a pointed hammer and struck the crystal-clear cube hard. Bang! One corner of the cube shattered. The professor picked up a thumb-sized shard from the broken corner, tossed it into his mouth, and squinted his eyes. Sudong, it's really sweet, the professor said, smacking his lips. He then took a few more fragments and handed them to Su Fan. Su Fan accepted the shards, examined them carefully, and then put one in his mouth. Sweet. He felt genuine admiration for the inventor of this machine, unable to believe that this was a piece of rock candy. To produce such a large piece of rock candy by inputting rotten wood and water is truly incredible. Next, Su Fan personally tried out different materials, experimenting with white sugar, brown sugar, maltose, regular starch, wheat starch, and rice starch. He also tried producing protein, witnessing large pieces of lean meat rolling out from the protein output port, along with streams of liquid resembling milk spraying out. The fat output port was equally miraculous, producing both solid animal-like fats and liquid plant-like oils, with various types easily adjustable. Su Fan was having a blast. In fact, Xia currently has technology to synthesize starch from carbon dioxide, but the technology is not mature, energy-consuming, and produces low yields, only capable of laboratory production and not large-scale industrial manufacture. In contrast, the three-element food synthesizer not only consumes less energy, but also boasts high output, and crucially the types of synthesized substances are comprehensive, allowing one machine to sustain a large group of people. What is the specific output of this machine? Su Fan asked the nearby professor with a smile. Under sufficient materials and power supply, it can synthesize 10 tons of food per minute, producing 14400 tons of food daily. That's impressive, the professor remarked. 14400 tons a day amounts to over 5 million tons a year. According to official data, the people of Xia consume over 700 grains, 980 tons of oil, 192 million tons of vegetables, and 2300 tons of meat daily. Doing a simple addition excluding vegetables, and only counting grains, meat, and oil, the people of Xia consume nearly 1 million tons of food daily. That amounts to 36.5 million tons of food in a year. If we include fruits and others, it would be even more, Su Fan said, while calculating. A single three-element food synthesizer can produce 5 million tons of food in a year, enough to satisfy the basic grain needs of 1.4 billion people in Xia for 5 days. If we manufacture just 100 units, we can fully meet the survival needs of the entire population of Xia. Su Fan's eyes grew brighter. Let's go with that, Su Fan said, increasingly excited. You all continue testing and ensure the machine's stability. After saying this, Su Fan turned and left, needing to inform the higher-ups of this good news. Since the sanctions imposed by a certain world power on Xia more than 10 days have passed, impacting the livestock industry, manufacturing, foreign trade enterprises, and upstream and downstream chip companies in varying degrees. High-ranking officials are overwhelmed with work every day. They must negotiate with the power bloc led by the certain world power, while also appeasing the domestic populace, truly exhausting their mental and physical strength. The certain world power disregards the demands of its own people and resolutely initiates a trade war that harms itself as much as its enemies, showing indifference to the lives of its citizens and trampling on the principles of national liberalism. The spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had just finished speaking and was frowning while walking to his office. As he passed the minister's office, he unexpectedly heard the minister's delighted laughter. Ha ha, good. What a remarkable Su Fan. A phone call from Su Fan directly reached the central authority of Xia Nation. Due to the gene optimization serum, he was now able to contact the elders of the Elder Council. When these big shots learned that Su Fan had developed a super machine that only existed in science fiction, they were so excited that they wished they could fly to the Super God Group immediately. Due to the restrictions from a certain country on the export of soybeans and corn to Xia Nation, the prices of livestock feed domestically soared rapidly. Correspondingly, the prices of meat in the market have been skyrocketing, reaching 23 yuan per pound recently. After learning this news, the second elder in charge of state affairs at the Elder Council canceled many important matters and urgently flew to the Super God Group the next morning. After conducting a brief survey under Su Fan's guidance, the group arrived at the Jiaxiang Nanshan base. The professor and graduate students responsible for manufacturing the Trinera food synthesizer had already prepared everything in advance. Is this the machine? The second elder said happily. Indeed, this is the Trinera food synthesizer, Su Fan replied with a smile. It can produce food such as sugars, proteins, and fats from inexpensive materials. Yanhuang operate the machine and make some rock candy. The flavor should be vitamin C. A freshly graduated master's student didn't expect to be given such a great task and immediately began to take action. To be able to perform in front of the second-in-command of Xia Nation was a significant honor. Under the envious gazes of other graduate students and professors, Wang Daji skillfully operated the machine, took out a dozen pieces of wood from the material warehouse, tossed them into the feed inlet, and poured a lot of water into it. Next, he returned to the control panel, clicked a few buttons, and the machine roared to life. After several seconds, a cube of rock candy marked as sugar rolled out from the output, sparkling and translucent under the light. The entire process was observed by the second elder. When Su Fan used a chisel to break the rock candy and held several thumb-sized pieces in his palm, he finally realized what was happening. Amazing, truly amazing, the second elder asked softly. Can this be eaten directly? Su Fan nodded, picked up a piece of rock candy, threw it into the air with his mouth wide open, and the candy gracefully followed a parabolic arc, perfectly landing in his mouth. This skill was something he had practiced tirelessly during his university days out of boredom. Although the materials put in were rotten wood and water, after catalysis and purification by the Trinera food synthesizer, it is definitely purer than any rock candy on the market. Moreover, by selectively adding trace elements like vitamin C, this piece of rock candy is deliciously sweet and sour. Su Fan explained to the second elder. The second elder nodded without hesitation. He picked up a large piece of rock candy and put it in his mouth. It's sweet and sour. A smile spread across the second elder's face. Can I try it myself? Seeing such a marvelous machine, the second elder felt a strong urge to try it himself. Of course you can. Su Fan personally stepped in to teach him, and soon the second elder learned how to operate it. Like everyone who first encountered the machine, the second elder began to continuously experiment with other types of food, and the results were far beyond his expectations. After testing the Triner of food synthesizer, the second elder and Su Fan met privately in a small room. How much food can this Triner of food synthesizer produce in a year? The second elder pondered before speaking. 500 million tons a year. Su Fan held up one hand. This. The second elder gasped in surprise. Does this mean that with just 80 units we can basically meet the staple food demands of the entire Xia nation? Su Fan smiled and nodded. I plan to produce 100 units. Just in time, Xia nation will have 100 controllable nuclear fusion power plants in the future, and the Triner of food synthesizers require a lot of power, so they can be built right next to the power plants. This is a good idea. The second elder praised Su Fan, as no one dislikes an outstanding young person, especially a genius who has no precedent. If you have other ideas, please share them with me. Young people should dare to think and act. Su Fan pondered for a moment, looking at the second elder seriously. Second elder, I want to provide the food produced by the Triner of food synthesizer free of charge to the entire Xia nation, once all 100 controllable nuclear fusion plants and 100 Triner of food synthesizers are completed. His words were indeed shocking to the second elder. This could feed 1 billion mouths. Moreover, while the idea of providing free food sounds appealing, how could the super god group handle this alone? He knew that Su Fan was pushing the country into action. If the government lacked the courage to act, Su Fan would dare to do it himself, and it would be the officials who would look back. However, if the government undertook this task, would the finances hold up? Even if they did, once this door was opened, would the people of Xia nation still have the motivation to strive for progress? The second elder fell silent, frowning in thought, as he unconsciously picked up a cup of water to drink. Su Fan did not interrupt. This was a matter of national importance, and no one could make a decision lightly. After more than 10 minutes, the second elder sighed. Su Fan, do you have any follow-up plans? If there are no follow-up plans, this proposal will be difficult to pass the review of the top leadership. Looking at the second elder's serious expression, Su Fan suddenly smiled confidently, his voice resonating. Within a year, Xia nation will enter the interstellar era. Resources on the moon will be open for Xia nation to mine. Blue planet will become the sole hegemon. A certain world power. A certain bear. Nuclear bombs. All of these will become history. In the future, if Xia nation wishes, it can flatten all countries, becoming the only nation on Blue planet. This generation of leaders will leave a significant mark in history, praised and remembered by future generations. Su Fan's words were few, but each one struck deep into the heart of the second elder. Within a year, the interstellar era. Are you sure? The second elder's expression was serious, his eyes fixed on Su Fan. I am certain. Su Fan's expression was equally grave. Additionally, there are other technologies that completely surpass those of Blue planet. As he spoke, Su Fan's expression suddenly changed, and he smiled, saying, You can rest assured. The future of Xia nation is not on Blue planet, but in the endless galaxy. The second elder nodded after hearing this. Su Fan continued, the free food is limited, for instance 1 pound of synthetic wheat flour, 1 pound of synthetic lean meat, 1 pound of synthetic fatty meat, or other combinations per person per day. The reason for providing free food to the people is to reduce their sense of crisis and increase the birth rate. Population is key in the interstellar era. In recent years, due to high housing prices and low employment, many young people are reluctant to have children. Now that it is May, it is already possible to estimate this year's birth numbers. I guess it will be at most 8 million this year. The second elder nodded. The current young people are indeed under too much pressure, facing not only mortgages and car loans, but also low employment rates, and they must confront the 3 mountains of healthcare, education, and elderly care. The entire society is engulfed in a serious atmosphere of anxiety, compounded by sanctions from a certain country. Sigh. The second elder sighed. Please tell me the specific plan. These chapters are relatively bland, so please be patient, the plot will peak in a few chapters. Su Fan pondered for a moment before speaking. The state will fund the purchase of 100 sets of synthetic food processors, and the production of food will be the responsibility of the state. The Chaoxing Group will establish Chaoxing Logistics, responsible for delivering food from the production facilities to thousands of households. This way we can absorb those unemployed due to the impact of synthetic foods and trade wars, while also reducing the burden on the national finances. It's a win-win situation. Su Fan smiled and said, what do you think about this? The second elder scrutinized Su Fan, and after a long while said, the Postal Service of Xiagua has over 900 employees, yet even they cannot handle such a large volume of logistics. If Chaoxing Logistics aims to cover the entire nation, the number of employees recruited must reach several millions to meet such a massive logistical demand. With several million employees, the annual salary would amount to hundreds of billions. Su Fan's lips curled slightly. Just a few $100 billion. Our Chaoxing Group is not short on funds. For instance, selling 100 controllable nuclear fusion power plants to the state at $30 billion each would yield $3 trillion. After deducting labor and material costs, we still make a profit. Su Fan did not mention how much profit, but in reality, he made at least $28 billion from each nuclear power. Of course, the state would not lose out either. Previously, building a typical nuclear fission power plant required an investment of at least 30 to 40 billion, generating nearly 1 million kilowatts of electricity annually. In comparison to the nuclear power plants built by Su Fan, which produced 1 trillion kilowatts of electricity per year, the difference was on a completely different scale, a disparity of 1 million times. What does this mean? It means that the state would need to build 1 million nuclear fission power plants, each generating 1 million kilowatts annually, to achieve an annual output of 1 trillion kilowatts. Even at 30 billion per plant, 1 million plants would require an astronomical sum of 30 trillion, and the figure was so large that it was hard to read. Su Fan's price was so attractive that the state directly allocated 3 trillion, with full payment made. With 100 nuclear power plants generating 100 trillion kilowatts of electricity annually, even at Su Fan's request for 1 cent per kilowatt, the annual revenue from electricity sales alone would reach 1 trillion, recouping the investment in 3 years. Even if each nuclear power plant had to pay Chaoxing Group 3 billion in maintenance fees, the total annual maintenance cost would only be 300 billion. Adding in the costs for deuterium fuel and labor, the total for 100 nuclear power plants would come to around 200 billion. After calculations, the net profit would be 500 billion annually. This deal, whether for Chaoxing Group or the Xiaowa government, was considered a win. Chaoxing Group would net 2.8 trillion with an additional 300 billion in maintenance fees each year. Hence, when Su Fan said they were not short on money, he truly meant it. Indeed, Chaoxing Group is not short on funds, the second elder remarked, as Su Fan had not yet mentioned another lucrative business, the Chaoxing Battery, which also had remarkable profits. He knew this not because he understood Chaoxing Group's operating costs, but because he had reviewed the financial data and bank account balances of Chaoxing Group and Su Fan before coming. After taxes, the balances had a long string of zeros. In that case, I need to discuss this with the team members when I return. Wait for my call, the second elder said, getting up to— Don't rush off. Oh, I have a gift for you, Su Fan said with a smile. No need, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't require any gifts right now. The second elder waved his hand with a smile. Recently I had some time and made a gene optimization liquid. Take a look. Su Fan winked. Upon hearing this, the second elder paused, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. Su Fan, oh Su Fan. Then I will postpone tomorrow's agenda to the day after. Alright, please follow me. Su Fan beamed. While he lacked many things, no one ever complained about wanting more lifespan. The second elder has come to Chaoxing Group. This news finally reached the Ningqing officials later that evening, and it was a monumental event. Shortly after, under the secretary's leadership, the members of the Ningqing committee hurried to Chaoxing Group. At that moment, the second elder was undergoing modifications with the gene optimization liquid and could not meet them. Su Fan had to personally host, as he needed the Ningqing officials' assistance. Both parties took their seats in the conference room. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Fan got straight to the point. Secretary, the Nanshan base of Chaoxing Group is currently too small. I wish to expand it and need more land. Take a look at this area. Su Fan said with a smile. In fact, Su Fan's theoretical official status was quite high. Currently, Chaoxing Energy was directly controlled by the state, with a 33 state qualifying it as a state-owned enterprise, and he was the chairman of Chaoxing Energy. As the chairman of a state-owned enterprise, his rank was at least at the ministerial level, potentially reaching the level of a full minister. Of course, since Chaoxing Energy was not wholly state-owned, he did not hold an administrative rank, but he was still considered half an insider. Moreover, as Su Fan could directly communicate with the high officials, the Ningqing officials adopted a very humble, whatever land you request, we will designate it for you. If you want the city government's land, our city government personnel will vacate it overnight. Let's not take the city government's land, the mountainous area in the southern part of Qilin County will suffice. Su Fan felt a bit awkward. The Ningqing secretary was too enthusiastic. Alright, I will arrange for someone to handle it immediately. If you have any other needs, feel free to mention them. Not for now. You all can head back. The second elder is currently unavailable. The more than 10 officials from Ningqing politely took their leave. The next day at noon, the second elder awoke, having transformed from a person in his 70s to one in his— Looking at himself in the mirror, his expression was one of utter shock. Feeling the vitality and power coursing through him, he couldn't help but exclaim, Su Fan, I really want to open your head and see what magical technology is inside. Su Fan laughed heartily. I bet you wouldn't want to. There are even higher level gene optimization liquids, and if I opened my head there would be nothing left. By the way, you can't go out looking like this. Oh, we need to make some adjustments. Your influence is too great, and a drastic change in appearance could raise suspicions. The second elder nodded. Su Fan had already mentioned this to him in advance. Next, Su Fan utilized a scientific disguise technology he exchanged for later in the system to adjust the second elder's facial features. Zhao Jiangwo and two other highly influential figures also underwent facial adjustments afterward. The gene optimization liquid still could not be publicly revealed. Su Fan planned to reveal the gene optimization liquid only after everything was set, with the quantum supercomputer quantum communication, mini quantum communicators quantum compatibility, and the Kunping No. 1 spaceship. At that point, with resources from the moon combined with the monitoring of society through quantum computers and quantum communications alongside the basic food security provided by the synthetic food processors, the society of Xiagua would absolutely not experience significant turmoil. An hour later, everything was ready, and the second elder sincerely thanked Su Fan. Second elder, when you leave later, please take me with you. I have some matters to attend to in the capital. Sure. You're warmly welcome. What matters do you have in the capital? The second elder asked curiously. Your viewership is the greatest motivation for the author. Go to Kyoto University to recruit talent. The Super God Group is thriving, but there is a significant talent shortage. This time I plan to personally recruit some managerial talents for focus training. Su Fan and the second elder walked outside while chatting. The technical staff can be recruited by Zhou Xiaoxiao, but the executives must be personally selected. Generally speaking, interviewees tend to feel a sense of warmth toward the person recruiting them into the company, as everyone desires to be discovered by a mentor. Indeed, talent is fundamental. The nation also lacks talent. Fortunately, you have emerged, and now you single-handedly push the technology of the Xia nation to the forefront of the world. Xia nation is honored because of you. You Su Fan can rival a nation. The second elder praised without reservation. He was extremely satisfied with Su Fan. Ahem. Su Fan cleared his throat awkwardly. You flatter me. That night, Su Fan arrived in Kyoto City. After parting ways with the second elder, Su Fan took the company's designated vehicle to the reception hotel at Kyoto University. In the presidential suite of the hotel, Su Fan and Zhou Xiaoxiao chatted on the sofa. Xiaoxiao, how many have registered so far? Yesterday afternoon we arrived at Kyoto University and held a recruitment presentation that same evening. Today we have already received about 100 resumes, which is roughly 1/10 of the graduating student. Zhou Xiaoxiao flicked her hair, and with her 18-year-old appearance combined with a competent demeanor along with her black stockings, she exuded a unique charm. Please send me all the electronic resumes. I want to take a look. Su Fan's eyes instinctively scanned the long legs and black stockings. Okay, boss Su. Zhou Xiaoxiao playfully rolled her eyes at Su Fan, deliberately leaning her thigh closer to him. Also, please tell me which famous students are at Kyoto University. At Kyoto University, the notable students are. Zhou Xiaoxiao spent over 2 hours reporting on work in Su Fan's room before leaving. Meanwhile, Su Fan contacted Hong Ho via his phone, asking her to review the resumes of these students from Kyoto University one by one and conduct background checks online. If any issues are found, he should be notified immediately. The closer to Kyoto, the more the enemies want to infiltrate. The more they are university students, the easier they are to infiltrate. Students from Kyoto University are definitely the primary targets for enemy agents. After completing this task, Su Fan comfortably lay on the bed and opened the Super God Black technology system. At this moment, his information was personal information. Name Su Fan. Gender male. Age 29. Race human. Lifespan 200. Gene level 1. Influence value 1. 5 billion. Click to view details. Seeing the influence value reach 1.5 billion, Su Fan felt a bit speechless. The system was too powerful, making him, the host, feel somewhat embarrassed. This time he planned to exchange for an important piece of black technology, a vacuum zero-gravity 3D printer. With this machine, he could quickly produce the developed black technology. Previously, he had not seen this black technology, which wasted quite a bit of his time. This printer is not comparable to an ordinary 3D printer. An ordinary 3D printer requires a supporting base and connection points, but the zero-gravity vacuum printer does not need any of these, because it can provide a vacuum and zero-gravity printing environment. This environment is crucial because a vacuum means no impurities and zero gravity means no gravitational influence, thus completely eliminating the need for a base and connection points. The components printed in this way are extremely precise, exactly matching what the computer design intended. With such a remarkable machine, Su Fan decisively exchanged for it. The next morning, Su Fan and Zhou Xiaoxiao arrived at Kyoto University. Kyoto University, the first national comprehensive university in the modern history of the Xia nation, originally named the Jingshi University Hall, is the highest educational administrative body in the Xia nation, later renamed Kyoto University. As one of the top-ranked universities in the country today, the students from Kyoto University are undoubtedly 80% of the top scorers in the college entrance examination and 90% of the competition winners are gathered here, with the other half at Shuemu University. Today, Su Fan's purpose is to personally recruit some managerial students as the company's upper management. With an increasing number of employees at Super God Company relying solely on technical talents would lead to confusion. Wherever there are people, there is a world of intrigue. Managing people is an art. The main reason for not poaching executives from other companies is the issue of loyalty. Using conspiracy theories, students are easier to brainwash. Based on the background checks conducted by Hong Ho yesterday, Su Fan selected 5 outstanding students from whom he would choose 3 to serve as the general manager and deputy general manager of Super God Logistics. 1 general and 2 deputies. Using 3 recent graduates as the general manager of a company managing hundreds of thousands of people, Su Fan's audacity is undeniable. He valued the passion of young people over experience. In classroom 301, Su Fan patiently awaited the arrival of the 5 interviewees, having already agreed on the time and place. At 9 o'clock, the 5 interviewees arrived in succession. Su Fan decided not to have a written test or a second interview. There would only be 1 interview, and it would be conducted simultaneously with all 5. The 5 interviewees would form a small group to solve problems, and based on their performance, the top 3 would be selected. After 2 hours of intense interviews, Su Fan announced the results on the spot. First place, Chun Haonan. Second place, Wu Yuxuan. Third place, Lu Yangtian. Chun Haonan, male, 22 years old, undergraduate majoring in humanities and social sciences at Kyoto University. His father is disabled, and his mother is in the late stage of stomach cancer. Wu Yuxuan, female, 23 years old, master's student majoring in finance at Kyoto University. Her father has passed away, and her mother is partially paralyzed. Lu Yangtian, male, 21 years old, undergraduate majoring in management at Kyoto University. His father is in the late stage of liver cancer, and his mother has leukemia. 3 outstanding talents from 3 unfortunate families. It is easy to add flowers to something already beautiful, but it is difficult to provide timely assistance in times of need. Su Fan only needs to inject a gene optimization solution into each of their parents, and based on the character observed during the background check, they would definitely work hard for him. Talents are easy to find, but loyalty is hard to come by. In the future, to colonize the universe and spread the Xia descendants throughout the cosmos, having core team members is essential. Zhou Xiaoxiao is one capable, good-natured, and beautiful. She has been with him since before the startup. Zhang Minghan is another capable and resilient Oi. Ever since his mother was cured by Su Fan's gene optimization solution, his gratitude towards Su Fan is beyond words, and his loyalty is off the charts. As for the later professors, Su Fan did not trust them too much. They are too old, have too much experience, and too many thoughts, making it hard for them to be loyal to one person. Of course, they still need to be used, as they haven't betrayed him, and they are officially provided talents. Chun Haonan and the others looked at Su Fan with excitement. They never expected that the legendary founder of the Super God Group would personally come to recruit, and that they had passed the interview. This is a true divine person who ignited controllable nuclear fusion and created a sun. In the classroom, only the 4 of them remained. Su Fan smiled and said, "Now I will announce the specific positions and benefits for the 3 of you. If you can see this, the male is handsome, the female is beautiful. Moi." Chun Haonan, the general manager of Super God Logistics, earns 5 million a year. Wu Yuxuan, the deputy general manager, oversees finance and earns 3 million a year. Lu Yangtian, also the deputy general manager, is in charge of affairs and earns 3 million a year. The 3 of them, after listening to Su Fan's words, were somewhat bewildered. Chun Haonan, aren't we hiring regular employees? How did the interview turn into a general manager position? Am waiting online urgent. Wu Yuxuan, deputy general manager. Did I dream again? An annual salary of 3 million. I'm a bit dizzy. Lu Yangtian, I just wanted to interview for a regular employee, and you want me to be the deputy general manager. Do you really believe in me this much? Maybe it's a small subsidiary. Su Fan observed their expressions and smiled as he continued, "Next, let me introduce you to Super God Logistics Company. Super God Logistics is a wholly owned subsidiary of Super God Group, mainly engaged in warehousing and logistics. Currently, Super God Logistics has just been established and does not have dedicated personnel yet. Once you 3 arrive, your first task is to hire staff." Chun Haonan and the others let out a sigh of relief, easing their tense minds. That turns out it is just a shell company. But before they could stabilize their hearts, Su Fan's next words made them anxious again. Super God Logistics is expected to recruit 3 million employees covering the entire Dragon Nation and will be responsible for the staple food distribution for the people of the Dragon Nation. Your first task upon joining is to learn the models of postal and other logistics companies, then formulate an operational model unique to Super God Logistics based on the company's business. The second task is recruitment. You need to establish the management structure of the company first, then absorb unemployed individuals from society and provide them with employment opportunities. As Su Fan spoke, he observed the changing expressions on the faces of the 3, a smile appearing on his own face. Isn't it surprising? Chun Haonan, 3 million people. Absorb unemployed individuals from society. This huge responsibility is being handed to me, a mere undergraduate. Is this really Super God Group and not a pyramid scheme? Wu Yuxuan, oh no, I thought I had found a strong backing, but I ended up encountering a lunatic. Lu Yangtian, haha. This grand vision is unrealistic, it's too big to fit in a pot. Please provide your bank account numbers. Su Fan said with a smile. Chun Haonan and Wu Yuxuan felt a tightening in their hearts. Provide bank account numbers. What is this for? Is scamming becoming this blatant? It's no wonder they doubted. This was simply too fantastical. Starting with an interview for a general manager position, an annual salary in the millions, managing a company of millions. Moreover, although the person in front of them looked almost identical to the one who once released the Thunder God batteries, he seemed too young, appearing only about 18 or 19. Chun Haonan took a deep breath and said, Director Su, may I take some time to consider and get back to you tomorrow? Sure, take your time to think about it. Su Fan nodded, his gaze shifting to Wu Yuxuan and Lu Yangtian. Wu Yuxuan bit her lip. Director Su, I also need to think it over. After all, the first job is really important. Lu Yangtian cleared his throat. Although he internally criticized the unrealistic nature of the proposal, he didn't doubt its authenticity, because he had already consulted his mentor and confirmed it was indeed the real Super God Group. Since it is real, there's no need to dwell on other matters. If I can't be the deputy general manager, I can always work as a regular employee, and even the ordinary employee salary at Super God is absurdly high. Director Su, I've made my decision, I will follow you. Lu Yantian said earnestly, I will send my bank account number to you on WeChat right away. Saying this, he took out his phone, edited his bank account number, and then sent it to Su Fan. Su Fan smiled, directly handing the bank account number to Zhou Xiaoxiao, instructing him to immediately transfer a salary of 3 million. Although no contract was signed, he was not worried at all about Lu Yangtian running off with the money. The Super God Group is a super VIP client of the bank, and all transfers under 100 million are processed instantly. Thus Lu Yangshan's phone soon received a text message. However, due to being in an interview, he did not open his phone in front of Su Fan. Check your phone, you should have received a text message. Good news. Su Fan said slyly. Lu Yangtian was taken aback and picked up his phone to unlock it. What he saw was a bank account deposit notification. Hundreds of thousands, millions. 3 million. He couldn't believe it. Opened the banking app and saw the balance displayed as 3021508. Su Fan looked at Lu Yangshan's expression and knew he had seen the deposit information. Director Su, why did you transfer 3 million to me? Lu Yangtian stammered. At Super God Group, we always pay salaries before work. It's a tradition, so you need not be surprised. Su Fan said with a smile as he took a sip of water. Oh, thank you, Director Su. Lu Yangtian was thrilled. Having 3 million in assets before even graduating was quite impressive. At this moment, Chen Haonan and Wu Yuxuan had not left and were right beside Lu Yangtian. Hearing that Lu Yangtian had received a salary of 3 million, they felt a mix of envy, anxiety, and regret. Chen Haonan, damn, had I known I wouldn't have hesitated. That's my 5 million cash. I wonder if it's too late to Wu Yuxuan, it's over. What was I even considering? I don't know if Director Su will get mad and cancel the 3 million annual salary. Regret. This is Kyoto. I'm the one who's being stubborn. Su Fan smiled as he looked at Chen Haonan and Wu Yuxuan, feeling a sense of wicked pleasure inside. Regretting now, are you? Young people, is it hard to bear? He knew that if he were to say now, Chen Haonan, Wu Yuxuan, you haven't passed the test, sorry. These two young students would regret for a long, long time. But he is Su Fan, how could he be like those wicked cap? Chen Haonan, Wu Yuxuan, please send me your bank account numbers as well. I will transfer your salaries first, so you can consider it slowly. Su Fan said with a smile. This action directly stunned Chen Haonan and Wu Yuxuan. In this world there are good recruiters, but good horses are common, good recruiters are not. Director Su, no need to think any further, I will follow you from now on. Chen Haonan said firmly. The feeling of being strongly recognized was incredibly satisfying. He wanted to work hard for Director Su. Director Su, I also won't think any longer. I am yours from now on. Whatever you want me to do, I will do. Wu Yuxuan said excitedly. As soon as she spoke, she felt her words carried some ambiguity and blushed, lowering her head. Wu Yuxuan was actually a stunning beauty. At just 23, she had the charm of a mature woman with curves in all the right places. At this moment, with her head lowered and blushing, she was alluring in a different way. Great, then welcome all three of you to join Super God Company. Please send me your bank account numbers now. Oh, I feel uneasy if I don't transfer your salaries immediately. Su Fan was very happy. Talent is easy to find, but loyalty is rare. A few days later, Su Fan returned to the Super God Group with 3 new employees, instructing them to begin work according to his arranged direction. Afterward, he called Zhang Minghan to the office. Minghan, open your work phone. I just sent you some materials. Organize a team to produce this vacuum gravity-free 3D printer as soon as possible. Okay, Chairman Su. Zhang Minghan replied, pulling out his phone and finding the new materials. Additionally, you will be responsible for the Super God Materials Company from now on. I hereby appoint you as the general manager of the Super God Materials Company. The appointment letter will be announced to the entire company shortly. Your annual salary will be increased to 5 million. If you work hard and follow me, you will not be treated unfairly, Su Fan said, patting Zhang Minghan on the shoulder. Yes, thank you for your kindness, Chairman Su. I will definitely not disappoint you in the future. Zhang Minghan expressed his excitement gratefully. Following Chairman Su is undoubtedly the right choice. The Super God batteries will be taken over by those graduate students you previously managed. Find someone you trust to take your original position. Also, we are currently short-handed. Let me know what kind of talent you need and contact Zhou Xiaoxiao to recruit quickly. Understood. Zhang Minghan replied. The 4 professors from the Materials Science Research Institute are still at the nuclear fusion power station. Should we recall them? Not for now. A nuclear fusion is also very important. We need to quickly get 100 units ready for future arrangements. Su Fan pondered and shook his head. Alright, you can get back to work. Sure. Zhang Minghan left, and Su Fan contemplated before heading to the biological laboratory. On the second night in Kyoto, he exchanged for the brainwave output technology. This technology allows one to output thoughts from the brain, including data and actions. His purpose for obtaining this black technology was simple: to make things easier, or rather to be lazy. As he exchanged for more and more black technology through the system, organizing this information into reality was exhausting. Even with the assistance of the AI, Su Fan felt his hands cramping. As a system owner, he couldn't believe he had been so foolish for so long. For over a week, Su Fan immersed himself in the biological laboratory, occasionally running to the materials lab. During this time, he also took the opportunity to develop the Kunping No. 1 spaceship, breaking through the material issues of the anti-gravity engine. On the afternoon of June 1st, Su Fan wore a helmet-like device with a computer monitor in front of him, where countless images and texts appeared out of thin air. Soon, all the information on the Kunping No. 1 spaceship was completely output and organized. Su Fan removed the helmet, looking at the information on the computer with satisfaction. In such a short time, he had completed the information for the Kunping No. 1 spaceship. If he had used the old methods, this much data would have taken at least a day, even with the AI's help. The brainwave output device is truly a lazy person's artifact, Su Fan thought with emotion. With the completion of the brainwave output device, this research could be considered concluded. Just as Su Fan was considering taking a break, Professor Ma called. Chairman Su. The first phase of the controllable nuclear fusion power station has been completed. All 10 nuclear power plants have successfully ignited and can be put into operation. Professor Ma Baoxia's cheerful and excited voice came through the phone. Great. Additionally, let's get the other 90 units built as soon as possible. Disperse the employees with construction experience to oversee the nuclear power plant construction. It must be completed within a month. No problem, Chairman Su, you can rest assured. Professor Ma replied. Then I will wait for good news from you, Su Fan said with a smile. Building 90 nuclear power stations in a month is not difficult. The reason the previous 10 were constructed so slowly was fundamentally due to talent and production line issues. However, after constructing these 10 nuclear power stations, a large pool of qualified talent was trained and many production lines were established. Constructing 90 nuclear power stations in a month is not a dream. Just as good news came, Su Fan hung up the phone and his mobile rang again. This time, it was Zhang Minghan. Chairman Su, the vacuum gravity-free 3D printer has been manufactured. When do you have time to come and try it out? Hold on, I'll be there right away, Su Fan said happily. The technological challenge of the vacuum gravity-free 3D printer is the gravity generator, but the material for this gravity generator is the same as that for the anti-gravity engine of the Kunping No. 1 spaceship. Su Fan had already resolved this material issue in the past week, which is why Zhang Minghan was able to develop it so quickly. Su Fan happily walked toward the laboratory door, but just as he reached the entrance, his phone rang again. Is there a line for phone calls? Su Fan muttered to himself, helplessly answering the call. This time, it was Professor Li Wenju, responsible for the Trilament food synthesizer. Chairman Su, we have produced 5 Trilament food synthesizers, and we expect to produce 10 this month. That's too slow, we need to complete all 100 this month. Chairman Su, 100 units is too many. 10 units are already the fastest speed. Even with overnight shifts, we can't manage 100 units, Li Wenju said, sounding aggrieved. This arrangement is beyond my capabilities. Come to Factory 23 at the company. I will introduce you to a big toy. With this big toy, producing 100 units in a month is not a dream. After saying that with a smile, Su Fan hung up the phone. Big toy. Li Wenju was left puzzled, but still set off for the garage at Nanshan Base, driving the company-provided car back to the office. When he arrived at Factory 23, looking at the enormous machine in front of him, he was left with many questions. What new invention is this? At this moment, Su Fan and Zhang Minghan were testing the vacuum gravity-free 3D printer. Seeing Li Wenju arrive, they waved at him. Chairman Su, is this big machine the big toy you mentioned? Li Wenju asked, voicing his curiosity. Exactly. This thing is called a vacuum gravity-free 3D printer. You throw in raw materials, and it can print any shape you want with extremely high precision. With this device, do you think producing 100 tri-element food synthesizers in a month is possible? Su Fan said, patting the printer in front of him. If it really can print parts of any shape with such high precision, then producing 100 tri-element food synthesizers is definitely feasible. Can I give it a try? Li Wenju asked excitedly. No problem. Su Fan waved his hand, letting Zhang Minghan guide Li Wenju on how to use it. Several hours later, Li Wenju finished testing the vacuum gravity-free 3D printer. Chairman Su, this printer is amazing. You can rest assured. Li Wenju excitedly made a military pledge. I guarantee to complete 100 units in a month, or I will stand on my head and urinate. Su Fan chuckled, finding this little old man unexpectedly amusing. Can one really urinate while standing on one's head? This vacuum gravity-free 3D printer would not be handed over to Li Wenju immediately, because Su Fan still needed to rely on him to produce more vacuum gravity-free 3D printers. Minghan, your recent task is to use the vacuum gravity-free 3D printer to print more vacuum gravity-free 3D printers. Other projects that need it can have them moved for use, Su Fan said, patting Zhang Minghan on the shoulder and walking toward the factory door. Understood, Chairman Su. Time slipped by like a white steed darting across a crevice, swift, fleeting, imperceptible. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Dear viewers, greetings. Welcome to today's news broadcast. I am Anchor Zhang Hui. Today's broadcast has been extended from its usual 30 minutes to a full hour. We now present a special high-priority announcement. The tri-element food synthesizer independently developed by the distinguished domestic enterprise Chaoshin Group has officially launched today. Next, Mr. Su Fan, chairman of Chaoshin Group, will introduce this revolutionary device. The broadcast shifted to a live feed. Su Fan's composed visage filled the frame. He stood inside the production facility of the tri-element food synthesizer. Dear viewers, greetings. I am Su Fan. Many of you know me, many do not, and that is quite irrelevant. What truly matters now is what lies behind me, a marvel of modern engineering. The tri-element food synthesizer. Why tri-element? Simply because it features 3 distinct output ports, each dispensing one of 3 fundamental categories of nutrition, namely carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Anyone who completed junior secondary education will recognize these as the 3 macronutrients essential to human life. Now allow me to demonstrate its operation. And there you have it. The tri-element food synthesizer introduced, explained, and demonstrated. Thank you and farewell. Su Fan spent nearly half an hour delivering both exposition and live demonstration. The broadcast then cut back to the studio. Effective August 1st, the National Administration will provide every citizen with daily subsistence rations. These rations consist of 1 gene of synthesized carbohydrate food, 1 gene of synthesized protein food, and half a gene of synthesized lipid food per person per day. For finer customization of ration composition, users may download and log in to the Chaoshin Logistics mobile application. Chaoshin Logistics, a wholly owned subsidiary of Chaoshin Group, serves as the sole authorized distribution channel. July 1st, 2025, a date already imbued with profound historical resonance, had acquired yet another layer of significance. As the broadcast concluded, shockwaves rippled across the Dragon Nation, and indeed across the entire world. To live to witness such an era, to be sustained by the state without lifting a finger, profoundly moved. I'd been overwhelmed by anxiety after losing my job, until now. With food provided freely by the state, my fears have dissolved. At worst, I'll subsist on these rations. Starvation is no longer a specter. After 3 years of pandemic-induced unemployment, I finally landed work selling real estate, only for the market to collapse. Then I secured a position in foreign trade sales, only to be laid off again amid international sanctions imposed by a certain Western power. My home was repossessed by the bank when I defaulted on my mortgage. My spouse left. My parents, now elderly, depend entirely on me. Were it not for them, I would have ended my life long ago. Now, with sustenance guaranteed by the state, a deep breath escapes me at last. At least I need no longer fear starvation. Gratitude to the nation. To Chaoshin Group. Gratitude to Su Fan. Gratitude to the nation. To Chaoshin Group. My plight is less dire, unemployed, unable to find work with no savings. I've survived on steamed buns and pickled vegetables alone. In these austere days, the state has illuminated my path forward. Gratitude to the great Dragon Nation. Gratitude to the nation. To Su Fan. Once I abandoned my dreams for mere silver coins. Now, with food freely distributed, I feel compelled to reclaim what I once lost. Likewise, I pursued a vocation I despised solely to earn bread and sustain my family. Now that nourishment is assured, I too shall resurrect my dormant aspirations. I wish only to recline, to rest. Work exhausts me utterly. With food secured and land in hand, 2 mu of arable soil plus a homestead, I yearn to return to pastoral serenity, plucking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence, gazing calmly upon the southern hills. Don't fret, friend above, I still bear a mortgage. Though the state has resolved my hunger, employment remains imperative, otherwise the bank will seize my home. The very dwelling my parents labored half their lives to afford me. No need to worry. Chaoshan Logistics has issued nationwide recruitment notices. You may apply at once. I've reviewed the criteria. Priority is given to applicants burdened by mortgages, auto loans, dependent minors, or elderly, or infirm relatives. I'm in no rush. I intend first to rest. Nor am I urgent. I eat alone, unburdened by kin. Yet while the state feeds its people what of livestock? My beloved ox calves cry out in hunger day after day. Think carefully, friend. Above, if synthetic food is distributed to all citizens, total food supply effectively doubles. Grain previously destined for human consumption can now sustain livestock, or livestock may consume synthetic rations directly, reserving natural grain for people. That reasoning holds merit. Well said. What of our farmers, the elders who till the soil? I fear their harvests may go unsold. You overestimate the risk. In time, naturally grown grains, meats, and plant-based oils will ascend in value, becoming rare luxuries reserved for the discerning few. I concur. Has anyone applied at Chaoshan Logistics? Rumor says compensation is exceptional. I'm applying immediately. I decline. I choose repose. Domestic discourse surged, while abroad envy flared into feverish unrest. How can this ancient Eastern civilization distribute food freely, sustaining its entire populace without condition? A certain Western nation champion of so-called liberty cannot match such provision. Protest. Protest. Resign, Mr. President. Return to your homeland. The Dragon Nation's authorities are deceiving their people. Do not believe them. Our own nation remains supreme. The Dragon Nation poses an existential threat. Its resurgence must be forestalled. Have you overlooked the crux? Su Fan, the founder of Chaoshan Group, is the true anomaly, the gravest concern. We recommend sanctioning Chaoshan Group. Sanctions? Delusional. Their operations are wholly domestic. Su Fan is a native of a certain East Asian nation. We possess documented evidence. We propose recruiting Su Fan. If he refuses, then neutralize him. Inside a secluded chamber, a prominent leader of that Western power shattered his third porcelain cup. Damn it. Damn the Dragon Nation. Damn Chaoshan Group. Damn Su Fan. Activate our covert assets embedded within the Dragon Nation. Seize Su Fan immediately. If capture proves impossible, eliminate him, by any means necessary. His work must cease. Absolute. Chaoshan batteries. Controlled nuclear fusion. The tri-element food synthesizer. Such a cascade of breakthrough technologies, emerging in rapid succession, defies rational explanation. Su Fan himself is the anomaly. Sir, as you know, security protocols within the Dragon Nation are formidable. Even assassination of a high-value target would be extraordinarily difficult, sighed the head of intelligence operations. Peacetime presents obstacles, but chaos offers opportunity. Contact allied nations. It is time for the naval forces of that Western power to mobilize. On July 2nd, an announcement was made by a certain country stating that starting from July 7th, they would conduct joint military exercises near Yanhuang Island in the Western Pacific alongside several other nations. Upon hearing this news, a certain nation was thrown into chaos. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs solemnly stated Yanhuang Island and its affiliated islands have been an inherent territory of our country since ancient times. The joint military exercises led by the certain country on Yanhuang Island seriously infringe upon our nation's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The certain country should promptly change the location of these exercises to avoid further complicating the situation. Su Fan turned off the television, his brow furrowed. The certain country's joint forces were conducting military exercises on Yanhuang Island. Had they lost their minds? The current nation is no longer the same as it was a century ago. Nuclear submarines, aircraft carriers, and 055 destroyers. Each of these is a powerful asset for a great nation. The 41 of Xiangfeng's Mach 28 ultra-long-range precision strike capability would surely instill fear in any nation. Coupled with the status of a nuclear power, no country would dare provoke our nation. So why is the certain country expending such great effort to do something so ungrateful? There must be something amiss. Su Fan's mind raced, but he could only think of one possibility. The certain country covets our nation's controllable nuclear fusion super batteries and tricomponent food synthesizers, attempting to coerce us into sharing or handing over these technologies. However, with our military strength, compromise is out of the question unless... Damn, the fool is me. The certain country's target might be me. Su Fan had a sudden terrifying realization that became more plausible the more he thought about it. Using the exercises to divert attention, preparing for an ambush, and then sending operatives to capture or kill me. Damn, the certain country is truly insidious. I can't stay here any longer. I need to run. Su Fan immediately got up from the sofa, grabbed his phone, and headed outside. Hey Zhao Jun, I feel unsafe. Please send more people to protect my parents and friends. I'm heading to the Nanshan base to take cover. Su Fan was on the phone with Zhao Jun while driving. He wasn't being reckless. It was best to trust this sudden sense of crisis. Besides, staying at the Nanshan base wouldn't be an issue since work there was nearing completion. From June to July, after a month of work, the quantum supercomputer was about to be completed, estimated to be finished in another 2 or 3 days. The Kunping No. 1 spacecraft was also being constructed in full swing, expected to be ready within a week. Currently, the official government of our nation was unaware of the construction of the quantum supercomputer and the Kunping No. 1 spacecraft. Now the entire underground of the Nanshan base had been hollowed out with various workshops and laboratories spread inside the No. 1 confidential workshop. A massive object was quietly waiting there with thousands of people operating various devices busy with their tasks. The person in charge of the construction of Kunping No. 1 was Zhang Qiling, a recently graduated PhD student from Kyoto University. He was exceptionally talented with a solid technical foundation and a remarkable ability to learn quickly. Not only was Zhang Qiling a recent graduate, but the entire No. 1 confidential workshop was filled with freshly graduated students. The technology of Kunping No. 1 was highly advanced for the current Blue Star inhabitants, whether professors or university students. They all needed to relearn the materials before proceeding with practice. Moreover, excellent university students actually have stronger learning capabilities than professors. Additionally, their pure intentions make them excellent candidates for training, which is why the No. 1 confidential workshop was composed entirely of recent graduates. Su Fan arrived at workshop No. 1, gazing at the giant spacecraft that had taken shape, his mind continuously calculating the future. According to the current construction progress, it would be ready for use in about a week, just in time for the certain country's military exercises. Should I give the certain country a taste of their own medicine? Su Fan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Based on its design power, a single shot could take down an aircraft carrier battle group, which would be a piece of cake for Kunping No. 1. This was worth considering. Next, Su Fan went to the underground No. 2 confidential workshop to inspect the progress of the quantum supercomputer's construction. Sun Shanxiang, in charge of the quantum computer's construction, smiled and said, "Mr. Su, give me another 2 days and I can definitely get it done." Su Fan nodded. He found Sun Shangxiang's name pleasant, and she was quite attractive, exuding a certain elegance typical of the nation. Especially when she wore traditional hanfu or qipao, her aura was absolutely stunning. She was a PhD graduate from Shuemu University, exceptionally talented, and learned things incredibly quickly. According to her, she had a photographic memory. Truly terrifying. Su Fan entrusted the research and manufacturing of the quantum supercomputer to her, but he didn't share the quantum communication technology and quantum compatibility technology with anyone. These two were software-related technologies that didn't require other people's involvement. He and Hong Ho had already sorted them out. Moreover, quantum communication would involve countless data and secrets in future use, so he couldn't trust others with it. As for the micro-quantum communicator, there was no need to rush. Once the quantum supercomputer was completed, the micro-quantum communicator could be manufactured quickly, as many technologies and materials were interchangeable. Finally, Su Fan arrived at the underground No. 3 confidential workshop. Compared to workshops No. 1 and No. 2, this workshop seemed eerily quiet. There was no one in the workshop, only a production line quietly running under Honghao's control, occasionally producing packaged primary gene optimization liquid at the end of the line. The production line for the primary gene optimization liquid had been completed with a daily output of 1.0 vials amounting to 3.65 million vials a year. This was a small-scale production line, so the capacity wasn't too high, but it could be expanded at any time in the future. Inside workshop No. 3, there was a large door. Su Fan accessed it through Honghao's verification and stepped inside. After passing through a wide corridor, Su Fan encountered another door, which was also opened through verification by Hongho. He arrived at an underground hospital. This hospital was vastly different from others. There were no busy surgeries, no painful moans from the suffering, and certainly no deaths. What was present were comfortable small beds, quiet patients lying down, individuals regaining their health, youthful faces, and genuine smiles. Indeed, this was a point for administering gene optimization liquid. The door Su Fan passed through was merely a secret passage to this place. The people inside were all individuals who had made significant contributions to the nation, primarily scientists. To put it bluntly, if all the people here were to be eliminated, the entire society of our nation would descend into chaos. Watching the scene before him, Su Fan's resolve strengthened. Technology not only leads to the strength of the motherland, but also facilitates people's lives and can extend life itself. When the Kunping takes flight and the quantum computer dominates the world, it will be the time for the entire nation to enjoy longevity. Su Fan murmured. He suddenly understood why the super technology system had been unable to unlock the secondary civilization's black technology. Technology is meant to benefit the entire race, not just for individual enjoyment. If cultivating immortality pursues individual strength, then technology is a celebration for the entire race. The large-scale military exercise of the Dragon Nation has commenced today with an undecided end date. During the exercise, there will be troop transport capability tests and transportation speed tests. Citizens along the route are advised not to take photos and to remain calm. The Dragon Nation's official announcement of the military exercise has set the online community ablaze. A powerful homeland, I am proud of our nation. It's a day with nothing on the agenda. I'll smoke another cigarette to contribute to national defense construction. I'll smoke too. I secretly smoked a whole box in the bathroom while my wife was unaware. I want to donate money to contribute to the national defense. I want my son to enlist and serve the country. Once his college entrance examination results are out, he must apply to a military academy. Donating money to build aircraft carriers. How come my Suzhou has no aircraft carriers? I must donate. Your calculations can be heard all the way in my province. We don't have any. Why should we donate to you? Fellow citizens, we must donate vigorously. Our aircraft carrier must be nuclear powered. You young people are too old to join the regular army, but I just joined the local militia to defend our homeland. It's everyone's responsibility. Old man, you're formidable. Old man, you're impressive. Is there a possibility that this will really escalate into war? Impossible. Who would dare to fight a nuclear power? I feel there might be local conflicts. After all, countries around the world are coveting our controllable nuclear fusion technology. Although Su Fan was busy at the Nanshan base, he took time to follow international affairs. Seeing the current strength of the Dragon Nation, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He remembered when he was a child back then the Dragon Nation was not strong enough and could only protest repeatedly. But he knew that those spokespeople must have felt even more frustrated. Unfortunately, the national strength at that time was relatively weak, so a conservative strategy had to be adopted temporarily. Now the Dragon Nation is becoming increasingly powerful, with countless people dedicating their lives to the nation's development. The current Dragon Nation dares to confront strong enemies with a tough attitude. The Dragon Nation has truly revived. This time to support the country, Su Fan exchanged for a lightweight exoskeleton armor and a laser rifle during his spare time. Although these two types of weaponry seem low-tech, they are actually quite advanced. Firstly, regarding the exoskeleton armor, although the Dragon Nation has manufactured some, most only cover part of the body, and the power and maneuverability are quite poor. Some slightly better models are still in the experimental stage, at most achieving small-scale deployment, but they cannot control costs, and the production line cannot be established, making large-scale manufacturing very difficult. As for the laser rifles, they currently face a dilemma. If they are too small, their power does not meet expectations. If they are too large, they become hard to carry, and their power consumption control is also poor. Currently, a powerful small laser rifle cannot be manufactured. Su Fan's lightweight exoskeleton armor and laser rifle are simple to produce, cost-effective, energy-efficient, multifunctional, and extremely powerful. Utilizing the mass-produced Super Divine 10 battery as the energy source allows for scalable manufacturing. Since he is ready to pay tribute to the nation, there must be real products, otherwise who would rely solely on words for gifts. Without hesitation, he tackled both black technologies, and with the vacuum zero-gravity 3D printer, he completed the manufacturing of these two pieces of equipment in half a day. Wearing the freshly manufactured lightweight exoskeleton armor and holding the newly made laser rifle, he presented a scene of a futuristic warrior. After simple testing, the lightweight exoskeleton armor achieved a maximum weight-bearing capacity of 3 tons without affecting movement while carrying that weight. Its speed is impressive as well, with a maximum travel speed reaching 200 kilometers per hour. The defense capability is also commendable. Being fully covered, it can withstand frontal impacts from small to medium caliber rifles and is resistant to water, electricity, and toxins. Except for anti-material sniper rifles and other large weapons, no other weapon can harm a person wearing the exoskeleton armor. Coupled with the Super Divine 10 battery pack and a powerful auxiliary combat system, it undoubtedly provides a dimensional strike against enemies in ground combat. The laser rifle is equally powerful, with an effective range of 1,000 meters and a maximum range of 2,000 meters, and within 1,000 meters it rivals anti-material sniper rifles. The key is that the laser rifle is lightweight and durable, with a single battery capable of firing 1,000 times. When wearing the exoskeleton armor and wielding the laser rifle, a swift strike to take down an enemy general from 1,000 miles away is not impossible. After personally testing for a long time, Su Fan was thoroughly entertained. Eventually, he reluctantly stopped and picked up his phone to call Zhao Jiangwo. When Zhao Jiangwo learned that Su Fan had successfully developed mass-producible, full-cover intelligent exoskeleton armor and laser rifles, he excitedly stated he would take a flight over tonight. Su Fan quickly declined, joking that it was late at night and they should not rush. He suggested Zhao Jiangwo come over the next morning instead. Early the next morning, Su Fan was jolted awake by a phone call. Zhao Jiangwo arrived at 8 in the morning. The two went to Su Fan's office, where he had placed 3 sets of exoskeleton armor and 3 laser rifles, all made the previous night. "Is this the exoskeleton armor and laser rifle?" Zhao Jiangwo said excitedly. Indeed, this exoskeleton armor is called lightweight single-soldier exoskeleton armor standard equipped with a super divine 10 battery pack of 500 kilograms, a maximum weight-bearing capacity of 3 tons, a top speed of 200 kilometers per hour, and an endurance of 2,000 kilometers under maximum weight and 5,000 kilometers under minimum weight. Additionally, it comes standard with a combat assistance system featuring functions like targeting assistance, infrared vision, ultrasonic vision, automatic positioning, navigation, route recognition, and face recognition for combat assistance. As it is full coverage armor, it is also equipped with an automatic temperature control system, automatic pressure control system, ventilation and drying system, air filtration system, and more. It can also resist water, electricity, bullets, and toxins. The mask and crotch are designed with portable switches to allow soldiers to eat and relieve themselves conveniently. One could say that if an oxygen system were added, it would enable underwater combat, and if a radiation-resistant coating were added, it could allow for space travel. Su Fan elaborated extensively, making Zhao Jianguo's eyes light up more and more. What caliber of weapons can it resist? Zhang Jingguo excitedly asked. As long as it's not anti-material caliber, it can withstand it, Su Fan replied with a smile. Incredible. Your mind is truly exceptional. To develop such an impressive single-soldier combat weapon is remarkable. I admire you. Zhao Jianguo sincerely praised Su Fan. By the way, there are 3 sets here. Can I try one on? Zhao Jianguo inquired, his eyes fixed on the exoskeleton armor on the table. The black exoskeleton armor on the table seemed to act like a magnet, drawing his gaze without allowing him to look away. Alright, I'll put it on first. You can watch how it's done. Su Fan picked up a set of exoskeleton armor and began to put it on slowly. In just 2 minutes, he was fully equipped. In the room, a figure completely enveloped in black armor appeared, creating a striking visual impact. Wearing this thing, it would be best to design pants that could be opened from the bottom to address physiological needs. Otherwise, once wrapped in the exoskeleton, even if you activate the portable switch, your pants will block you, making it inconvenient to relieve yourself. Su Fan chuckled in jest. No problem. Hey, how do you fasten this buckle? Help me out here. Zhao Jianguo responded while donning the exoskeleton. Su Fan shook his head and stepped forward to assist. Commander Zhao, it's inconvenient for me to try out the gear here. Let's head to the nearby military base instead. With a firm twist, Su Fan secured the buckle with a click. Previously, while testing a laser rifle in the factory, he had accidentally shot a hole in the wall. This made him vigilant. In the future, weapon experiments must be conducted in professional locations. Alright, no problem, let's set off now. Saying this, Zhao Jianguo did not remove the exoskeleton armor, but grabbed another set of it along with 3 laser rifles and headed outside, as if fearing that Su Fan would not allow him. Su Fan smiled and shook his head, following him while wearing the sleek black exoskeleton armor. With the armor on, he felt a sense of security as he stepped out. The two drove to the nearby military base, which was not a temporary station beside the Nanshan base, but a long-established military base in the southern mountainous region, well-equipped and suitable for testing new gear. Su Fan's security level was currently very high, and not only had the state assigned him a genetically optimized special forces soldier, but there were also other protective vehicles and personnel accompanying him whenever he traveled. It was truly eye-catching. Su Fan did not mind. There was no need to pretend to be low-key. Either be genuinely low-key or have something to hide. The military base was not far from the Nanshan base, just a 20-minute drive away. Su Fan and Zhao Jianguo sat in the back seat of a custom-made bulletproof version of a Beifeng SUV, which had a long wheelbase of 3.2 meters and a height of 1.98 meters. Thus, even while wearing the exoskeleton armor, they could comfortably sit in the back seat of the vehicle. The car moved slowly as Yi Yifan drove steadily. As a special forces soldier in the army, his combat and reconnaissance abilities were formidable, especially after receiving the genetic optimization. His strength was even more terrifying. He was a true special forces soldier, unlike Su Fan, who possessed strength but lacked any combat skills. While driving, Yi Yifan suddenly furrowed his brow. Years of battlefield experience had given him a keen intuition for danger. At this moment, he sensed a mass. Director Su, there may be danger nearby, Yi Yifan said in a low voice. Su Fan was instructing Zhao Jianguo on how to use the reconnaissance system of the exoskeleton armor when he heard this, and was immediately startled. Let me check, he said, directly activating the ultrasonic reconnaissance imaging system of the exoskeleton armor. The instant the system was activated, the world before his eyes changed dramatically. What he had seen as a colorful world now appeared in black and white. Moreover, not only could he see inside the vehicle, but he could also see the environment outside, even the people inside other vehicles. However, he could only see the silhouettes of people, without any colors or details. Looking further into the mountains, he saw tall trees, expansive hills, and many people busily working on the slopes. So did you discover anything? Zhao Jianguo asked calmly. As someone who had survived in the midst of gunfire, he was not nervous. Instead, he gripped his laser rifle tightly. With the exoskeleton armor and laser rifles, he did not believe the enemy could pose much of a threat. Su Fan felt a bit embarrassed, saying, I didn't find anything. There are too many people around me, and I can't tell who the enemy is. When hearing and using waste, this is a typical case. Many people watch war films from a god's perspective, always pointing fingers and questioning why the characters go this way or that way, unaware that if they were truly on the battlefield they might not even discern the direction. Zhao Jiangwo nodded. This was quite normal. If Su Fan, a layman, could discover something, the soldiers would simply return to farming. He operated the exoskeleton armor to activate the ultrasonic reconnaissance imaging system to search for potential enemies. Time passed in the tense atmosphere inside the vehicle. Yi Yifan reduced the car's speed, but did not stop. Stopping in such a situation would be even more dangerous. About 2 minutes later, Zhao Jiangwo suddenly joyfully slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Damn it, I found that bastard. On the hill to the right front. Damn it. Quick, drive the car to the corner ahead, he has. Boom. Before Zhao Jiangwo could finish his sentence, the vehicle was lifted by a massive shockwave. Damn. The car rolled several times before wedging between two large trees by the roadside. As soon as the car stabilized, Zhao Jiangwo activated the exoskeleton armor, grabbed the safety airbag, kicked open the car door, and pulled Su Fan, who was also in the exoskeleton armor, out in a panic. Just as they crawled out, they quickly ducked behind the bulletproof vehicle. Su Fan was completely dazed, nearly scared out of his wits, having never experienced such a thrilling event in his life. Su Fan. Are you alright, Su Fan? Zhao Jiangwo crouched on the ground, anxiously calling out to Su Fan. I'm fine, still alive. Su Fan's voice trembled slightly, his mind hazy. As long as you can talk, it's fine. Damn it, where the hell did this bastard get a rocket launcher? This is from a certain country. Zhao Jiangwo exclaimed angrily. Rocket launcher. Rocket launcher. Yi Yifan. Check if Yi Yifan is still alive. He wasn't wearing the exoskeleton armor. As soon as Su Fan heard about the rocket launcher, he suddenly thought of Yi Yifan, jolting up in realization, his mind instantly clearing. Damn it. Zhao Jiangwo moved faster than Su Fan, dashing to the driver's seat. Su Fan quickly followed him to the side of the driver's seat. The left front door glass and the windshield of the car were completely shattered. Through the door without glass, they could see Yi Yifan twisted and curled up in his seat. Although the airbag had firmly protected him, the entire driver's seat, including the airbag, was covered in blood. Damn! Su Fan's eyes turned red as he grabbed the door and yanked it open. He reached out to touch Yi Yifan, but hesitated, fearing he might cause further injury since he was unfamiliar with battlefield first aid. At this moment, the personnel protecting Su Fan had rushed over, surrounding them with drawn pistols, vigilantly observing the nearby situation. Zhao Jiangwo's expression was angry and serious as he temporarily unlatched his armor and gently placed his fingers at Yi Yifan's nostrils. Su Fan watched nervously, fearing Zhao Jiangwo would announce that he had no breath. After several attempts, Zhao Jiangwo let out a sigh of relief. It's fine, breathing is normal and strong, there's no immediate danger to life. Su Fan also relaxed and looked around, asking, Is the enemy still nearby? They fled long ago. Zhao Jiangwo glanced at the people responsible for protecting Su Fan, his face showing displeasure. Those individuals suddenly felt ashamed and embarrassed. In truth, it wasn't entirely their fault. After all, the enemy had no regard for martial ethics and had launched rockets within the territory of the Dragon Nation. How long until the ambulance arrives? It will be here in 5 minutes. There is a hospital at the nearby military base, said one of the personnel assigned to protect Su Fan. 5 minutes later, the ambulance arrived, accompanied by numerous soldiers and armored vehicles. Some surrounded Su Fan to protect him, while others spread out to begin searching in the direction of the enemy. In the distance, several helicopters were continuously patrolling, attempting to locate the hidden enemy. Su Fan, wearing an exoskeleton armor, did not proceed to the military base with the main forces. Instead, he had them send him back to the Nanshan base. Given the situation, he had no mood to test the new equipment. He sent Zhao Jiangwo a digital user manual, allowing him to explore the testing on his own. Zhao Jiangwo arrived at the military base with a grim expression. The enemy had been captured, but had already committed suicide. The rocket launcher had become scrap metal as the enemy had destroyed the evidence using a thermite reaction before dying. It was those from a certain powerful nation. Zhao Jiangwo clenched his fists. The scientists from the Dragon Nation had been assassinated multiple times, but this was the first time such a lethal weapon had been used for assassination. We must clean up the area. If they have rocket launchers, this is unacceptable. Upon returning home to the Nanshan base, Su Fan entered a villa that had been specially printed using a vacuum zero-gravity 3D printer. The exterior materials were exceptionally sturdy, including specially tempered glass. Once home, he removed the exoskeleton armor and slumped onto the sofa like a pile of mud, continuously recalling the details of the attack he had experienced that day. First came the fear, followed by endless rage. As a person born in the 90s, Su Fan had always lived in a peaceful environment. Although there were constant news reports of wars in other places on television and the internet, he mostly just expressed his opinions online or simply sat back and watched. But today when the artillery shell truly fell upon him, he genuinely felt the fear of his life being threatened. To that certain powerful nation and the individuals or organizations supplying rockets we shall see. Su Fan's gaze gradually turned dangerous. After taking a shower in the bathroom, he donned the exoskeleton armor and stepped out. Now only the exoskeleton armor could provide him with a sense of security, how relying on others' protection was no substitute for his own strength. Along the way, security personnel at the base occasionally approached to confirm Su Fan's identity. Each time he simply lifted his helmet visor slightly. Soon he arrived at the construction workshop of Kunping No. 1. Inside, Su Fan called for Zhang Qiling. After a brief update on the progress, Su Fan took over the command position and began to accelerate the construction. Thus Su Fan resumed his intense research life. During this time, calls of condolence poured in from the big shots in Kyoto, ensuring they would provide Su Fan with an explanation. Zhou Xiaoxiao later learned of the incident and terrified rushed to Su Fan, holding him tightly. At that moment, Su Fan was in the underground workshop No. 1 manufacturing Kunping No. 1. After 2 days, he had lost the fear of constant vigilance, and therefore was not wearing the exoskeleton. Zhou Xiaoxiao's tight embrace nearly suffocated him. The young people in workshop No. 1 were unfazed and shouted, wanting everyone to come together. The scene was as awkward as it could be. On the morning of July 5th, Sun Shangxiang called. Mr. Su, the quantum computer is completed. It's a day later than expected. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, Sun Shangxiang said with some embarrassment. It's fine, that's how research works. It's not always as precise as estimated. It's not a game with a countdown timer. Su Fan smiled to reassure her. In the underground confidential workshop No. 2. After finishing the call, Su Fan headed there. Have you tested it? Su Fan gazed at the colossal machine before him. The quantum supercomputer was immense, composed of many small computing units. The more computing units it had, the stronger the computational power. The quantum supercomputer in front of him was more than sufficient to surpass the combined computing power of all computers in the world. The hardware test is complete. We are just waiting for you to input the system, Sun Shangxiang said, both excited and anxious. All right, please move it underground. That is where it belongs, Su Fan contemplated and said. Understood, Mr. Su. Sun Shangxiang began arranging for personnel to transport it. 2 hours later, Su Fan stood before the reassembled quantum supercomputer now, without anyone else beside him. Hong Ho, it's time to adapt to your new home. Su Fan took out his phone and spoke to the quantum computer system. Hong Ho was the most powerful quantum supercomputer system, so Su Fan had asked everyone to leave. From now on, this place would become a top-secret area. Yes, master, came Hong Hao's charming voice. Although Su Fan had continuously added servers for Hong Ho after his rise, the peak computational power of silicon-based chip hardware limited Hong Hao's performance, only allowing for increased concurrent computations. Master, did you forget to plug in the network cable? Hong Ho said with a hint of grievance. Su Fan paused, smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten this crucial detail. How foolish. Quickly, Su Fan plugged in the network cable. This was not an ordinary cable, but a large optical cable with bandwidth comparable to that of submarine cables, capable of very high transmission rates. Of course, even at its best, it could not match the speed of quantum communication transmission. However, for now, no one else had quantum communication devices available. Even though this quantum supercomputer had powerful quantum communication hardware modules installed, it could not utilize those functions at the moment. It could only obediently connect to the optical cable and through quantum compatibility technology convert regular signals into quantum signals for processing. It seems that many quantum communicators must be popularized quickly. Su Fan thought to himself. Currently, the mobile phones used by the people of the Dragon Nation were not secure, as the chips were almost all designed by a certain powerful nation, and the vulnerabilities at the hardware level could not be avoided at the software level. Su Fan sighed. Since Hong Ho would need considerable time to adapt to its new home, and he did not want to run back and forth, he simply picked up his phone to browse the recent international situation. The current international situation can be summed up in one word: chaos. Under the stirring of a certain country's meddling, several nations in the Camel region engage in daily conflicts, seemingly becoming victims of great power rivalry. In recent days, the Dragon Nation has attracted global attention. According to New Xia News, a certain country, disregarding warnings from the Dragon Nation, has resolutely crossed the line to conduct military exercises. Our side has implemented self-defense counterattacks, and all consequences will be borne by the certain country. According to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a fleet from the Monkey Nation has crossed the South Dragon Islands, posing a serious provocation to us. We once again admonish the monkey side that any form of infringement is futile. We will employ all means to conduct self-defense counterattacks and firmly safeguard our sovereignty and territorial integrity. On the second underground level, where the quantum supercomputer is located, after waiting for more than 2 hours, Hong Ho successfully completed the moving-in process. On the monitor, the beautiful figure of Hong Ho appeared. Master, Hong Ho is at your service. Hong Hao's appearance and form were more realistic, her eyes more lively. An uninformed person might think Su Fan was video chatting with someone. Hello Hong Ho, is the quantum computer functioning properly now? Su Fan inquired. It is fully operational, Hong Ho replied. Su Fan nodded. Then let's conduct a test. I have a task for you. Black out the Pentagon of a certain country. All connected devices with screens should display the flag of the Dragon Nation. Su Fan smirked. You wanted to send someone to assassinate me? Let's collect some interest first. Understood, master. Hang it up immediately. Take it slow, give them some time to struggle. Su Fan said with a smile. Yes, master. Just as Hong Ho finished speaking, the Pentagon of a certain country reacted. Tom, hurry. We are being attacked by a skilled hacker through the network. There are skilled hackers attacking every day. Stay calm, buddy. Tom calmly sipped his coffee. As the world's #1 hacker, he has always looked down on those so-called experts. No, this time is different. The attack is extremely sharp, and our team can barely hold on. Hurry and help. What's the rush? I'm coming right away. I want to see what kind of expert is so powerful. Tom carefully placed his unfinished coffee on the desk, preparing to continue drinking after finishing up. On the 3rd underground level of the Pentagon. As the network security center of the entire certain country, the responsibilities here are immense, facing cyber attacks from around the world every day. Tom arrived here to find that almost all his colleagues were frantically typing on their keyboards. Tom, get back to your workstation. We can't hold them off. Seeing such a serious and tense scene, Tom's expression changed. He quickly walked to his workstation, opened network tools, and directly joined the battle. But just 3 minutes later, he helplessly discovered that they simply couldn't hold on. To put it in the ancient idiom of the Dragon Nation, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It seemed the opponent was deliberately toying with him, leading him around in circles, then landing a big blow, and after he regained his senses, another big blow followed. This back and forth made the Pentagon's network defenses look utterly ineffective. We can't hold them off. Oh, damn. Quick, unplug the network cable. I've already unplugged it, but the opponent left a standalone virus, and we can't handle it. Damn, cut the power. It's too late, we're done for. All computers on the entire 3rd underground level, or rather the entire Pentagon, went completely out of control. What kind of expert is this? It should be from the Dragon Nation. Someone pointed to the Dragon Nation flag, occupying the entire screen. The Dragon Nation. Tom slumped back in his chair, completely forgetting about his unfinished cup of coffee. In the underground of Nanshan Base, Hong Ho was reporting the situation to Su Fan. Upon hearing how Hong Ho toyed with the network experts at the Pentagon, Su Fan couldn't help but smirk. In the Elder Council of the Dragon Nation, news of the Pentagon's network being breached by suspected experts from the Dragon Nation had reached their ears. They were always well informed. Do you think it was done by people from our country? The Elder frowned. From now on, the title #1 leader will be uniformly referred to as Elder. I asked those from the Red Hacker Alliance, and they said it wasn't them, nor did they find any colleagues from the Dragon Nation involved. I asked the Bear Nation, and they said it wasn't them either, another Elder said. Currently in the entire world aside from us, the only country that can match the certain country in cyber offense and defense is the Bear Nation. No other countries would dare to pull the tail of the certain country. Can we trace where the network data stream originated from? In any case, we haven't detected any abnormal network data on our side. There are 2 possibilities. Either it was not done by our country's people, or it was done by our country's people with extremely sophisticated methods that our network security personnel couldn't detect. I hope it is a friend, not an enemy. Otherwise this level of cyber power is terrifying, and we wouldn't be able to defend against it. Activate the network security plan No. 3 and prepare for the worst. The Elder decisively made the call. After hearing about this incident, the certain country was furious and smashed several teacups, while urgently launching emergency plans. Meanwhile, far out in the Pacific, the aircraft carrier fleet of the certain country was sailing at top speed towards the Dragon Nation's Jiaolong Island, followed by a series of smaller vessels. On the USS Riken, when 5-star General MacArthur heard that the Pentagon's network had been breached by hackers, his nose nearly erupted with fury. They hadn't even reached the doorstep of the Dragon Nation, and their home had already been robbed, and so blatantly and recklessly. Accelerate! General MacArthur shouted angrily. Good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. With the official push, soon netizens from the Dragon Nation learned of this news. The Dragon Nation flag is flying over the Pentagon. How glorious is our great Dragon Nation! Which deity is so amazing? I feel like I have awakened a sleeping memory. Continuing the legacy, promoting it further, impressive. I want to know who exactly is the great deity behind this. I must build a statue to worship him. I want to know too. 1-1. On the evening of July 6th, at Su Fan's villa in Nanshan Base, Zhou Xiaoxiao inexplicably followed him again and moved in. At that moment the two were chatting on the sofa and Su Fan. Look quickly, the Dragon Nation cyber deity has hung the national flag on the Pentagon. Zhou Xiaoxiao's delicate face leaned in close to Su Fan. How do you know it's the Dragon Nation cyber deity? Su Fan smirked, reaching out to push Zhou Xiaoxiao's pretty face away as she leaned in intentionally. That's what everyone on the internet is saying. Zhou Xiaoxiao pouted. What the internet says isn't necessarily accurate. The officials haven't confirmed it. Su Fan tried to suppress his smile. This is all minor. It's just hanging a national flag. Minor matter. Su Fan. This is the Pentagon of a certain country. Zhou Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes wide open at Su Fan. Cut it out with the Pentagon. Do you believe that it'll make it short a corner by tomorrow? Su Fan gestured with a finger. I don't believe it. Zhou Xiaoxiao grasped Su Fan's outstretched finger and squeezed it twice. Then let's wait and see tomorrow. Su Fan said meaningfully. On the morning of July 7th, a coalition led by a certain nation positioned its forces east of Yanhuang Island. This time, 3 aircraft carriers from the certain nation along with 3 carrier strike groups faced Xiagua with a menacing glare. In addition, several other nations within the coalition also possessed formidable naval strength. An aircraft carrier from the Suniverse nation, 1 from the Pasta nation, 1 from the Gallant nation, and another from the Kimchi nation, while a certain nation also brought out 2 so-called aircraft carriers. A total of 9 aircraft carrier battle groups along with destroyers and frigates from other nations surrounded Jiaolong Island, filling the waters with ships. Apart from the East China Sea crisis, the South China Sea was equally fraught with dangers. The certain nation allied with Southeast Asian countries sailing their warships near the Namlong Islands. On the western border, the certain nation amassed a large number of troops for a so-called military exercise. To the northeast, the Kimchi nation suddenly conducted military drills near the 38th parallel, while the northern nation stood ready. To the north, the Bear nation, disregarding their past friendship, resolutely stationed a large number of troops along the border. Truly, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. They were also covetous of controllable nuclear fusion. In the entire world, Xiagua seemed isolated, standing alone against all the nations of the Blue Star. The air felt as if it had solidified, and a great war was on the verge of breaking out. Xiagua entered a state of first-level combat readiness, with combat and logistics personnel across the 5 war zones prepared for battle and sacrifice at any moment. The Baliao aircraft carrier guarded the Bohai Sea and Yellow Sea, while the Donglu aircraft carrier took the initiative to strike, heading straight for Jiaolong Island, a 1 against 9. The Dafuku aircraft carrier headed to the South China Sea to guard the southern gateway. Inside the Elder Council, a solemn atmosphere prevailed. Can we withstand 9 aircraft carriers? Even if we can't withstand them, we must try. If pressed, we can always resort to nuclear options. We have nuclear weapons, but it might not be possible to launch them this time. According to satellite reconnaissance, other aircraft carriers from the certain nation are rushing over from the Atlantic, while the Bear Nation's carriers are also speeding from other locations. At that time, with over a dozen aircraft carriers blocking the gates along with other warships and aircraft, our missiles carrying nuclear warheads might not even leave the country before being shot down by the overwhelming attacks. This crisis is very serious. The certain nation and the Bear Nation will definitely seize this opportunity. Xiagua is in danger. Pass it down. The Spark plan must be executed immediately. We cannot afford to be complacent. Notify the overseas nuclear submarines to target the capitals of the certain nation and the Bear Nation. Just because we cannot launch from within the country does not mean preparations have not been made abroad. At this moment, Su Fan was in the underground secret workshop No. 1 at the Nanshan base. Quick, add the nuclear fuel and prepare for the startup test. Su Fan directed the staff. The construction of Kunping No. 1 was nearing completion, or rather it was already finished, just waiting for fuel to be added before startup. Soon, with the close cooperation of the staff, the nuclear fuel was completely injected. Check the status of all components and areas to see if there are any substandard parts. Hurry. The certain nation is at our doorstep. Don't worry, Mr. Su. We will check immediately to ensure there are no issues. Zhang Qiling recorded the staff's reports in his notebook. Anti-gravity engine check, complete, no issues. Nuclear fusion reactor check, complete, no issues. Weapon system check, complete. For safety, it has been temporarily disabled. Hull armor check, complete. Welding points meet standards. Internal armor check, complete. Meets standards. Control center check, complete. No issues. Gravity generator check, complete. No issues. Oxygen generator check, complete. No issues. Water circulation purification generator check, complete. No issues. Toilet check, complete. Operational with no leaks or other issues. Spaceship dynamic balance. It took a full 2 hours to thoroughly inspect every aspect of the Kunping No. 1 spaceship. After confirming there were no issues, Su Fan walked straight to Kunping No. 1. The Kunping No. 1 was divided into 3 levels. The top level was for work and rest, containing a captain's room and several crew quarters with the control center located in the captain's room. The middle level was the cargo hold, which was also the largest level, as Kunping No. 1 was a transport-type spaceship. The bottom level housed the anti-gravity engine, controllable nuclear fusion reactor weapons, and other equipment. Su Fan brought Zhang Qiling and other staff members to the captain's room. The captain's room was designed to be spacious, over 500 square meters, with a distinctly sci-fi decor. In front, at a bright silver curved control panel, there were 3 luxurious seats wrapped in genuine leather. Normally Kunpeng no. One would have 3 captains, 1 main, and 2 assistants for added safety. The curved control panel had control sticks and buttons, as well as several small screens. Behind the control panel at the very front of the spaceship, a massive curved screen covered the entire front of the captain's room. This screen could project the external view through sensors. Su Fan solemnly sat in the captain's seat at the control panel with Zhang Qiling and numerous staff members behind him. Today is a special day. After several days of hard work, we have finally completed the construction of Kunpeng no. 1. Are you all excited? Su Fan gazed at the dark screen before him, his voice deep and powerful. Excited. The captain's room, spanning 500 square meters, was filled with staff members. Next comes the moment to witness a miracle. Su Fan extended his hand and firmly pressed the red startup button. Virum. The entire control panel instantly lit up, and the massive screen displayed the image of Hong Ho. The spaceship is starting. You please wait a moment, Hong Ho said with a serious expression. The appearance of Hong Ho did not surprise the staff within the spaceship, as they had already been shocked by her during previous events. The buzzing sound gradually increased, but was not harsh, as it was the anti-gravity engine of the spaceship starting up. After about a minute, the buzzing sound suddenly ceased. Kunpeng no. 1 spaceship startup complete. Oh, would you like to enable external scene simulation? Hong Ho sweetly asked. Enable it. Su Fan replied, his voice somewhat excited. The Kunpeng no. 1 spacecraft was of a fully enclosed type, and to see the outside scenes it was necessary to enable the external scene simulation. As soon as Su Fan finished speaking, the giant screen at the front displayed the scene in front of the spaceship, revealing a corner of the underground workshop no. 1. Meanwhile, the sides, top, bottom, and rear of the captain's room all displayed the real-time external view. In the entire captain's room, aside from some supporting frame structures and the control panel and seats, it felt as if everything else had become transparent. Of course, it was definitely not truly transparent. If it were, they could only see the inner walls of the spaceship and not the outside scenes. Hong Ho, initiate self-check procedure for the spaceship. Understood, Captain. The large screen in front still showed the external scene, but a portion displayed the status of Hong Ho and the self-check. Spaceship self-check complete, all systems normal, Hong Ho sweetly reported. Suddenly, the entire captain's room erupted with thunderous applause. Open the skylight of workshop no. 1 and prepare for takeoff, Su Fan said eagerly. Affirmative. The skylight of workshop no. 1 has been opened. Shall we initiate liftoff immediately? The ceiling of underground workshop no. 1 had been specially redesigned, much like an automobile's sunroof, capable of retracting fully to open a direct vertical passage to the surface. This skylight, however, was colossal, easily accommodating the ascent of Kunpeng 1. Moreover, since the successful completion of the quantum computer 2 days prior, a compact quantum computing unit had also been integrated into Kunpeng 1. Both quantum systems were equipped with dedicated quantum communication hardware and software modules, enabling real-time, quantum-secure transmission. The paramount advantage of quantum communication lies in its zero-latency fidelity, ensuring seamless, instantaneous contact between Kunpeng 1 and ground control, even during deep space missions. Hold liftoff for now. Su Fan paused in thought, then retrieved his phone and dialed Zhou Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, drop everything you're doing and come to workshop no. 1 immediately. It's urgent. He hung up before she could utter a word. Zhou Xiaoxiao, resting at her residence in the South Mountain Base, had barely registered the call when Su Fan's terse command ended the connection. Workshop no. 1. Could it be? Kunpeng 1, the interstellar vessel, has finally been completed. Her excitement overriding all else, she dashed toward workshop no. 1 without pausing to apply makeup. Upon arrival, the workshop stood eerily silent, empty of personnel, except for Kunpeng 1 itself, humming with a deep, resonant thrum at its center. She pulled out her phone to call Su Fan, only for the vessel's main hatch to swing open unbidden. With a heart pounding in quiet trepidation, she stepped aboard Kunpeng 1. The main entrance led directly to the upper deck. Cargo bays were accessed primarily through the rear ramp. When Zhou Xiaoxiao entered the command chamber, she froze, utterly transfixed by the breathtaking sight before her. She stood motionless for several seconds, until Su Fan gently waved his hand before her eyes, rousing her from her awe. Red Queen, all personnel are aboard. Initiate liftoff, he commanded, guiding Zhou Xiaoxiao to the captain's seat beside him. Confirmed. Liftoff commencing shortly. Prior to departure, please return to your assigned cabins and secure your safety restraints. Hearing Red Queen's reminder, Su Fan suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling the oversight, and hastily directed the crew to find cabins at their discretion. Su Fan and Zhou Xiaoxiao settled into the vast command chamber. He took the central pilot seat, she the co-pilot station to his right. Roughly 10 minutes later, after Red Queen confirmed all occupants were secured, she queried Su Fan once more, proceed with liftoff. Yes, immediately. Today is the 7th day of the 7th month, 2025. A moment history will etch in golden ink. Departure, now. A thunderous roar erupted. The entire Kunpeng 1 shuddered as its anti-gravitational engines surged to full power, lifting the vessel, with serene, weightless grace, into the sky. Above, sunlight blazed, golden and radiant. Kunpeng 1 soared into the light like the mythical beast of legend, wings unfurled, ascending on cosmic winds toward the heavens themselves. At the very instant Kunpeng 1 began its ascent, a certain Western nation, heedless of diplomatic warnings from the Dragon Nation, brazenly advanced across the contested maritime boundary near Diaolong Island. Damn it! These pirates dare cross the line. Do they truly believe the Dragon Nation remains what it was a decade ago? Open fire now. The Dongla-class carrier received formal authorization to engage. A deafening roar, wave after wave of carrier-based fighters launched, streaking toward 3 enemy destroyers already violating the boundary. That Western nation, however, exercised caution, deploying only 3 smaller destroyers operated by a regional ally as a probing maneuver. The regional ally reluctantly complied, its sovereignty subordinated to the geopolitical will of its dominant patron. Aboard one of the encroaching vessels, naval personnel watched in mounting dread as fighters lifted off from the Dragon Nation's carrier. What insolence! The Dragon Nation dares strike. Reverse course, immediately. Captain, it's too late. Their aircraft have opened fire. What insolence! Activate point defense batteries. Intercept at all costs. Boom, boom, boom. Alas, against the Dragon Nation's advanced air superiority platforms, the regional allies' short-range defense systems proved woefully inadequate. Just as a missile veered past its target and hurtled toward one destroyer, forces aligned with the Western nation, prepared and waiting, intervened decisively. A barrage of interceptors detonated midair, neutralizing every missile and bomb launched by the Dragon Nation's fighters. One aircraft flying low to evade detection sustained a direct hit to its starboard wing from defensive fire. Xiaozhan, break off, return to base immediately, cried the command center voice, taut with urgency. No time. I've lost the right wing entirely. The engine bay is breached. I can only glide for a few moments. A bitter smile flickered across Xiaozhan's lips, but his gaze hardened with unshakable resolve. If escape is impossible, then let me take them down with me. Summoning every ounce of skill, Xiaozhan wrestled control, diverting his stricken aircraft toward one of the regional allies' destroyers. Xiaozhan, eject. There's still a chance. Eject now. Jump. Jump. As his aircraft closed in on the destroyer, the command center screamed in desperate urgency. Xiaozhan knew well, with trajectory, fixed delay meant certain death. Ejection offered the faintest sliver of survival. Perhaps fortune would shield him amid that storm of shrapnel and fire. He ejected, but war spares no mercy. Though international norms forbid targeting parachuting pilots, a stray round struck him mid-descent. He vanished beneath the waves, his fate unknown. Xiaozhan, echoed the anguished cry from command. Xiaozhan. His squadron mates' voices cracked with grief. Men who trained, ate, and slept side by side. Now their brother was gone, and their eyes burned crimson with sorrow and fury. Cursing fools of the region. Cursing enablers of the West. Die, just die. Their fighters surged forward, weapons blazing. Yet with the Western Alliance now engaged, the balance of power tilted sharply. Disengage. Reinforcements from inland air wings are inbound. They will assume engagement duties. The order came from command. Understood. Though hearts raged, the pilots obeyed without hesitation. In the distance, a formation of support fighters approached, not to attack, but to patrol vigilantly nearby. Diplomatic channels activated immediately. In this limited confrontation, the Dragon Nation lost 1 fighter and 1 pilot, status unknown. The regional ally lost 1 destroyer, casualties remained unconfirmed, but undoubtedly exceeded those of the Dragon Nation. High-level negotiations accelerated. The Dragon Nation sought immediate rescue operations for Xiaozhan. The regional ally likewise demanded recovery of its personnel, yet the Western nation refused consent. After all, no citizen of that Western nation had fallen. Why should they care? The regional ally acquiesced helplessly. The Dragon Nation seethed in impotent rage. The Western nation's stance was uncompromising, and for now unchallengeable. Were it acting alone, dialogue might still hold sway, but now allied naval assets multiplied steadily. Satellite intelligence confirmed another major naval powers carrier group was en route. A heavy silence settled over the Dragon Nation, thick with indignation and resignation. A weak nation commands no diplomacy. A weak nation holds no voice. Though mighty, the Dragon Nation remained outnumbered by the collective weight of global powers. If it could not withstand the unified pressure of the world, what claim to strength remained? In the Elder Council chamber, tension hung like frost. Every elder sat grim-faced, silent, and severe. Then, suddenly, a communications officer burst into the chamber breathless and uncharacteristically frantic. Normally composed and meticulous, he now abandoned all decorum. Elders. Elders. An immense vessel, beyond all precedent. The originally tense conference room was abruptly disrupted by a boisterous, reckless young man. The elders furrowed their brows slightly, but they were not angry. They were all quite familiar with this young man who was usually very composed. The Grand Elder smiled kindly and said, "Little Wang, don't be anxious. Take your time, take your time." The young man known as Little Wang took a deep breath and handed his tablet to the Grand Elder. Just now the satellite captured an unidentified flying object slowly ascending at the Nanshan base of the Super God Group. By focusing and enlarging the image, we see a massive spaceship. After calculations, this spaceship measures 200 meters in length, 120 meters in width, and 80 meters in height. The spaceship also has 4 enormous cylindrical structures suspected to be cannon barrels. The young man's voice trembled slightly. The elders were stunned. Could it be that the Super God Group had developed black technology again? Where is this unidentified flying object now? The Grand Elder spoke sternly. It was initially at the Nanshan base, but within just a few minutes it appeared near Yanhuang Island. A few minutes? Yanhuang Island is at least 1,000 kilometers from Lushing province. To reach there in just a few minutes, how can the people inside the spaceship withstand such acceleration? One elder trained in the sciences said in shock. Considering the time for acceleration, this spaceship definitely exceeds the first cosmic speed. This is unbelievable. As the elders of the council were in shock, the people on Yanhuang Island were even more astonished. Just as the military of the Dragon Nation and the coalition forces from a certain western country were confronting each other, a gigantic, unidentified flying object suddenly flew in from the direction of the Dragon Nation. Before they could react, the unidentified flying object was already in front of them. The coalition's commander MacArthur stared in disbelief at the suddenly appearing massive, unidentified flying object. A spaceship. Oh my god, a spaceship. Oh my god. It's huge. Not only MacArthur, but everyone, whether from the Coalition or the Dragon Nation's military, was stunned by this sudden appearance of the spaceship. Inside the spaceship, Su Fan looked at the shocked expressions of the people outside and smiled slightly. "Red, tap into their communication channel. I want to have a chat with them." "Understood, Captain." Regardless of whether it was the Dragon Nation's communication channel or that of the Coalition, even military encrypted lines could not resist Red for even a second. "Hello everyone, I am Su Fan from the Super God Group." Before the Coalition forces and the Dragon Nation soldiers could fully recover from their shock, they realized their communication channel had been hacked. However, the reactions of the two sides were completely different. The Dragon Nation soldiers were happy and excited because the Super God Group and Su Fan were both from the Dragon Nation. Damn amazing. The Super God Group actually developed a spaceship. Impressive. This is solid. With such a large and fast spaceship, who would dare to defy the Dragon Nation in the future? In contrast to the happiness of the Dragon Nation, the Coalition's reaction was far more complex. "Oh my god, it's over. With such a thing, how can we fight?" It came from such a distance, feeling faster than the fastest missile. "What are they saying in the communication channel? I can't understand anything." "Dude, you should learn some Dragon Nation language. How can you join the military without knowing some basic phrases?" It's Su Fan, the chairman of the Super God Group. He is currently on this spaceship. "What the hell, why is it Su? Damn it, how are we going to fight now?" Su Fan looked down at the crowd discussing below and chuckled, continuing, "I have only one purpose for coming here." He paused for a moment, his expression growing fierce as he uttered 2 words: revenge. The Coalition forces were thrown into a panic. They were not foolish. Now there were only 2 sides. One was Su Fan's homeland, the Dragon Nation, and the other was the enemy Coalition from a certain western country. It was evident that Su Fan's enemy was the Coalition. "A few days ago I was assassinated and nearly lost my life. Now I have already uncovered who the instigator is. I am now giving the murderer 20 minutes to consider. If they voluntarily step forward to accept my judgment, I can spare their life. Our Dragon Nation has an old saying, a life for a life, debts must be repaid." Well then, the countdown begins. Su Fan sat in the pilot's seat of the spaceship, his gaze fierce. He had no intention of letting the murderer go. He had already identified the murderer through Red. It was none other than the leader of the Coalition. As for whether the leader would admit it, it didn't matter. With the Kunping no. Su Fan had enough strength to crush them directly. Meanwhile, on the Coalition's side, after Su Fan announced the countdown had begun, Commander MacArthur had already dialed the leader's number. As one of the few high-ranking officials in the Coalition, he was aware of the leader's plans. Now the victim had come demanding retribution, and with such overwhelming power, how would the leader respond? "Hello, Your Excellency. You should have seen the enormous spaceship above us through the satellite by now." MacArthur spoke seriously into the encrypted satellite phone. Of course, this was his self-assumed encryption. In reality, Su Fan on the spaceship was listening intently. "General, you must know the origin of the spaceship by now." The leader's tone was somewhat impatient. He disliked MacArthur. "Indeed, I now know where it's from. However, I believe your excellency would not like to know. MacArthur smirked as he had always been at odds with the leader. General, please speak quickly, we are in a state of war. Alright then, my dear excellency, this spaceship belongs to Su Fan of the Super God Group. He has come for revenge, you understand my meaning. A few days ago you used an important flag. Now Su Fan's demand is for the instigator to voluntarily step forward and accept his judgment to avoid death. What do you think? General MacArthur said mockingly, fuck. I now order you to fire immediately and shoot down the spaceship. As for surrendering, let Su Fan dream in hell. The leader said angrily and hung up the phone. As you wish, my dear excellency. MacArthur coldly put away the satellite phone, his eyes fixed ominously on the Kunping No. One spaceship in the sky. What good is such a large size? It's just a big target. He was initially shocked, but quickly regained his composure as a 5-star general. All units, aim at the spaceship in the sky and send it to meet God. Boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. Whoosh. Boom boom boom. All of the coalition's anti-aircraft weapons concentrated their fire on the Kunping No. One spaceship. In an instant the spaceship was engulfed in gunfire. The attack continued, and after a long while MacArthur suddenly ordered a ceasefire. He realized the despairing reality: the spaceship had remained suspended in the air untouched by the bombardment, and not only that, the ship's exterior showed no signs of damage. Oh my God, is it a demon? MacArthur felt a surge of despair. Just moments ago he clearly saw the most powerful missiles and shells of the coalition all hit the spaceship. Why was it unscathed? What? Su Fan sat quietly in the Kunping No. Watching the spaceship being attacked with an utterly calm expression. In the entire Blue Star, the only threat to Kunping No. Was the nuclear bomb. However, at such close range the coalition forces of the Eagle Sauce Nation would absolutely not dare to launch a nuclear bomb, as the attack range of the nuclear bomb was hard to control. One misstep, and everyone in this area except for Su Fan and others inside Kunping No. Would be doomed. Nevertheless, although Kunping No. Was unharmed, Su Fan's mood was not necessarily good. I asked you to hand over the culprit, yet you dare to attack me directly and so fiercely. You don't give me face, do you? Well, just in time, the weapon system of Kunping No. One needs a test. Are you just tickling me? Su Fan scoffed. Since you attacked me first, I have every right to defend myself. Here's a grand firework for the invaders. A cold smile appeared on Su Fan's face. Hong Ho moved Kunping No. One out of the borders of Xia Nation. In the despairing eyes of the coalition forces of the Eagle Sauce Nation, Kunping No. One soared once again, exiting the borders of Xia Nation and arriving right above the coalition forces. Hong Ho aim at the center of the fleet, charged the FJ-100 laser cannon to full power. Suddenly, a massive cannon on the spaceship began to glow brightly. It grew brighter and brighter. Calculate the lethal range, be careful not to hit our allies. Su Fan. Understood, Captain. Hong Ho replied seriously. Su Fan's gaze was sharp, recalling how he had been inexplicably assassinated and thinking of the insidious plan targeting his parents and other relatives that Hong Ho had uncovered in the Eagle Sauce Nation. He sneered and extended 3 fingers. Countdown. 3, 2, 1, fire. Su Fan suddenly stood up and slammed his hand down on the launch button. In fact, he could have simply instructed Hong Ho to launch, but hitting the launch button himself felt much more imposing. Instantly, from the 4 enormous cannon mouths on Kunping No. One of the cannons that had been charging released a terrifying laser beam with a diameter of 5 meters. This laser was completely different from ordinary lasers. While ordinary lasers would only pierce a hole in an object or burn a whole, Kunping No. One's laser cannon, upon striking an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Eagle Sauce Nation's coalition fleet, directly caused an explosion. The violent explosion, accompanied by terrifying heat and shockwaves, swept through the entire coalition fleet. In the center of the coalition forces on the aircraft carrier, where the coalition fleet's Supreme Commander General MacArthur resided, this aircraft carrier was vaporized by the immensely powerful laser cannon. There was not even a fragment left. The other warships in the coalition, apart from a few small ones on the very edge that managed to survive, either got vaporized, turned to dust, or shattered into pieces. Very few remained intact. Su Fan was somewhat dumbfounded. Although the design documentation of Kunping No. One stated that one shot was equivalent to a small nuclear bomb with a vast killing range capable of easily destroying a small city, witnessing such a reality still left him deeply shocked. Moreover, personally ordering the attack and witnessing so many lives vanish before his eyes made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Or rather, this was the kindness of someone educated by years of civilization at play. The Xia Nation side was utterly stunned, truly stunned. From the moment Su Fan's spaceship was attacked to its unscathed departure from the borders of Xia Nation, and finally, to that earth-shattering strike, everything felt like watching a movie, yet it was a real-life version. It was so shocking yet so brutal. However, the soldiers of Xia Nation loved it from the bottom of their hearts. The border friction was not just this time. In usual skirmishes, many of their comrades had sacrificed their lives. This time Su Fan had avenged them. Inside the spaceship, Su Fan was preparing to fly back to the Nanshan base for an inspection. Ding ding ding. His phone suddenly rang. Taking out his phone, he found it was a call from the Grand Elder himself. He answered, "Hello, Grand Elder." Su Fan was very polite. "Did you really make the spaceship, eh?" The Grand Elder asked with some anticipation. "Of course. But I couldn't have done it alone, I can only say I led the effort, and it was the technical staff of the Super God Group that made it possible." Su Fan modestly replied. In reality, without the technical information he provided, no one else could have built Kunping No. 1. Su Fan, what are your plans next? Next, of course, I will take a trip to the moon, dig for some resources, and build a factory there, then aim for the starry sky. Su Fan's gaze was distant. If you plan to go to the moon, don't rush. I have some information you might be interested in. The Grand Elder's tone turned serious. It was time for Su Fan to learn about the unknown spaceship on the moon. Su Fan's curiosity was piqued. What information? Is it convenient to discuss over the phone? It's not convenient to discuss over the phone. It's classified information. Come to Kyoto, or just bring your spaceship. I've arranged for the Air Defense Department to grant you free passage. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. In truth, whether or not to grant air passage was inconsequential. With Su Fan's current strength, no one could stop him. From this conversation with the Grand Elder, the equality in his tone indicated that Su Fan's status had reached its peak. This was the benefit of strength. As for taking the opportunity to detain Su Fan after he disembarked and forcing him to hand over technology and the spaceship, the Elder Council was not that short-sighted. Given Su Fan's development goals and speed, helping the Xia nation advance was merely a matter of time. Offending Su Fan would undoubtedly lead to disastrous consequences. What if Su Fan added some ingredients to the technology he provided and then set off a grand firework? The consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, the gene optimization liquid, the higher-level gene optimization liquid only Su Fan could handle, was related to his own life. If Su Fan were forced to provide technology and resorted to some tricks, it would be a miracle if he could survive, let alone extend his lifespan. In addition, the unknown spaceship on the moon and the potential terrifying base left them feeling as if they had a thorn in their throat. Only by setting aside prejudices and developing together could they possibly cope with the unknown crisis. Alright then, I will fly the Kunping No. 1 spaceship over, parking it in the central square of Kyoto. Don't forget to arrange security personnel. However, do not seal off the scene. Just set up a cordon near the spaceship. I allow the nearby citizens to observe Kunping No. 1 from a close distance. Additionally, I would like to invite the elders to come aboard the spaceship for a gathering just to hear about that secret. What do you think? Su Fan said with a smile. Although he believed that most members of the Elder Council would not have malicious intent toward him, what if there were some? Life was precious. It was better to stay inside the spaceship for now. After all, Kyoto was not his home ground. The Grand Elder was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, saying, "No problem. I just happen to want to see this Kunping No. 1 spaceship which surpasses Blue Star's technology by many years. I am looking forward to this meeting. Come over whenever you're ready." "Okay, see you soon," Su Fan said with a smile as he hung up the phone. Zhou Xiaoxiao sat beside Su Fan, having previously witnessed the power of Kunping No. 1's laser cannon. One shot had obliterated all life and equipment within its attack range. At that moment, she felt a bit of reluctance as so many lives had vanished before her eyes. However, she was not a saint. The positions of both sides were different, and these lives were nothing compared to those killed during the invasion of Xia Nation years ago. After the Grand Elder's call, a worried expression appeared on her face again. She wasn't foolish. Su Fan had developed such a lethal weapon, and the attitude of the people above was very important. Su Fan reached out to rub Zhou Xiaoxiao's little head and ordered Hong Ho prepare to set off. Destination, Kyoto Central Square. I really want to see what this secret is. Kyoto City, the capital of the Dragon Nation, is also one of its 6 ancient capitals. Today the people of Kyoto City, as usual, head to work, their faces weary from the Monday blues, devoid of any fighting spirit. Suddenly, the white-collar workers in the office buildings heard a tremendous shouting and commotion outside. Driven by curiosity, they walked to the windows to take a look. What they saw, what is that thing? Is it a spaceship? So big. Oh my, are aliens here? Am I dreaming? Is it the end of the world? Call the police. I just called and the police said they can't handle. Countless residents of Kyoto were shocked. Many took out their phones to capture this scene that they might never see again in their lives, and then posted it online. Suddenly, numerous videos from Kyoto IP addresses flooded the internet, all showing a gigantic spaceship slowly moving through the sky. The entire populace of the Dragon Nation was stunned. Were aliens attacking Kyoto? Previously, Su Fan had flown over Lu Province in Kunping No. 1 at a high altitude without drawing the attention of the public. This time, however, Su Fan adjusted the speed of the Kunping No. 1 to a very low setting. The purpose this time was not to fight. There was no need to be so fast. Moreover, he needed to give the leaders of the Elder Council some time to prepare. If he flew over just after making a phone call, it would catch the receptionists off guard and hinder their work. The Kunping No. One flew slowly over Kyoto City. To prevent widespread panic among the populace, the newly informed Xia media promptly issued an announcement. The spaceship above Kyoto City is our own from the Dragon Nation. We ask the public not to panic. Those who saw this message were instantly thrilled. The country has a spaceship. Oh my, it's 2025, not 2052. When did the country come up with such a big move releasing a spaceship all at once? What about the fourth aircraft carrier? With a spaceship, why build a measly aircraft carrier? Build more spaceships, and dominating the blue planet won't be a dream. No need to build more. I feel like having just this one is enough. Our motherland is strong. I am proud. Today I'll indulge in an extra cigarette. Cheers to the motherland. I'll go get a foot massage tonight. Cheers to the motherland. I'm not doing homework today. Little one, tomorrow your teacher will ask you to write an essay about the Dragon Nation having the world's first spaceship. If you don't do your homework, you'll be waiting for extra assignments. Haha, this is hilarious. Back then we had to write reflections on the touching figures of the Dragon Nation. Now with the first spaceship, the only spaceship in the world, if your teacher doesn't make you do homework, I'll do a handstand and defecate. Don't scare the kids upstairs. The flowers of our motherland need nurturing. Little one, send me an address, and I'll send you a box of exam papers. As the official media, Xia Media has confirmed that this is indeed the Dragon Nation spaceship, and there is absolutely no way it could be lying. In this fast-paced information age, such explosive news quickly spread throughout the Dragon Nation. After about 2 hours, Su Fan arrived at the destination in the spaceship. At that moment, the square was already surrounded by a security cordon with armed officers on duty both inside and outside the perimeter. Outside the cordon, countless eager citizens had gathered. Inside, a rectangular area outlined by yellow tape had already been set up. The Grand Elder, along with the other elders and high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation, were quietly waiting outside the yellow tape. They're here. Everyone excitedly watched as the spaceship slowly descended into the yellow cordoned area. Seeing the spaceship land within the designated area, the Grand Elder and others sighed in relief, as it indicated that Su Fan was subconsciously a person who adhered to rules. The spaceship gently touched down, but Su Fan was worried that it was too heavy and might damage the square. Therefore, he did not shut off the engines, but continued to run the anti-gravity engines to counteract the weight. As the spaceship landed, the elders led by the Grand Elder eagerly approached the entrance of the spaceship. Looking at the massive object that existed only in science fiction films, they still felt as if they were in a dream. The Dragon Nation had accumulated weakness for too long, a century of humiliation. Although under the efforts of great figures the new Dragon Nation was re-established, rebuilding the nation from the ruins was immensely difficult. Through the efforts of countless ancestors who risked their lives, the Dragon Nation grew ever stronger, but countries like Eagle Sauce saw the Dragon Nation as a thorn in their side. From the War of 38 to the treasure incident, and then to the counterattack against the monkeys, every battle was a significant crisis. Moreover, the recent North Liao aircraft carrier's solo visit and the South Dragon Islands conflict. These regional conflicts seemed ordinary, but were actually fraught with hidden dangers. In places unknown to ordinary people, some had already sacrificed their lives abroad while carrying out national missions. Some could enjoy a peaceful life, while others must bear heavy burdens. With a hiss, the spaceship's door completed its pressure release and slowly opened. Su Fan, Zhou Xiaoxiao, and Zhang Qiling stood at the forefront, while the other employees of the Super God Group stood on either side of the entrance passage. Welcome, elders, to the Super God Group's Kunping No. One spaceship for guidance. Leaders, please. Su Fan warmly invited the elders aboard the spaceship. I'm familiar with visiting companies' factories and historic sites, but this is my first time visiting a spaceship, the Grand Elder said with a smile. The other elders were also very happy. Under Su Fan's guidance, they walked through the spacious and bright corridor of the spaceship. As Su Fan led the way, he introduced the spaceship. Kunping No. One spaceship, a transport-type spaceship, is 200 meters long, 120 meters wide, and 80 meters high. Equipped with planetary-level anti-gravity engines, 2 FD-100 electromagnetic energy cannons, and 2 FJ-100 laser cannons. It can fly freely within planetary systems, with a maximum speed of 10 kilometers per second, reaching this speed in just 10 seconds without causing any discomfort to passengers. In fact, it can also fly within star systems since it exceeds the first cosmic speed. But traveling at 10 kilometers per second, it would still take a long time to reach the nearest Mars. Su Fan explained the parameters of Kunping No. 1. The top layer is for people, the middle is for cargo, and the bottom is for machinery. The top layer has 200 rooms, each 50 square meters, accommodating 1 to 4 people. In addition to the standard rooms, there are also 2 dining halls, 5 gyms, 20 small karaoke rooms, and other basic living facilities. Su Fan guided the elders through the rooms and basic living facilities of the spaceship. By the way, the spaceship has a built-in gravity system, so even in space, people inside Kunping No. 1 can walk and live just like on the blue planet. Soon Su Fan led the elders to the captain's room. This is the captain's room, the control hub of the spaceship. The elders numbly nodded. Along the way their minds were numb, shocked by the scenes they had seen and the explanations they had heard. This was a true a room of 50 square meters with a private bathroom, a gym, and a karaoke room. The so-called spacecraft of the Eagle Nation is just trash. The most crucial aspect is that there is gravity. This is a necessary condition for humans to survive in space for an extended period. Otherwise, in a zero-gravity environment, issues with both physiological and psychological health would arise within 6 months to a year. There's nothing much to see in the captain's room, it's just for controlling takeoff and landing. Let's go to the small conference room next door. Zhang Qiling and Zhou Xiao, you all arrange for the staff to take a break. I need to discuss some matters with the elders. Su Fan instructed Zhou Xiao and Zhang Qiling, then took the elders into the small conference room alone. They entered the meeting room and closed the door. Once everyone was in place, Su Fan directly asked the question that had been on his mind. Elder, what is that top secret you mentioned? The elder smiled, took out a few pictures from his briefcase, and handed them to Su Fan. Take a look at what this is. Su Fan received the pictures with confusion. His expression changed, and he began to examine them closely. After a moment, Su Fan looked up, his face somewhat serious. Elder, is this a spaceship? That's right, these are photos taken by the lunar rover on the far side of the moon a while ago. The elder's expression was also serious. According to the measurements from the lunar rover, this spaceship is 68 meters long, 36 meters wide, and 24 meters high. A spaceship appeared on the moon, and our blue star has been discovered. Su Fan's hair stood on end. That's right, Blue Star is in great danger now. The elder furrowed his brow and continued, but that's not the most critical part. Take a close look at this photo, there is a hole on it. Following the elder's guidance, Su Fan indeed found a small hole on the spaceship. In the enlarged image, this hole is not small. According to relevant experts' analysis, it has been penetrated by laser through the entire hull. The source of the laser is likely the dark opening that this spaceship is facing. The elder continued. This means that the moon may very well possess weapons or a base that are even more powerful than the spaceship. Su Fan's expression grew increasingly grave. This is very likely. The elders nodded in agreement. Su Fan frowned. This was not good news. That spaceship was not a big deal. Such a small vessel was generally not built by a particularly advanced civilization. As for why he knew this, it was because he had a super divine technology system. Although he couldn't exchange for black technology of level 2 civilizations, or above for now, he could check basic information. Su Fan often opened the system to check on the black technologies inside, particularly focusing on various models of spaceships and mecha. Spaceships of level 2 civilizations and above have lengths not below 1,000 meters. This small spaceship of several dozen meters is really unlikely to be advanced unless the civilization that built it has special preferences in technology. What Su Fan was worried about was the unknown weapons or bases on the moon. If it were a high-tech base, then Blue Star. Unknown enemies are the most terrifying. Elder, how about this? I will immediately return to the Nanshan base, manufacture some detectors that can be used on the moon, and then send Kunping No. 1 to carry these detectors to explore that mysterious area on the far side of the moon. Su Fan thought for a moment before saying. The elder did not directly answer this question, but asked about something else. Su Fan, if I give you a few more years, can you develop a spaceship more powerful than this Kunping No. 1? Su Fan thought for a moment and replied, that's not a problem. I already have ideas for constructing other more powerful spaceships. In fact, he had no concrete plans. He was waiting for the Dragon Nation to develop into a level 1 cosmic civilization and unlock the technology of level 2 civilizations. As long as he could popularize level 1 gene optimization throughout the Dragon Nation, he believed that the Dragon Nation could definitely upgrade to a cosmic level 1 civilization. Very well, in that case, I do not recommend taking risks. Let's first produce a few more Kunping No. 1s, and ideally create a stronger spaceship before exploring in detail. The moon is right there, it hasn't posed any issues for so many years. I think a few more years won't matter. Without the strength to explore, how do we respond to potential dangers? This spaceship on the moon is a failed case. The elder's expression was serious. Su Fan lowered his head in thought, feeling that the elder's words had some merit. However, he also felt a lack of security, not knowing anything without investigating. How about this? Let's deploy a few lunar rovers around the area. That should work. After all, our lunar rovers have been wandering nearby for quite some time. This is a compromise solution. I will have the aerospace department bring the spare lunar rovers over. When are we heading to the moon? Let's set off on July 10th. I will also go back to prepare a few detectors, and then we can deploy them near that area together. Su Fan thought for a moment and said, all right, that's settled. In addition, I have one more thing I want to discuss with you. The elder shifted the topic. You say? Su Fan knew something was coming. Can we build another Kunping No. 1 spaceship? The country will pay for it, the elder asked tentatively. We can sell one to the country, but I have a condition. What condition? Please tell me. Su Fan paused for a moment, glancing at the sky. The Super Divine Group can provide some technology to the country to support its development. But correspondingly the country must also provide some support to the super divine group. My goal is not on Blue Star, but rather in the boundless universe. Exploring the universe requires talent. I hope that the country can allow the super divine group to establish a university dedicated to nurturing talent for the super divine group. Su Fan looked seriously at the elder. The elder's gaze was profound as he contemplated for a moment and said, I can agree to this condition. In addition, I will also grant you special permission for the super divine group to have the right to fire weapons outside the national borders. Su Fan was taken aback, then exchanged a smile with the elder. Previously, he had violated national law by firing without government permission in the Eagle Nation. However, with Su Fan's importance and strength, the country had no choice but to avoid punishing him. Moreover, what he did truly made the elders feel relieved. Those pompous Eagle Coalition forces had all gone to the west, and they had never felt as happy as they did today. In addition, Su Fan and the Super Divine Company were destined to grow into a colossal entity. Suppressing them was absolutely unwise. Only mutual cooperation would lead to a win-win situation. The Super Divine Group was originally a military-industrial enterprise officially capable of manufacturing weapons. Now granting them the right to fire weapons outside the national borders means that once they leave the Dragon Nation's territory, the Super Divine Group can do whatever they want. Thank you for your support, Elder. Su Fan said, earnestly filled with gratitude. The elder waved his hand with a smile. Some things were determined at the moment of your birth, and that is that you, Su Fan, are a citizen of the Dragon Nation, a descendant of the Xia clan. As children grow up, they naturally want to venture out, and parents must provide some support. The elder looked at Su Fan with a satisfied smile. Su Fan felt touched inside. He understood the elder's meaning. Su Fan departed from the capital city aboard Kunping No. 1. During this visit to the capital, the future relationship between the Super God Group and the official entities of the Dragon Nation was established along with the timeline for the first man-moon landing, creating a cooperative framework to face the lunar crisis together. Additionally, the elders requested some slots for the moon landing personnel from Su Fan. By the time they returned to the Nanshan base, it was already evening. The staff tidied up and headed back to their dormitories for rest, as they would conduct a comprehensive inspection of Kunping No. 1 the following day. Su Fan returned to the villa at Nanshan base with Zhou Xiaoxiao, and they each went to their respective rooms to rest. Su Fan lay on his bed and opened the interface of the Super God Black Technology system. Today he intended to exchange for two types of black technology. The first was quantum reconnaissance lunar rover technology, primarily used for reconnaissance and monitoring of the mysterious regions on the far side of the moon. The quantum reconnaissance lunar rover utilizes quantum communication, allowing real-time transmission of sound and images back to Earth powered by a super god battery, supplemented with solar energy. Indeed, it is a rather primitive power supply method, but there is no alternative. The super god battery has already reached the limits of chemical energy batteries. To achieve greater energy capacity, only a nuclear battery would suffice. To produce nuclear batteries, controlled thermonuclear fusion is definitely not feasible. Only by breaking through controllable inertial confinement fusion can we achieve the miniaturization of controllable nuclear fusion and produce nuclear batteries. Once nuclear batteries are produced, the energy for the mechs will be secured, and Su Fan had long coveted these. Unfortunately, whether it is the technology for controllable inertial confinement fusion or mech technology, both are only available in Tier 2 civilizations, and Su Fan currently lacks the qualification to exchange for them. Moreover, as for the solar power supply method of the quantum reconnaissance lunar rover, although it is quite outdated, it is very durable and stable. Additionally, the solar panels used in this technology are significantly more efficient than those currently available on Blue Star, generating more electricity per unit area under the same conditions. To clarify, the moon is always facing away from Blue Star, but it will not forever turn its back on the sun. Therefore, the solar panels can be utilized. The second type of black technology is the heavy exoskeleton space armor technology. In just a few days they will embark on the moon landing. If going to the moon, one must walk on its surface, as one cannot remain inside the spacecraft indefinitely. The energy source for the heavy exoskeleton space armor is still the Super God battery. Compared to the previous lightweight individual exoskeleton armor, it has greater load-bearing capacity, higher defensive capability, and more comprehensive functions. The only drawback is its excessive weight, making it less agile and somewhat inconvenient to wear. However, as a spacesuit, it offers significant advantages. Whether in space or on the moon, what is most important? Safety is certainly the top priority. The harsh environment on the moon necessitates the use of the more powerful heavy space armor, which possesses multiple robust life support functions to better ensure the safety of astronauts. Having completed the exchange for both types of black technology, Su Fan began to extract them one by one. Production was not an issue. Ever since the advent of the vacuum zero-gravity 3D printer, most mechanical products of Tier 1 civilizations could be quickly manufactured. As Su Fan was busy extracting black technology and manufacturing the quantum reconnaissance device, and heavy exoskeleton space armor chaos erupted in the Eagle Country and several coalition nations. Under the intentional guidance of the Dragon Nation's officials, the revenge story of a genius youth quickly spread throughout the Eagle Country and several coalition nations. The leader of the Eagle Country, Bai Deng, envious of the talents of the Dragon Nation's genius youth Su Fan, dispatched agents to assassinate him. Moreover, not only did they target Su Fan for assassination, but they also devised a series of insidious plans involving kidnapping and assassination against his family. Luckily, the genius youth Su Fan was remarkably fortunate. Although he was struck by a rocket, he did not perish. Thus, after recovering from his injuries, he worked hard, studied diligently, and devoted himself to research, ultimately developing a powerful spaceship. He then set out to seek revenge against the evil Bai Deng in his spaceship. Here, Su Fan was portrayed as a righteous avenger, while Bai Deng was depicted as a demon and the coalition as the accomplices of this demon. In the end, the aircraft carrier fleet constructed at great expense by the nation was destroyed due to Bai Deng's selfish desires. This story sounds bizarre and hard to believe, but the rulers of the Eagle Country and other coalition nations needed a scapegoat for this incident to provide an explanation to the people. They dared not blame Su Fan. Oh, what if he aimed his spaceship at their cities and fired a shot? These rulers were now very afraid of Su Fan. Thus, Bai Deng was removed from his leadership position and imprisoned, with the lightest penalty being life imprisonment. July 10th, Nanshan Base. Today is a special day. Under the strong promotion of the Dragon Nation's officials, the Super God Group, led by Su Fan, has successfully developed and manufactured the Kunping No. 1 spaceship, and this news has swept across the entire Dragon Nation. Official media such as the Dragon Nation News Xia Agency and the People's Daily gathered once again at Nanshan Base. The last time they came was on April 20th, during the Grain Rain Festival. In less than 3 months, the Super God Group has once again unveiled black technology. The Kunping No. 1 spaceship is about to land on the moon, and it will be a manned moon landing. The Dragon Nation will become the second country to achieve a manned moon landing after the Eagle Country. Whether the Eagle Country truly succeeded in a manned moon landing has always been a hot topic. The Kunping No. 1 spaceship is now well known throughout the Dragon Nation, having appeared in the capital a few days ago and been filmed by many netizens who posted videos online. In addition, the Dragon Nation officials released a video showing the Kunping No. 1 being attacked by the coalition without sustaining any damage, as well as a video of it retaliating in self-defense and destroying the entire coalition fleet with a single shot. Once these 2 videos were released, the entire populace of the Dragon Nation ignited with enthusiasm, praising the Super God Group and Su Fan. For this moon landing, the Super God Group will send 3 astronauts, while the Dragon Nation will send 2. Why, despite the spacecraft being able to accommodate so many people, are only 5 individuals participating in this moon landing mission? The reason is simple: safety concerns. After all, this is the first mission to the moon. Whether Kunping No. 1 can withstand the harsh conditions of space and the lunar environment can only be verified through testing. Data showing no issues does not guarantee that problems won't arise in reality. Additionally, there is the issue of the moon's mysterious regions, which is a thorn in the side. If not resolved soon, it will always cause unease. Thus, this first moon landing cannot involve too many people. The final selections for the 3 astronauts from the Super God Group are Zhang Qiling, Wu Xiangtian, and Shen Pinggan. The final selections for the 2 astronauts from the Dragon Nation are Wang Tianyu and Lu Ruixiang. Among the 5, Zhang Qiling will serve as the team leader. With everything prepared in the presence of on-site staff, family members of the moon landing personnel, official representatives, and media personnel, the 5 entered through the door of Kunping No. 1. Commander Su Fan stood on the makeshift command platform and solemnly stated, "Today will surely be a day recorded in history for the Dragon Nation." The 5 heroes will carry the fervent hopes of all the children of the Dragon Nation and the beautiful aspirations towards change's journey to the moon as they resolutely head towards the lunar surface. Now I announce, Kunping No. 1 is launching. The shortest distance between the blue planet and the moon is 384400 kilometers. At the speed of the Kunping No. 1 spacecraft, it would take just over 10 hours. 10 hours is not a short time. It is equivalent to a workday for many. While 10 hours may not be long, it is possible that workers have less than 10 hours of rest in a day. Under the eager anticipation of the people of Xia Nation, the Kunping No. 1 spacecraft slowly ascended. After reaching a certain altitude, it suddenly accelerated, achieving the first cosmic speed in just 10 seconds. The acceleration reached a terrifying 100 G. What does 100 G mean? Without the spacecraft's special cushioning device, a person subjected to 100 G would be crushed instantly. The cushioning device of Kunping No. 1 is extremely advanced, allowing individuals to hardly sense the sudden increase in gravity. With an acceleration of 100 G, 1 would feel only about 2 G, meaning the cushioning reduced the pressure of acceleration by 98 G. Once the acceleration was complete, the Kunping No. 1 spacecraft did not fly along the rotation direction of the blue planet like traditional spacecraft. Instead, it ascended steadily at a speed of 10 kilometers per second. Soon the Kunping No. 1 broke through the atmosphere and entered outer space. If it were a traditional spacecraft, they would be in a state of weightlessness at this point, and their bodies would float, if not secured. However, the Kunping No. 1 has a gravity generation device, so the astronauts remained firmly on board, as if walking on solid ground. Thus the Kunping No. 1 flew towards the moon at a constant speed of 10 kilometers per second. The voice of Hong Ho sounded at the right moment. The spacecraft has entered the constant speed phase in space, and there are no large obstacles ahead. Crew members may unbuckle their seatbelts and move freely. Zhang Qiling and others breathed a sigh of relief. During the acceleration phase on the blue planet, although the acceleration was only 2g, it still felt somewhat uncomfortable. During the constant speed phase, although it was not uncomfortable, he wanted to see the scenery outside, so he activated the external scenery simulation. With the blue planet as a reference, the rapidly ascending spacecraft and the nearby white clouds exhibited a significant speed difference, nearly making him feel dizzy. In outer space, however, such situations do not exist. Outer space is vast, and the speed of Kunping No. 1 in comparison to the Earth-Moon system is merely a crawl. Compared to the solar system, it is slower than an ant's crawl. In the captain's cabin of Kunping No. 1 there are only 3 seats, so 2 astronauts must stay in another room. These 2 individuals cannot both be officials, as that would be impolite. Therefore, 1 astronaut from the Super Divine Group and 1 official astronaut remained in the cabin. Zhang Qiling, along with an astronaut from the Super Divine Group, accompanied another official astronaut. Since they could move freely, Zhang Qiling took on the role of host and guided the 2 official astronauts to tour the upper area of the Kunping No. 1 spacecraft. The results were evident. The 2 official astronauts were left stunned by the shocking environment of the Kunping No. Compared to the environment of Kunping No. 1 of the conditions they experienced in space previously. While Kunping No. 1 was flying towards the moon, Su Fan was not idle. 100 controllable nuclear fusion reactors had been completed by July 1st, and the people of Xia Nation were now utilizing cheap electricity at 1 cent per kilowatt-hour. 100 food synthesizers had also been completed by July 1st. Although free limited food distribution would not begin until August 1st, this guarantee kept the populace calm. The Kunping No. 1 spacecraft was also completed, eliminating concerns about dissatisfaction and invasion from other nations following the release of the genetic optimization liquid. All 3 preconditions were met, and it was time to promote the first-level genetic optimization liquid throughout the Xia Nation. Currently, there is a small production line for the first-level genetic optimization liquid, but the output is too low to rapidly meet the needs of the entire Xia Nation. Therefore, expansion of the production line is necessary. Su Fan called upon Zhang Mingyan, Professor Ma, and others, providing them with the materials for the large-scale production line, urging them to construct 10 production lines as quickly as possible. This large-scale production line could produce 1 million units daily. 10 lines could produce 10 million units, sufficient to meet the needs of over 1.3 billion people in Xia Nation in just over 130 days. Returning to the Kunping No. 1 spacecraft, after a journey of over 11 hours, it successfully landed on the far side of the moon near a mysterious area. Zhang Qiling was the first to control the spacecraft to open the cargo hold at the rear, allowing several lunar rovers to slowly drive out. The first lunar rover was released because it carried an important mission to take photographs. Such a significant event must be documented. Zhang Qiling and the others donned the heavy exoskeleton space armor developed by Su Fan, solemnly approaching the spacecraft's entrance. In Zhang Qiling's hand was a flag made of a special material that could withstand the moon's environmental erosion for an extended period. The flag had 2 sides, one displayed the national flag of Xia Nation, and the other bore the flag of the Super Divine Group. This represented the official collaboration between Xia Nation and the Super Divine Group in the development of the moon. The Super Divine Group's flag was simple, featuring a red background with the words Super Divine written in gold seal script. Zhang Qiling stood before the spacecraft's entrance, visible through the transparent visor, his expression solemn yet excited. With a hiss, the spacecraft's door finished depressurizing and slowly opened. Zhang Qiling took the lead, stepping onto the automatically deployed ladder of Kunping No. 1. According to prior discussions, he was the first to set foot on the moon. The Quantum Reconnaissance lunar rover from the Super Divine Group had already activated its camera function and was transmitting live footage back to the Blue Planet through quantum communication technology. On the Blue Planet, countless citizens of Xia Nation gathered in front of their televisions, computers, and phones, eagerly awaiting the live broadcast. On the far side of the moon, Zhang Qiling, utilizing the strength of the exoskeleton space armor, took a step onto the lunar surface, leaving a deep footprint in the lunar rock. The citizens of Xia Nation, watching the live broadcast, erupted into cheers. This step was a small one for Zhang Qiling, yet a giant leap for the people of Xia Nation. Next, the other 4 astronauts sequentially exited the spacecraft. The official representative Wang Tianyu took the flag from Zhang Qiling's hands and firmly planted it into the rock using the strength of the exoskeleton armor. The national flag of Xia Nation and the flag of the Super Divine Group together fluttered on the moon. The live broadcast concluded at this point as the 5 astronauts would carry out a special mission to deploy the lunar rovers around the mysterious area. Leaving 2 lunar rovers in place, the other astronauts and rovers reboard the Kunping No. 1 spacecraft, planning to deploy the rovers one by one around the mysterious area. Otherwise, given the speed of the rovers, they might take an eternity. The deployment of the lunar rovers was completed swiftly. Following the original plan, Zhang Qiling and his team piloted the Kunping No. 1 away from the mysterious area to excavate lunar soil rich in helium-3 resources in other regions of the moon. Once the spacecraft left the mysterious area, Su Fan began to remotely control the quantum reconnaissance lunar rover closest to the mysterious area through quantum communication with Hong Ho. The lunar rover slowly made its way towards the mysterious area. After a long journey of over an hour, Su Fan finally saw with his own eyes through the lunar rover's camera the alien spaceship shown in the images. However, he only dared to let the lunar rover circle around outside using various reconnaissance instruments to detect the alien spacecraft, without daring to proceed further into the entrance. Through the long-focus camera of the reconnaissance lunar rover, after observing the entrance from a distance, Su Fan discovered that the interior of the cave had a massive curve completely obscuring the view inside. He then began to alternately use other remote detection methods. During the sonar detection, he made a different within the cave entrance, faint sound waves were emitted at regular intervals. These sound waves differed from naturally occurring ones and exhibited a certain pattern. This made Su Fan's expression serious, and he wanted to control the lunar rover to approach the entrance a bit more. But after some thought, he decided against it. If a major threat was indeed detected, the current technology of the blue planet would be utterly insufficient. Su Fan sighed. Thus, the exploration work for now came to an end. He controlled the lunar rover to remain at a distance, constantly monitoring the mysterious cave. In addition to the sounds from the cave, there were other gains from this exploration. Through the lunar rover's individual detection, Su Fan confirmed that the outer shell material of the alien spacecraft was at most comparable to that of Kunping No. 1. The alien spacecraft belonged to a Type 1 civilization. With this conclusion, Su Fan felt relieved. Merely a Type 1 civilization meant that in a few years, once the Dragon Nation became a Type 2 civilization, they could directly send fleets to spread their civilization. With matters on the moon temporarily settled, Zhang Qiling and the others would continue to stay on the moon for a long time, engaging in activities such as soil excavation, geological detection, and biological experiments. In the following time, Su Fan exchanged and extracted the technology for controlled nuclear fusion using. The moon has abundant helium-3, which means that if a lunar base is established there in the future, they can utilize local resources to create helium-3 controlled nuclear fusion, providing energy for the base. As for building a helium-3 controlled nuclear fusion reactor on the blue planet, it is currently unnecessary, as the energy provided by deuterium controlled fusion is already sufficient. The challenges of constructing a helium-3 controlled nuclear fusion reactor on the moon are different from those on the blue planet. The environment on the moon is harsher with lower gravity and lacks the various conveniences found on the blue planet. Therefore, Su Fan planned to complete construction on the blue planet first, and then directly transport it to the moon using Kunping No. 1. Once the lunar base is completed and conditions gradually mature, they can then establish a helium-3 controlled nuclear fusion reactor directly on the moon. Besides the construction of the helium-3 controlled nuclear fusion reactor, Su Fan also needed to be responsible for the production of gene optimization liquid. This time he did not provide the technical staff with the full formula for the gene optimization liquid, but rather selected the formula he developed that was suitable only for the children of the Dragon Nation. This gene optimization liquid is effective only for the people of the Dragon Nation. If people from other countries inject it, they might experience no effect at best, and at worst could suffer from genetic collapse, endangering their lives. Although the people from the Little Day Country and the Pickle Country may appear similar to those from the Dragon Nation, generally speaking, the people of the Dragon Nation can easily distinguish between those from the Pickle Country, the Little Day Country, and the Dragon Nation. On the surface, they may seem similar, but in reality, there are significant genetic differences. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was August 1st. On this day, the official government of the Dragon Nation began supplying food free of charge to the entire population, with Super God Logistics responsible for the distribution. The food had long been prepared, and now the test was the distribution capability of Super God Logistics. Fortunately, Chen Haonan and others lived up to Su Fan's expectations, investing money and tirelessly recruiting to build a complete Super God Logistics distribution network, successfully delivering free food to thousands of households without missing a single one. Of course, this was also due to the strong support from the government of the Dragon Nation. Without it would have been impossible to accomplish solely with money. That evening of August 1st, while the entire nation was enjoying the food distributed by the government, the news broke with another major event. Hello audience friends, I am Yanhuang here to report an important piece of news. Under the leadership of Su Fan, the chairman of Super God Group, the company successfully developed gene optimization liquid which when injected by the people of the Dragon Nation can extend their lifespan to 200 years and grant them an immune constitution, greatly enhancing their physical capabilities. Due to the daily production capacity being limited to 10 million doses, Super God Group decided to implement a time-based pricing strategy, announcing the specific pricing policy as follows. The gene optimization liquid will be available for pre-order starting at 8 p.m. on August 1st. With each dose priced at 100 yuan. From August 15th, the price will be reduced to 500 yuan per dose. Starting September 1st, the price will drop to 100 yuan per dose, and from October 1st, the price will be further reduced to 100 yuan per dose. From November 1st onwards, the gene optimization liquid will be financially subsidized by the government of the Dragon Nation and provided free of charge to its citizens. Citizens are advised to make appointments through the Super God Logistics app, with each person limited to 1 dose. Upon successful appointment for purchase, the gene optimization liquid will not be mailed to individuals. Instead, they must bring proof to local hospitals where professionals will administer the injection. Special warning: this gene optimization liquid is only available for appointment and use by citizens of the Dragon Nation. Foreigners may face life-threatening risks if they use it. The tiered pricing sales strategy was decided by Su Fan as it allows for cost recovery while also considering human sentiment. Those who wish to enjoy it sooner can pay, while those who prefer it for free can wait a bit longer. Of course, there is also a special case. If someone urgently needs it for a sick family member, they can register their real name on the Super God Logistics app and upload a legitimate medical case to obtain the gene optimization liquid for free and with priority. As this news broke, the entire population of the Dragon Nation erupted in excitement. Wow, wow, wow. Incredible! Super God Group is amazing. Su Fan is amazing. 200 years. And immune to all diseases. So excited. How lucky to be born in this era with a strong nation and an incredible company like Super God Group. Thank you Motherland, thank you Super God Group, thank you Su Fan. There is hope. My grandfather is saved. My daughter is saved too. I want to make an appointment immediately. I would pay 100 yuan without hesitation. I'm not in a hurry, you guys can use it first. I'll wait for the free version. I'm not in a hurry either. Even though I have high blood pressure, 100 yuan is too expensive. I'll wait a month for the price to drop to 100 yuan, which is acceptable. I'll buy it when it costs 100 yuan. 100 yuan for early access. I must grab it. Isn't this a tool for showing off? It's a small amount. I must buy it immediately. Why doesn't the gene optimization liquid have a few more production lines? Is the person upstairs an idiot? Producing 10 million doses daily is already a lot. Okay. For the initial 100 days, the demand is high, but afterward only newborns will need injections, and the daily production of 10 million will be excessive. Super God Group has its cost, you know. Agreed. Super God Group is a conscientious enterprise. Oh my, the more I think about it, the more incredible it is. I need to smoke a cigarette to calm down. The news of the gene optimization liquid spread like wildfire throughout the Dragon Nation, reaching the entire world. On August 2nd, in the Xiangqing People's Hospital, a man in his 50s rushed into the ward excitedly holding his I've made the appointment. The gene optimization serum from the Super God Group has been booked. In the ward, the previously gloomy atmosphere transformed as everyone became ecstatic upon hearing the news. When can we inject it? A woman in her 50s looked both excited and anxious. It can be done right now. The nurse will be here shortly. That's wonderful. My son will finally be able to recover. The woman's gaze was filled with concern as she looked toward the hospital bed. On the bed lay a young man in his late 20s, curled up and pale, devoid of any color, his clenched teeth occasionally letting out painful grunts. The nurse arrived quickly, and under the hopeful eyes of the man and woman, she first hung a nutrition for the young man on the bed, then swiftly completed the injection of the gene optimization serum. After the injection of the gene optimization serum, he will sleep for a day and a night. You need not worry, when he wakes up he will undoubtedly return to you as a complete, lively son. The nurse said with a smile, then turned and left as there were more people waiting behind. Hospitals nationwide were fully booked starting August 2nd, as countless people who successfully made appointments rushed into hospitals. Thankfully, with only 10 million slots available each day and distributed among large and medium-sized hospitals across the country, it was manageable. In the following days, a large number of people from the Dragon Nation injected the gene optimization serum. In the evening at the park, Old Wang returned to the small square again, a place where he had previously danced, but a month ago, he had suddenly suffered a stroke, almost facing the Grim Reaper. Although he was rescued, he had become paralyzed on one side. A month later he returned to the familiar small square, but this time, he felt rejuvenated. Old Wang, did you also inject the gene optimization serum? Zhang Widow, who used to be Old Wang's dance partner, was overjoyed to see him back in their playful place, her face beaming with smiles. Suddenly, a beautiful young woman in her 30s blocked his way, leaving him dumbfounded. He racked his brain searching for when he had ever known such a beautiful woman. Old Wang, can't you recognize me? Old Wang looked closely again, and suddenly a flash of inspiration hit him. Zhang Widow. Zhang Widow smiled brightly. Finally you recognize me. Don't I look beautiful now? Absolutely beautiful. I never expected you. Zhang Widow were not exaggerating. You were indeed a beauty in your youth. Old Wang's expression changed slightly. You weren't exaggerating either. You were indeed a handsome guy in your youth. Zhang Widow's eyes sparkled. She never anticipated Old Wang would become so handsome after injecting the gene optimization serum. With a height of 180 centimeters and an appearance in his 30s, he had thick eyebrows and big eyes with a prominent nose. Did you say your spouse passed away from cancer a year ago? Zhang Widow's tone was probing. Old Wang did not respond directly, but countered. I heard your partner passed away 30 years ago. Have you considered remarrying in all these years? They exchanged smiles. In the evening, the enormous orange sun was about to set, casting reflections on the shimmering lake in the distance, evoking a sense of wonder at the beauty of the sunset. The impact of the gene optimization serum grew more significant. On August 8th, the government of the Dragon Nation published a draft seeking opinions on reemployment of retired personnel for social benefit. The draft mentioned that due to the effects of the gene optimization serum in the coming months, the average lifespan of the people from the Dragon Nation would reach an unprecedented 200 years. With such a long lifespan, if one retired at 60, would they just rely on government pensions for the remaining 140 years? This was evidently not conducive to societal progress. Thus, the draft proposed that retired personnel seek to rediscover their self-worth and explore a more exciting life in the new life bestowed by the gene optimization serum. Additionally, the draft encouraged major universities to open more programs and expand student enrollment on a large scale. It encouraged provinces and autonomous regions as well as cities and counties to establish adult high schools where the knowledge learned would be equivalent to that of ordinary high schools, allowing students to take college entrance examinations and obtain university diplomas. It encouraged retired personnel with university degrees and professional skills to continue to contribute their talents and strive in their respective positions. In summary, the government hoped that these rejuvenated retired personnel would return to work and create value for society. Besides the official notice from the Dragon Nation, the Super God Group also issued an enrollment notification for Super God University. Once this news broke, countless students eagerly prepared to apply as soon as enrollment opened. Just a few days ago, the establishment approval for Super God University had been issued, classifying it as a first-tier institution. Su Fan chose the school location beside Beihu in Ning City, building it by the lake. He also exchanged and extracted some advanced technology from the Super God Black technology system to create many construction machinery that would expedite the building process. With these new construction machines, the construction period of Super God University was significantly shortened, expected to be completed by the end of this year, excluding landscaping. This year's college entrance examination students would not make it in time as there were still hiring teachers and other software facilities that could not be quickly put in place, but that did not mean there would be no enrollment this year. If undergraduate admission is delayed, they could first enroll a batch of graduate students. Just in time, graduate admissions would begin shortly. Time quickly passed to August 10th. Kuoping One triumphantly returned from the moon after a month, bringing back a full 10,000 tons of helium-3 rich lunar soil, once again shocking the world. The helium-3 nuclear fusion reactor, after a month of busy manufacturing, was also successfully completed, with only helium-3 energy needed to ignite for testing. Now that Kuoping One has brought back a large amount of helium-3, it won't be long before controlled nuclear fusion with helium-3 can successfully ignite. There's more good news. Another Kuoping One spaceship has been successfully manufactured. To distinguish the two spaceships, Su Fan named the first Kuoping One spaceship Kuoping One FZ-1 and the second one Kuoping One FZ-2. FZ-2 still belongs to the Super God Group and has not been delivered to the government of the Dragon Nation. Regarding this matter, Su Fan specifically communicated with the Elder Council and confirmed that a month later the next newly produced Kuoping One would be sold to the government. From July 10th to August 10th, Su Fan spent a busy yet fulfilling month. On August 15th, Sun Shangxiang excitedly ran over to tell Su Fan that the quantum communication satellite had been successfully developed and achieved mass production. The quantum communication satellite was based on materials Su Fan provided to Sun Shangxiang in mid-July, and nearly a month had passed since then. In addition to the quantum communication satellite, a micro-quantum communicator that Su Fan had provided her earlier had also been successfully developed and achieved mass production. However, it had been quietly stockpiling production, and now the inventory of micro-quantum communicators was sufficient, making it time for a launch event. The launch event was set for the morning of August 18th. Besides releasing the micro-quantum communicator, Su Fan also planned to live broadcast the satellite launch. On the morning of August 18th, at the Grand Square of Nanshan Base, a small stage was set up in front of the Kunping No. 1 spaceship where Su Fan stood accompanied by a cylindrical machine. The cylindrical machine had a diameter of 1 meter and a height of 2 meters, colored black. In front of Su Fan, the official media like Xinxia Society had already set up their cameras. For this press conference, considering his safety, Su Fan did not invite too many people, only a few officials and official media, primarily opting for an online live broadcast. Given the influence of the Chaoshen Group, even an online event could ensure that people across the nation and even the world would be aware. Hello friends in the audience. I am Su Fan. Today we will be launching several products. Let's skip the nonsense and get straight to the point. The first product is the quantum supercomputer. The computers we currently use are all composed of silicon-based electronic tubes, which perform poorly and have limitations. Currently, silicon-based chips have reached what is termed as 3 nanometers, but in reality, the 3 nanometers advertised by manufacturers only achieves 3 nanometers performance, while the actual process remains at 7 nanometers or 10 nanometers. This is something that those in the know might understand, while others remain oblivious. Of course, even if it really reaches 3 nanometers, or even 2 nanometers, or 1 nanometer, it is unimportant, because the era of silicon-based chips has passed. The quantum age has arrived. The quantum supercomputer developed by Chaoshen Group possesses computational power that surpasses the sum of all global computers combined. He smirked as he recalled the recent incident regarding the national flag of a certain country. Numerous netizens were following the press conference of Chaoshen Group online, and upon hearing Su Fan's words they suddenly understood. Incredible. So the national flag incident was orchestrated by Chaoshen Group. No wonder that certain country had no room for resistance. Oh, Chaoshen Group is impressive, and so is the quantum computer. For now, let's leave the quantum supercomputer at that. We will provide more details during the launch of other products. Next, let's discuss the second product. As he spoke, Su Fan patted the cylindrical object beside him. The second product we are launching is the quantum communication satellite. Although the quantum supercomputer we just announced also includes a quantum communication module, it is primarily a machine designed for computation, and its quantum communication bandwidth is limited, unable to support the usage of over 1 billion people in the Dragon Nation. Thus, Chaoshen Group has developed a dedicated quantum communication satellite for this purpose. This is a complete set of quantum communication satellites totaling 14, and the one beside me is one of them. Su Fan patted the quantum communication satellite beside him. Actually, a single quantum communication satellite could meet the needs of the entire populace of the Dragon Nation, but just to be safe, I had a few more made. In fact, not only will more quantum satellites be manufactured and launched in space, but Su Fan also plans to collaborate with the military of the Dragon Nation to build several quantum communication bases on the ground, and even underground many will be constructed. This is all to prepare for war. In times of conflict, communication is crucial. The quantum communication satellite will soon be personally taken to space by me, and next let's look at the third product. The third product is the micro-quantum communicator. This is a product that everyone can keep an eye on. Unlike the first two products, which you may rarely see or touch in the future. However, the micro-quantum communicator is different. This device can be purchased for home use, and you can play with. Su Fan took out a device the size of a mobile phone, albeit with a more futuristic design. Look, this is the quantum communicator. It is extremely beautiful. Not only does it have an attractive appearance, but it also possesses powerful functions. Su Fan opened the micro-quantum communicator to demonstrate. The micro-quantum communicator has a miniature quantum chip that can handle some calculations offline, though its performance is average, roughly equivalent to the highest configuration of a home desktop computer. Su Fan delivered the most ostentatious comment with the calmest expression. The netizens found it amusing. 666. This tiny device has performance comparable to a top-end computer. How ostentatious. I am not interested in money. Let's set a modest goal of 100 million. I did not take the college entrance examination. A recommendation to Kyoto. Su Fan continued. The performance is average in offline mode, but once connected to the quantum network, this satellite quantum communicator's performance will undergo a qualitative change. The quantum supercomputer we launched first can lend its computing power to the satellite quantum communicator through the quantum network. Thus, theoretically, the computing power of the micro-quantum communicator can equal that of the quantum supercomputer. However, not all computing power will be allocated to everyone, as having so much computing power is not useful for individuals. Just utilizing the local computing power is sufficient for decoding and processing videos. Su Fan smiled. Therefore, the utilization of computing power from the quantum network is generally for enterprises with charges based on the amount of computing power used. Individuals can also access it if they are willing to pay. He then shifted to discuss other functions, sliding to the projection feature. Although the communicator is powerful in performance and function, the screen is relatively small, so the communicator also includes a 3D touch projection feature. It can project up to a 32-inch 4K screen and supports touch operations for the projected image. Su Fan activated the projection feature and began to demonstrate by sliding and tapping on the projected display. Seeing this, netizens were excited. Wow, this is amazing. No need to spend on computers a multifunctional device. Haha, watching movies is going to be great, a 32-inch 4K screen. This must show even the pores. Is the movie upstairs serious? It would be strange if it were. Huh, scumbag. Su Fan turned off the projection and opened the screen function again. Some people might not like this operation method, but no worries, the micro-quantum communicator also has quantum projection. We have authorized manufacturers like Xiaowei and others to produce monitors and matching keyboards and mice with quantum projection capabilities. When the time comes, the communicator can serve as a wireless computer host, and with quantum projection the latency will be zero. In fact, Chaoshin Group could also produce these accessories, but they wanted to leave some opportunities for other enterprises. Quantum communication is fundamentally distinct from conventional communication. There is absolutely no latency. You may not fully grasp its significance today, but in the future, as the Dragon Nation ascends into an interstellar civilization, quantum communication will assume unparalleled strategic importance. Consider this: if your loved ones travel to deep space, conventional communication would suffer increasingly longer delays with growing distance. Traditional radio waves propagate at approximately 300 kilometers per second, nearly the speed of light. Though astonishingly fast, the cosmos is so vast that even light speed appears glacial on cosmic scales. Take the radius of the solar system, roughly 1 light-year. The distance between Blue Planet and its star is negligible by comparison. That means transmitting information via radio waves from Blue Planet to the outer edge of the solar system would take nearly a full year. Quantum communication, by contrast, enables truly instantaneous real-time transmission. Su Fan raised a palm-sized quantum communicator and continued with a gentle smile. The operating system and ecosystem of this device are equally critical. This miniature communicator runs a subsystem derived from the quantum supercomputer's artificial intelligence architecture, a design both elegant and immensely powerful. Though scaled down, its AI core retains remarkable autonomy, less formidable than the quantum supercomputer's full intelligence, yet more than sufficient for everyday use. He named this system Chaos God 1.0, a designation both evocative and deliberately. Despite its compact form, Chaos God 1.0 outperforms all contemporary mainstream operating systems by orders of magnitude. Behold, the system interface. Su Fan projected the communicator's display onto the large screen behind. Tapping the interactive icon activates Chaos God 1.0's companion mode, a minimalist interface featuring only a single animated avatar, which he calls the Intelligent Companion. The avatar's appearance is fully customizable. Users may upload images or video clips to generate their own unique companion design. Companions may also be given personalized names. Interaction is intuitive. Users may tap the avatar to initiate text-based dialogue. Voice interaction is supported as well. Beyond companion mode, Chaos God 1.0 offers 2 additional interface paradigms: familiar Android-style and Windows-style environments, seamlessly switchable at will. Equally vital is the software ecosystem. Rest assured, Chaos God 1.0 supports installation of applications from any platform with flawless cross-compatibility. This brings us to quantum compatibility technology, developed entirely in-house by Chaos God. Beyond ensuring universal software compatibility, this breakthrough enables legacy mobile devices to access quantum communication networks. Following this event, the official Chaos God Group website and all major application stores will release a free utility called Chaos Compatibility Layer, available for immediate download. The underlying principle is elegantly simple. When using a conventional mobile device, the signal connects directly to a quantum relay satellite module, which converts standard electromagnetic transmissions into quantum-encoded signals, enabling true quantum communication. This solution serves as a pragmatic transitional measure. While mass adoption of quantum communicators will take time, users may now experience quantum connectivity through existing devices. Fees pose no concern. Chaos God Group has partnered with the nation's 3 leading telecommunications providers, guaranteeing reduced or unchanged service rates. Now, the most anticipated question: what is the price of the miniature quantum communicator? 2 editions will launch simultaneously: the Standard Edition and the Collector's Edition, identical in functionality, differing only in aesthetic design. The Collector's Edition features refined craftsmanship and includes a premium gift box plus a hand-finished metal model of the Kunpeng 1 spacecraft. The standard edition is priced at 2,999 units. The collector's edition is priced at 6,999 units. Choose the one that resonates with you. We have now concluded the first segment of today's unveiling. The second half will feature a live orbital deployment. Shall we begin? Su Fan waved warmly and strode toward the airlock of Kunpeng-1. Nearby technicians activated robotic arms to lift the quantum communications satellite and carefully maneuver it into the cargo bay. The spacecraft's hatch sealed slowly. Su Fan entered the command chamber and instructed Hong Ho to initiate ascent. A second Kunpeng-1 unit followed suit, its designated role mobile orbital camera platform. To deploy a spacecraft solely as a cinematic vantage point remains for now an exclusive capability of Su Fan. The altitude to geostationary orbit above Blue Planet stands at precisely 35786 kilometers. Kunpeng-1 reached the vicinity of its target orbit swiftly. Yet upon arrival, Su Fan observed considerable satellite congestion, direct deployment risk interference. Due to its considerable dimensions, Kunpeng-1 inadvertently displaced several satellites belonging to certain regional actors during repositioning maneuvers. Dear viewers, please accept my sincere apologies. I am still refining my piloting proficiency, and moments ago, under heightened focus, I misjudged spatial clearance. My deepest regrets for this unintended incident. I respectfully request understanding from all affected parties, and assure you such occurrences will be rigorously prevented moving forward. The broadcast remained uninterrupted. Viewers erupted in light-hearted amusement, an orbital mishap, truly unprecedented. A genuine tension-induced orbital incident. Does spacecraft insurance even exist? I suspect those satellites were attempting opportunistic proximity maneuvers with Kunpeng-1. Fully agree. Seconded. Could there be diplomatic repercussions? Overthinking. Decades of technological sovereignty render all external posturing utterly inconsequential. Unaware of the online discourse, Su Fan calmly directed the robotic arm to extract the quantum communications satellite from the cargo bay and place it precisely within the designated orbital slot. Humming softly, he worked with practiced ease. Counting stars, 1, 2, 3, 4 forming constellations. Orbital coordinates had been precalculated, placement required only positional accuracy. At each deployment site, should any foreign satellite interfere with optimal quantum signal integrity, Su Fan executed precise avoidance maneuvers, ensuring unimpeded network performance. All 14 satellites were successfully deployed under continuous global livestream. Yet Kunpeng-1 did not immediately return, it remained in orbit. Viewed from space, Blue Planet appeared wrapped in shimmering oceans. Humanity's exploration of Earth's marine realms, particularly its abyssal depths, remains profoundly limited. Kunpeng-1 is no mere celestial vessel. It is equally sovereign beneath the waves. Contemplating legendary maritime zones and enduring oceanic mysteries, Su Fan felt a quiet thrill of anticipation. Hong Ho navigate Kunpeng-1 to geosynchronous position above the Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle is located between the Bermuda Islands in the west of the Atlantic Ocean, the Florida Strait, and the eastern end of the Greater Antilles, Puerto Rico. It mostly lies between 20 and 30 north latitude, belonging to the northern tropics. This region is primarily controlled by tropical air masses throughout the year, dominated by the prevailing northeast trade winds. In summer and autumn, tropical hurricanes are frequent, with howling winds often forming water walls over 10 meters high and waterspouts that can draw seawater thousands of meters into the sky. The Bermuda Triangle is shrouded in mystery, with legends of unusual storms, strange magnetic fields, disappearing ships, missing airplanes, and even underwater pyramids, ancient structures, and lost cities. There are even more fantastical tales of World War II veterans traveling through time and crashed aircraft appearing in different eras. Why is the Bermuda Triangle so mysterious? Various theories attempt to explain the mysteries of Bermuda, including the vortex theory, sea hole theory, water bridge theory, infrasound theory, black hole theory, combustible ice theory, high pressure oil and gas theory, clear sky turbulence theory, natural laser theory, geomagnetic anomaly theory, extraterrestrial visitor theory, time-space leap theory, abnormal gravity theory, and supernatural power theory. Regardless of the theory, none can truly unveil the secrets of the Bermuda Triangle. Today, this enigmatic region welcomes another group of explorers. Can this group of people tear apart the veil of secrets surrounding the Bermuda Triangle, like pulling away a Kunpeng-1? One hovered 100 meters above the Bermuda Triangle, and Su Fan could clearly see the turbulent sea below through the fully simulated exterior of the spaceship. Is this the legendary Bermuda Triangle? It's not much different from any other place, Su Fan said to the camera inside the ship. Since elementary school, he had been fascinated by a program called Exploration and Discovery, which was incredibly well made, with each episode tantalizing his curiosity. Every episode featuring the Bermuda Triangle, the Wild Man of Shenanjia, the Yeti of Changbai Mountain, Atlantis, and the pyramids, was irresistibly captivating. Today, standing above the Bermuda Triangle, he felt no strange sensations. Red dropped a lunar exploration robot from the cargo hold. Su Fan looked at the sea below, rubbing his lips. He wasn't foolish enough to fly the ship directly into the sea. One must maintain a certain respect for such a mysterious area. All right, dear Captain. Red replied respectfully, yet playfully. Cough cough, don't learn this kind of nonsensical tone from the internet anymore. We are live streaming. Su Fan was sweating profusely. The viewers watching the live stream all showed amused smiles. Having artificial intelligence is great. Ooh, I want a Red too. You wish? Red is Su Shun's exclusive intelligent partner. How could someone like you possess it? I wonder what the intelligent partner included with the quantum communicator is like. Su Shun said you can customize the image and name. I've decided to create one with a shipgirl image and name it wife. Don't be ridiculous. If you're thinking like that, you must be single for far too long. Watch your mouth. If you're not convinced, let's meet at Yanhuang Park. Come on. Who's afraid of who? The cargo bay of the spaceship opened, and a mechanical dog was thrown into the shape referenced from the mechanical dog Binbin in the Wandering Earth 2. Captain Mechanical Dog, Yanhuang, no. One has entered the sea. Please give your instructions. Just explore downward. Yanhuang is designed for lunar exploration, but its capabilities are sufficient for deep-sea exploration. I hope it can uncover something useful. Su Fan watched the images on the big screen. At this moment, Yanhuang's 4 short legs occasionally paddled to adjust its direction. The depth of the Bermuda Triangle is said to be over 8,000 meters, while others claim it is over 10,000 meters. Opinions vary. With its head down, the mechanical dog Yanhuang retracted its limbs, its tail spinning like a propeller to increase its descent speed. Already descended 100 meters. Already descended 200 meters. Already descended 1,000 meters. Already descended 2,000 meters. Red's voice intermittently reported the descent depth. As time passed, the descent speed of the mechanical dog Yanhuang remained stable. Current depth 8,800 meters reached the seabed, but there is a large trench not far ahead, Red said. Continue forward and directly explore the trench while activating all detection devices. I want to see what secrets lie here. Su Fan spoke with a serious tone, his eyes fixed intently on the big screen. The viewers also held their breath in anticipation. Already descended 10,000 meters, detecting special patterned sound waves. Su Fan was momentarily stunned, his expression then shifted to slight excitement. Cross-reference with the biological sound wave database of Blue Star to see if it's from a known species. Processing. Comparison complete. It is not a known species from Blue Star. Cross-reference with all global sound wave databases to see if there are similar sounds, Su Fan commanded. Comparison ongoing. Classified sound waves detected. Red's voice suddenly transmitted directly to Su Fan's ear through his headphones. Su Fan was taken aback and nodded nonchalantly. It seemed this live stream needed to end. Just as he was about to announce the end of the stream, the mechanical dog, Yanhuang, suddenly encountered a problem. The footage captured by Yanhuang was rolling and jolting, finally revealing a vast crimson world. Dear viewers, Yanhuang has likely been swallowed. It is now in the stomach of some whale, as fish stomachs are not structured like this. Su Fan's expression was somewhat strange. Just as he was about to end the live stream, the detector was consumed, which suited him just fine. It seems today's live stream must end here. With Yanhuang's armor strength, it should have no fear of this whale's digestion, but it also lacks offensive weapons to break through the whale's stomach, so it can only wait to be expelled. What if this whale gets constipated and Yanhuang gets stuck? Who knows when it will come out then? Su Fan's expression was one of helplessness. Today's exploration wasn't planned, it was a spuro-themit decision. I think it's wise to let Kunpeng know. One descent, if it doesn't come back, building another Kunpeng no. One would be quite costly. How about this? I'll create a powerful submersible for another live exploration later. What do you all think? Su Fan said with a smile to the camera. He was eager to end the live stream and clarify the classified sound waves with Red. Although the viewers were excited, they also understood the value of Kunpeng no. 1. Thus a brief exploration of Bermuda came to an end. After the live stream concluded, Su Fan eagerly asked Red, whose classified sound wave is similar to the one in the trench of the Bermuda Triangle. In Red's database, there is a wealth of classified information from countries around the world. This information is not top secret, so it exists on a secure network, but it is not suitable for public disclosure. Only high-level officials are aware of it. It's not from any country. It was recorded from an entrance to a mysterious area on the moon during a recent exploration. Red's voice was quiet, yet it left Su Fan stunned in place. The sound from the lunar entrance. Su Fan returned to the Nanshan base with a heavy expression, caught off guard by the events of the Bermuda Triangle. He had initially planned to venture for adventure, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a major incident. Like the sound waves from the mysterious area on the moon, but one is on Blue Star and the other on the moon. Could it really be an alien base? Su Fan pondered heavily. It seems that our development speed must accelerate again, otherwise with these two swords of Damocles hanging over us, it will be hard to sleep well. He dared not explore the Bermuda Triangle. After all, this is Blue Star, and if he disturbed a hornet's nest there would be no place to escape. Even if he were to explore in the future, he would first investigate the moon. At least it would be easier to handle if something went wrong. Before exploring, he needed to deploy numerous powerful weapons around the mysterious area on the moon. In case of an emergency, they would strike with saturated coverage. Upon returning home, Su Fan immediately activated the Super Divine Technology System. He planned to establish a lunar base on the side of the moon facing Earth. Since he was building a base on the moon, he would certainly need corresponding construction technology. Su Fan flipped through the system and finally found a suitable one. Type 1 multifunctional survival base, equipped with a basic life support system capable of sustaining human life in a vacuum environment and various harsh planetary conditions. Su Fan decisively exchanged and extracted it. The reason for constructing a base on the moon was that he was eyeing the moon's mineral resources. In addition to helium-3 resources, the moon also has a wealth of precious mineral resources, which could fully support Su Fan in building space bases and space military factories on Blue Star and in outer space. Resources on Blue Star should not be exploited unnecessarily. They should be preserved for future generations. Once the space military factory is established, it can rely on the natural vacuum environment and stronger solar radiation or solar energy to quickly produce soldiers. Can a technological civilization that does not produce soldiers still be called a technological civilization? Time passed quickly and Su Fan became busy again. Considering that the moon lacks an industrial foundation, the lunar base, like helium-3 controlled nuclear fusion, would be constructed on Blue Star first before being transported to the moon. During this period, a large amount of helium-3 was transported back from the moon, successfully igniting the helium-3 controlled nuclear fusion reactor. Su Fan also exchanged some technologies related to mining machinery and/or smelting machines compatible with the lunar base, preparing to manufacture everything at once for the construction of the lunar base. On September 9th, after over half a month of preparation, two Kunping No. 1 spacecraft were about to take off to land on the moon again. One of the Kunping No. 1 spacecraft carried the completed helium-3 controlled nuclear fusion reactor and some engineering machinery, while the other carried the assembly parts for the lunar base. This lunar landing will establish a lunar base on the side of the moon facing Blue Star, along with a helium-3 controlled nuclear fusion reactor to provide energy and accompanying or mining and smelting factories. In addition to these, there are many essential supplies. Su Fan and Zhou Xiaoxiao sat in the captain's cabin of one of the Kunping No. 1 spacecraft. Xiaoxiao, we will reach the moon in just over 10 hours. Are you excited? Su Fan teased. This time he was preparing to personally go to the moon. He had long yearned for space and the moon. I am so excited. Su Fan, you are amazing. Just a few months ago we were dreaming about the future in a spicy hot pot restaurant, and now we are about to land on the moon. It feels like a dream. Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes were dreamy. Should I pinch you to wake you from this beautiful dream? Su Fan extended his hand, pretending to twist her. Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes shifted, grabbing Su Fan's hand and pinching a bit of flesh with 2 fingers, twisting it hard. Damn it, Zhou Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? I was just gesturing, you really twisted. Su Fan wailed. Now it's confirmed, this is not a dream. Zhou Xiaoxiao smiled brightly like a cat that had just received a toy. Alright, enough joking, it's time to prepare for takeoff. Fasten your seatbelt. Su Fan rubbed his hand and kindly reminded Zhou Xiaoxiao. All set. Hong Ho, set course for the moon's surface. Ooh, I have marked the exact position. Su Fan said to Hong Ho. Received, Captain. The 2 Kunping No. 1 spacecraft launched successively. This time Su Fan brought many people because some would stay at the lunar base for a period. 11 hours later the spacecraft arrived at the designated landing position. Zhou Xiaoxiao, follow me, and put on the exoskeleton space suit. Get ready to disembark. You put it on for me. Ooh, I can't wear it myself. Zhou Xiaoxiao playfully grabbed Su Fan's clothes. You do it like this, then like this, and it will be on. Su Fan helplessly had to help Zhou Xiaoxiao put it on himself. The 2 of them finished dressing in the exoskeleton space suits and arrived at the door of the Kunping No. 1. The door had already been opened, and the staff under Zhang Qingling's command were operating machinery to unload items from the spacecraft's cargo hold. This was arranged by Su Fan in advance. This trip to the moon was merely a recreational visit for Su Fan and Zhou Xiaoxiao. All construction matters for the lunar base were handled by Zhang Qingling. As a boss, it is not unreasonable to take a little secretary to the moon for a vacation. Xiaoxiao, let's go down. Su Fan led the way, slowly descending the spacecraft's ladder. Zhou Xiaoxiao took a deep, excited breath and closely followed Su Fan. Soon their feet touched the Zhou Xiaoxiao joyfully jumped several meters high, but due to the different gravity from Blue Star, she lost control of her body and plopped down onto the ground. Su Fan laughed immediately. Zhou Xiaoxiao, can you handle this? Oomph. Zhou Xiaoxiao angrily. Seeing this, Su Fan quickly stepped forward to help her up, otherwise the petty Zhou Xiaoxiao would surely take revenge on him while he slept at night. Let's take a stroll. There's not much fun on the moon, it's all barren land. Su Fan sighed as he looked at the desolate. Our blue star is much more beautiful. Look at that. Su Fan pointed to the moon's sky where a blue planet was visible. Zhou Xiaoxiao looked up and was instantly captivated by the beauty of blue star. This is the first time I see blue star from this angle. Zhou Xiaoxiao exclaimed, how unpredictable life is. Just over 10 hours ago we were on blue star, and now we stand on the moon's soil. Indeed, the development of technology is all about reaching another place at an ever-increasing speed, Su Fan also reflected. From ancient horse-drawn carriages to steam-powered vehicles, and then to modern cars, trains, high-speed trains, and airplanes. The speed is getting faster and faster, connecting people from all corners of the world. Blue Star is becoming smaller because of the speed of transportation. In the past, going out of the county city was a long journey, but with high-speed trains and airplanes, domestic travel can be completed in just a few hours. Of course, because airplanes and high-speed trains can be somewhat expensive, people who choose these modes of transportation are still quite cautious. Although people in the Dragon Nation now enjoy carefree lives with low living costs, the various impacts of the Super Divine Group's high technology have indeed created many unemployed individuals in society. Moreover, due to the effects of gene optimization fluid, there are far too many idle people in the entire society of the Dragon Nation. If it weren't for the distribution of free food, in ancient times these unemployed individuals would have been a significant disaster. Su Fan's voice was transmitted through quantum communication to Zhou Xiaoxiao's ear, and Zhou Xiaoxiao's expression turned serious. Xiao, I suddenly realized that while the universe needs exploration, if the foundation of Blue Star, or let's say the Dragon Nation, is not laid properly, blindly developing outward can easily lead to problems later on. Su Fan's expression was serious as he thought of this issue. Zhou Xiaoxiao looked at Su Fan with admiration. Su Fan, what do you plan to do? I plan to develop a virtual reality game. A space war type. Su Fan's voice was deep and firm, his gaze fixed intensely on the blue planet in the sky. It is time to train mech pilots in advance. Once the Xia civilization reaches the level of a Class 1 cosmic civilization, Su Fan will be able to exchange for the black technology of a Class 2 civilization. The black technology of a Class 2 civilization includes the mecha technology he has long yearned for. After all, it's mechas. What man could resist the allure of mechas? After spending half a day on the moon, Su Fan and Zhou Xiaoxiao found it rather uninteresting, so they decided to return to Blue Star once the cargo in the warehouse was fully unloaded. Upon returning home to the Nanshan base, Su Fan immediately exchanged for basic virtual reality technology and a virtual reality game. The basic virtual reality technology here is not the kind that merely involves wearing VR goggles, it is true virtual reality. Similar to the virtual reality in ordinary online gaming novels, it can transmit and receive signals through neural interception, allowing a person's consciousness to enter a virtual world. However, in order for the consciousness to enter the virtual world, there is a prerequisite: one must have injected the Class 1 gene optimization solution, raising the body to level 1 gene status. The black technology of a Class 1 civilization can only achieve basic virtual reality with a realism of only 70%. For higher realism, the black technology of a Class 2 civilization offers advanced virtual reality technology with 99% realism. The virtual reality game Su Fan exchanged for is called Star Wars World, an interstellar warfare game developed based on virtual reality technology featuring various spaceships and mechas. In the game, players can personally experience piloting spaceships and mechas across the universe. Su Fan has two purposes for creating this game. First, the Star Wars World game can attract the energies of those who are unemployed and idle all day long, preventing negative impacts on society. Second, the Star Wars World game can serve as a training ground. As long as one performs well in the game, their performance in reality will surely not be lacking. Both the virtual reality technology and the Star Wars World game are extremely important, relating to the core of the Super God Group, talent cultivation. Therefore, Su Fan decided to personally lead the research and development. Currently, the Super God Group has a vast number of employees. Aside from over 3 million employees in Super God Logistics nationwide, the combined workforce of other subsidiaries has also reached a staggering number of over 100,000. With so many employees spread across the country, the headquarters in Ningxing is also expanding rapidly, and Su Fan later acquired additional land for constructing the company headquarters. In addition to the headquarters, the Nanshan base is also growing larger. Now, all the villagers around the Nanshan base have relocated, and the Super God Group has arranged for them to buy houses in the city. Recently, Su Fan has readjusted the leaders and business responsibilities of the group and its subsidiaries according to actual needs. Super God Group, led by Zhou Xiaoxiao, is responsible for coordinating the work of various subsidiaries, handling recruitment for them, and overseeing their financial settlements. Super God Energy Company, led by Ma Baoxia, is responsible for the maintenance of 100 controllable nuclear fusion power plants nationwide, the construction and maintenance of lunar helium-3 controllable nuclear fusion, and the production and sales of Super God batteries. Super God Electromechanical Company, led by Sun Shangxiang. Responsible for the maintenance of 100 ternary food synthesizers nationwide, the production and maintenance of 3D zero-gravity vacuum printers, the production and sales of micro-quantum communicators, and the production and maintenance of other new machinery. Super God Materials Company, led by Zhang Minghan. Responsible for the research and development of various. Super God Information Company, led by Su Fan, is responsible for the maintenance of the artificial intelligence Red Queen, the maintenance of quantum supercomputers, the maintenance of quantum communication satellites, the research and maintenance of Star Wars World, and the maintenance of Super God Photo Editing and Pet Paradise. Super God Logistics Company, led by Chun Haonan, is responsible for nationwide distribution of food produced by ternary food synthesizers. Super God Armed Company, led by Zhang Qiling, is responsible for the production and sales of lightweight individual exoskeleton armor, the production and maintenance of heavy exoskeleton aerospace armor, the manufacturing and maintenance of Kunping 1A, and the construction of the lunar base. This is the adjusted company structure. Although the introduction of Zhang Minghan seems simple, no one dares to overlook his role, as materials are the foundation of all technological products. The reason Su Fan personally oversees Super God Information Company is that this company holds the secrets of the entire group. The Red Queen can only be controlled by him personally, and the foundational quantum supercomputer and quantum communication satellites can only be managed by him. In the future, the Star Wars World, an important information exchange hub and cradle for cultivating war talents, can only be controlled by him. Time passed quickly, and soon it was October 1st. On this day, the research and development of virtual reality technology was successful. Su Fan personally put on the virtual reality helmet and entered a temporarily constructed virtual world. This was a meadow where a gentle breeze blew and herds of cattle and sheep grazed contentedly. Su Fan stood on the grassland caressing the lush green grass and picked up a snowy white rabbit beside him, hugging it and giving it a few gentle squeezes. The sense of reality was strong. It truly felt as though his true self had descended into another world. However, perhaps because the realism limit of the basic virtual reality technology is only 70%, he could still perceive a significant distortion in this world. Nevertheless, despite this, Su Fan was still excitedly running around in this world, teasing the cattle and sheep and throwing stones into the distance. Since high school, he had been reading virtual online game novels, and back then he had a strong desire for virtual reality games to appear in reality. Now that virtual reality technology has been realized, how far can virtual reality games be? Certainly not far. Just give Su Fan a few more weeks, and with the assistance of the Red Queen, Star Wars World will definitely be completed. However, at this crucial moment, he temporarily halted the development of the virtual game because two pieces of good news reached his ears. The first piece of good news came from Zhang Qiling on the moon, stating that the lunar base has been completed. The second piece of good news was that the third Kunpeng 1 spacecraft has been manufactured. The third Kunpeng 1 spacecraft was only completed today because Zhang Qiling had diverted some manpower to construct the lunar base, which delayed some progress. Both of these are significant matters, and Su Fan dared not delay. He immediately called to notify the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I have good news for you. After the call was connected, Su Fan said with a smile, "Oh, what good news could it be?" The third Kunpeng 1. The Grand Elder had actually inquired about the construction status of the third Kunpeng 1 back in mid-September. That's right. The third Kunpeng 1 has been completed. Shall we schedule a time for the handover ceremony? What do you think? Su Fan beamed with joy. Good. Very good. Su Fan, you don't know how envious we are to see your super god group constructing a lunar. The Grand Elder joked. How about we set the handover date for tomorrow? What do you think? No problem. Also, the lunar base of the Super God Group has been completed just in time for the handover of the third Kunpeng 1 tomorrow. Would the Grand Elder like to join me for a tour of the lunar base? Su Fan joked, as well, not believing the Grand Elder would actually accompany him to the moon. Sure. The moon, what a fascinating place. The Grand Elder sighed. Actually, it's just like that. Desolate and uninhabited, not at all comparable to Blue Star. Su Fan teased. He and the Grand Elder had become quite familiar and often chatted on the phone about various matters. You are truly being modest. You make this old man feel inadequate, ha. Hey, can I fool you? You'll find out when you reach the moon tomorrow. Su Fan said with a smile. Alright, see you tomorrow. On the morning of October 2nd, a grand ceremony for the handover of the spaceship was held at the Nanshan base between the Super God Group and the official representatives of the Dragon Nation. The third Kunpeng No. 1 was officially delivered to the officials of the Dragon Nation. After the handover, the third Kunpeng No. 1 was piloted away by personnel from the Aerospace Department, while the Grand Elder took Su Fan's Kunpeng No. 1 heading straight for the moon. On the moon, Su Fan and the Grand Elder stepped out of the spaceship wearing space suits, and right in front of them was the newly constructed lunar base. This lunar base is truly vast, the Grand Elder exclaimed. He was no longer surprised by any technology produced by the Super God Group. It had become commonplace for him. Su Fan smiled beside him, his voice transmitted through quantum communication to the Grand Elder's ear. This lunar base has a total area of 160 square meters divided into 2 levels above ground and underground. The height of the above-ground level varies from 5 to 10 meters, primarily divided into residential and smelting work areas. The underground level has a height of 10 meters, and the basement beneath the work area mainly serves to store finished refined ores. The basement below the residential area mainly serves as a shelter. The entire lunar base is covered with gravity generators simulating the gravity environment of the blue star. As long as there is enough food and water, humans can survive here for a long time. After hearing this, the Grand Elder nodded, looking at the lunar base with a hint of longing and envy. How is the oxygen supplied, he asked. The moon has a large amount of oxide ores which can be used to produce oxygen through special machines. In addition to oxygen, gases such as carbon dioxide and nitrogen can also be extracted from the lunar ores. Additionally, water and food can also be extracted and manufactured from lunar ores, Su Fan explained with a smile. Food can also be manufactured. The Grand Elder was initially surprised, but then understood, saying, I almost forgot about the 3-element food synthesizer. It's all based on a similar principle, right? Exactly, as long as the corresponding elements are present, substances can be freely synthesized, Su Fan said confidently. The two chatted as they walked towards the base. At the entrance of the base, Zhang Qiling was already waiting at the door with over 100 staff members. Seeing Su Fan and the Grand Elder walking side by side, he waved excitedly. The lunar base hasn't been inaugurated yet. Grand Elder, could you help cut the ribbon? The two arrived at the entrance of the base, and Su Fan pointed to the prepared ribbon and a large metal plaque. I knew your intentions weren't pure, the Grand Elder said with a laugh, pointing at Su Fan. It is my honor to cut the ribbon for the first lunar base of the Dragon Nation, and indeed the first lunar base of the Blue Star. The Grand Elder walked up to the large plaque, which read Moon Palace Base. What a great name. I originally wanted to call it the Guanhan Base, but considering that the officials are planning to use that name, I will graciously yield, Su Fan said with a smile. Qiling, hand the scissors to the Grand Elder, Su Fan instructed. All right. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Zhang Qiling drove a nearby lunar engineering vehicle and used its robotic arm to hang the plaque on the base's main door. Once inside the base, everyone removed their space suits, and Su Fan began to show the Grand Elder around the residential and working areas. The decor style of the residential area was very cozy and quite spacious. There were single rooms and suites. The single rooms had 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom, primarily for single employees. The suites came in 2 types, one with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom, and another with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 1 bathroom, mainly for couples. The residential area also offered various entertainment options, even more comprehensive than those on Kunping No. 1, allowing the staff working on the moon to relax. As the Grand Elder toured around, he nodded approvingly. Su Fan, I want to stay here permanently. The conditions are just too good. Grand Elder can move in any time he wishes and stay as long as he likes. Su Fan smiled, knowing the Grand Elder's intentions. Thus the Grand Elder spent most of the day touring the entire Moon Palace base. Su Fan accompanied him throughout, and was responsible for taking the Grand Elder back to the Blue Star. This visit came to a conclusion. Su Fan continued to focus on research and development, and with the assistance of the Red Queen, the progress of the virtual reality game Star Wars World steadily advanced. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiling and the others returned to the Blue Star for a few days of rest. The Moon Palace base would soon enter a stable operational phase, focusing on mining, extracting minerals, smelting, and finally storing the finished materials in the underground warehouse for later use. Zhang Qiling received new tasks, and Su Fan provided him with the relevant materials for the space military factory, instructing him to start construction immediately. The location of the space military factory was chosen to be directly above the equator south of the Dragon Nation in a geostationary orbit. On November 1st, the development of Star Wars World was completed. Su Fan excitedly put on the virtual helmet, eager to enter the game. Upon entering the game, the first screen was the registration interface. In Star Wars World, an individual can only register one account under their real name, and the gender of the game character must match their real-life gender. If you are male in reality, you must register a male character. If you are female, you must register a female character. As for transgender individuals, sorry, there are no such people in the Dragon Nation. Even if they have undergone gene optimization and surgery, it will slowly grow back. After finishing the registration and selecting the character's gender, there were no restrictions on character names in Star Wars World. You can choose any nickname as long as it isn't too excessive. Su Fan chose the nickname he often used in games before, Mortal. After naming himself, he suddenly found himself in a massive training room. Inside the training room were various models of mechs, and what players needed to do was learn to control the mechs using their minds. Su Fan randomly selected a mech. It was a humanoid mech entirely in silver gray, standing a full 10 meters tall. After confirming the mech, it bent down on its own to assist Su Fan in entering the cockpit. Inside the cockpit, there was a pilot seat with a helmet above it. Su Fan sat in the cockpit and put on the helmet. Instantly his vision changed. He could see higher and farther. He looked down at his own enormous hands, lifted his own huge legs, and even bent his knees to jump a little. It felt somewhat familiar, yet strangely new. Su Fan continually familiarized himself with the mech, going from stumbling while walking and falling at the slightest misstep to being able to jog slowly and even occasionally jump, a process that took a whole half day. Su Fan was having a blast in the game. After adapting to the mech, he went to the Spaceship Command Center and flew around the universe in a spaceship before reluctantly logging out of the game. Star Wars World is truly fun. This was Su Fan's conclusion. After playing for most of the day, he was so hungry that his stomach was touching his back, so he got up from the lab and headed to the cafeteria at the Nanshan base. Generally, he always ate in the cafeteria. The chefs there were all top-notch chefs recruited from 5-star hotels, and the food was exceptionally delicious. After getting his meal, Su Fan found a random seat and began to eat. While eating, he instinctively opened the Super God Black Technology system. Usually while eating, he browsed through the black technology of the system. But as soon as he opened the system, he was shocked by the message that popped up on the interface. Conditions for upgrade met. Would you like to upgrade the system? Su Fan was so excited that he almost clicked yes immediately, but upon looking around at the bustling crowd, he hesitated, unsure if there would be any anomalies during the system upgrade, and ultimately refrained from clicking. After hurriedly scooping up some food, he rushed home from the cafeteria. Once back home, Su Fan, filled with excitement, clicked yes. The system announced the system is starting the upgrade. Please wait patiently, host. Su Fan stared at the system interface with anticipation, and to alleviate his anxiety, the system kindly displayed a progress percentage bar. Look at this is a true system. Some systems and novels just destroy everything, turning the protagonist into a mere slave. Su Fan smiled slightly, watching the upgrade progress bar with satisfaction. After several minutes, the system declared system upgrade successful. Congratulations, the civilization of the host has successfully entered the threshold of a level 1 civilization. Please continue to work hard. The conditions to unlock the level 2 civilization black technology mall have been met. The level 2 civilization black technology mall is now opening. It has been fully opened. Please check it in a timely manner. Su Fan excitedly opened the black technology mall, and indeed the lock for level 2 civilization black technology was displayed with a redemption button visible. The system continued to prompt. The system is officially activated. Current system, level 1. The Universal Encyclopedia function has been activated. The host can pay to query information. The Dimensional Manifestation function has been activated. The host can spend 10 times the influence value to forcibly manifest the black technology in the system directly into reality. Su Fan's pupils constricted. He could understand the Universal Encyclopedia. After all, it was normal for the system to provide research support with such black technology. However, the Dimensional Manifestation function left him feeling bewildered, as extracting black technology directly into reality seemed somewhat fantastical. System, what is Dimensional Manifestation? The host level is too low. Only a simple introduction can be queried. It will cost 1000 influence points. Do you wish to query? Query. Su Fan did not hesitate. Dimensional manifestation is a normal application of dimensional technology by higher civilizations. The universe is both real and illusory, and the universe seen from different dimensions varies. Higher dimensions can dominate lower ones. This is the information retrieved. Please check it, host. Su Fan fell silent. It was astonishing that higher civilizations could utilize dimensional technology. It was akin to cheating. Imagine if a higher civilization used dimensional technology against Blue Star, directly launching a dimensional strike. The consequences. It would be nearly impossible to defend, perhaps never even seeing the enemy before being defeated. So terrifying. System, continue to query. What level of civilization can master dimensional technology? Host level is too low. No permission to query. That's not right. I can see the black technology of level 9 civilizations. Why can't I query some information? Su Fan was puzzled. The black technology the host sees is only what you can comprehend. Due to the host's current understanding, some more advanced black technology from higher civilizations has automatically hidden itself. The system's mechanical voice showed no concern for Su Fan's feelings, striking him without mercy. Damn, that hits hard. Su Fan clutched his chest tightly. However, worrying about higher-level technology was premature. Since he could already exchange for level 2 civilization black technology, and even manifest that the technological development of Blue Star could accelerate significantly, it was just a matter of time before he could peek into the true black technology of higher civilizations. By the way, now that I can directly manifest black technology, it feels a bit overpowered. I need to be somewhat discreet. If I act too openly, the universe is vast. What if I attract the attention of higher civilizations? That would be disastrous. Su Fan thought to himself. System, query a type of level 2 civilization black technology. I want to build a secret research base. The base must have a defensive capability to withstand super-large nuclear strikes from Blue Star capable of resisting attacks from Level 2 civilization weapons, with various defensive survival facilities complete. The base must also be large enough to accommodate various manifest items. Relevant black technology has been found costing 100 influence points. Do you wish to pay to view it? Pay to view. Su Fan didn't care about this small amount of influence points. At this moment his influence value had reached a terrifying 10 billion. Now every citizen of the Dragon Nation was impacted by the products of the Super God Group, with each person contributing an average of 1 to 10 influence points. This was just the average. In reality, many people did not like the Super God Group. Su Fan learned from Hong Ho that most of these people had previously lived well, but the continuous introduction of new technologies by the Super God Group led to their unemployment, and they secretly resented the Super God Group and Su Fan. This is a normal phenomenon. Reforms will always have beneficiaries, and those who suffer losses. However, now that the system had the dimensional manifestation function, the use of influence points would dramatically increase. The reputation of the Super God Group's products must be maintained. To maintain this reputation, the people must live better lives. Besides, the population of the Dragon Nation also needed to increase. One aspect is quality improvement, and the other is quantity increase. The most suitable black technology for the host's current situation has been queried. The first type of black technology Level 2 civilization bionic nano-ants valued at 3100 influence points. Bionic nano-ants can achieve self-survival and self-replication by consuming various minerals. They can control the survival and reproduction of the ant colony through controlling the ant's descendants. Bionic nano-ants can excavate underground bases, increasing their numbers through mine minerals, and through controllable deaths stacking the bodies to form solid base defense facilities. The second type of black technology Level 2 civilization E-Class Doomsday Survival Base valued at 9900 influence points. E-Class Doomsday Survival Base can defend against the highest power E-Class weapons of Level 2 civilization and has a complete life support system and an independent ecological circle. Which one does the host wish to exchange for? Su Fan gazed greedily at the two types of black technology, wanting both. Which one to choose? Only children make selections, adults want them all. System, exchange both for me. Su Fan waved his hand grandiosely. Exchange completed. A total of 130 influence points consumed. Would you like to manifest them dimensionally? Su Fan rubbed his stubbly beard. Ever since he injected the gene optimization fluid his once coarse beard had softened. How large is the E-Class Doomsday Survival Base? I hope there's enough space after manifestation. The host considerations are very comprehensive. The E-Class Doomsday Survival Base has a side length of 10 kilometers covering an area of 100 square kilometers and a height of 3 kilometers. So big. That's comparable to a small city. Su Fan exclaimed. The Moon Palace base I exchanged for earlier was only 1600 square meters, with a side length of just 400 meters. Host, the technology of Level 1 and Level 2 civilizations are not of the same tier. Please do not compare them. Su Fan was taken aback. He seemed to detect a hint of disdain in the system's mechanical voice. However, he soon felt relieved. If a Level 1 civilization could have a rudimentary AI like Hong Ho, it would not be unreasonable for a system that could exchange for black technology of Level 9 civilization to possess an even stronger AI. Alright, let's manifest the bionic nano-ants first. Su Fan was very curious about how this dimensional manifestation could transform the illusory black technology into a tangible reality. The bionic nano-ant requires 3100 influence points. Please confirm whether to pay and manifest it. Confirm. More than 3 million influence points was indeed a substantial amount. Please select the manifestation location for the bionic nano-ant. The bionic nano-ant shouldn't be too large, right? Su Fan thought he should clarify, as the terms nano and ant implied it wouldn't be very big. Dear host, the bionic nano-ant initially carries one bionic ant, and its size is comparable to that of an ordinary house cat, with the bionic ant containing 100 million bionic nano-ants inside. Hearing this, Su Fan sighed in relief. Then let it manifest on the empty space beside the coffee table. Bionic nano-ant is manifesting. Please do not stay in the manifestation location. In Su Fan's view, in the air beside the coffee table, about half a meter above the ground, the space began to slowly distort. It seemed as if something was about to squeeze out from the space. Suddenly a black hole appeared in the space, and a creature resembling a larger version of a queen termite, completely silver-white in metallic color, slowly emerged from the black hole. Once the entire body emerged the distorted space, and the black hole completely vanished. The bionic queen ant seemed to be supported by a mysterious force, gently landing on the ground. Su Fan was left dumbfounded, his understanding of the system elevated to a new level. So this is the bionic nano-ant. He stepped forward, picking up the bionic queen ant for a closer inspection. System, how do I control it? The black technology you exchanged contains detailed manufacturing and usage instructions. You can browse them in the system or extract them directly into your mind. Of course, if you insist on having me answer, I can do that too for a fee of 100 influence points. Su Fan was speechless and chose to extract directly. The bionic nano ant would have a significant role in the future. Most level and below construction facilities could be built using it. Through the system, he learned that level corresponded to a first-tier civilization, while a level corresponded to a second-tier civilization. This extraction didn't take long, nor did it induce a hunger state. In just 1 hour, his mind was filled with all the information about the bionic nano ant. The only side effect was a slight headache. After briefly reviewing the information in his mind, Su Fan found that controlling the bionic nano ant was the bionic queen ant came equipped with a quantum communication module. By connecting the artificial intelligence to the bionic queen ant, he could access its built-in control system for detailed control of the bionic nano ants. Since that's the case, let's give it a try. He immediately instructed Hong Ho to connect to the queen ant, then used Hong Ho to control the bionic nano ants. Hong Ho designed a simple underground shelter for the family to be constructed by the bionic nano ants. The location is directly beneath this villa, Su Fan commanded. Yes, master. Hong Ho immediately began executing the command. Designing a simple family shelter, Hong Ho completed it almost instantly. In Su Fan's view, just a moment had passed when the bionic queen ant began to excrete. If observed under a super microscope, it was clearly countless densely packed mechanical ants shrunk to countless diminutive sizes. These ants were just birthed by the queen ant and began to seep into the underground through the floor. Their nanoscale size allowed them to easily penetrate the gaps in the floor and burrow underground. Su Fan could no longer see the ensuing scene. These nanomechanical ants, following the underground shelter blueprint designed by Hong Ho, began to voraciously devour the soil and other materials beneath the villa, their numbers starting to proliferate exponentially. After reaching a certain quantity, countless nanomechanical ants began to die off autonomously at designated spots. If Su Fan could see the underground environment, he would notice that the area beneath the villa was visibly becoming hollow. The nanomechanical ants slowly piled their own bodies to construct the framework of the family shelter. According to Hong Hao's estimate, this process would take about an hour. The reason for such a short time was simple: the quantity of nanomechanical ants grew exponentially. If it weren't for the fact that the lifespan of the nanomechanical ants could be controlled and was very limited, unless they remained within the queen ant's body for extended periods, they could fill the entire universe with enough materials. While waiting, Su Fan accessed the system interface and located the black technology for intermediate artificial intelligence. Hong Ho was still a basic AI, and as his longest-standing friend, Su Fan definitely couldn't neglect her. System exchange for intermediate artificial intelligence technology. The intermediate artificial intelligence technology is worth 6800 influence points. Please confirm whether to exchange. Confirm exchange. Su Fan spoke casually. Would you like to extract and manifest it? Does this also need to be manifested? Su Fan was speechless. Manifestation can save you time on thinking and coding. The system's mechanical voice seemed to carry a hint of persuasion. You can forget it. After extraction, I can resolve the code using virtual reality technology in no time. You're just trying to make me spend more money. I've noticed that ever since the upgrade, you've changed, no longer the simple system you used to be. Su Fan, the system respects the host's views, just a routine inquiry. Only extract, no manifestation. Su Fan pouted. An hour later, Su Fan held his slightly swollen head, having extracted 2 types of black technology in succession. Although the system upgrade reduced the side effects, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. If it weren't for the system's protection, receiving such a large amount of knowledge in a short time would likely have been fatal. System, I have a question. Why did I need to consume a large amount of food after extracting black technology previously, but now I don't need to? Su Fan asked in confusion. This question is worth 100 influence points. Would you like to pay to get the answer? Su Fan's face darkened. The system had truly changed, becoming increasingly mercenary. Pay. Hurry up and tell me. All right. The system's mechanical voice remained devoid of emotion. Dear host, the previous system was merely a trial version. The upgrade is the official version. It's normal for trial version functions to have defects. Hearing such a dismissive response, Su Fan was left dumbfounded. Is that it? That's it. The system's mechanical reply made Su Fan feel scammed, deceived by a soulless system. All right, system, you really are something. Su Fan sighed, but wasn't truly angry. Hong Ho, is the construction of the family underground shelter complete? Master, it will be finished shortly. Please wait 3 minutes. Hong Ho replied sweetly. System, look at that. Look at that. Learn from Hong Hao's service attitude. He was also bored. 3 minutes later, Hong Ho delivered good news. Master, the family underground shelter has been completed. Please proceed to the wardrobe in the adjacent bedroom. There is a secret passage entrance there. Su Fan arrived at the first floor bedroom. This bedroom was unoccupied, hence there were no clothes in the wardrobe. Hong Ho, why was the entrance chosen to be in the wardrobe instead of under the bed or elsewhere? Su Fan opened the wardrobe door and immediately discovered a slanted entrance leading downwards with a simple and clean staircase that made it easy to descend. Master, according to information on the internet, the wardrobe is relatively concealed and easy to hide people in. It's easy to hide people in the wardrobe, but could it be a bit more legitimate? Will I have to change my surname to Wang if I go in? Su Fan lamented helplessly. Following the slanted stairs, Su Fan arrived at the family shelter. The entire shelter was remarkably spacious, constructed entirely of materials with a silvery metallic sheen. After a brief exploration, Su Fan quickly lost interest. After all, it was merely an empty shell, without much to see. Back on the surface, Su Fan pondered for a moment and decided it was better to upgrade Hong Ho first. Thus, he sluggishly made his way to the laboratory researching virtual reality technology. Donning the headset that connected to the virtual reality world, he began to organize and output the information regarding intermediate artificial intelligence from his mind. In fact, the current primary virtual reality technology was somewhat awkward. It was stronger than the brainwave output Su Fan had developed earlier, yet it could not compete with advanced virtual reality technology. Now that the system had upgraded, it could entirely exchange for advanced virtual reality technology. Moreover, it could materialize directly without the need for development. This left Su Fan speechless. Had he known that the system upgrade included a materialization function, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble of staying up late and exhausting himself over those black technologies. Before long, the information on intermediate artificial intelligence was organized. He then spent half an hour writing a core engine for intermediate artificial intelligence, based on this information, adding several restrictions to the artificial intelligence. He then handed these creations over to Hong Ho for self-iteration and upgrade. With the core code restrictions in place, he was not worried about Hong Ho turning against him. Having resolved matters with Hong Ho, the next step was to upgrade the virtual reality technology. System exchange for advanced virtual reality technology. Dear host, the advanced virtual reality technology is valued at 720 influence points. Are you sure you want to exchange? Exchange. Su Fan did not hesitate. Will it materialize? Su Fan hesitated for a moment and asked, can I materialize the production line? Only finished products can be materialized. You still need a production line for mass production. The system was silent for a moment. Yes, but it will require additional influence points. How much more? Su Fan nearly spat out his drink. To materialize the virtual helmet production line along with the virtual warehouse 2 production lines would require double the influence points. So that's 72000 multiplied by 2. Exactly, the system replied in a mechanical and emotionless voice. 144000. Why don't you just go rob someone? Su Fan raised his voice. You get what you pay for, you buy it if you want. System, you've really changed. Su Fan wailed. Bye. If I hadn't recently suffered through sleepless nights, I definitely wouldn't buy. Unlike artificial intelligence, which is purely software technology, virtual reality technology involves not only software, but also biology, machine bionics, and more, requiring enormous effort to develop and produce virtual helmets and warehouses. Dear host, a total of 144000 influence points are required. Would you like to proceed with the materialization now? No rush. There's currently no place to materialize the production line. Su Fan planned to find a hidden and safe location first to materialize the E-Class Doomsday Survival Base, and then materialize the production line within the base for safety and confidentiality. Although he knew that this so-called safety and confidentiality was merely an illusion he had created. After patiently waiting for a while for Hong Ho, Su Fan left. Hong Ho had completed her upgrade. Compared to her previous form as a primary artificial intelligence, she had become significantly more intelligent, and her computational efficiency was much stronger. Arriving at the docking location of Kunping No. 1, the first Kunping No. 1 was quietly docked there. It was now November, and it had been a month since the delivery of the third Kunping No. 1, thus the fourth Kunping No. 1 had already been produced. Apart from one delivered to a certain country, 2 were used by the Super God Group staff for missions in the lunar vicinity, while the remaining 1 became Su Fan's exclusive vehicle. Upon entering the ship, there were no other people inside. Hong Ho, target the moon. Let's set off now, Su Fan. Alright, Captain. Normally Hong Ho referred to Su Fan as master outside the ship, and as captain inside. Along the way, Su Fan saw the military factory under construction in outer space, which would be capable of rapidly producing spacecraft and other facilities once completed. Su Fan did not linger near the military factory, but flew straight to the moon. On the moon, he arrived at the center of a massive mountain range. He had been hovering above the moon for quite some time, searching for a hidden location to build a base. This area was characterized by highland terrain with mountains providing excellent concealment. Su Fan docked in front of the highest peak in the mountain range. He aimed to excavate a space capable of accommodating an E-Class Doomsday Survival Base using bionic nano ants without disturbing the surface. Such an undertaking would take an eternity without bionic nano-ants. Relying solely on construction machinery or shield tunneling machines would be an arduous task. Using explosives would easily damage the surface. Su Fan donned his space armor and descended from the ship, releasing the bionic ants. Countless nano-mechanical ants crawled out from the body of the Ant Queen and gradually seeped into the ground. The Doomsday Survival Base required a space 10 kilometers long, 10 kilometers wide, and 3 kilometers high. More detailed parameters had already been conveyed to the Ant Queen through Hong Ho. According to Hong Hao's calculations, this project would take an entire day. Su Fan was too lazy to calculate it himself. He wasn't a nitpicker and didn't see the need to dwell on that issue. A day later, the tunnel was completed, and Su Fan piloted Kunping No. 1 down the enormous entrance of the tunnel. The tunnel was dug 3 kilometers beneath the mountain range, making it very deep. Thus, the tunnel entrance was quite long, calculated at a downward angle of 30 degrees. According to the principles of right-angled triangles, the side opposite the 30-degree angle is half the length of the hypotenuse. Therefore, the length of the slanted passage was approximately 6 kilometers. Upon reaching underground, Su Fan disembarked from the ship, staring in awe at the vast space. The tunnel was spacious and clean, with walls made of neat silver metal all around, very smooth. Su Fan shouted a few times and was pleased to hear his own echo. Business is business. He opened the system and directly paid 9 million influence points, selecting to materialize the E-Class Doomsday Survival Base. After confirming his choice, he hurried back onto the ship and quickly returned to the surface through the tunnel. In a moment, the Doomsday Survival Base would materialize, and he definitely didn't want to be crushed into meat paste down there. After waiting a while, the downward passage was suddenly blocked by a massive piece of metal. Seeing this, Su Fan knew that his secret survival base had successfully materialized. This enormous piece of metal was the entrance to the base. With excitement and trepidation, Su Fan walked up to the entrance. After a series of initial identity verifications, he opened the massive entrance to the base. In the secret base on the moon, due to its vast size, Su Fan piloted the Kunping No. 1 touring the skies above the facility. The entire base consisted of a residential area and a research zone, within which there were many various buildings and complete living facilities covering an area of approximately 1 square kilometer. Surrounding the residential and research areas were large expanses of open land, along with various industrial workshops and soilless agricultural production facilities. Su Fan paid no attention to anything else, but entered an empty industrial workshop. System materialized the production line for advanced virtual reality helmets and virtual pods. Dear host, a total of 4 million influence points. Do you wish to proceed with the payment for materialization? The system's mechanical voice was cold and emotionless. Can't you give me a discount? After all, I'm a long-time customer, a special long-time customer. Please provide some benefits. If you give me a discount, I will buy more things later. Su Fan began to haggle. Although 10 billion influence points seemed like a lot in reality, if he wanted to rapidly develop technology, he had to frequently materialize advanced technologies. The materialization cost for a secondary civilization's advanced technology is several million influence points, while for a tertiary civilization it reaches tens of millions. The cost for a quaternary civilization skyrockets by 2 orders of magnitude, reaching terrifying tens of billions of influence points. Thinking about the future influence points, Su Fan felt a headache. Most people in the Dragon Nation were still unwilling to have children, and the birth rate continued to decline. With the population of over 1 billion in the Dragon Nation, the maximum influence points he could yield would be just 1 trillion, which was simply a drop in the bucket compared to the future expenses. Notes on preventing forgetfulness. Positive feedback 1 influence point. Admiration 10 influence points. Loyal fans 100 influence points. Diehard fans 1000 influence points. However, this is merely a theoretical scenario. Human emotions are complex, and it is impossible for everyone to be diehard fans. It is already challenging to have everyone as diehard fans. Currently, the 10 billion influence points average to nearly 10 points per person. A few hundred billion more would reach the limit. Ultimately, it all comes down to a very fundamental question: population. Su Fan understood that this was the system's way of coercing him to enhance the civilization's population reserves. After all, for a civilization to develop, it is impossible to rely solely on a small population. 4 million influence points, love it or leave it. The system remained extremely aloof. Fine. You're awesome, I'll buy. Su Fan gritted his teeth and painfully made the payment. In just this moment, he spent over 20 million influence points. He still wanted to exchange for and materialize mechas and an E-Class large spaceship. All of these required influence points. Su Fan realized that he had been too naive. It was foolish of him to think that influence points were never-ending when he first received the system. He never expected that more pitfalls awaited him, and he was willingly jumping into them. Life is similar. First they give you a taste of sweetness, and then you feel grateful. Once you get used to it, suddenly the prices skyrocket, and by then you have developed the habit and can only begrudgingly spend money. System, when did you learn this bad habit? Su Fan complained. You learned the bad, but not the good. Dear host, the production line is now ready for materialization. Please indicate the location for materialization. The system did not respond to Su Fan's question. Let's materialize it here, there's plenty of space. After the production line was materialized, Su Fan attempted to produce some virtual helmets and virtual pods. Then he selected a helmet and a virtual pod to enter the space battle game, finding it indeed very useful, with a significant improvement in realism. However, it was not yet perfect as the virtual reality engine for the Battle Universe game had not been upgraded. System, I have exchanged for advanced virtual reality technology. How much influence points are needed to upgrade the Battle Universe game engine? Su Fan inquired tentatively. Dear host, only 1 million influence points are needed to directly upgrade the engine. Upgrade it. Sigh. Su Fan sighed, realizing that after experiencing the feeling of swiftly materializing advanced technology, he didn't want to engage in slow research anymore. It's like playing a game, and once you've used cheats it feels like upgrading without them is too slow. Initiating materialization. Wait. Su Fan suddenly interrupted the system. I'll upgrade it myself. Let's save that 1 million influence points. He decided, after all he had the technology. At worst he would grit his teeth and spend a few days to research it himself. Since the system had the materialization feature, he had become increasingly lazy, which he must be wary of. Oh, okay. The system replied mechanically. Although 1 million influence points was not a lot, it was also not insignificant. Even if he stimulated the people of the Dragon Nation to have children like crazy, it would not suddenly make the children grow up to provide influence points for Su Fan. Therefore, without new sources of influence points, Su Fan felt he should spend wisely. Sigh. It seems that the foreign market must also be utilized well, but sigh. Su Fan did not want to play with foreigners as they were not from his race, and their hearts must be different. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not want anyone from the Super God Group using any products. System, bring up the purchase page for mecha technology. Looking again, more spending was imminent. There were many E-class mechas, but without exception they were all exorbitantly expensive. In the end, after much deliberation, Su Fan chose the most expensive one. After a while he planned to explore the mysterious areas on the moon. This place felt like a thorn constantly pricking his heart, uncomfortable. According to the system's nature, the most expensive one must be the best, safety first in adventure. E-class mecha predator type 1 mecha technology valued at 9900 influence points. Do you wish to exchange? Exchange. Exchange completed. Would you like to extract and materialize? Su Fan considered and asked, if I want to materialize the production line, how many influence points for the production line of Predator Type 1 mecha? Dear host, only 99 million influence points are required to possess a production line that produces 10 mechas per month. The system's mechanical voice seemed emotionless, but carried a strong sense of temptation. 99 million influence points. Su Fan exclaimed. Are you trying to take my life? Although upon careful consideration exchanging for the production line was relatively cost-effective, but 99 million influence points was nearly a small goal. Give me a discount. I'll buy it if you do. I'll pay right away. If not, I'll just walk away. Su Fan haggled. In response to Su Fan's haggling, the system simply replied with 4 words. Love it or leave it. Su Fan was so angry that he felt like a Buddha hanging himself. After careful consideration of the current situation, he gritted his teeth and ultimately chose to spend money to grow stronger. The mysterious area on the moon and the Bermuda Triangle on Blue Star, the mysterious sound waves and hidden unknowns were too torturous for him. He must resolve this issue quickly. What exactly are the mysterious sound waves? Suddenly Su Fan slapped his forehead. Damn, I'm so silly. The system now has a cosmic encyclopedia feature. Why not just ask the system? System, I will play 2 segments of sound waves. Please check what these sound waves are emitted from. Su Fan had Hong Ho play 2 segments of sound waves from the moon and the Bermuda Triangle on Blue Star. Dear host, the sound wave detection is complete, and matching results have been found. Would you like to pay 1000 influence points to view? Pay. Quickly show me the results. Respected host, both of these sonic waves originate from living entities. Living entities? Su Fan frowned slightly. This was utterly unlike what he had imagined. He had long assumed them to be signals from an extraterrestrial base. Indeed, they are life forms fundamentally distinct from humanity. Their physical composition is not carbon-based, but silicon-based. You may refer to them as silicon-based life forms. Silicon-based life. Su Fan recoiled in astonishment. He had never imagined such beings could exist within the blue planet itself. You just said they. Are these silicon-based entities social creatures? Correct. They are highly social, and their populations are extraordinarily vast. The system's voice remained devoid of emotion. Su Fan's brow furrowed deeply. System, please continue your explanation. These silicon-based life forms are known as star-devouring beasts, a species that consumes celestial bodies for sustenance. They typically dwell beneath planetary surfaces or within the crusts of moons. Star-devouring beasts vary greatly in size. Juveniles commonly reach several hundred meters in height, while mature individuals often exceed several kilometers. Exceptionally gifted star-devouring sovereigns may tower over 10,000 meters. The most formidable among them is the star-devouring emperor, the singular sovereign of each population. Each clan possesses exactly one such emperor. A star-devouring emperor may span hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of meters in scale. Hundreds of thousands of meters. Su Fan cried out in disbelief. The lithosphere of the blue planet extends only some 30,000 meters. Do they reside within the mantle? Precisely. Star-devouring beasts predominantly inhabit the mantle drawn by its extreme thermal environment. Even more remarkably, star-devouring sovereigns and emperors venture deeper still, dwelling near the outer core, or even the innermost core. Which brings us to the peril posed by star-devouring beasts. The system's voice retained its distinct mechanical timbre. Su Fan listened intently. They are named star-devouring quite literally. Their sustenance is entire planets. Typically a species dependent on a planet consumes resources, excretes waste, and ultimately perishes, completing the natural cycle. Upon death, individuals are decomposed, all matter returns to the planet, re-entering the cosmic cycle, but star-devouring beasts consume, yet never excrete. Moreover, their lifespans are incomprehensibly long, tens of millions of years for ordinary specimens. Star-devouring sovereigns and emperors may endure hundreds of millions, or even billions, of years. Su Fan stared speechless. System, our blue planet is barely 4.5 billion years old, and the observable cosmos is estimated at over 100 billion years. You're telling me a single star-devouring beast can live for billions of years? The system paused briefly before continuing. Who decreed the cosmos is merely 100 billion years, a civilization that has yet to attain even Tier 1 cosmic status. Its theories, its instruments, its cosmological calculations. Do you truly consider them authoritative? Su Fan fell silent, utterly disarmed. The cosmos is vast, its age vaster still. As the ancient Huasian sages once said, the waters here run exceedingly deep. Because they consume, endlessly excrete nothing, require no respiration, and live for eons. Even with modest reproductive rates, their populations perpetually expand. In the short term this poses no issue. But over millennia their numbers will swell beyond the planet's capacity to sustain them. Total planetary annihilation. The system's voice was cold, mechanical, unyielding. A chill ran down Su Fan's spine. Does annihilation mean complete consumption, down to the last trace? Su Fan asked gravely. Exactly. By the final stage the entire planet shall be devoured. He fell silent, then murmured, if the planet is destroyed, won't the star-devouring beasts be exposed directly to the vacuum of space? Though incapable of flight, star-devouring beasts possess extraordinary resilience. Their bodies withstand cosmic radiation and vacuum conditions without immediate fatality. They perish only from starvation, not exposure. Yet the species has evolved countermeasures. This brings us once again to the star-devouring emperor. Not only is the star-devouring emperor colossal in scale and peerless in combat prowess, it also possesses a unique racial trait. Ordinary star-devouring beasts excavate tunnels. The emperor, the sovereign of its entire lineage, not only digs conventional tunnels but breaches spatial rifts. Spatial rifts? Su Fan interrupted, incredulous. Are you certain this isn't lifted from a Yanhuang? Respected host, the core of an ordinary star-devouring beast sustains cold nuclear fusion. That of a star-devouring sovereign has evolved into heavy element fusion. The most advanced star-devouring emperor has already begun harnessing dark matter within its core. Does that sound like fiction to you? The system's mechanical tone carried unmistakable disdain. Fine, go on then. You're brilliant. Everything you say is absolute truth. Su Fan slumped inward like a student whose argument had just been dismantled by a stern mentor. Under normal circumstances, when the host planet nears total depletion, the star-devouring emperor detonates its core, releasing energy potent enough to tear open a temporary spatial conduit. The terminus of this conduit shifts unpredictably across spacetime. Thus, star-devouring beasts entering it are scattered randomly throughout the cosmos. The cosmos is immense, mostly void. Random dispersion would almost certainly result in total extinction. Su Fan interjected urgently. Not so. The star-devouring emperor perceives subtle fluctuations in spacetime fabric. Though the conduit's endpoints appear random, several nodes invariably align with habitable celestial bodies. It simply depends on which fortunate beast stumbles upon one. Su Fan fell quiet. Rubbing his temples, he asked warily, System, what is the combat capability of star-devouring beasts? A juvenile star-devouring beast can be subdued by your class vessel, the Kunpun 1. An adult requires E-class weaponry developed by a Tier 2 civilization. To eliminate a star-devouring sovereign, class arms from a Tier 3 civilization are indispensable. As for the star-devouring emperor, that demands nothing less than class armaments engineered by a Tier 4 civilization. Su Fan drew a sharp, icy breath. These star-devouring beasts were truly terrifying beyond measure. Fortunately, he had refrained from reckless, deep probing in the Bermuda Triangle. Had he disturbed the star-devouring swarms dwelling beneath the blue planet, every soul upon it would have perished alongside them. Can you estimate how many star-devouring beasts dwell on the blue planet and its moon? Su Fan asked. Population density varies. It depends primarily on planetary volume and the epoch at which the swarm first colonized the world. Planetary volume sets the upper limit of sustainable population. Colonization time determines current numbers. Since the arrival epoch of star-devouring beasts on the blue planet and its moon remains unknown, precise population assessment is impossible. Is there any method to determine their arrival time? Su Fan pressed urgently. Yes. The system replied with laconic certainty. Then tell me, immediately. The teeth of the star-eating beast are the hardest part of its body, and it possesses only one set from birth to death. You can find the star-eating beast emperor and knock out its teeth. Through them you can determine the migration time. Because the star-eating beast emperor is born shortly after the star-eating beasts migrate to a new planet. Su Fan, you want me, a mere one-star novice, to smash his dog head and knock out his teeth? Su Fan pointed at himself and complained wildly. There is another way. The system's mechanical voice reached Su Fan's ears, sounding so delightful. Quickly tell me. A smile appeared on Su Fan's face. Once you reach 7th level civilization you will know. Su Fan's smile vanished. This method was less reliable than not saying anything at all. What kind of attack methods does the star-eating beast have? He thought of the alien spacecraft that had been pierced in the mysterious area of the moon. So he took out his phone and showed the image of the spacecraft to the system. The star-eating beast has 2 types of attack methods. The system continued. The first is to attack with its own body, claws, and tail. The second type is more impressive, belonging to energy attacks. The star-eating beast has 3 eyes arranged in a manner reminiscent of the myth of your summer tribe, resembling Yang Jian's eye arrangement. The topmost eye, once opened, can release rays with immense attack power. The higher the core level of the star-eating beast, the greater the energy level provided to the single eye, and the more powerful the attack. The spacecraft on the moon belongs to the F-class, capable of piercing through an F-class spacecraft with a single strike. The attacking star-eating beast was evidently an adult one. Why wasn't it the star-eating beast king or the star-eating beast emperor attacking? Su Fan wondered. Because if it were the attack from the star-eating beast king or the star-eating beast emperor, this spacecraft might not exist anymore. The difference between E-class attacks and class and above attacks is too vast. They are not even in the same league. Alright. Su Fan fell silent. Facing such a formidable enemy was not something he could handle for now. By the way, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. System in the universe, everything has its strengths and weaknesses. I refuse to believe the star-eating beast is so powerful that it has no natural enemies. There are natural enemies, said the system. What species? Su Fan asked, a bit eager. All carbon-based life forms are enemies of the star-eating beast. All intelligent carbon-based life forms are its natural enemies. Alright, it would have been better not to say anything. Su Fan sighed. Right now I definitely can't defeat them. However, since the star-eating beasts cannot fly, if I want to train, I can cause some trouble for them on the moon. It is best not to disturb the star-eating beasts on Blue Star. System, what is the personality of the star-eating beasts? Will they actively attack ground creatures? Generally, they are very gentle and peaceful. Most of the time, they are sleeping deeply like a stone with no detectable signs of life. However, do not disturb their sleep. If the star-eating beasts are awakened not by natural means, but by other means, they will become extremely irritable. The system's mechanical voice seemed to grow serious. Am not that bored to disturb the star-eating beast's sleep. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't irritable beings that destroy the world at every turn, it would be manageable. Dear host, just because you are not bored does not mean others are not bored. Su Fan was taken aback and his expression changed dramatically. According to novel tropes, in such situations there will always be an idiot who crazily seeks death, jumping into the enemy's lair to dance. No way. When we return to Blue Star, we must strictly investigate those who seek death. Su Fan's gaze became dangerous. He did not want to encounter a cliché plot again. He now had a system to develop rapidly. He must first survive and wait a few years to reach level 5, and then directly eliminate these star-eating beast pests. System, let's first materialize the mecha production line. Su Fan no longer thought about the star-eating beasts. After all, it was still his lack of strength. Now accelerating his upgrade was the priority. Dear host, the mecha production line occupies a large area, and this workshop is insufficient. The system reminded him. Su Fan nodded. This could be easily resolved. So next he found a large empty space within the base that met the requirements and successfully materialized the mecha production line. Looking at the massive production line before him, Su Fan wished he could start production immediately. Unfortunately, the raw materials were insufficient to begin production. This was a mecha, not a virtual helmet or a virtual pod. The materials used for the virtual helmet and virtual pod were minimal, and the leftover minerals from digging by bionic nanoants were enough to produce a batch. The Type 1 Predator mecha is a humanoid mecha and is incredibly large, standing at a height of 99 meters, making it one of the largest in the E-class mechas. Such a large mecha requires a substantial amount of materials, and the remaining minerals in the base were far from sufficient. System exchange for several multifunctional intelligent mining vehicles, F-class, will suffice. I need them to help me mine some minerals on the moon. Dear host, the F-class multifunctional intelligent mining vehicle comes with a quantum communication module and can be controlled remotely by artificial intelligence valued at 600 influence points. Would you like to exchange it? Yes. Su Fan nodded. Materializing requires 600 influence points. Shall I proceed? The system continued to inquire. Materialize. Materialize 2 units. Su Fan added. Materializing, please wait a moment. The system prompted. Soon 2 multifunctional intelligent mining vehicles were materialized. The mining vehicles are large, measuring 50 meters in length, 30 meters in width, and 20 meters in height. One vehicle can carry a lot of ore. Hong Ho, you connect to the control system of the intelligent mining vehicles and first detect the types of minerals nearby. Once I send you the types of ores needed for the mecha production, you can start mining. Su Fan instructed Hong Ho. Okay, master. Hong Yo sweetly replied. System, I remember, there are bionic people in the second-level civilization black technology mall, right? Yes. E-class bionic technology is valued at 2 influence points. Materializing a bionic person requires 2 million influence points, and materializing a bionic production line requires 20 million influence points. The system responded decisively. I have an idea, I wonder if it's feasible. Su Fan consulted the system. I remember when I was browsing the black technology introduction, bionic people can be controlled by brainwave controllers. And mechas require brainwave control. If I control the bionic people remotely using quantum communication and brainwave controllers, and then use the bionic people to control the mechas, would that be possible? Would there be any delay? Dear host, this is feasible and will not have any delay. But why not directly use quantum communication and brainwave controllers to control the mechas? The system posed a thought-provoking question. Su Fan chuckled and explained, what I mentioned is only for special situations such as cosmic exploration. It is dangerous at first, driving a mecha is necessary. But once in a safe place, if the area is narrow, only bionic people can enter. I considered this situation. Then why not directly control the mecha and place several bionic people inside? When reaching the exploration site, connect the bionic people. That way you can carry more bionic people. The system posed another thought-provoking question. Su Fan felt a headache. He admitted the system had a point. Alright, you are impressive, always with your clever words. Su Fan complained as he turned to walk towards the nearby spacecraft. Inside the spacecraft was a virtual helmet. He planned to extract the technology of the Type 1 Predator mecha and organize it, especially the types of ores needed. However, just as he stepped onto the spacecraft, the communicator rang. Picking up the communicator, he saw it was a call from Zhou Xiaoxiao. He promptly answered. Hey Xiaoxiao, how long has it been since I left Blue Star, and you're already missing me? Su Fan joked. Su Fan, something happened on Blue Star. Come back quickly. Zhou Xiaoxiao's voice was urgent. Su Fan truly did not expect to encounter such a cliché plot once again. Fate is indeed capricious. Time rewinds to a day earlier. In a certain country, several daredevil explorers bored out of their minds ventured into the canyons of Yellowstone National Park. While exploring a deep downward hole, they discovered a slumbering giant beast at the bottom. This beast was colossal, at least 10 times larger than the biggest animal on Earth, the blue whale. The explorers were instantly overwhelmed with excitement, recklessly provoking the beast by taking pictures and poking it with sticks. Fortunately, the beast seemed either dead or in a deep slumber and did not react. After having their fun, the explorers reported the incident to the authorities, as this was Yellowstone National Park, and they could not quietly transport the beast away. Upon learning of the situation, the official authorities took it very seriously and immediately dispatched military forces to take control of the site. They began by using various detection instruments to conduct a thorough examination of the giant beast, but the results left them stunned. Firstly, there were no vital signs. It was as if a rock had taken on the form of a giant beast. After repeated attempts to detect any vital signs, they breathed a sigh of relief, concluding that the beast was likely deceased. They then attempted to cut off some skin for DNA testing. However, things soon spiraled out of control. Thompson was in charge of this special incident, leading the military and several professors to study the beast. While extracting samples from the giant beast, a soldier shouted, "Sir, the scalpel cannot cut through the skin of this beast at all." Thompson frowned. "Try other tools." Next, the soldiers tried numerous tools, yet even with the sharpest industrial cutters and the toughest industrial drills, they could not inflict any damage on the beast's skin. Thompson's expression grew increasingly shocked. Amidst his astonishment, he began to explore other methods. Shooting with handguns yielded no results. Using rifles did not work. Attacking with a sniper rifle was futile. Bombs had no effect either. Attacking with a nuclear bomb was out of the question. This was Yellowstone National Park, home to the world's largest volcano underground. Thompson figured he would have to be crazy to even consider such a foolish action. After countless attempts, they still could not inflict even the slightest damage on the giant beast's skin. Reluctantly, Thompson ordered the soldiers to excavate the beast, preparing to transport it elsewhere and apply for more powerful weaponry. The giant beast was mostly covered by massive rocks and dirt, making its excavation no simple task. After a day's digging, the dirt and rocks on the beast were finally cleared away. At this moment, Thompson finally got a clear view of the beast's true form. The giant beast lay on the ground, its body a dark brown color resembling a limbless western dragon from the movies. However, its head was larger than that of a dragon with 3 eyes and a sharp horn atop. So based on the professor's estimates, considering the proportions of its hind limbs to forelimbs, this giant beast likely walked on 2 legs. A soldier reported. Thompson nodded. He could see that the hind limbs were relatively long and thick, while the forelimbs were merely half the length of the hind limbs, making quadrupedal movement quite uncomfortable. So we just measured it, and its length from head to hind limbs is a staggering 880 meters. The officer continued to report. 880 meters. If it stands up, the Freedom Tower would only reach its belly, and the Burj Khalifa would be slightly shorter. What a pity it's already dead, otherwise I really would want to witness the grandeur of this beast, Thompson lamented. Honestly, standing before such a massive creature now is more terrifying than being on the battlefield, he added. Thompson began to stroll around the giant beast, reflecting on the situation to the accompanying officer. Tom, what do you think the destructive power of this giant beast would be if it were alive? Sir, I think it's best not to entertain such thoughts. We couldn't even damage its skin with bombs. If it were alive, it would be the end of our nation and possibly the world. Tom's expression was somewhat fearful. He had a phobia of giant creatures. Tom, you're too timid. After this incident, I think we need to throw you into battlefield training. Thompson scoffed at Tom. At that moment, they had just reached the front of the giant beast's head. Tom, take a look. This giant beast has 3 eyes. In mythology, the third eye possesses various magical powers. Do you think this giant beast's third eye has any special traits? Thompson drew his handgun. All animals have their weakest point at the eyes. I want to see if the eyelids of this giant beast are as indestructible as its body. Sir, those are just myth stories meant to deceive children. Tom shook his head, being a staunch atheist. I don't care if myths are deceiving or not, I just want to see if this shot can burst its eye. Thompson raised his handgun, aiming for the third eye on the beast's forehead. Sir, if bombs can't even damage its skin, a mere handgun is futile. Tom expressed his opinion while pulling out an anti-material sniper rifle. Why don't you try this? Who knows, it might just work. All right, my dear Tom, you're so considerate. Come to my room for drinks. Thompson patted Tom on the shoulder as he took the anti-material sniper rifle. Let's keep our distance so we don't want to get killed by a ricochet. Thompson led Tom behind a large rock. Tom, watch closely, and my shooting is always accurate. He aimed at the giant beast's third eye. Bang! The bullet accurately struck the giant beast's third eye. Oh shit. Tom, it seems this giant beast has no weaknesses, but its skin is too tough. Thompson tossed the gun aside and walked over to the massive head of the beast, carefully examining whether his shot had left any mark. Sir, don't bother looking, there's nothing. I think only a nuclear bomb stands a chance of injuring it. Tom observed the giant beast up close, and his fear of giant objects magnified. His legs trembled and his voice quivered. Seeing Tom's shaking legs, Thompson laughed. Tom, you look ridiculous right now. It's just a dead giant beast. What's there to be afraid of? Even if it were alive before my eyes, I wouldn't blink. Thompson placed his hand on the beast's head and gave it a firm. Just after he finished patting, an excited voice suddenly rang out. Sir, my bullet penetrated. There's a weak point hidden under this giant beast's tail. After returning from the moon, Su Fan did not head back to the Nanshan base, but instead went straight to the Elder Council in Kyoto. On his way back from the moon, the Grand Elder had already contacted him. The Elder Council, the heart of the Xia nation that countless people dream of entering. At this moment, a spaceship descended from the sky, landing directly in the small square in front of the Elder Council. As soon as Su Fan stepped off the spaceship, the waiting reception staff immediately came forward to guide him to a small meeting room. The Grand Elder was sitting on the sofa in the meeting room waiting. Upon seeing Su Fan, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly waved him over to sit beside him. Once seated, the Grand Elder wasted no time and directly instructed the staff beside him to turn on the large screen in the meeting room and play a video. In the video, a gigantic beast was rampaging through the city, causing destruction and slaughter. This beast was so enormous that many buildings could not even reach its legs. It lifted its massive thigh, crushing a building with a single stomp, then lightly swung its claws, severing a commercial CBD in half. Beneath it, countless cars were flattened into pancakes, and countless people were fleeing in panic under the beast. In the sky, over 100 fighter jets were launching frantic attacks. But alas, whether it was armor-piercing rounds, incendiary bombs, or explosive shells, they could not inflict even a scratch on the beast. Instead, from time to time fighter jets were hit by beams emitted from the beast's third eye on its forehead, turning them to dust. Su Fan furrowed his brows tightly. The beast in the footage was undoubtedly the star-eating beast. The Grand Elder, watching the video on the screen, said sternly, "Su Fan, the video depicts a real-time situation occurring within the borders of a certain world power. The city in the video is a major city closest to a famous national park and is now completely in chaos. This beast, according to information provided by that world power, was discovered from underground within the national park. Here is a detailed report that was provided under duress by that world power." The Grand Elder handed Su Fan nodded and took the tablet, carefully reviewing it. This was a record compiled by military professionals from that world power documenting the discovery and excavation process of the giant beast beneath the national park. Su Fan's brow furrowed and his forehead throbbed. Grand Elder, this world power is truly courting disaster. What are they thinking? They disturbed a creature that was peacefully sleeping underground. Su Fan was furious. He didn't even know how to express his thoughts on such a plot development. Some people in that world power have been living a good life for too long, and they love seeking thrills. Now they have gone too far and kicked a big iron plate. The Grand Elder chuckled. "Su Fan, do you know what kind of creature this is?" Su Fan frowned. He certainly knew what it was, but... The Grand Elder, noticing Su Fan's tightly furrowed brows, sighed. "Su Fan, all you need to tell me is whether the Xia nation will be in danger." Su Fan sighed as well. Hiding it wouldn't help, so he might as well discuss it with the Grand Elder. At least in terms of talent and policy, he could offer significant support. This creature is not only harmful to the Xia nation. If the situation deteriorates, no one on the entire blue planet will escape. Su Fan's mouth curled into a bitter smile. The Grand Elder's pupils dilated in shock, and he gasped, but he quickly regained his composure. "What on earth is this creature that poses such a danger?" "It is the star-eating beast." Su Fan spoke with a serious tone. "The star-eating beast. A beast that devours planets." The Grand Elder's tone was tentative. "Exactly." Su Fan rubbed his temples. "This creature feeds on planets, and is also social, existing in large numbers. The star-eating beast in the video, according to the information from that world power, is only 880 meters long, which clearly indicates it is a juvenile." This time the Grand Elder was genuinely shocked. He picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a sip. "At my age, I can hardly take such scares." The Grand Elder chuckled bitterly. "Even with gene optimization injections, you can still live for over 100 years, yet you don't seem any younger." Su Fan smiled, not liking the overly serious atmosphere. "You say that an 880-meter monster is just a juvenile, and as a social creature under such circumstances, I might not even survive until next year, let alone 200 years. The Grand Elder regained his composure. In his position, he had ample skills for self-cultivation and energy nurturing. Can that world power handle this star-eating beast themselves? Yes, they can just drop a few high-yield nuclear bombs, since it is only a juvenile. If it were an adult star-eating beast, nuclear bombs would not harm them." Su Fan refrained from mentioning the star-eating beast king and star-eating beast emperor, fearing that it would lead the Grand Elder to despair. After all, dealing with the star-eating beast emperor would require a level 4 cosmic civilization. Su Fan knew he had a system that could rapidly develop technology and elevate civilization level, making a level 4 civilization not far off. However, the Grand Elder was unaware. He might know of Su Fan's extraordinary nature, but could never imagine that Su Fan had acquired such an impressive system. "Su Fan, I know you have many ideas. What suggestions do you have for this situation?" The Grand Elder inquired tentatively. "I have suggestions. There have been breakthroughs in recent technology." Su Fan smiled. "In a short while, mechs can be developed and produced. Using mechs to deal with ordinary adult star-eating beasts will not be a problem. However, mechs require excellent pilots." Su Fan paused, taking a sip of the special tea supplied by the... "Recently, I've made breakthroughs in virtual reality technology and created a game called Star War World. This game can cultivate and select excellent mech combat personnel. The battles against the star-eating beasts will not be resolved overnight. Outstanding mech combat personnel will be the main force in battling the star-eating beasts." After hearing Su Fan's words, the Grand Elder's eyes lit up, and he happily said, "Su Fan, I knew you would surprise me. Rest assured, I will fully cooperate in promoting the Star War World game. Alright, I will officially release the Star War World game in a few days, and the game helmets and pods will be delivered to purchasers by the personnel of Chaoshan Logistics." Su Fan smiled. "We will initially set a target of 10 million sets. Just give me a price, and I'll wire you the money later." The Grand Elder decisively ordered a batch. He planned to distribute these game helmets or pods first to the military and the people in his own team. The game helmet is priced at 100 each and the game pod at 1,000 each. Su Fan thought for a moment and quoted an extremely low price. "That's too cheap." The Grand Elder was startled. Selling such high-tech items at such low prices might lead to losses. Su Fan chuckled. "The production cost is low. I don't want to profit from the people's hard-earned money at this time. This price applies not only to the government, but to all citizens of the Xia nation. In reality, Su Fan's production cost was non-existent. The Star Wars world game itself was deployed in a quantum computer, incurring no cost. Moreover, the production line for the game helmets and pods was located in a mysterious base on the moon, where Su Fan had manifested the production line from the system, incurring no cost. The raw materials for producing game helmets and pods could be mined from the moon, and even the mining vehicles were remotely controlled by Hong Ho. As for the cost of transporting them back to the blue planet with Kunping No. 1, the cost was merely the fuel for nuclear energy. To Su Fan, the expense of these nuclear fuels was trivial. The advancement of technology brings about the ultimate liberation of human labor. In the future, Xia people will either choose to live idly relying on high reproductive and nurturing subsidies from Xia civilization after marriage, or they may showcase their exceptional mech combat skills or formidable warship command abilities in Star Wars world. They may also dedicate themselves to scientific research contributing to civilization construction, or they could choose a leisurely life engaging in activities they enjoy that are not illegal. Su Fan and the Grand Elder discussed a few more matters before the small meeting concluded. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by the Grand Elder. Su Fan, there is a meaningful task, and I wonder if you would be interested in undertaking it. What is it? Evacuating citizens from that world power. The grand global evacuation has commenced. The slogan, "It is too dangerous abroad, our homeland ensures safety," has been conveyed to all expatriates by the government of the Dragon Nation. Xiao Shuai, due to work obligations, had to travel to the Eagle Sauce Nation, but unfortunately the city he was in was right next to the one where the behemoth resided. The television in the living room was broadcasting news of the behemoth's rampant slaughter and destruction, while Xiao Shuai hurriedly packed his luggage. He had just learned that the Dragon Nation was evacuating its citizens, prioritizing those nearest to the behemoth. Soon Xiao Shuai finished packing and went to the bedroom, looking at his wife, who was still organizing her cosmetics, feeling a bit irritated. "Xiao Mei, stop with the makeup. We can buy more after we return to the homeland. Right now our lives are the most important. Hurry up and gather the valuables, or we need to get to the evacuation point immediately." Xiao Mei, holding a small bottle of limited edition brand cosmetics, said reluctantly, "These are all brand name cosmetics that cost me a fortune. Throwing them away hurts. Cosmetics can be repurchased, but life cannot be bought back." Xiao Shuai felt helpless, but there was no choice. Life forced their hand. His wife Xiao Mei was a model and had a significant need for cosmetics. After tossing them, she would surely buy more later due to her profession. In the end, Xiao Mei discarded her cosmetics and many beautiful clothes, taking only some lightweight valuable jewelry and important documents before setting off with Xiao Shuai. At this moment, Hami City was in complete chaos, with people fleeing, looting, killing, and setting fires, showcasing the darker side of humanity. Since the Eagle Sauce Nation does not restrict firearms, many people were armed for self-defense. In a house by the street, a muscular man was assaulting a frail woman who had beautiful blonde hair and blue eyes. At the moment the muscular man turned away after the assault, the woman flipped over and pulled out a handgun hidden under the bed, shooting him in the back of the head. Even more heinous and chaotic events were occurring in the hidden corners of the city where the shadow of death loomed. There were no laws and no order. Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei were cautiously navigating through the chaotic city. Driving was out of the question, as cars were everywhere, causing accidents and blocking the roads. Fortunately, their residence was not far from the evacuation point. To prevent others from coveting them, they wore clothes emblazoned with the Dragon Nation's flag and had the flag on their faces. Since the rise of the Super God Group, the entire world shook and the Dragon Nation became a veritable superpower. Nearby looters, initially intrigued by the sight of two Asians in the street, hesitated upon closer inspection. In the Eagle Sauce Nation, Asians were the most bullied group, holding a very low status. However, when they got closer and saw that the two Asians were wearing the Dragon Nation's flag and had it on their faces, they hesitated. In the past, the people of the Dragon Nation held a low status among Asians. But as the Dragon Nation grew stronger, its citizen status in the Eagle Sauce Nation improved. Ever since the Super God Group developed spaceships, people in the Eagle Sauce Nation no longer dared to bully the citizens of the Dragon Nation, fearing it would provoke diplomatic conflict and retribution from the Dragon Nation. Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei crossed the chaotic streets without incident, and after narrowly escaping death multiple times, they finally arrived at the evacuation assembly point. At the assembly point, many people had already gathered, including not only citizens of the Dragon Nation, but also many from the Eagle Sauce Nation, Kimchi Nation, and Little Sun Nation. They were all gathered around the square where a massive Kunping No. 1 spaceship was quietly docked in the center. Su Fan was inside the spaceship. The official Kunping No. 1 spaceship of the Dragon Nation was currently on the moon executing a lunar base construction task and could not return for the time being. The Grand Elder knew that Su Fan's spaceship was for his personal use, so he asked for his assistance. Originally, the Grand Elder intended to borrow his spaceship for the evacuation, but he found this undertaking quite meaningful. Having seen evacuations in films that stirred his blood, he was curious about what reality would be like. Thus he came. Standing in the captain's room of the spaceship, he activated the panoramic simulation, allowing him to hear the environment and sounds surrounding the spacecraft. Zhou Xiaoxiao also arrived, and was standing next to Su Fan at this moment. Su Fan, should we take the spaceship and go slay that Star Devourer? The Star Devourer is currently in the city, a one-shot from Kunpeng. No. One would obliterate the whole city. Some people might have been able to escape, but if we help we would annihilate them entirely. What do you think? Su Fan, then let's just reduce the power of the laser cannon. Zhou Xiaoxiao suggested. If the power is low it won't harm the Star Devourer, if it's high the whole city will be buried with it. Su Fan shook his head. The weapons of a spaceship are inherently large-scale long-range destructive weapons suitable for combat in space. It is too easy to harm innocents in urban warfare. In reality what Su Fan said were all excuses. Alright then. Zhou Xiaoxiao looked dejected. More and more people were gathering outside the spaceship, while the soldiers Su Fan brought maintained order in lightweight exoskeleton armor. According to statistics, there were 208 citizens of the Dragon Nation in this city, most of whom were stranded due to work. The soldiers maintained order while loudspeakers proclaimed only citizens of the Dragon Nation are allowed to board the ship. People from other countries, please wait for your own nations to send rescue. I am a citizen of the Dragon Nation. I am a citizen of the Dragon Nation. At this moment Xiao Shui struggled through the crowd, pulling Xiao Mei and shouting loudly. A soldier on duty smiled at them, asking them to show their identification. After confirming that the documents were correct, he allowed them to enter the spaceship. Of the 208 people, over 100 had already gathered, and many citizens of the Dragon Nation were still desperately rushing over. After a while a conflict suddenly broke out in the crowd. I am a citizen of the Dragon Nation. I truly am. Please take me with you. A man who clearly looked like he was from the Little Sun Nation was crying. Sir, you are from the Little Sun Nation, as clearly stated on your passport. Do not think that just because you look like a citizen of the Dragon Nation you can pass off as one. The soldier on duty was a bit angry. They felt disgusted upon seeing citizens from the Little Sun Nation. You citizens of the Dragon Nation have no compassion, discriminating against people from other countries. Seeing that this Little Sun Nation man was ineffective, he stopped pretending and began inciting public outrage with his words. The soldiers on duty became even angrier upon hearing this. He pointed his laser rifle at the man from the Little Sun Nation and said, "Get the hell out of here. Any actions that hinder the evacuation of the Dragon Nation will be seen as anti-Dragon Nation behavior. If you say one more word I'll put you down." The man from the Little Sun Nation trembled and retreated into the crowd, while the other non-citizens of the Dragon Nation in the crowd fell silent, no longer daring to act arrogantly. Su Fan watched this scene from inside the spaceship, a smile playing on his lips. Xiao, did you see? This is the importance of strength. If we were not strong, this soldier would never have the confidence to say such things. Now he is full of confidence because he has the powerful Dragon Nation behind him. And behind the Dragon Nation is me, Su Fan. Su Fan affectionately rubbed Zhou Xiaoxiao's hair. Su Fan, you are amazing. I admire you so much. Zhou Xiaoxiao provided Su Fan with abundant emotional support. Soon, all 208 individuals assembled. With a thunderous roar, the Kunpeng 1 engine ignited, and the vessel surged skyward, leaving that land of chaos far behind. As they departed, the star-devouring beast had already reached the city's outskirts. From afar, its presence radiated overwhelming pressure. Countless civilians still trapped within the city fled in despair toward its opposite edge. A certain Western nation had deployed military units to evacuate the populace, but some unfortunate souls remained stranded. Over the next hour and more, the city was utterly reduced to ruin by the star-devouring beast. Ahead lay an uninhabited expanse, dense forests stretching endlessly beneath ancient trees. The authorities of that Western nation issued an official announcement: once the colossal beast entered that forested zone, they would deploy a high-yield thermonuclear device. Su Fan delivered the overseas nationals aboard his spacecraft back to the Dragon Nation. Yet, he did not linger there. Instead, he piloted the vessel onward, returning to the Western nation. Shortly, the Western nation would detonate a thermonuclear weapon against the star-devouring beast, and Su Fan intended to observe this awe-inspiring event from a safe distance aboard his ship. Of course, his ultimate aim was rooted in caution. Should the beast survive, even one nuclear strike, its escape would pose grave peril. To eradicate a threat fully, one must uproot it entirely, lest a wounded foe flee home to summon greater forces. Several fighter jets dispatched by the Western nation darted ahead, launching sporadic attacks to provoke and steer the star-devouring beast steadily toward the uninhabited zone. Su Fan maintained a distant vigil. He soon discerned a critical weakness: the beast's locomotion was remarkably sluggish. He confirmed this observation with his integrated system and received definitive affirmation. Having spent eons deep within planetary interiors, where sustenance was abundant and effortless, it had evolved no need for swift movement in pursuit of prey or resources. Thus its physical mobility remained deliberately slow. Still slow was relative, standing at 880 meters tall. Each stride spanned hundreds of meters. outpacing even the swiftest terrestrial vehicles. System: what yield of thermonuclear device is required to destroy this star-devouring beast? Su Fan queried. This query requires 1000 influence points. Confirm payment to receive the answer. The system responded without inflection. Fine. Can an old customer get one free answer? Su Fan muttered under his breath. Deducted. A 5 megaton thermonuclear device will suffice. Su Fan frowned. System: did you not previously state that the Kunpeng 1 could subdue a star-devouring beast in its growth phase? Indeed. Yet the designed explosive yield of the Kunpeng 1 approximates only that of the 2 early atomic bombs deployed by a certain Eastern Archipelago nation, each merely kiloton class. Yet you now claim a 5 megaton thermonuclear device is necessary. That appears contradictory. No contradiction exists. The system explained. Have you forgotten the Kunpeng 1's 2 electromagnetic railguns? The star-devouring beast thrives in extreme heat and endures it effortlessly. Its core sustains cold nuclear fusion, rendering it impervious to ionizing radiation. Thus both atomic and thermonuclear weapons inflict severely diminished damage upon it. Conversely, purely kinetic weaponry, such as massive solid projectile rounds accelerated by electromagnetic force, can shatter its corporeal structure outright. The system continued its explanation. Hence a mature star-devouring beast cannot be slain by any nuclear arsenal native to Blue Planet alone. For in maturity, its cold fusion core has fully stabilized, its physiology perfected, granting it terrifying resistance to thermal extremes and radiation alike. The system's mechanical voice paused. Su Fan nodded. Red Queen broadcast current news. I wish to monitor the Western nation's latest developments. Affirmative, Captain. Red Queen replied obediently. Instantly the main view screen lit up with live coverage from the Western nation. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a day of profound sorrow. On screen, a former national leader of that Western nation stood solemnly at the podium, face etched with gravity. In less than 24 hours, 2 cities have been obliterated by this abomination. Over 30,000 of our fellow citizens have perished. Su Fan blinked. This figure struck him as implausible. The leader continued his impassioned address. Now our valiant aviator heroes have heroically lured the creature into the uninhabited zone. We have exhausted every non-nuclear heavy weapon available. Regrettably, none inflicted even the slightest harm upon it. Therefore I, acting in my capacity as head of state, hereby authorize the military to deploy a nuclear ordinance against this entity. Below the podium, crowds surged with fervent outrage, many gripping their fists, yearning to become saviors of their homeland. Aboard the spacecraft, Su Fan instructed Red Queen to terminate the broadcast. Then he watched in silence as a large fighter jet approached from the distance, carrying a nuclear payload. Its exact yield remained unknown to him. Red Queen, focus all long-range cameras on the star-devouring beast. Maximize all thermal sensors. Should it survive the blast, we will deliver the final blow immediately. His expression hardened. Acknowledged, Captain. Far away, the nuclear-capable jet streaked toward the beast. Moments before entering optimal release range, the earlier decoy fighters broke away in frantic retreat. They had no desire to fall victim to friendly fire. At 10,000 meters altitude, the warhead detached and plunged earthward, its trajectory locked unerringly onto the star-devouring beast below. Guided precisely by its missile bust, the warhead struck the beast's cranium. Boom! Time itself seemed to freeze. From the impact point, a second sun erupted into being. A colossal mushroom cloud billowed skyward. Then came the shockwave, relentless, unstoppable, sweeping aside all obstacles in its path. Even the Kunpeng 1 shuddered under the wave's force, yet its reinforced hull held firm. At that instant, the eyes of the entire world converged upon that single point in space and time. Would the nuclear detonation prove effective? Even the former national leader felt a tremor of uncertainty. Citizens of the Western nation clasped their hands in silent, fervent prayer. People across other nations watched with varied intentions, yet most hoped for success. They understood the principle well: when lips perish, teeth grow cold. If the beast shrugged off nuclear fire, its methodical annihilation of civilization would only be a matter of time. Inside the Kunpeng 1, a Su Fan waited patiently until the shockwave passed, then prepared to maneuver closer. Suddenly, a far more violent secondary explosion erupted. Crockum! The blast hurled the Kunpeng 1 violently airborne, tumbling end over end, before its stabilization systems finally arrested its spin and locked it steady midair. Though Su Fan had secured himself in his seat with restraints before the initial detonation, the violent rotation left him dazed and disoriented. What in the blazes just happened? Why a second detonation? Su Fan stared, bewildered and incredulous. Only one weapon had been deployed, so how could 2 explosions occur? And unmistakably, the second blast dwarfed the first in sheer magnitude. System, do you know the cause? He demanded instantly. Affirmative. This knowledge requires 1000 influence points. Confirm payment to proceed. The system replied, utterly unperturbed. Confirmed. Pay now? Tell me the answer. The reason is simple. The core within the star-eating beast also undergoes nuclear fusion, and it is an even more powerful form of cold fusion. Su Fan was taken aback, but quickly reacted, saying, in that case it becomes even trickier. If we let the star-eating beast be, it will definitely end badly. However, after killing the star-eating beast, it will still explode, making it even more troublesome than a porcupine. System, is there any way to prevent the star-eating beast from exploding after being killed? Su Fan frowned. He found that ever since discovering the star-eating beast, he had frowned many more times than before. Yes, the system answered crisply. What method? Su Fan pressed on. 1,000 influence points will you pay? Pay. Su Fan grinned. Use a railgun or other non-energy weapons to smash the head of the star-eating beast. The core of the star-eating beast's cold fusion is located in its chest. By physically smashing its head, not only can it be killed, but an unexploded core can also be obtained. Su Fan nodded and continued to inquire. System, what is the use of the unexploded core of the star-eating? It is a good material that can be processed into special cold fusion batteries to provide greater energy for mechs or spaceships. The system replied. Su Fan's eyes lit up. This was a valuable item. System, how many influence points for this modification technology? 2,000 influence points, the system answered. Exchanged. Su Fan clapped his thigh. Hong Ho, take the spaceship to the explosion center. I want to see the corpse of the star-eating beast. Okay, Captain. Su Fan boarded the spaceship and arrived at the explosion center, where there was already a massive crater. However, the crater was empty. Nothing was there. Could it be that it was blown to ashes? Su Fan speculated. System, is the star-eating beast dead? 1,000 influence points, the system said. Su Fan was speechless. System, from now on, if I ask you a question, directly deduct 5,000 influence points for anything below that amount. No need to tell me. Alright, esteemed host. The system's mechanical voice seemed a bit elated. Death has been confirmed. The nuclear bomb of a certain world power killed the star-eating beast, but it did not turn the corpse into ashes. It was the cold fusion explosion within the star-eating beast itself that caused the body to become ash. The system replied. Well, since that's the case, Hong Ho, let's head back home. The matter of the star-eating beast did not greatly affect ordinary people in the Dragon Nation. It merely became a topic of casual conversation, and they did not comprehend the seriousness of the issue. Of course, the country would not immediately disclose the severity of the matter, otherwise it would cause social unrest, which would be even more troublesome. A week later, the Star Wars World game was launched. However, due to production line capacity, only 90 million people successfully purchased the game helmets or gaming pods. In fact, 100 million were produced, consisting of 30 million game helmets and 70 million gaming pods. However, due to official orders, 10 million gaming pods did not enter the market. The difference between game helmets and gaming pods, aside from the price difference of 100 yuan and 1,000 yuan, has another key distinction. The highest realism of the game helmet is only 90, while the realism of the gaming pod can reach 99. Actually, Su Fan originally planned to produce only gaming pods, but considering the portability of game helmets, he decided to produce some of them. This is similar to the past desktop computers and laptops. Despite laptops being more expensive and having higher performance at the same price point, many people still choose laptops because they are convenient to carry. On the evening of November 11th, the Star Wars World game officially launched. Countless people from the Dragon Nation either put on game helmets or lay in gaming pods, flooding into the Star Wars world. There is only one server in the Star Wars world, and 100 million people surged in at once, yet the server remained strong. This is due to the power of quantum supercomputers. Even 10 or 100 times more people entering the game would not put any stress on it. Su Fan also entered the game. Last time was just a test. This time, he entered the game officially. He did not give himself any special treatment, as it was unnecessary. The core gameplay of this game, aside from exploring the universe and controlling mechas or spaceships to defeat cosmic monsters, occupy planets, and establish forces, is the mech arena, which is the most important aspect. As long as one passes the tutorial, they can directly enter the arena for battle. In the arena, the levels and performance of mechas are the same. What matters is the skill. Since Su Fan had completed the tutorial before, he went through it particularly quickly, this time passing in just a few minutes. He did not explore other areas of the game, as he had developed the entire game and was very familiar with various scenes, and only the arena could pique his interest. In front of the arena, Su Fan waited quietly. It had only been a few minutes since he entered the game, and other players had not passed the tutorial that quickly. When he first encountered the Star Wars world, it took him half a day to adapt to the controls of the mecha. Of course, this was also related to the realism. A 70 realism was not as easy to control as a 99 realism. Even so, nobody would pass the tutorial too quickly unless they were extraordinarily gifted. Waiting was quite boring, so Su Fan opened the game's chat room. The chat room was lively, with some sending voice messages and others typing text. The text here is generally automatically transcribed from speech, requiring no typing. My goodness. This is so shocking. It looks exactly like the real world. I'm crying. This game can actually scan your appearance and silhouette, allowing you to enter the game looking like yourself. Why don't I have this feature? Only gaming pods have that capability. Game helmets are too small and cannot scan human shapes. Have you guys passed the tutorial? This mecha is so hard to operate. I'm completely stumbling. No, it's indeed quite difficult. I'm still moving slowly and can't run or jump. While the pros are amazing, I'm lying on the ground right now. I can't even get up. This game is too difficult. If I didn't want to see another world, I wouldn't play it. It's torture. If you don't want to play, then don't. Didn't you hear the news? The Super Company is preparing to select some talented individuals through the Star Wars world. I've heard that too. My second uncle's daughter's son's friend works in the Super Company, and he told me. Su-Fan smiled at this. It was information he had intentionally leaked through employees. I've also heard that the Super Company has developed mechas. As long as you perform well in the game, you can operate real mechas in reality. Seriously, I want to pilot a real mecha. It's true, as long as your ranking in the arena is high enough, you will have the chance to pilot a real mecha. But there are not many spots. Damn it. Get this leg over here. There's definitely a spot for me. Long out yin. Approximately 2 hours later, many players who had completed the beginner's tutorial arrived one after another. In gaming, some people prefer PvE, some enjoy PvX, and others are keen on PvP. Players who rushed to the arena instead of exploring the world clearly belonged to the latter group, as they were passionate about PvP. Su-Fan also favored PvP when playing games. At this moment, a male player approached, greeted him briefly, and then directly issued a challenge to Su-Fan. Su-Fan was taken aback, thinking to himself how direct people have become these days. However, he had no reason to refuse. He was eager to experience the thrill of mech combat, so he agreed to the arena battle. In the arena, Su-Fan stood opposite his opponent, a big brain axe, both clad in massive mechs. Beneath them lay an endless desert. This was the scene chosen by Su-Fan. Compared to fighting directly in space, combat on the ground was relatively simpler. The two were strangers, exchanging no unnecessary words, and immediately began to fight. Instead of charging directly, Su-Fan suddenly retreated, and the small laser cannon on his mech's shoulder fired unexpectedly at a big brain axe. As a novice, a big brain axe had just learned to run, and faced with the sudden rapid attack, he hurriedly dodged. However, his evasion was too slow, and he was hit on the shoulder by Su-Fan's laser cannon. Taking advantage of a big brain axe's momentary loss of balance, Su-Fan raised his enormous high-wave shock sword and struck at his opponent. A big brain axe hastily tried to block with his sword, but this was merely a feint from Su-Fan. Just as a big brain axe was about to parry Su-Fan's sword, the laser cannon on Su-Fan's chest suddenly fired, striking a big brain axe right in the chest. Boom! His opponent was eliminated. A slight smile crept onto Su-Fan's lips as he realized he possessed an extraordinary talent for controlling mech combat. The system rarely praised a player's combat talent, making this a groundbreaking first. Soon more challenges came for Su-Fan, and he dealt with them all. Others also challenged each other, creating a lively atmosphere in the arena. Especially in front of the leaderboard at the arena, a group of players was analyzing everything. There were 100 players on the leaderboard, with Su-Fan's username, Mortal, sitting at the top. Total score 13. The scoring principle was quite simple. The arena had 9 ranks, namely Black Iron 1 star, to 5 stars Bronze 1 star, to 5 stars Silver 1 star, to 5 stars Gold 1 star, to 5 stars Platinum 1 star, to 5 stars Diamond 1 star, to 5 stars Master 1 star, to 5 stars Grandmaster 1 star, to 5 stars, and the strongest King 1 star, to 5 stars. 1 star is the lowest, while 5 stars is the highest. In battles of the same rank, winning earns 1 point, while losing deducts 1 point. For cross-rank battles, the points double for each star crossed. Battles against opponents of lower rank and star level yield no points. Moreover, there are no draws in the arena. For example, if a Bronze 1 star player fights against another Bronze 1 star player, winning will earn them 1 point. If a Bronze 1 star player fights against a Bronze 2 star player, having crossed 1 star, winning would earn them 2 points, which is 2 superscript 1 points. If a Bronze 1 star player fights against a Bronze 3 star player, having crossed 2 stars, winning would earn them 4 points, which is 2 superscript 2 points. In summary, the more stars crossed, the more points earned, calculated as powers of 2. If the number of stars crossed is noted as n, it can be expressed as 2 in 0 in n. Su-Fan played in the arena for a long time, nearly going mad with excitement. He had always been obsessed with gaming, but had grown weary of the grinding game he had previously treated as work. But now, with wealth and power, he no longer needed to play games for survival, allowing him to enjoy it fully. His skills in piloting the mech improved tremendously, reaching an undefeated level. He played continuously for a day and a night until the gaming pod alarm, detecting that his body was in a state of severe hunger, forcibly ejecting him from the game. As he crawled out of the gaming pod, Su-Fan stumbled, feeling awkward with every step. Besides hunger, the crucial reason was that his brain had adapted to the mech mode, and the sudden switch back to physical mode caused a brief discomfort. However, just a few minutes later Su Fan adapted. He rushed to the cafeteria and devoured a large amount of food. The Star Wars World game had entered a stable phase and Su Fan had dispatched people to monitor the arena's leaderboard constantly. After a while, once the mech production line on the moon produced 10 mechs, he planned to gather the top 10 players from the arena to let them test drive the real mechs. Of course, for the safety of the Blue Star, these 10 individuals would undergo strict investigations. Furthermore, they would not be allowed to truly enter the mechs. Instead, they would connect remotely and control the mechs through a virtual pod similar to a gaming pod utilizing quantum communication technology. If any issues arose, Su Fan could cut off the network or power at any time, pulling the pilot out of the virtual. The impact of Star Wars World was significant. In the following month, almost everyone in the Summer Nation, except for minors and those uninterested, had entered the game and grown fond of it. Some enjoyed exploring the universe in the game, while others preferred piloting spaceships to establish factions and engage in battles. Some were fond of mechs, spending long hours in the arena relishing the face-to-face collisions between mechs. Su Fan was one such regular in the arena. In contrast, Zhou Xiaoxiao often ridiculed him for neglecting proper work and only playing games every day. Su Fan firmly asserted that excellent mech pilots were needed to combat the devouring beasts, claiming he was preparing for that fight. Zhou Xiaoxiao countered with a simple argument: with over 1 billion people in the Summer Nation, they did not lack a Su Fan who could pilot a mech, but rather needed a Su Fan in a laboratory. Su Fan sighed and shook his head. A month slipped by quietly, during which he exchanged for intelligent robots to replace most human labor. In addition to intelligent robots, he also exchanged for a large amount of advanced technology from Level 1 civilizations for enhancements and foundational development across various fields. Besides the Super God Group, he also distributed some to the Summer Nation's official entities. He had no ambitions of establishing a nation. Maintaining a country involves too many responsibilities, and he deemed himself unqualified for that. He merely wished to be a carefree boss, raising the civilization level of the Summer people, providing good services for the populace, ensuring they lived happily, had more babies, and contributed more influence points to him. When there were tasks, he would let his secretary handle them. When there were none, he would simply play games. In this month, the Summer Nation experienced tremendous changes, with a surge in technology, leading to an increase in resources. Valuable resources from other nations were exchanged for a large quantity of obsolete technology at low prices by the Summer Nation. Resources from the moon and in space were also being mined at a frantic pace. One more noteworthy point is that during this month there were no dramatic plots of other devouring beasts storming the surface. Regarding this situation, Su Fan consulted the system. The system's response was, "The star-eating beast sleeps for tens of thousands of years. In their perspective of time, a month is far too short to immediately realize that a juvenile star-eating beast has already perished." Additionally, the system provided Su Fan with more knowledge about star-eating beasts. One of the most important points is that the star-eating beast population is divided into many tribes, each led by a star-eating beast king. Each tribe is further divided into many villages, typically consisting of dozens of families of star-eating beasts, where each family generally handles its own affairs. If something were to happen to that juvenile star-eating beast, its parents would likely sense it quickly. However, this quickly is based on the time perception of the star-eating beasts. In human terms, it would take at least a few months. In response, Su Fan, while speechless, felt an immense sense of relief. January 1st, 2026, marks the beginning of a new year. Looking back at 2025, it was a year of great change. That year, the Super God Group rose forcefully, led by the Chosen One Su Fan, and surged against the odds. The power of the Xia Nation advanced by leaps and bounds, while the countries of Blue Star became mere fish on a chopping board at the mercy of the Xia Nation. The nuclear weapons of other nations pose no threat to the Xia Nation at this point. Su Fan has exchanged for a complete set of intelligent air defense systems for the Xia Nation installed along its borders. No nuclear missile can approach the Xia Nation. Looking ahead to 2026, the star-eating beast crisis remains the greatest threat to the world. If not addressed in a timely manner, Blue Star is in peril. To counter the star-eating beasts, aside from training mecha combat talents using the Star Wars world and tirelessly producing mechas, Su Fan also plans to construct shelters on Mars and significantly improve the Martian environment in the coming time. If Blue Star cannot hold out, he will relocate the entire population of the Xia Nation to Mars for development. His focus shifts to reality. Today, the Nanshan base is bustling with activity as the elder and representatives from the military, along with reporters from various official media of the Xia Nation, have all arrived. The reason for such excitement is that a historic event is about to take place. In a vast open area of the Nanshan base, 10 Predator Type 1 mechas, each standing at 99 meters tall and fully black, are quietly positioned. They are fierce and terrifying. Su Fan did not prevent those present from visiting and touching them at human height. They could only reach the feet of the mecha, and there was no chance of causing any damage. A temporary podium has been set up next to the mechas with many tables and chairs arranged below. The elder is seated in the middle of the front row. At 10 a.m., Su Fan, wearing a smile, slowly walked up to the podium. This is not his first time launching a new product, so he felt no nerves. Hello everyone, I am Su Fan. Today we will unveil a groundbreaking product. In fact, everyone probably already knows what it is without me saying it. That's right, it's the colossal object before you. These are 10 Predator Type 1 mechas standing 99 meters tall, possessing immense power. Did you see the large metal sword strapped to the back of the mecha? This is the mecha's primary weapon, the high-wave vibrating sword, Su Fan explained with a smile. The high-wave vibrating sword is 88 meters long and made of an extremely durable special metal, so there's no need to worry about it breaking or getting damaged during use. In addition to its sturdy material, the high-wave vibrating sword can emit a terrifying reciprocating vibration, giving it an astonishing sharpness. Besides the high-wave vibrating sword, the Predator Type 1 mecha is also equipped with multiple laser cannons and a powerful propulsion system. The power of the lasers is immense, far exceeding that of the Kunping No. One's weaponry, Su Fan said with a smile. The audience below and the viewers watching the live stream were immediately shocked. To them, the Kunping No. One spaceship was synonymous with invincibility. They never expected that its weaponry would be inferior to these seemingly smaller mechas. Incredible. There's no need to be surprised. The Kunping No. 1 and the Predator Type 1 mecha are not products of the same civilization level. Let's talk about the energy supply and propulsion system of the Predator mecha. The Predator mecha utilizes cold nuclear fusion for power, providing energy even more powerful than that derived from helium-3 fusion. The propulsion system outperforms the Kunping No. 1 by leaps and bounds. The Kunping No. 1 can only reach a speed of 10 kilometers per second. Now can anyone guess how fast the Predator Type 1 mecha can go? Su Fan smiled, leaving the audience in suspense. Below, people glanced at each other and whispered in discussion, while online viewers eagerly chimed in. I guess it can reach the second cosmic speed. Huh. I think it can reach the third cosmic speed. I bet it can reach the speed of light. You upstairs are fools dreaming. I think it's faster than the Kunping No. 1. I don't know if what you think is right, but I think what you said is nonsense. Fools. Su Fan continued. The maximum speed of the Predator Type 1 mecha can reach 2,000 kilometers per second. The audience fell silent, then erupted with disbelief. How is that possible? A speed of 2,000 kilometers per second makes the third cosmic speed look insignificant. A light speed is only 3,000 kilometers per second, which is just 150 times that. The elder also narrowed his pupils in his seat, fully aware of how impressive Su Fan's mechas are, but he never expected them to be this extraordinary. Amidst the shock, he felt excitement. With such formidable mechas, the star-eating beasts are not a concern. Su Fan was unaware of the elder's thoughts at this moment. Otherwise, he would surely exclaim, this is just the beginning. The star-eating beast's royal family burns dark matter within. What is my little cold nuclear fusion worth? A maximum speed of 2,000 kilometers per second does not mean the mecha can instantly reach that speed. The mecha prioritizes agility. When you are in the cosmic void one moment here, and the next moment they're avoiding the kilometers of a spaceship, that's when you are a true master of mecha control. Recently, a monstrous creature appeared in a certain country. This creature is exceptionally powerful, and the Xia nation officially named it the Star-Eating Beast. I didn't just say it myself. I referenced the Xia nation's official statement. The creation of mechas is to address this crisis. Because on Blue Star we cannot always rely on nuclear weapons when such monsters appear again. The Predator Type 1 mecha possesses formidable performance, but also requires skilled pilots. Su Fan glanced at the elder while saying this. Not long ago, our Super God group launched a game called Star Wars World. The aim of launching Star Wars World is to cultivate excellent mecha pilots and spaceship fleet commanders. Everyone can develop according to their preferences. If you enjoy commanding battleships, establish a force and lead your fleet in cosmic warfare. If you prefer mechas, participate in more competitions in the arena. Su Fan smiled and pointed at the 10 mechas. Today, besides the mecha launch event, we also have an important matter to discuss. That is, an issuance of usage certificates for these 10 Type 1 Predator mechas to the top 10 players. In the future, should a crisis arise, you will pilot these 10 mechas to fight for the people of the Dragon Nation. Next, let us welcome the 10 most outstanding geniuses in mecha piloting from the Xia clan with a round of applause. As soon as Su Fan's words fell, 9 individuals stood up from the audience. Among these 9, 3 saluted the crowd while the other 6 waved politely. They walked up to the stage amidst the envious and puzzled gazes of the audience and onlookers. Su Fan wore a mysterious smile. The 9 stood in a row on stage, 7 men and 2 women. 3 of them were from the military. Excitement filled the faces of these individuals, albeit with a hint of confusion. Aren't there supposed to be 10? Why are there only 9? In the audience, the Grand Elder also looked perplexed. Su Fan's smile was barely contained as he continued to speak with a calm demeanor. Aren't you all wondering why I mentioned 10 people, yet only 9 came up? The audience began to murmur. The Grand Elder, noticing Su Fan's increasingly uncontrollable smile. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao stepped onto the stage holding a microphone while Su Fan grinned and stood aside, aligning with the 9 individuals. The audience and onlookers were instantly stunned. Wow, wow, wow. Su God is amazing. Unbelievable. Su God is so impressive, he actually made it into the top 10. It's possible he's not just in the top 10. I don't believe it, he must have used connections. Damn you up there, you fool. Does Su God need such petty tricks, given his status? Agreed. Foolish person projecting one's own narrow-mindedness onto others. Zhou Xiaoxiao stood on stage smiling as she glanced at Su Fan. She knew that Su Fan had been immersing himself in the arena of the Star Wars world, honing his skills. Hello audience friends, I am Zhou Xiaoxiao. Next I will take over Su Fan's role as host. Zhou Xiaoxiao, I'm sure you all have guessed the result. That's right, Su Fan is also among the top 10. Now I will announce the specific rankings. Zhou Xiaoxiao paused, glancing at Su Fan, who stood there with an expression of excitement. He wasn't this happy, even when the Kunping No. 1 was first created. This must be the power of passion. In 10th place with the online name A Big Brain Axe. Real name Wang Hu. The audience erupted in applause as Wang Hu saluted. Indeed, this was the military man who was brutally defeated by Su Fan in the first battle. In 9th place with the online name Naming is Hard. Real name Lu Junjie. Another round of applause followed as Lu Junjie bowed to the audience. In 8th place with the online name Baby is Unhappy. Real name Yang Yushi. As one of the 2 female competitors, Yang Yushi truly proves that women can stand shoulder to shoulder with men. The applause grew even more enthusiastic. Yang Yushi was a beautiful girl standing at 170 centimeters tall with a slender figure. She smiled and waved happily. In 7th place, Zhou Xiaoxiao continued introducing. In 3rd place with the online name I Am Hu, real name Hu Hongxi. Zhou Xiaoxiao's expression was a bit strange. The audience responded with knowing laughter. Hu Hongxi was a robust man standing at 1.9 meters tall, but unlike others his eyes were filled with a sense of weariness. He smiled steadily and then saluted the audience. In 2nd place with the online name Thorny Rose. Real name Xia Feifei. She is another woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with men, and ranking 2nd, let's give her a round of applause. Xia Feifei was an enticing woman standing 1.75 meters tall, exuding the charm of a magician. More than half of the men in the audience were subtly gazing at her. Even the women's eyes occasionally turned toward her, filled with envy and jealousy. Xia Feifei saluted the audience, then turned her gaze towards Su Fan, her eyes filled with fierce determination. Su Fan rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat speechless. This woman was quite attractive, but that gaze was a bit for the upcoming 1st place. I believe everyone knows who it is. However, I still want to formally introduce them, Zhou Xiaoxiao said with a bright smile. In 1st place with the online name Mortal. Real name Su Fan. As the founder of the Super God Group, what everyone sees is Su Dong's scientific prowess, but this time Su Dong has given everyone a little surprise. First in the arena rankings, let's hear some applause. Zhou Xiaoxiao playfully announced. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Su Fan wore a broad smile. Being recognized in his beloved field was a feeling that only those who have truly experienced it could understand. Zhou Xiaoxiao continued as the host. Next, let us warmly welcome the Grand Elder to present the Mecha Usage Certificates and Mecha Master Certificates to the 10 Genius Mecha Engineers. In the following period, Su Fan exchanged for 2 types of 2nd-level civilization black technology from the system. The first type is the Continental Plate Stabilization Device. This device can effectively enhance the stability of the continental plate within a certain area. After the installation of the Continental Plate Stabilization Device, seismic energy from earthquakes of level 8 and below will be reduced by 100%, causing no impact whatsoever. The ground will not show any tremors, and even instruments will not detect any signs of an earthquake. For earthquakes above level 8 and up to level 10, the seismic energy can be reduced by 99%. As for earthquakes above level 10, I'm afraid that at such levels the plates must drift, and the Continental Plate Stabilization Device will be of no use. Though the structure of the Continental Plate Stabilization Device is complex, its principle is quite simple. It is inserted underground to absorb the energy of earthquakes and convert it into electrical energy. It's important to know that Blue Star is active, the continental plates are constantly fluctuating, and the Dragon Nation experiences earthquakes almost every moment. However, these quakes are of low intensity and have minimal impact, which is why they are not widely reported. Once hundreds of Continental Plate Stabilization devices are installed nationwide, not only will the Dragon Nation be free from earthquakes, but it will also generate more electricity. This can be considered a win-win situation. The reason for exchanging this black technology is simple. The star-eating beasts reside underground, and they favor geologically active environments. Once the continental plate stabilization devices are installed in the Dragon Nation, the star-eating beasts underground will surely leave for the geologically active areas they prefer. The second type of black technology is the border energy wall. Second-level civilizations can already manufacture energy shields, and this border energy wall is one form of such shields. Su Fan plans to deploy the border energy wall along the entire coastal area. Once the star-eating beasts appear in the ocean, it will inevitably trigger a massive tsunami. If energy shields are deployed along the coastal areas of the Dragon Nation, then tsunamis will not be a problem. Because once this energy wall is activated, it can defend against threats from the ground up to 1,000 meters in the air. Incredibly impressive. It is worth mentioning that if the tsunami exceeds 1,000 meters, there's no need for defense. Just run wherever one can, and if they can't escape, they might as well wait for death. On February 5th, after more than a month of nationwide mobilization and construction, the Super God Group and the Dragon Nation's officials successfully installed the continental plate stabilization devices across the country and set up the border energy wall in the coastal regions. One cannot help but admit that the mobilization ability and talent pool of the Dragon Nation's officials remain formidable. Achieving such results in just a month would have been impossible relying solely on the personnel of the Super God Group. During this month, Su Fan was extremely busy. Firstly, in addition to the continental plate stabilization devices and the border energy wall, he also pushed for the officials to announce a major policy to distribute basic living subsidies to all citizens. 1,000 yuan per person per month. Once this policy was announced, the entire nation erupted with excitement. Previously, the government provided free food, and now it's giving away money for free, and it's 1,000 yuan per person per month, not per household. Now in the Dragon Nation, due to the explosive growth of technology, various basic living goods are extremely cheap. 1,000 yuan for one person is equivalent to a purchasing power of 300 to 500 yuan in the past. The cohesion across the Dragon Nation has significantly increased. Secondly, he launched numerous quantum surveillance satellites into space, ensuring there are no blind spots in global monitoring. On February 15th, the day before New Year's Eve, a piece of news shocked the world. 2 star-eating beasts appeared within the borders of the Little Day Nation, one measuring 3,600 meters and the other 4,300 meters. The entire Little Day Nation was thrown into chaos. Their territory is already small, and with 2 star-eating beasts of 3 to 4,000 meters appearing within their borders, they dare not launch nuclear weapons. In fact, launching nuclear weapons would be futile. Once they exceed 1,000 meters, the star-eating beasts become adults, rendering nuclear weapons ineffective. The locations of these 2 beasts' appearances were surprising, yet expected. Mount Fuji in the Little Day Nation is a massive active volcano. Beneath this volcano lies the lair of these 2 star-eating beasts. Therefore, when they crawled out from under Mount Fuji, the volcano erupted. Mount Fuji is located over 80 kilometers southwest of Tokyo in the Little Day Nation. The total area of the Little Day Nation is 37800 square kilometers. In contrast, the southern Yun province of the Dragon Nation spans 3320 square kilometers. The area of the Little Day Nation is even smaller than that of a single province in the Dragon Nation. The eruption of such a massive volcano directly affected the entire nation. Moreover, this star-eating beast is an adult and much stronger than the one encountered in the previous encounter in a certain Western nation. Therefore, within just over an hour, the Little Day Nation was on the verge of being annihilated. At the border of the Dragon Nation, 10 mechs stood neatly along the border line. However, the mechs were completely empty inside. At the southern mountain base of Lu Province, Su Fan and 9 others lay in the virtual chambers of the underground base, surrounded by various security measures. In addition, Zhou Xiaoxiao personally led the core members of the Super God Group, wearing exoskeleton suits to protect the physical bodies of Su Fan and the others. As soon as the star-eating beasts appeared in the Little Day Nation, the surveillance satellites had already triggered alarms, and Su Fan learned about the situation immediately through the Red Queen. He urgently convened the mech team members who had been in training for over a month to enter the virtual chamber, activate the mechs, and quickly flew to the border of the Dragon Nation. At the same time, he notified Zhou Xiaoxiao to initiate emergency plan No. 3. He also informed the Grand Elder to ensure the stable operation of the continental plate stabilization devices and to immediately activate the border energy wall. The star-eating beasts appeared in the Little Day Nation, and considering the geographical location of the Little Day Nation, it could trigger major earthquakes and tsunamis. In this way, the 10 mechs stood at the border, quietly observing the Little Day Nation through built-in screens and live satellite feeds. The citizens of the Dragon Nation had already fully evacuated from around the globe, so there were almost no expatriates in the Little Day Nation. Almost none actually means there were some, but they had already become assimilated into the local culture and could not be persuaded to return. The star-eating beasts rampaged through the Little Day Nation, and the nation dispatched all its armed forces, yet it was still of no avail. In despair, they could only seek help from a certain Western nation. Unfortunately, the Western nation was also powerless and merely suggested that the Little Day nation could attempt using high-yield nuclear weapons. The leaders of the Little Day nation were filled with both anger and despair. The Western nation is vast and resource-rich. Last time they used a 6 million-ton equivalent nuclear weapon to deal with an 880-meter-tall small monster. Now facing two monsters, one over 3,000 meters and another over 4,000 meters, wouldn't they need to multiply that yield by 5 or 6 times, or even more? With nuclear weapons of several tens of millions of tons, does their small territory have enough capacity for such explosions? The people of the entire Little Day nation were filled with despair. However, even if they were in despair, it could not stop the star-eating beasts. For a full half-day, the beasts ravaged through the entire Little Day nation. One could say that aside from a few wealthy and powerful individuals who managed to escape, by plane the rest of the citizens of the Little Day nation perished. The entire world fell silent. Other countries lacked the capability to save them, while the Dragon Nation had no desire to intervene. It was a joke, it was enough not to add insult to injury, and there was no way they would save the Little Day Nation in this lifetime. Thus the Little Day Nation, a country that has historically opposed the Dragon Clan, was annihilated. Sufan sighed at the downfall of the small nation. However, he had no time to lament, for an even greater challenge was about to arrive. They must kill the two star-eating beasts while they are still within the borders of the small nation. Otherwise it would be much harder to defeat them once they escaped to the sea or underground. Comrades, are you ready? Sufan shouted from the mech. He was controlling, stepping forward to face the other 9. Always ready. The 9 mechs roared in unison. Now target the ruins of the small nation, let's move. Sufan led the charge, piloting the mech as it took off directly. In the small nation, the star-eating beasts continued their rampage, seemingly intent on destroying everything around them. Blood flowed like rivers and remnants of buildings lay scattered with severed limbs everywhere. It was truly a hell on earth. With the speed of the mechs, the 10 mechs quickly arrived near the star-eating beasts. At Sufan's command, they formed a circle in the air surrounding the beasts. Execute plana. Sufan raised the high-wave shockwave sword, assuming an attack posture with his mech. The other 9 mechs mirrored his actions. The star-eating beast below seemed to sense the impending danger. Its third eye suddenly aimed at one of the mechs, shooting out a ray. Fortunately, the mech nimbly evaded the attack. Attack! Sufan commanded. The 10 mechs suddenly retreated several hundred kilometers. This maneuver left the star-eating beast on the ground momentarily stunned. But it did not remain dazed for long as 10 rays suddenly crossed its neck. The star-eating beast felt a chill run through its body, and then its head was severed. The other star-eating beast witnessed this scene and let out a mournful cry, angrily glaring at Sufan and the others who had returned to the sky. Sufan did not give it a chance. Plan A, continue. The other star-eating beast's third eye frantically fired powerful rays outward. However, the mechs, like ordinary mosquitoes, skillfully dodged all attacks. The 10 mechs once again passed each other in a crisscross pattern. The other star-eating beast met the same fate as the first, losing its head. Sufan controlled his mech, quietly hovering in the air. Despite his victory in the first battle, he felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness. After all, this battle was inherently unfair. Theoretically, a single mech could handle both star-eating beasts. According to fighter assessments, only beasts exceeding 9 kilometers in size and below 10 kilometers could barely compare to predator mechs. 10 mechs defeating 2 weak star-eating beasts was hardly commendable. If the people of the small nation knew Sufan's thoughts, they might rise from the afterlife in anger. Sufan controlled his mech to extract 2 massive cores from the bodies of the star-eating beasts. He then wielded his large sword, slicing the beasts' corpses into pieces for easier transportation. The corpses of the star-eating beasts did not bleed like carbon-based life forms. Instead, they resembled chunks of soft metal, which was quite remarkable. Their cores were the most valuable parts, but the corpses were also excellent materials. Thus, the first battle for the 10 mechs ended in triumph. The entire world was astonished by the combat power of these 10 mechs. Nuclear nations like the Eagle Sauce Nation no longer dared to act arrogantly, relying on their supposedly equalizing divine artifacts. Because with the speed of the 10 mechs from the Xia Nation, their nuclear missiles might never launch before the mechs wiped out the commanders. Meanwhile, the people of Xia Nation felt an inner pride, celebrating joyfully and sharing their excitement with each other. This matter came to a temporary pause. According to the system's information, once star-eating beasts reach adulthood, their parents no longer care for their lives, allowing them full freedom of action. Thus, after the deaths of these 2 star-eating beasts, there would generally be a long period of calm. Only when the village leader discovered missing villagers would other beasts emerge from the ground. By that time, it would be many years later. Sufan, knowing this, felt utterly speechless, worried for nothing for such a... When the village leader of the star-eating beasts eventually crawled out from underground years later, Sufan might already be soaring with the blue star. However, despite saying this, necessary arrangements still had to be made. First, expand the mech division. Second, construct E-class spaceships. Third, establish a training ground on the moon. Fourth, initiate the Mars colonization plan. As an important troop type in future interstellar wars, mechs can adapt to various combat scenarios, making them extremely vital. Therefore, a complete team must be formed. E-class spaceships belong to second-tier civilizations and possess greater speed, loading capacity, and attack defense than F-class spaceships. They are crucial partners for resource extraction in the future solar system and must be built as soon as possible. The moon was originally an important planet suitable for interstellar immigration by the Xia people. However, due to the presence of star-eating beast populations, it was no longer suitable for immigration. In Sufin's plan, the moon would serve as a training ground for mechs and a supply source for resources from the blue star. Mars, being the closest planet to the blue star, has a minimum distance of only 55 million kilometers, and both its gravity and orbital period are very similar to those of the blue star. Sufan was skeptical. Could Mars also harbor star-eating beasts? If there were none, Mars would be the ideal planet for interstellar immigration. In the upcoming plan, Sufan would travel to Mars aboard the newly built E-class spaceship to explore whether there were star-eating beasts on the planet. If there were no star-eating beasts, then the Mars environmental modification plan would commence. The 10 mechs successfully returned to the Nanshan base, and after parking in the designated area, Sufan and the other 9 climbed out of the virtual pods. Sufan. Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately approached him, looking him up and down before giving a thumbs up. Awesome. Sufan grinned. Of course, they're just little star-eating beasts after all. The other 9 were similarly praised by those around them, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. The next day, New Year's Eve, the most festive day of the year. Many people actually prefer New Year's Eve as the anticipation is at its peak. It's like being in a romantic relationship. The most ambiguous moments are often the sweetest. Once a relationship is confirmed and one gets what they should, they tend to cherish it less. There's a line in a song that captures this well: what you can't have is always restless. Sufan and Zhou Xiaoxiao walked along the pedestrian street of Ning City, where colorful lights and lanterns adorned every corner. Xiaoxiao, are you going home this afternoon? Just some idle talk, Sufan continued. Yes, going home, Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded. My home is nearby, so it won't take long to return. I also have to go back to my hometown this afternoon. I need to help my old man paste spring festival couplets and visit the ancestral graves, Sufan casually remarked while observing the bustling street. Have you noticed? People nowadays smile more. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded heavily. Indeed, especially the young. In the past, the elderly were fiery, the middle-aged were burdened with grievances, and the young were numb and hollow. The whole society seemed like a quagmire, with only those enjoying the benefits of the era living happily. Sufan smiled faintly. Yes, now the Xia nation is rapidly advancing in technology, siphoning the world's resources as a single nation, not to mention the resources on the moon, making the country very wealthy. However, I still feel it's not enough. Although basic living subsidies have been provided to the people, it still falls short. I've always said that everyone in the Xia nation should be as mighty as dragons. This is just the beginning. Sufan spoke the most impressive words in the calmest tone. Next, I will personally initiate the Mars colonization plan. Mars colonization has one major prerequisite. During this spring festival, Sufan returned to his hometown feeling elated amidst the compliments from relatives and friends. Wealth that does not return home is like a brocade-clad figure walking in the night. This time at home, he indulged in a sense of vindication, with his parents' smiles never fading from their faces. Even during the family dinner, he transformed from a corner seat to the prominent position of honor. Everyone was currying favor with him, praising him. In the past, Sufan detested those who fawned over others, but when he became the subject of flattery himself, he suddenly found those smiling faces irresistibly charming. Such is human nature. They do not despise the sycophants, rather they resent that the sycophants do not flatter themselves. They do not hate capitalists, they simply dislike that the capitalists are not themselves. In the joyful atmosphere, Sufan spent an unforgettable spring festival. Time passed to March 1st. In a secret base on the moon, a massive production line loomed before Sufan. This production line was for the E-class spaceship Kunping No. 2, which he had recently exchanged for. It cost him a staggering 99 million influence points. This spaceship production line can produce 10 Kunping No. 2 spaceships each month. The Kunping No. 2 spaceship measures 2,000 meters in length, 1,200 meters in width, and 800 meters in height, making its overall volume 1,000 times that of Kunping No. 1. As a member of the same lineage as Kunping No. 1, its carrying capacity reached a terrifying 10 million. Its speed was also astonishing, with a maximum velocity of 2,000 kilometers per second. The journey from Blue Star to Mars would take merely over 7 hours at the shortest distance. The weapons carried were upgraded versions of those on Kunping No. 1, featuring 2 ED-100 electromagnetic kinetic cannons and 2 EJ-100 laser cannons. In terms of energy supply, Kunping No. 2 employed cold fusion, a far more powerful method than helium. The materials for producing Kunping No. Two were already prepared, and Su Fan even placed a core from a star-eating beast to enhance Kunping No. Two's overall power. With the star-eating beast's core Kunping No. Two could reach a terrifying maximum speed of 2,500 kilometers per second, cutting the journey from Blue Star to Mars to just over 6 hours at the shortest distance. Such horror. Since production had already begun 3 days prior, Su Fan waited a moment, and the first Kunping No. 2 spaceship was completed. Su Fan excitedly boarded the Kunping No. 2 spaceship, which stood 800 meters tall. The layout of Kunping No. 2 was similar to Kunping No. 1, but the interior command room was larger with more entertainment facilities and additional rooms, offering a more comprehensive layout. Kunping No. 1 was typically rated for around 800 passengers when fully loaded, while Kunping No. 2 could accommodate 5,000 passengers when fully loaded. This was because Kunping No. 2 was a cargo spaceship in the transport category, featuring a massive cargo hold. If it were a passenger spaceship, the capacity would be even higher. Hong Ho, take off. Target Blue Star. Su Fan commanded. Understood, Captain. Hong Ho replied. The spaceship's engines roared to life as the skylight above the secret base on the moon opened with a thunderous sound. Kunping No. 2 slowly ascended into the moon's sky. Suddenly the spaceship accelerated sharply. Detected that the captain's physical condition cannot withstand the maximum acceleration, the spaceship's acceleration has been adjusted to a tolerable range. Hong Hao's voice suddenly came through. Su Fan was taken aback. He hadn't considered this issue. Hong Ho, Captain Kunping No. 1's acceleration resistance can offset 98 of the acceleration's pressure on the human body. The maximum acceleration of Kunping No. 1 is 100 g. After offsetting 98, the acceleration felt by a person inside the spaceship is merely 2 g. However, Kunping No. 2's maximum acceleration is 100 times that of Kunping No. 1, reaching 10,000 g. Although Kunping No. 2's acceleration resistance is even stronger, offsetting 99 of the acceleration pressure, even 1 still exerts a pressure of 100 g. Captain, your body can withstand a maximum of 30 g pressure. 100 g would directly crush you. Hong Ho explained. Su Fan was speechless, realizing that his physical condition was the limiting factor. It seemed it was time to prioritize the research and development of the secondary gene optimization fluid. Know if they could already materialize things, why develop at all? Just exchange for the production line and ramp up production. Thus the acceleration of Kunping No. 2 was limited by Hong Ho to 1000 g, allowing Su Fan to endure only 10 g of acceleration. With his body condition after injecting the primary gene optimization fluid, he could easily withstand it. Accelerating from 0 meters per second to 2,500 kilometers per second at 1000 g takes 250 seconds, which is also quite fast. The journey from the moon to Blue Star took Kunping No. 2 just a few minutes, primarily wasting time during the acceleration and deceleration phases. If it could travel at 2,500 kilometers per second the entire way, it would only take 6 minutes to go from the moon to Blue Star. Officials from the Dragon Nation suddenly detected a massive spaceship several thousand meters long entering Blue Star via satellite. Initially on high alert, they relaxed upon seeing the spaceship's design and the Super Divine Group logo emblazoned on it. It seems the Super Divine Group has made another breakthrough in technology, having built such a large spaceship. Truly terrifying, an official remarked. Su Fan piloted Kunping No. 2 directly to the Nanshan base. Upon landing, personnel at the base quickly gathered around the enormous spaceship. Before landing, Su Fan had already communicated with the base's defense personnel. Zhou Xiaoxiao, clad in an exoskeleton, sprinted to the spaceship's underside at top speed. Seeing Su Fan descend from the spaceship, she excitedly rushed forward. Su Fan, is this the new spaceship? It's so big. Su Fan smiled lightly. Xiaoxiao, do you want to have a go? I do. Zhou Xiaoxiao replied eagerly. Then just imagine it. Huh? Su Fan laughed, teasing Zhou Xiaoxiao. Su Fan, with so many people around, I'll give you some face now, but wait for me tonight. Zhou Xiaoxiao ground her white teeth in frustration, the sound echoing sharply. Su Fan's expression changed, and he quickly apologized as he feared Zhou Xiaoxiao's methods were too ruthless. Come, Xiaoxiao, let me show you the new spaceship. Kunping No. 2. Zhang Fei informed Zhang Qiling to get ready. We should visit the space military factory today. Su Fan said to a young man in the crowd of staff. This young man was Zhang Fei, the younger brother of Zhang Qiling. Understood, Mr. Su. Zhang Fei replied. Zhang Fei was exceptionally handsome, graduated from Shuemu University, and was quite intelligent and capable. Recently, it was heard that the ancestral grave of the Zhang family caught fire. Several months have passed since the construction of the space military factory. Hearing from Zhang Qiling that it has been completed, Su Fan thought about going to see it today. Thus Su Fan took Zhou Xiaoxiao onto the spaceship. Red Queen, target the space military factory, set off. The space military factory is located in a geostationary orbit above the equator of Blue Star. Su Fan accompanied by Zhou Xiaoxiao piloted the Kunping 2 to the front of the space military factory. Before them stood a colossal structure much larger than the Kunping 2. The massive metal platform covered an area of 10 square kilometers filled with various types of machinery. Zhang Qiling and others were already waiting in the spacecraft docking area dressed in space armor. Seeing Su Fan arrive, Zhang Qiling hurried over with the staff. Mr. Su, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Zhang Qiling said excitedly. Haha, Zhang Qiling, there's no need to make it so grand. I'm just here to see the construction of the space military factory. The space military factory is completed with a monthly output of 10 Kunping 1 ships. You came at just the right time. The first Kunping 1 ship built at the space military factory is about to be launched. Zhang Qiling said somewhat proudly. Su Fan nodded. Qiling, you've done very well. Come take me to see it. You lead the way. Zhang Qiling quickly took the lead. Thus Zhang Qiling took Su Fan and Zhou Xiaoxiao on a tour of the entire space military factory. Due to the vastness of the space military factory, they had to take small engineering vehicles for the tour. After touring the factory, Su Fan highly praised Zhang Qiling's work and deployed the next tasks. Su Fan pointed out that as the forefront of the new era's factories, the space factory would bear the significant role of providing essential equipment support for the cosmic exploration of the Super God Group, hoping Zhang Qiling would take it more seriously. Finally, Su Fan assigned new tasks to Zhang Qiling. The Blue Star Outer Space Defense System, the Star Ring Positioning System. The Star Ring Positioning System consists of a massive star ring surrounding the equator of Blue Star equipped with various powerful weapons. In addition to attack and defense, the Star Ring will also serve as a docking station for future fleets of spaceships. Zhang Qiling took the order with a serious expression. He felt an overwhelming excitement and pride in taking on such a challenging task. Su Fan had given him so much. Besides an outrageously high base salary, Su Fan had also provided his parents with an extremely generous living allowance and brought his brother to the Super God Group, arranging a good position for him. Even his wife was arranged to be a very beautiful, high-achieving student, fair-skinned, beautiful, tall, and very cultured. Moreover, he was allowed to have her work with him in space. At work, he enjoyed a high degree of autonomy, and a large group of subordinates followed his orders without question. Such favorable treatment made any normal person willing to work hard. Because the effort and reward were simply disproportionate. The contributions were minimal compared to the returns. The Star Ring Positioning System was exchanged by Su Fan a couple of days ago for 99,000 influence points. Although 99 million influence points could materialize at this was outer space above Blue Star, monitored by countless devices. If the Star Ring Positioning System were materialized out of thin air, it would be too blatant. Thus he assigned Zhang Qiling to take charge of the construction. After witnessing the first Kunping 1 ship coming off the assembly line at the space military factory and arranging subsequent tasks for Zhang Qiling, Su Fan took Zhou Xiaoxiao back to Nanshan base. The elder just called inquiring about the Kunping 2. Su Fan briefly mentioned the performance of the Kunping 2. In the capital city, upon hearing Su Fan's descriptions, the elder's eyes lit up. However, he truly could not think of anything worthy enough to exchange for a Kunping 2 and could only sigh and put it off for the time being. The next day, Su Fan had the Red Queen post a message on the Super God Group's official website and various major social media accounts. Mars Immigration Plan. The Mars Immigration Plan is divided into 4 phases. The first phase is the Xia Ethnic Population Strengthening Plan. Interstellar immigration relies on population as its foundation. With just over 1 billion people, even if the population base is expanded tenfold, it is still a drop in the ocean in the vast universe. In the plan, Su Fan proposed that from the date of release, all guardians of newborn children could apply for strengthening plan subsidies from the Super God Group. Each newborn would receive a subsidy of 1,000 yuan at birth, and every year before the child turns 18, they could receive an additional 1,000 yuan subsidy. Once this plan was announced, the entire Xia nation erupted in excitement. Having a baby would bring money reminiscent of policies from once Western nations. However, even then the funds provided by Western nations were not this generous. The 1,000 yuan subsidy at birth combined with the 1,000 yuan each year until the age of 18, it totals 1.8 million yuan in subsidies. It is worth noting that the purchasing power of the Xia nation's currency is currently very strong, 3 to 5 times that of the past, making this 1.8 million equivalent to the purchasing power of 6 to 7 million in the past, completely sufficient to raise a child. And this is for quality upbringing. Besides these, do not forget the basic living subsidies provided by the Xia nation. Each person receives 1,000 yuan per month. Newborns are also eligible, adding up to an additional 1,000 yuan a year. Have a baby. We must have babies. I want to have 10. I want to have 20. Get out of here, you can't. I'll have my wife have one. Lao Wang, let's have one too. Even though M80, I injected gene optimization fluid, the Super God Group said anyone under 160 can have babies. A wave of enthusiasm for childbirth swept through the entire Xia nation to the extent that the sales of contraceptives plummeted, piling up in warehouses with no sales. Later, an unknown manufacturer of contraceptives had a brilliant idea and developed a type that greatly enhances pleasure but does not prevent leakage. It was truly remarkable. The second phase of the plan is the Mars transformation plan. Mars is not suitable for human habitation. It lacks atmosphere, gravity, water sources, as well as trees, various animals, and microorganisms. If it were merely about building a few human habitation bases, that would not qualify as interstellar immigration. Living in a base is no different from living in a cage. Therefore, transforming Mars into a planet suitable for human habitation and allowing humans to freely live there is the true essence of interstellar immigration. The people of the Xia nation were even more excited upon seeing this bold plan, but no one questioned it, because this was the Mars immigration plan proposed by Su Fan of the Super God Group. In the Xia nation, there was nothing Su Fan could not accomplish. Once in a certain world power, a person named Master made grand claims about Mars immigration, and surprisingly some people actually believed him. What would they use for immigration? Rockets powered by chemical fuel carrying so-called spaceships. The third step of the plan, the genetic optimization program. The physical quality of the Xia people, even after receiving a level 1 genetic optimization serum, remains inadequate, failing to adapt to the accelerated pace. Moreover, for interstellar migration, a stronger physique represents a higher survival capability. The development and production of the level 2 genetic optimization serum is about to commence. At that time, human lifespan will be extended and physical attributes will improve. The fourth step of the plan, the Mars Development Initiative. This step is relatively easier to implement, but requires more individuals and organizations to participate. A new planet where opportunities and challenges coexist, where fortune and risk combine. Above all this is the Super God Group's Mars Migration Plan. The first step of the plan has been notified and the application portal is available on the Super God Logistics app. Additionally, the Super God Logistics app has been renamed to Super God app. The second step, the Mars Transformation Plan, has begun preparations. First, the number of E-class spaceships will be expanded, as E-class spaceships will be the main force in future tasks within the solar system. Su Fan once again arrived at the secret base on the moon. Inside the base, under the control of Hong Ho production, is in full swing. Su Fan walked over to an empty area intending to materialize various advanced technologies today. System filter and recommend an E-class spaceship capable of quickly capturing asteroids. The most suitable E-class spaceship for the current situation has been selected, the Star Hunter spaceship. The system replied. The Star Hunter spaceship is 3,000 meters long, 800 meters wide, and 800 meters high, with a conical shape. It is equipped with multiple cold nuclear fusion power units and multiple stellar-class propulsion engines, boasting formidable power and a super-fast speed of 3,000 kilometers per second. However, the disadvantages are apparent. Due to the multiple power sources and engines occupying most of the spaceship's space, the internal space is quite small, with only slightly over 100 rooms. Moreover, since it belongs to the engineering category of spaceships, the Star Hunter No. 1 is only equipped with an ED-100 electromagnetic cannon and an EJ-100 laser cannon for clearing obstacles during flight. The system briefly introduced the basic data of the Star Hunter spaceship. Upon hearing this, Su Fan's eyes lit up. A speed of 3,000 kilometers per second is equivalent to 1% of the speed of light. For a level 2 civilization spaceship, that is already quite fast. System, what is the impact value required? Only 9900 impact value is needed, the system responded. Additionally, if you want to materialize the production line, you will need an additional 99 million impact value. Su Fan. He knew that such an excellent spaceship could not be cheap. The highest technology of a level 2 civilization costs only 9900 impact value. Let's materialize it. Su Fan raised his hand and pointed to the empty area in front of him. Just materialize it in this empty space. His decisiveness stemmed from the fact that this was a crucial step in transforming Mars. In the solar system, Mars is the closest to the blue star, with an orbital period of 687 days, a rotation period of 24 hours and 37 minutes, and an axial tilt of 23.59 degrees, very close to the blue star's 23 degrees. Mars has a radius half that of the blue star. Its volume is significantly smaller, and its mass is only about 1/9 of that of the blue star. Furthermore, concerning a more critical issue for humanity, the gravity problem on Mars is only 1/3 that of the blue star. Thus, the first step in transforming Mars is to increase its mass. Once Mars' mass is increased to a level similar to that of the blue star, its gravity issue will naturally be resolved. In addition to the gravity problem, there is another crucial issue, the atmospheric problem. Mars can be said to have no atmosphere, but in fact it still has a thin layer of atmosphere. It is over 100 times thinner than that of the blue star, and 95 of it is carbon dioxide. Such an atmosphere is entirely uninhabitable for humans. Regarding why Mars' atmosphere is so thin, the scientific community is still in debate. Some scientists believe that Mars' atmosphere was originally like this. Others believe that Mars once had a denser atmosphere, but due to its low gravity and magnetic field, the atmosphere was blown away by solar winds. Mars' gravity is barely adequate, but its magnetic field is genuinely weak, only 1% of that of the blue. This weak magnetic field is a regional one, unevenly distributed across Mars. Some areas have it, while such a magnetic field, even if an atmosphere is created for Mars in the future, cannot protect against solar winds. The atmosphere will eventually be blown away. Therefore, creating a magnetic field for Mars that is no weaker than that of the blue star is also crucial. In this regard, Su Fan consulted the system and found a solution. The method is simple and straightforward. During the process of dragging asteroids to merge with Mars, pull in more iron asteroids. Theoretically, it works this way, but the actual implementation is quite complex. After materializing the production line for the Star Hunter spaceship, Su Fan also exchanged and materialized two types of special plant seeds. The first type is hygoxygen hardy algae. This type of algae can survive in various water qualities, possesses strong reproductive capabilities, and most importantly has a very high photosynthesis efficiency and oxygen production. Once the basic environmental transformation of Mars is completed, this type of algae will be the pioneer for atmospheric adjustments. The second type of plant is the strong corrosive moss. This moss has a powerful corrosive effect on rocks, rapidly transforming them into organic soil. Soil is the foundation for the survival of many organisms, and the Xia people are especially dependent on soil. As inheritors of agricultural genes, even though there are basic staple foods provided by the tri-component food synthesizer, many people still prefer natural food beyond the initial novelty. Especially now with the Xia Nation and the Super God Group providing free money to the populace, many have directly left the cities where they used to work and returned to their rural hometowns, enjoying a life of leisure, gathering chrysanthemums by the eastern fence and gazing at the southern mountains. Without survival pressure, farming under such circumstances becomes a form of enjoyment. Most of the Xia people yearn for such a lifestyle, a small farmhouse, preferably 2 stories above and 1 below, with a basement, the upper 2 stories for living, and the lower level for tools and miscellaneous items. In front of the yard, there is a small piece of land where they can grow some of their favorite vegetables and fruits for self-sufficiency. In the yard there is also a dog, a cat, several chickens and ducks, and a pond of fish. On sunny spring days, lying on a rocking chair with a glass of water, tea, or a favorite beverage, or a book, whether a paper book or an e-book or an episode of a favorite TV show, movie, or game, rocking gently under the warm sunlight, a day passes just like that. This kind of life will be attainable for every Xia person who migrates to Mars in the future. Time flowed slowly as Su Fan busied himself with the preparations for the terraforming of Mars. September 1st, the day of the new semester. On this day, in the outer space of the blue planet, a massive ring of stars encircled the equator of the blue planet. Although it was far less grand than Saturn's rings, the artificial mechanical beauty was still breathtaking. After half a year of construction, the star ring was finally completed. The rapid progress was due to the large-scale deployment of Kunping-no 1 and Kunping-no 2. With these spaceships assisting in transportation, coupled with the expansion of space military factories and the cooperation of lunar factories and numerous ground factories on the blue planet, the completion was achieved swiftly. At this moment, nearly 200 spaceships were neatly docked on the star ring. 76 Kunping-no 1 ships, 61 Kunping-no 2 spaceships, and 60 Star Hunter spaceships. Su Fan, dressed in a Predator mech, hovered in space. This time he personally entered the mech instead of controlling it remotely. With 197 spaceships, any one of them possessed the capability to devastate other nations on the blue planet. Su Fan looked at the fleet of spaceships before him with the satisfaction of a general reviewing his troops. Today 120 spaceships would set off. Among them 60 Kunping-no 2 ships were headed for the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. The asteroid belt lies about 4.6 billion kilometers from the blue planet. It contains countless asteroids of varying sizes, the largest being Ceres, with a diameter of 940 kilometers. These 60 Kunping-no 2 spaceships did not incorporate the core of the Star Devourer, so their speed was only 200 kilometers per second. These spaceships would take approximately 3 days to reach the asteroid belt, after which they would begin capturing the largest asteroids in the belt. The captured asteroids would be towed by the ships, and utilizing the sun's gravitational pull, would be perfectly calculated to collide and merge with Mars. However, due to the small total mass of the asteroid belt, even if all the large asteroids were brought to Mars, it would be insufficient. Thus, the other 60 faster Star Hunter ships aimed for the Kuiper Belt, located about 60 billion kilometers from the blue planet, where larger and more numerous dwarf planets and asteroids could be found. At a speed of 300 kilometers per second, the Star Hunter ships would take approximately over 20 days to reach the Kuiper Belt. Their primary task was to capture the dwarf planets in the Kuiper Belt led by Pluto, and then utilized the sun's gravity to perfectly calculate their collision and merge with Mars. Capturing asteroids from the asteroid belt would serve as an experiment and trial, but the real bounty would still come from the dwarf planets of the Kuiper belt. Otherwise, relying solely on the asteroids would not significantly change Mars' mass. The total mass of all asteroids in the asteroid belt is still less than that of the Moon. With such a small mass, how could it possibly cause a significant change to Mars? Set off, Su Fan commanded as he stood in the mech in space. The 120 spaceships roared to life, accelerating toward their respective destinations. Inside these ships there were no real humans, but each carried a certain number of biosynthetic beings. Su Fan had specially opened an underground space called the War Space at the South Mountain Base on the Blue Planet. The War Space contained many virtual chambers. The biosynthetic beings in the ships were remotely controlled by the Super God Group through the virtual chambers here. Space travel is too dangerous. What if something went wrong with real people? Remote control is much safer. After all, the perspective of the biosynthetic beings is exactly the same as that of humans. It's just like playing a virtual reality game with 100 immersion. After commanding the fleet to set off, Su Fan swiftly returned to the South Mountain Base in the mech, then hurried to the War Space. The urgency was because he also wanted to follow these spaceships to the asteroid belt and the Kuiper belt. He walked to a virtual chamber, opened the lid, and lay inside. When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing inside the Kunping No. 2 spaceship. Zhou Xiaoxiao was waiting for him nearby. Su Fan got up from the seat and looked at his biosynthetic body. He pinched the skin. Very elastic, almost like real skin. He jumped and found that he could jump higher because the biosynthetic being's internal mechanism was far stronger than that of the current Su Fan. Although it was not his first time controlling a biosynthetic being with his consciousness, the realism still amazed Su Fan. He glanced at Zhou Xiaoxiao's biosynthetic being, which looked almost identical to her, but to differentiate it from a real person, the biosynthetic being had a decorative pattern on its forehead. Su Fan, how is it? Exciting, right? Zhou Xiaoxiao teased. Absolutely. How could commanding from the rear be as thrilling as charging on the front lines? And you don't have to worry about life-threatening dangers. Su Fan smiled. The biosynthetic technology of the second-tier civilization is indeed powerful, even mimicking subtle facial expressions. But you, comrade Zhou Xiaoxiao, as an employee of the company, how dare you brazenly skip work? Su Fan's expression turned serious. Boss, I won't do it again. Punish me. Zhou Xiaoxiao pretended to be frightened. Su Fan broke into a cold sweat. How could he punish a biosynthetic being? Su Fan, I heard the Elder came too. Zhou Xiaoxiao suddenly asked. Yes, with the biosynthetic beings that can be controlled remotely, it's so convenient. The Elder is also somewhat tempted to see the universe through them. Su Fan smiled. Since the Elder's appearance became younger, his personality has also gradually become more youthful. In fact, in the entire Xia nation, most elderly people who have become younger have also become livelier. Many elderly individuals, after injecting gene enhancement fluids under the national basic subsidies and the Super God Group's reproductive subsidies, have experienced a second spring. Which spaceship is the Elder on? Zhou Xiaoxiao asked curiously. I made him a biosynthetic being with an ordinary appearance, and he is mingling in the No. 2 spaceship of the fleet heading to the asteroid belt. Su Fan shrugged, somewhat lamenting the Elder's childlike nature. You stay here, I'll go check on the Star Hunter fleet. Su Fan waved goodbye to Zhou Xiaoxiao, then sat in a chair, tilted his neck, and instantly fell silent. Zhou Xiaoxiao, seeing you suddenly go silent like this is quite awkward. Zhou Xiaoxiao complained about the soundless Su Fan. Su Fan awakened again, having arrived aboard the Star Hunter spaceship, where he also had a biosynthetic body. Zhang Qiling, how does it feel? Su Fan greeted the biosynthetic being of Captain Zhang Qiling in the captain's cabin. Mr. Su, this biosynthetic being is truly remarkable. It feels just like controlling my own body. Moreover, the most crucial part is that it can even feedback human sensations. Mr. Su, you are truly amazing. Zhang Qiling gave a thumbs up, flattering him just right. Su Fan smirked slightly. He appreciated the flattery. I'm just here to take a look, and he'll be leaving soon. Let me know when we reach Jupiter. Su Fan made some casual pleasantries, then tilted his neck and left. Zhang Qiling. Mr. Su is indeed Mr. Su, appearing and disappearing like a shadow. Zhang Qiling complained. 3 days later, the Kunping No. 2 fleet arrived at the asteroid belt, and Su Fan logged in again. At the edge of the asteroid belt, 60 Kunping 2 spacecraft are quietly docked. Not far from the ships, an iron asteroid with a diameter of over 80 kilometers is silently suspended. In reality, the asteroid is rotating around the sun at high speed, but the velocity of the 60 Kunping 2 spacecraft matches that of the asteroid, making both appear motionless. Su Fan stands at the forefront of one of the Kunping 2 ships, gazing contemplatively at the asteroid before him. Hong Ho, relay my command, calculate the angles, and release the star-catching cables. Understood, Captain. Hong Hao's soft voice responded seriously. Upon receiving Su Fan's command, each spacecraft immediately adjusted its position. From the tail of the ship, a massive metallic drill bit was launched, instantly connected to a thick rope made from special materials. The drill bit is launched by a modified ED-100 electromagnetic kinetic cannon, granting it immense kinetic energy, capable of penetrating kilometers into the asteroid's surface, reaching tens of thousands of meters underground. Once the drill penetrates several tens of thousands of meters underground, it will release numerous slender needle-like spikes that are several hundred meters long, deeply embedding into the surrounding soil and rock. Thus, even with great force pulling the rope, it will not be dislodged, nor will the soil or rock near the rope be. These slender needles are subjected to the pressure of the entire planet. The harder one pulls, the greater the pressure from the entire planet. It's like inserting a chopstick into a rice jar. As long as the rice is packed tightly enough, a single chopstick can lift the entire jar. 60 star-catching cables accurately inserted into the asteroid from various directions and angles calculated by Hong Ho. After confirming that the star-catching cables are securely fixed, the 60 spacecraft begin to gradually accelerate in the direction the asteroid orbits the Sun. The reason for not directly dragging it towards Mars is simple. Forcibly altering the asteroid's orbit would be extremely difficult. This asteroid is only 80 kilometers, and the 60 Kunping-2 can enforce a trajectory change. However, the 80-kilometer asteroid is not the target this time. The dwarf planets like Ceres are. Attempting to forcibly alter the orbit of Ceres, which has a diameter of 940 kilometers with 60 spacecraft, is nearly impossible, as they are not of comparable size. The capture of this 80-kilometer asteroid is akin to a military drill before the formal war, a mock exam before the real test. Therefore, it must follow the procedure of capturing Ceres. Asteroid dragged and accelerated. Asteroid speed has surpassed the third cosmic speed, capable of escaping the Sun's gravity. Asteroid trajectory has been redirected. Based on Mars' position, the asteroid has been guided to its new orbit. New orbit generated. Continue to accelerate the asteroid. Speed has reached a maximum of 2,000 kilometers per second, expected to collide with Mars in 2 days. Hong Hao's voice continued to relay updates as Su Fan's gaze was fixed intently on the simulation display on the screen. This collision of the asteroid with Mars occurs at a significant distance from the blue planet, so there is no concern about affecting it. Seeing the asteroid proceed along the planned route, Su Fan let out a sigh of relief. Despite its simplicity, if not for Hong Hao's powerful computational capabilities and the Zeralatency Quantum Communication Foundation, this task would not appear so straightforward. 2 days later, the Kunping-2 fleet is nearing Mars with the asteroid in tow. Su Fan logs back in his consciousness, merging with a bionic entity. Hong Ho recalculate the landing point to ensure the asteroid will not affect Mars' orbit upon impact. Su Fan ordered. Since this is the first time doing something like this, it's best to be cautious. Understood, Captain. Hong Ho replied. After a moment, Hong Hao's voice announced, recalculated 666 times landing point is accurate and will not affect Mars' orbit or rotation. Su Fan nodded. Continue. Yes, Hong Ho responded. The ship begins its final angle adjustments. Confirming landing point Mars equator. Impact countdown 20 minutes. Impact countdown 10 minutes. Impact countdown 3 minutes. All ships have retracted their star-catching cables and completed evacuation. Impact countdown 1 minute. Everything is normal. The asteroid is proceeding along the predetermined trajectory. Impact countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The asteroid has successfully reached the designated landing point. On Mars, the asteroid rapidly descended onto a small hill at the equator. Boom! The entire Mars shook. The small hill could not withstand the impact of the asteroid, disappearing into thin air, while a massive crater appeared on Mars' surface. The nearby ground cracked open and magma began to erupt in gushing waves resembling a scene from the apocalypse. On the spacecraft in space, Su Fan could not hear the sounds, but he could see the enormous dust clouds rising from the asteroid's impact, with some of the dust even being propelled into space. It seemed as if Mars had been awakened. On its surface, numerous volcanoes began to erupt, and earthquakes exceeding magnitude 10 occurred near the asteroid's impact site. Is this the power of an 80-kilometer asteroid? Su Fan murmured to himself, recalling the extinction of the dinosaurs on the blue planet. There are several theories regarding the extinction of the dinosaurs: volcanic activity, continental drift, and drastic climate changes. However, the most convincing, or the one most widely accepted, is the asteroid impact theory. The asteroid impact theory states that 65 million years ago, a 10-kilometer-wide asteroid struck the blue planet. Its impact first caused earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. Initially, volcanic activity and massive amounts of carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide led to global warming. Then the impact and global volcanic eruptions spread countless dust and ash across the blue planet, blocking sunlight, and ultimately resulting in a global ice age. Consequently, the dinosaurs became extinct. In fact, even if humans were to encounter such a situation if they did not use weapons to shatter the asteroid, allowing a 10-kilometer asteroid to descend would spell doom. If a 10-kilometer asteroid possesses such power, how much more so for an 80-kilometer asteroid? The impact occurs on Mars, which is significantly smaller than the blue planet. After observing for a while, Su Fan commanded the fleet to set off again, with the destination still being the asteroid belt. However, this time the target will be the largest dwarf planet in the asteroid belt, Ceres. Ceres was once regarded as a planet by the International Astronomical Union until it was redefined as a dwarf planet in 2006. Ceres is the largest dwarf planet in the asteroid belt, accounting for about 25% of its mass. Although its volume is far less than that of Mars, a massive diameter of over 940 kilometers would create a truly awe-inspiring spectacle upon impact with Mars. A fleet composed of 60 Kunping No. 2 ships set off once again. Soon after 3 days they arrived beside the asteroid belt and the dwarf planet Vesta. Su Fan stood in the captain's cabin gazing at the massive planet floating in space. It's hard to imagine that this is merely a dwarf planet. Xiao, what do you think would happen if Vesta collided with Mars? Su Fan casually asked Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao tilted her cute head, puffing her cheeks, as she replied, Su Fan, aren't you making it difficult for me? I'm just a liberal arts student, how would I know these things? Hong Ho, please educate Xiao a bit. Su Fan said with a smile. Sure, Captain. Based on Vesta's mass, if it were to collide with Mars, Mars would be directly shattered and countless materials would be ejected into Mars' atmosphere. However, Mars would not turn into debris, instead it would merge with Vesta, ultimately forming a new planet. Hong Ho briefly explained. Zhou Xiao appeared to understand suddenly, as she had never been good at science and knew nothing about such physical concepts. Hong Ho, let's start capturing Vesta when the position is right. Su Fan commanded. Yes, Captain. Begin adjusting the ship's direction. Adjustment complete. Release the star capture cable. The star capture cable has been fixed. Start guiding. Under Hong Hao's calculations, Vesta was slowly pulled and began to accelerate like a swarm of ants. Indeed, these Kunping No. 2 ships were minuscule compared to the massive size of Vesta, resembling ants. However, as an E-class ship of a level 2 civilization, leveraging the sun's gravity and adjusting Vesta's trajectory was still easily achievable. The process of guiding Vesta's trajectory was similar to that of the previous 80-kilometer-sized asteroid, though it took longer this time. Vesta's speed has reached the critical value. We can begin the trajectory adjustment. Starting trajectory adjustment. Trajectory adjustment complete. Adjusting angle. The new trajectory overlaps with Mars orbit. Alert. The impact point is too close to planet Blue. Readjust the trajectory and speed. New trajectory adjustment completed. Estimated time 4 days. Hong Hao's voice echoed in the captain's cabin from time to time, while Su Fan and Zhou Xiao had long since left, as a whole week had passed since the launch of the star capture cable, until now, when the new trajectory was finalized. At the southern mountain base on planet Blue, Su Fan instructed Hong Ho to send out notifications. The content read: the Mars transformation plan is in progress. Vesta will collide with Mars, and live broadcasting will start in 2 days. Once this notification was released, humanity on planet Blue erupted into excitement. The Huaxiao people were thrilled while foreigners were mad with jealousy. 2 days later, Su Fan stood in the captain's cabin of one of the ships leading the Kunping No. 2 fleet, aided by a virtual chamber. Xiao, wait until you see the big fireworks I'm about to show you. Su Fan's lips curled slightly. How big? Zhou Xiao asked playfully. As big as Mars. Su Fan pointed straight ahead at Mars. Hong Ho, start the live broadcast. Such a spectacular scene must be shared with our Huaxia compatriots. Yes, Captain. Live broadcast initiated. Hong Hao's soft voice came through. Meanwhile, countless Huaxia netizens had been waiting in front of their screens. When they saw the Super God Group's live broadcast suddenly reveal a space scene, they immediately became excited. Wow, amazing. Did you see that? That's Mars. Look. Just now the camera shifted to the rear of the ship fleet, where a group of ships was dragging a super giant planet. Now that's what I call breathtaking. So beautiful. So stunning. The special effects from Hollywood can't compare to this real scene. It's just a pile of garbage. Foreign netizen A. Huaxia can capture planets while we are still struggling to make ends meet. I've been unemployed for several months. Foreign netizen B. I want to ask how I can acquire Huaxia citizenship. Huaxia is so beautiful, I feel like the air there is sweet. Foreign netizen C. My dad is from a certain Western country, and my mom was once from Huaxia. Now I want to give up my citizenship from that country and switch to Huaxia citizenship. Oh, I hope the Huaxia government can respond. Foreign netizen D. Switch to Huaxia citizenship. I was once from Huaxia, and now I'm very happy in that Western country. The freedom there is the sweetest. A certain foreign leader. Excuse me, Huaxia government, how can our country merge into Huaxia? We all want to be Huaxia people. Su Fan watched the comments from netizens on Planet Blue and suddenly brightened when he saw a national leader expressing the desire to merge into Huaxia. This issue could be discussed with the Grand Elder. As for skin color, both white and yellow are acceptable, but black is not. It's not discrimination, rather it's a lesson learned from history. Once the white nation of Gaul accepted black individuals, and now the entire country has been turned into a black nation. Genetic pollution is too terrifying. This must be handled cautiously. We'll talk about it later. Su Fan thought to himself, Huaxia is actually quite good now and doesn't need to accept foreigners. We're about to reach a safe distance. Hong Hao's voice suddenly rang out. Recalculating Vesta's trajectory and impact point. Calculation completed, no errors. Retracting the star capture cable. Star capture cable retracted. The ship fleet is beginning to move away from the danger zone. Countdown to Vesta's impact on Mars has begun. Countdown 10 minutes. Countdown 5 minutes. Countdown 1 minute. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Impact begins at angle and impact point are correct. At this moment the entire world fell silent. The enormous volume and mass of Vesta collided directly with Mars. Boom! Mars was struck and began to glow red from the impact point. Countless materials were ejected into space, and then captured by the gravity of Mars and Vesta. The entire surface of Mars appeared with numerous red cracks as Vesta plunged into Mars like a small tadpole diving into an egg. The whole of Mars turned red and the ground was covered in magma. Vesta has disappeared. It has completely merged with Mars, which has now become a planet of lava. In the outer space of Mars, countless ejected materials were captured by the suddenly increased gravitational pull of Mars, with most returning to Mars, while a small portion, due to their speed, began to orbit around the new Mars. The entire process lasted for several days, providing a rich visual feast that left many Huaxia netizens thoroughly entertained. Su Fan was also very satisfied, for after the impact he piloted the Kunping No. 2 closer to the new Mars. Witnessing it up close was far more shocking than watching it on screen. Let Hong Ho turn these images into virtual reality footage, allowing netizens to experience it firsthand in the star battle world, Su Fan thought to himself. Following the impact of Vesta, the revolution and rotation of the new Mars changed. First, regarding revolution, the original revolution period of Mars was over 600 days. Now after Vesta's collision from behind, the speed has increased, reducing it to over 500 days. The rotation speed and angle have not changed much. These changes are all beneficial and a good thing. Achieving this result depended solely on Hong Hao's meticulous calculations. The ship was merely a tool. Hong Ho turned the ship fleet around and continued towards the asteroid belt. There are other large asteroids to capture, Su Fan commanded. From here on, it's just a matter of proceeding step by step. If the magnetic field is weak, capture some iron asteroids. If there's no water, capture some ice asteroids. Su Fan returned to the southern mountain base, as he did not plan to participate in the upcoming asteroid capture operation. It was irrelevant whether he was there or not. After all, it was all under Hong Hao's control. He had more important matters to attend to. On the moon, that level 1 civilization's class ship was still quietly docked there. It was time to explore. On the moon, Su Fan piloted a mecha into the enigmatic zone, trailed by 20 additional mechas. Their biological bodies remained on the blue planet. Such perilous operations demanded remote control. First, relocate the alien spacecraft. Then eliminate the star-devouring beast within. Do not reverse the sequence. This is our sole opportunity to comprehend extraterrestrial civilization in the near term. Su Fan's tone was grave. Understood, Director Su, chorused the mecha pilots. You 10 mechas, seal the cave entrance. You other 10, lift the alien vessel and withdraw immediately. Su Fan issued further orders. Now, commence operation. Instantly, all 20 mechas surged into the enigmatic zone. 10 sealed the cavern mouth, while 10 hoisted the alien craft and sped away. The alien vessel measured 68 meters in length, 36 meters in width, and 24 meters in height, smaller than a single mecha. 10 mechas lifting it aloft was effortless. Su Fan deployed such overwhelming force deliberately, to avoid reenacting tragic tropes, where rescuers fall one by one, like proverbial gourds rushing to save their grandfather. With abundant idle mechas at his disposal, he preferred redundancy over risk. He refused to replicate cliched scenarios, dispatching 1 or 2 mechas for reconnaissance only to have them swiftly annihilated, followed by desperate pleas for aid. Fortunately, the star-devouring beast slumbered deep within the cavern. The commotion of moving the vessel failed to rouse it. Su Fan directed 10 mechas to transport the alien craft to the distant cargo hold of the Kunping 2. As a freight-class vessel, the Kunping 2 boasted an immense cargo bay. Accommodating a small spacecraft posed no challenge. Once the alien vessel was secured, Su Fan piloted his mecha to the cavern's mouth. The cavern was vast, but not wide enough to admit a mecha. Thus, the next phase required deploying biosynthetic operatives for exploration. This presented no difficulty. Each of the 21 mechas carried 2 specially prepared biosynthetics within its cockpit. Should reinforcements be needed, countless more awaited aboard the Kunping 2, ready for immediate deployment. Su Fan remotely piloted his mecha to eject one biosynthetic from its chest-mounted cockpit, then instantly established a neural link via virtual interface. The remaining mechas mirrored the action, each expelling 2 biosynthetics. Within moments, 20 biosynthetics stood in precise formation before Su Fan's avatar. Let us proceed and discover what lies within. Su Fan gestured forward and stepped boldly into the cavern. Inside, absolute darkness reigned, yet their synthetic eyes emitted soft luminescence and possessed flawless night vision. After a short distance, they reached a sharp bend. There, embedded in the rock wall, gaped a massive aperture. Its axis aligned directly with the cavern's exterior. This breach was likely carved by the star-devouring beast's energy beam during its assault upon the aliens. Su Fan murmured, running a hand along the scorched rim. Without pausing, they turned the corner, then another, until the passage ahead widened abruptly and straightened. Treading with extreme caution, they advanced nearly 1 kilometer, when suddenly a narrow fissure appeared, barely wide enough for a single figure to pass. Crouched across the fissure lay 2 skeletal remains. Su Fan hurried forward to examine them. Both skeletons lacked upper torsos. Their lower halves consisted of 2 legs, stouter and shorter than human limbs, bowed outward with feet larger than those of humans, and bearing only 4 toes. Zhang San Li Si Wang Wu Ma Lu Chen Chi. U5 will carefully retrieve these remains and return to the vessel to await further instructions. Su Fan pointed to 5 members of the team. Also collect any tattered space suits, garments, and handheld artifacts found beside the remains. Affirmative, Director Su. Immediately the quintet sprang into action. 2 carried each skeleton, while the 5th gathered scattered artifacts, proceeding cautiously toward the exit. Excellent. Let us continue our exploration. Su Fan passed through the narrow passage and pressed onward. These 2 extraterrestrials had met grim fate. Their prone postures and positions revealed they had been impaled, like skewered fruits, by the star-devouring beast. Reconstructing the scene. The aliens were exploring the cavern when they inadvertently awakened the beast, triggering a frantic flight. At this constricted passage, the beast unleashed a searing beam, piercing both beings cleanly through, obliterating their upper bodies entirely. The beam's trajectory extended precisely toward the alien vessel outside, puncturing its hull. Since Su Fan had yet to inspect the craft's interior, it remained unknown whether other extraterrestrial life persisted aboard. They continued forward. After roughly 2 kilometers, they entered a colossal subterranean chamber. Viewed from above, the mountain concealed a vast hollow. A vertical void descending deep underground, with a modest conduit ascending diagonally from its upper periphery toward the surface. That modest conduit was the very cavern through which they had entered. At its terminus, Su Fan peered downward and beheld the immense, slumbering form of the star-devouring beast. Beneath its massive body glowed faintly crimson rock. Truly magnificent, Su Fan observed, a quiet smile playing on his lips. As a biosynthetic, he felt no existential pressure. Even if the beast awoke, no matter. The vital alien vessel and its crew were already secured. His demise would cost only a single synthetic chassis. After conducting a final sweep of the vicinity, with no further anomalies detected, they turned and withdrew from the cavern. The exploration of the moon's enigmatic zone cavern was complete. Next, unlocking the secrets of the aliens and their vessel. Back on the lunar surface, Su Fan hastened to pilot his mecha aboard the Kunping 2. The vessel completed half an orbit, then descended upon a lunar base operated by the Transcendent Divinity Group. The group maintained numerous lunar bases, all unmanned facilities. Unmanned did not mean uninhabited, but rather unoccupied by physical bodies. All lunar base personnel worked remotely from their homes on the blue planet. Su Fan had furnished each with a neural interface pod installed at home, enabling seamless lunar operations from terrestrial residences. A profoundly humane design. Moreover, most base functions were autonomously managed by the AI system, Hongho, enabling fully automated production. Human staff performed minimal duties, effectively enjoying paid sabbaticals. The Kunping 2, bearing the alien vessel, settled gently onto the Wugang base. Wugang base, a name Su Fan, notoriously inept at nomenclature, had bestowed, and which Zhou Xiaoxiao had mocked relentlessly. Su Fan directed technicians, clad in mechas, to lift the alien vessel onto an open expanse within the base. Then, clad in his own mecha, he approached the vessel's hull. He intended to become the first native of the blue planet to open this alien craft. Its hatch remained hermetically sealed, yet posed no obstacle. Su Fan drew the high-frequency oscillation blade from his back, raised the massive weapon, and prepared to strike. Onlookers recoiled in alarm. This was a priceless artifact. Would precious data be destroyed? Yet their fears proved unfounded as the blade descended, its velocity decelerated mid-swing. Su Fan guided the oscillation blade with exquisite precision, its tip tracing delicate incisions along the hatch seam. Relief washed over the assembled observers. After 15 minutes of meticulous cutting, the alien vessel's hatch finally yielded and swung open. Su Fan opened the spaceship hatch, and what came into view was a small cockpit. It seems that the layout of this alien spaceship is completely different from ours. Su Fan released a biomechanical being from the mech, using the mech to place the being inside the cockpit of the alien spaceship. Both Kunping No. 1 and Kunping No. 2 have side-opening doors, while this alien spaceship has a top-opening door. Su Fan transferred his consciousness into the biomechanical being and began to explore the cockpit. The cockpit was filled with numerous devices, making Su Fan feel dizzy. Besides these devices, the cockpit was only around 20 square meters, much smaller than the captain's cabin of Kunping No. 1. In the cockpit, there were 3 seats. Beside one of the seats, an alien skeleton with only the upper half of its body lay quietly on the ground. Directly in front of the alien skeleton, a dark, gaping hole pierced through the cockpit and the area behind it. Seeing this, Su Fan could not help but understand. This dark, gaping hole was a breach that penetrated the entire spaceship. Su Fan had Hong Ho perform a simple calculation to compare the angle of the cave's breach, and the angle matched perfectly. These 3 aliens truly had outrageous luck. They were directly taken out by the star-eating beast in a single blow. In the vast universe, such coincidences are simply illogical. Su Fan shook his head in amazement. Especially this alien in the spaceship, or it shouldn't have died, but its luck was so bad that it was shot dead from such a distance. He wondered if it had done something terribly wrong in its past life. The 2 aliens in the cave lost their upper bodies, while the alien in the spaceship lost its lower body. While piecing them together, I can barely make a complete one. Su Fan thought with relief. After carefully exploring the cockpit, he pushed open the small door leading into the interior of the spaceship and dove in. Just a few minutes later, Su Fan emerged again. The space inside was filled mostly with food, along with some other scientific instruments and miscellaneous items. Su Fan could not understand any of these, as he did not recognize the writing of this alien civilization, and Hong Ho could not comprehend it either. It seems we must immediately recruit some experts in language and writing, who otherwise relying solely on Hong Ho will not be sufficient to decipher this alien script. Su Fan made up his mind. Thus, after a brief exploration of the spaceship, he left, having arranged for professionals to continue the exploration and research. Additionally, he called the Grand Elder to arrange for some archaeological personnel and experts in script deciphering to head to the Nanshan base. These experts would come to the moon via the biomechanical beings to decipher and study the writing and culture of the alien spaceship. To speed up their deciphering process, Su Fan had Hong Ho assist these old scholars. Time flowed like water. You cannot grasp it, and it does not linger for you. A month later, under the extensive research of numerous experts, and with the powerful computational assistance of Hong Ho, the deciphering work of the alien spaceship was successfully completed. In a small conference room at the Nanshan base, Su Fan, the Grand Elder Zhou Xiaoxiao, and Zhang Qiling were. Zhang Qiling stood in front of the large screen in the conference room, reporting on the recent research and deciphering work related to the alien spaceship. Mr. Su, Grand Elder and President Zhang, I will now introduce this newly discovered and currently the only known alien civilization. Zhang Qiling spoke earnestly. Firstly, after discussing with Mr. Su, we have named this alien civilization the Lizardman civilization. The reason for calling it the Lizardman civilization is due to the restoration and repair of the alien skeleton by paleontologists, as well as the remaining documents in the spaceship, which allowed us to successfully recreate their appearance during their lifetime. Zhang Qiling pressed a button on the remote control, and an image of a fearsome-looking lizard man appeared on the large screen before Su Fan and the others. Lizardmen have overall characteristics similar to upright lizards, standing about 1.4 to 1.6 meters tall, shorter than humans. Unlike humans, lizardmen have 4 arms and 2 legs, but their upper body is proportionally larger, while their lower body is smaller. Their legs are short and powerful, and among the 4 arms, the upper 2 are thick and long, while the lower 2 are thin and long. Their feet have only 4 toes, and their hands have only 3 fingers. Their skin is a bizarre dark red resembling magma. Lizardmen's eyes are an eerie yellow with vertical pupils like those of a snake. They have large noses with numerous tiny nostrils. Their mouths are even larger, occupying half of their faces, and when opened they could swallow their own heads. Their teeth are very sharp, with the front teeth resembling those of a shark, having several rows, while the back teeth are like a monkey's, suitable for grinding food. Lizardmen do not have ears, but based on the remaining documents and the judgments of biologists, their hearing is highly developed, at least much more advanced than that of humans. Zhang Qiling continued his report. The above is an introduction to the external characteristics of lizardmen. Next we will discuss the Lizardman civilization established by them. The Lizardman civilization is a level 1 civilization located in the Proxima Centauri star system, which is a cave-dwelling species. Zhang Qiling switched the large screen image to a starry sky. Through telescopes we know that the nearest star system to our solar system is the Proxima Centauri star system, which is a complex triple star system. Among them, Proxima Centauri is a yellow dwarf star smaller than the Sun, with a lower temperature and radiation It also has two companion stars, namely Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B, which form a binary star system orbiting around a common center of mass. Proxima Centauri is only 4.2 light-years away from the blue planet, recognized as the nearest star to the blue planet. It has two planets, Proxima Centauri B and Proxima Centauri C. Among them, Proxima Centauri B is a terrestrial planet, although it is only 0.05 astronomical units away from Proxima Centauri, due to the size and temperature of Proxima Centauri being far smaller than that of the blue planet. Therefore, scientists speculate that it still has the possibility of having liquid water. Although the people in the conference room already knew this basic knowledge, they still listened with great interest. The lizard man civilization we are discussing today comes from Proxima Centauri B. Lizard man civilization resides underground, interconnected through a network of underground caves. Through Mr. Seuss dissemination, we learned that their civilization has reached the level of a cosmic level 1 civilization. A level 1 civilization is stronger than the previous blue planet, but now it is completely incomparable to us. Moreover, theoretically, level 1 civilizations generally operate within planetary systems, at most wandering around within their star systems. After all, speed is a critical factor that restricts them. Who knows when they could leave their star system? Zhang Kailing's expression grew increasingly serious. Then there is a crucial question: how did the lizard man civilization from Proxima Centauri B, which is 4.2 light-years away from the blue planet, manage to reach the moon of the blue planet in their slow-moving spaceship? Suddenly, two words appeared on the conference room screen. Wormhole. At first, our research team was very puzzled. How could a level 1 civilization traverse a distance of 4.2 light-years to reach us? Until we decrypted the residual database of the spaceship and fortunately found the information about the wormhole among the missing data. Zhang Kailing's expression showed some excitement. Within the solar system, there exists a natural wormhole that leads directly to the Alpha Centauri star system 4.2 light-years away. Zhou Xiaoxiao's mouth dropped open in shock, while the elder stared wide-eyed in astonishment. As for Su Fan, he remained calm, smiling faintly and occasionally glancing at the elder and Zhou Xiaoxiao. Red has already informed him about this matter. Is there a specific location of the wormhole on the alien spaceship? The elder inquired. No, Zhang Qiling replied with a wry smile. The star-devouring beast's attack coincidentally traversed the spaceship's data core, resulting in massive data loss. We only obtained a small amount of data. Sigh, the elder sighed. The wormhole's location is somewhere within the solar system, within this limited range. We will eventually find it one day. Zhang Qiling reassured himself. Based on our carbon-14 testing of the lizard people's bones, we found that they have been dead for about 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Didn't those bones erode long ago? Zhou Xiaoxiao questioned. If it were human bones exposed on Blue Star for 10,000 years, they would have likely crumbled and oxidized into dust. The lizard people's bones are quite different from human bones. They are much sturdier and contain elements that resist oxidation and erosion. Additionally, the environment of the moon lacks oxygen and microorganisms, which allows the lizard people's bones to remain intact even after 10,000 years, Zhang Qiling explained. The elder listened, and with a serious expression said, aliens came here 10,000 years ago, and must have discovered Blue Star by then when humans were still primitive. If humans were to explore new life planets, they would undoubtedly report back to their home planet upon discovering life. The location of Blue Star would have certainly been exposed. Zhou Xiaoxiao analyzed seriously. Elder, this shouldn't be a concern. They haven't come for 10,000 years. Either they didn't receive the message or they received it, but didn't take it seriously, or they received the message, but have set off too slowly to arrive here, even now. Or perhaps the lizard civilization has already perished, and they will never reach here. At this moment, Su Fan suddenly interjected, the lizard people won't be able to get here in the short term. The movement of natural wormholes does not synchronize with the movement of the solar system. The solar system is constantly orbiting around the central black hole of the galaxy, while the nature of the wormhole determines that its speed and direction of movement will not align with that of the solar system. It takes about 250 million years for the solar system to make a complete orbit around the galaxy. By the time the solar system returns to its previous position, we don't know where the wormhole will have gone. It's akin to two runners, one fast and one slow, but crucially they are not on the same track. Though they might meet at some moment, we can't say when they will meet again. Zhang Qiling and the others suddenly understood. As for how Su Fan knew, they chose to avoid discussing it. This information was relayed to Su Fan by the system. The natural wormhole has its own trajectory and doesn't orbit around the galaxy's central black hole. Next, Zhang Qiling shared some other information about aliens before the meeting adjourned. The matter of aliens was temporarily put to rest, leaving a feeling of an abrupt end, but this is reality. Not everything happens according to human will. Currently, Blue Star can only be considered at the peak of Level 1 civilization and has not yet reached Level 2 civilization. Without faster transportation tools, it is impossible to reach the Alpha Centauri star system in the short term. A distance of 2 light years takes light 2 years to travel. Taking the fastest Star Hunter spaceship of the Super God group as an example, with a speed of 3,000 kilometers per second, that is equivalent to 1% of the speed of light. Traveling to the Alpha Centauri star system in a Star Hunter spaceship would take 420 years. Su Fan couldn't even imagine what level of civilization Blue Star would have developed into by then. Sigh, Su Fan sighed. What's wrong looking so troubled? Zhou Xiaoxiao asked beside him. It's a pity we don't know where the wormhole is now. If it were fixed in the solar system, I would definitely organize a fleet to try conquering the alien civilization. Su Fan lamented. Zhou Xiaoxiao shot Su Fan a glance. People are worried about alien attacks, and you on the other hand are always thinking about fighting aliens. For now aliens can't reach here. Zhou Xiaoxiao laughed as she ran off, leaving Su Fan alone with a dark expression. The following days were calm. The Mars terraforming project was proceeding in an orderly manner while the Kunpeng No. 2 spaceship fleet constantly shuttled between the asteroid belt and Mars, transporting larger asteroids to increase Mars' volume and mass. The Star Hunter spaceship fleet has already reached the Kuiper belt of the solar system, with their first target being Pluto, the largest object in the Kuiper belt and the second heaviest. Capturing Pluto and then towing it to collide with Mars is expected to take several months. The terraforming of Mars can wait, but the transformation of Blue Star can proceed, especially in the deserts and Gobi regions of the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation possesses 9.6 million square kilometers of land, but the area of plains occupies only a small portion. Su Fan plans to spend some time transforming the Taklamakan Desert into a green ocean. The Taklamakan Desert is the largest desert in the Dragon Nation and the second largest shifting sand desert in the world, covering an area of 330 square kilometers. 330 square kilometers is almost comparable to the total area of the former Little Daylight Nation. System helped me find some technologies to transform Gobi and shifting sand deserts. Respected host, you do not need to exchange for additional technologies. You already possess the capability to transform deserts. I already have desert transformation technology. Su Fan pondered for a moment, then suddenly grasped the truth. Fundamentally, desertification presents only 2 core challenges. First, water scarcity. Second, soil degradation. Water deficiency in arid regions is universally acknowledged, yet the Taklamakan Desert actually receives moderate precipitation. The issue lies in its soil, which cannot retain rainfall. Thus, desert rehabilitation must begin with soil restoration. While drafting his Mars terraforming plan, Su Fan had engineered a specialized moss, robust decomposing moss. This moss thrives wherever moisture exists. It rapidly breaks down rock and sand particles, transforming barren substrates into fertile cultivable soil. Spores of this decomposing moss had already materialized within the lunar Enigma base, and through advanced genetic replication were now available in abundant quantities. Once soil integrity is restored, the water challenge must also be resolved. Water sources fall into 3 categories: subterranean, surface, and atmospheric. Subterranean water refers to groundwater, surface water includes seawater and river systems, atmospheric water manifests as rain. Given the vast expanse of the Taklamakan Desert, reliance on groundwater would be self-defeating, akin to drinking poison wine to quench thirst. Diverting rivers via canals would likewise prove insufficient, a mere drop in the ocean, since Su Fan's ambition was nothing less than the full-scale greening of the entire Taklamakan Desert. System: while I currently possess canal digging technology, its efficiency is unacceptably low. Recommend a high-efficiency alternative. Su Fan mused aloud. Selection complete. Recommended breakthrough technology: weather beacon. Cost 12000 influence points. The system replied impassively. Su Fan immediately reviewed the technical dossier. A weather beacon is a compact levitating device, each capable of drawing atmospheric moisture from a radius spanning hundreds of kilometers to nucleate clouds. Once cloud mass and density reach critical thresholds within its detection range, the beacon autonomously initiates calibrated vibrations. This triggers condensation, releasing rainfall precisely beneath it. Each unit influences a circular zone 200 kilometers in diameter. 10 beacons form a weather beacon chain, enabling directional moisture transport control. 100 beacons constitute a weather beacon network, granting sophisticated large-scale hydrological distribution management. Moisture transport is intuitive. Deploy 1 beacon over the Indian Ocean, then place subsequent beacons at 100-kilometer intervals along a corridor extending deep into the Taklamakan Desert. The oceanic beacon rapidly aggregates vapor across its 200-kilometer radius, only for the next beacon downstream to swiftly siphon that moisture away. This process repeats, third, fourth, and onward, like an invisible conductor guiding vapor currents along the beacon chain directly into the desert heartland. In essence, the weather beacon chain functions as an aerial Grand Canal, transferring vast volumes of Indian Ocean moisture to the Taklamakan with extraordinary speed and scale. The weather beacon network's hydro distribution mechanism operates with elegant simplicity. The taklamakan spans approximately 1,100 kilometers east-west and 410 kilometers north-south, covering roughly 330,000 square kilometers. At 1 beacon per 100 kilometers, spacing 100 units fully envelop the desert, forming a seamless continent-scale weather beacon network. When moisture channeled from the Indian Ocean reaches this network, AI-linked beacons dynamically orchestrate its spatial dispersion. Arid zones receive targeted rainfall, saturated areas experience immediate cessation. As Su Fan absorbed the technology's intricacies, his eyes gleamed with growing intensity. Though the Dragon Nation's populace now enjoys abundance, and seismic and tidal threats have been neutralized by continental plate stabilization arrays and border energy walls, floods and droughts persist. Regional hydrological extremes remain especially devastating. Not merely historically, but presently. Su Fan's native province of Lu suffered catastrophic flooding. Torrential rains pounded the region for 3 days straight, breaching major dams. Countless villagers downstream were forced into emergency evacuation. Floodwaters swallowed homes whole. Those who fled swiftly survived, those delayed met grim fates. At this thought, a bold idea ignited in Su Fan's mind. What if the entire Dragon Nation were blanketed with weather beacons? Then national weather patterns could be deliberately. Historically, while northern regions occasionally endure summer floods, southern precipitation consistently dwarfs northern totals, regionally and annually. With nationwide beacon coverage, real-time hydrological calibration across all territories becomes feasible. For instance, a northern district requires irrigation during sowing season. Resolution is instantaneous. Contact the Divine Sovereign Group, specify required rainfall depth in millimeters, and choose between torrential downpour or gentle drizzle. Through intelligent coordination of the weather beacon network, targeted cloud formation and precise rainfall delivery follow without delay. Su Fan's excitement surged. The power to command rainfall was not merely revolutionary, it was indispensable. Nationwide deployment was non-negotiable. The Dragon Nation extends 5,200 kilometers east-west and 5,500 kilometers north-south. At 1 beacon per 100 kilometers, just over 1,000 units suffice. Yet for granular regional control, denser placement is advisable. 2,000 beacons shall be prepared. Su Fan resolved inwardly. Decision made. Action commenced immediately. First, he piloted the Kunping 2 spacecraft to the moon, retrieving abundant, robust, decomposing moss spores from Lunar Base 1. Next, he flew to another lunar site, the newly constructed Lunar Base 2, established earlier to alleviate spatial constraints at Base 1. Base 2 matched Base 1 in scale and functionality, equipped with comprehensive infrastructure. There, Su Fan expended 12 million influence points to ascend and materialize a weather beacon production line. He remained on-site. Weather beacons measured only 1 meter in diameter, spherical metallic units, making mass production exceptionally rapid. Within 24 hours, 2,000 units were fully manufactured. Su Fan could not help but marvel. System materialized production lines were truly peerless. All preparations complete, now deployment across the Dragon Nation commenced. This included maritime domain. Su Fan's mind was entirely occupied with deploying weather beacons. Even before returning to the Blue Planet, he had already notified Zhou Xiaoxiao, Zhang Mingan, and Chen Haonan. As Su Fan's Kunping 2 descended upon the South Mountain base, the 3 executives rushed forward with a team of staff members. Have all 400 personnel I requested assembled? Su Fan asked. They are all present, Zhou Xiaoxiao replied earnestly, though a trace of bewilderment flickered in her eyes. Excellent. You 3, and these 400 staff, will accompany me aboard the vessel. Su Fan surveyed the group, vigorous, disciplined, and alert, and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Yes, Chairman Su, they responded in unison. Su Fan led the trio to the captain's chamber, while assigning the others to various compartments aboard the ship. The vessel ascended swiftly, and soon touched down upon the orbital ring. At that moment, hundreds of Kunping 1 vessels were densely arrayed across the ring's surface. By the heavens, how many Kunping 1s are there? Chen Haonan exclaimed in astonishment. Such fuss over triviality. This is but a fraction of the fleet, Su Fan replied with a wry smile. I've been wholly immersed in logistics, distributing essential supplies, so naturally I've had no insight into the Kunping 1 production schedule. Chen Haonan murmured, a hint of grievance coloring his tone. His days were consumed by an immense undertaking, delivering sustenance, free of charge, to over 1 billion souls, a task far more complex than it first appeared. Human beings, after all, are intricate creatures. Satiety often breeds restlessness. Minor disturbances could be resolved by junior personnel, but major crises demanded his personal intervention. With such vast numbers, diversity was inevitable. Every day brought its share of extraordinary incidents, as if destiny itself insisted upon testing the scale of their collective existence. You've borne a heavy burden. Su Fan clapped Chen Haonan on the shoulder. Truth be told, among all core executives of the Divine God Group, Yanhuang bore the most emotionally taxing responsibilities. Today we undertake 2 critical missions, Su Fan declared, his expression turning grave. First, the deployment of weather beacons. Second, the sowing of hypercorrosive moss. Within the cargo hold reside numerous spherical instruments. These are the weather beacons. Deployment protocols have already been transmitted by Hong Ho to your personal communicators, and to those of the 400 staff members. Divide the 400 into 100 teams of 4. Each team shall operate 1 Kunpeng-1 vessel. Within each vessel, 2 personnel will occupy the cockpit, the other 2 will remain in the cargo bay. Hong Ho has already assigned teams and dispatched precise deployment coordinates to each member. Proceed immediately to outfit them in aerospace armor, and direct them to the Kunpeng-2 cargo hold to retrieve the beacons. 2,000 beacons in total, 20 per vessel. Su Fan gestured briskly, signaling them to act. One more thing. Once the teams are deployed, return promptly. The 4 of us must jointly oversee the sowing of the hypercorrosive moss. Understood, Chairman Su. Zhang Minghan dashed toward the adjacent chambers. Affirmative. Yanhuang departed just as swiftly. Yes, Chairman Su, Zhou Xiaoxiao drawled playfully before vanishing down the corridor. Efficiency reigned. The preparations concluded without delay. Then at Su Fan's command, 100 Kunpeng-1 vessels surged toward the blue planet, descending en masse into the territory of the Xia realm. The Xia realm's aerospace defense division was startled by the sudden aerial incursion, only relaxing once identification confirmed the vessels as Kunpeng-1s. Reports cascaded upward through the chain of command, reaching the Grand Elder without delay. Ordinarily, Divine God Group vessels remained stationed in deep orbit. Only a handful ever entered planetary airspace. This unprecedented descent raised urgent questions. What was the Divine God Group orchestrating? Soon thereafter, Su Fan received a direct call from the Grand Elder, seeking clarification. It struck Su Fan then. He had been so absorbed in operational planning that he'd momentarily forgotten his official standing, a private industrialist, not a sovereign authority. Deploying such a fleet within the Xia realm demanded prior diplomatic notification. Grand Elder, I was just about to contact you. I've developed several new technologies and intend to deploy them nationwide. Would that be permissible? Su Fan replied with practiced ease. He briefly outlined the scope and intent of the initiative to the Grand Elder. Proceed, but do inform me in advance next time. Though I trust your integrity and commitment to public safety, such sudden movements inevitably unsettle certain individuals. The Grand Elder's tone carried subtle gravity. Of course, Grand Elder. I know precisely where to draw the line, Su Fan replied with a courteous smile, though it faded gradually from his face. Because the call had been conducted within the captain's chamber, Zhou Xiaoxiao and the others overheard the Grand Elder's words. Yanhuang's expression darkened instantly. He dealt daily with layered human motives and recognized the veiled warning. Dissatisfaction with Su Fan had taken root among certain high-ranking officials of the Xia realm. Glancing at Su Fan's tightening features, Yanhuang's mind raced, and a chilling realization crystallized. Su Fan ended the transmission with visible tension, and immediately instructed Hong Ho to issue a temporary suspension order across all Kunpeng-1 operations. His fervor extinguished in an instant, Su Fan's thoughts churned rapidly, dissecting every nuance of the Grand Elder's message. The world had never been as serene as it appeared on the surface. A narrow elite, hereditary houses and their loyalists, commanded over 99% of global resources. The remaining sliver was left for the masses to contest. Recalling his recent actions, Su Fan broke into a cold sweat. He knew, had he lacked his advanced starships, had he not received crucial early support from a certain influential figure, and had the Grand Elder and other elders not shielded him, he would likely have fallen long ago, by overt decree or silent assassination. The Grand Elder is issuing a quiet admonition. Some seek to seize what I've built. Su Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Hong Ho, initiate full network intelligence gathering. Monitor the activities of senior officials. He issued the order abruptly, though he rarely permitted Hong Ho to intrude upon private spheres. Data collection initiated. Collection complete. Relevant intelligence filtered and compiled. Awaiting your review, Captain. Hong Ho's voice remained solemn. Su Fan opened his communicator and began reviewing the dossier, his pulse slowing with each successive revelation. Some officials were nothing short of malignant growths, engaged in systemic corruption, illicit power for favor exchanges, and treating civilian lives as disposable pawns. Their conduct defied moral comprehension. Moreover, the data revealed a coordinated effort among certain officials to marginalize the Divine God Group, actively targeting its operations and consolidating alliances against it. Though explicit evidence remained scarce, logical inference exposed a lethal undercurrent. Su Fan's countenance grew increasingly somber. At that moment, Yanhuang spoke. Chairman Su, once Mars terraformation concludes, might we consider relocating our headquarters there? Here bureaucratic inertia runs deep. I've witnessed too many shadow deals, too much moral decay. Let us build a fairer world on Mars. Yanhuang sighed softly. Nationwide food distribution, handled exclusively by divine god logistics, had begun smoothly. But as time passed, covetous eyes fixed upon that vital infrastructure. Lately his work had grown exponentially more difficult. Unintended though his words were, they struck Su Fan like lightning, illuminating a path he had never dared contemplate. A perilous idea flared into being, silent, sharp, and irrevocable. What if a nation were to be established on Mars? Immediately Su Fan shook his head. Such a dangerous thought should not exist, or it would be directly silenced. The development and transformation of Mars are entirely the efforts of the Super God Group, while the official Huaxia government has contributed nothing. If successful, to whom will it belong? This question is very serious. Su Fan thought for a moment and decided to discuss it with the Grand Elder. The next day, in a small reception room in the core area of the capital city, Su Fan met with the Grand Elder. Su Fan, how is the deployment of the weather beacons you mentioned yesterday? The Grand Elder began directly. It's not ready yet. For now, we won't install it. Su Fan chuckled and replied, I'm here today to discuss a more serious issue with you. Su Fan's expression turned serious, and upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression became grave as well. Oh, go ahead, said the Grand Elder. Come have some tea. Today my main purpose is to discuss the issue of Mars with you. Su Fan took a sip of tea, his tone serious. You're referring to the issue of Mars ownership, right? The Grand Elder also took a sip of tea, but a smile started to appear on his face. That's right. Mars is currently undergoing transformation, and I think it is essential to clarify this matter before it is completed to avoid some unscrupulous individuals appearing to seize control later. Su Fan's expression showed a hint of regret. Such things are all too common in reality. Are you afraid of this? In this world, ultimately it is force that decides everything. I am not afraid of these things, but I tend to be nostalgic. I just hope that it won't collapse during negotiations, as that would be bad for everyone. Su Fan looked earnestly at the Grand Elder. Actually, I have also been considering this matter recently, and many high-level officials have been discussing it as well. Your current capabilities are unprecedented. I estimate they will be unmatched in the future. Mars is being reformed solely by the Super God Group, and the Huaxia government has not contributed in any way. This is a fact. However, if it were to be entirely given to your Super God Group, without any relevant policies, and some old stubborn officials are unwilling, that would be a problem. These old stubborn officials eat the people's food and drink their blood, yet believe the country is theirs, and want to seize others' possessions as well. The Grand Elder said this, his brow furrowing, likely troubled by these individuals. Su Fan took a sip of tea, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Grand Elder, I think it is time for Huaxia to reform. The current system no longer aligns with the reality facing the entire universe. Some individuals are content with the status quo, engaging in petty infighting, which severely hinders Huaxia's development. I believe you must have noticed this long ago. The Grand Elder nodded, sighed, and said, Indeed, I noticed it long ago, but some matters are unavoidable even if you are aware of them. Deep-rooted ideologies and entangled powers pulling one thread affects the whole tapestry. How to change? How to change? What kind of new system can replace the old one? Su Fan furrowed his brows. After a long moment, he seriously articulated 5 words, serve the people. The Grand Elder was taken aback, his face suddenly flushed with embarrassment, repeatedly murmuring these 5 words. Serve the people. Serve the people. Serve the people. Haha. Su Fan, you were saying it well. The Grand Elder laughed heartily, his laughter rich with meaning tinged with melancholy, as if a burden had been lifted, with tears glistening in his eyes. We old folks are constantly eroded by power, thinking this and that, yet nothing works, all for that little bit of power in our hands. Su Fan, tell me how to change. Share your suggestions boldly. The Grand Elder seemed to transform, light gleaming in his eyes. I have a few suggestions, Grand Elder, please listen and see if they are acceptable. Su Fan pondered for a moment, and then said with a serious expression, First, anti-corruption. In theory, our system is quite good, having drawn from the essence of over 500 years of Huaxia civilization, which is more complete than foreign systems. However, when governance is by humans, some will inevitably become obsessed with power, and corruption persists unceasingly. There are 2 types of corrupt individuals: those who lack money, and those who do not lack money, but love money or enjoy the feeling of receiving bribes. In ancient Huaxia, there were many methods to combat corruption, such as the Ming dynasty's strict measures against corrupt officials, where those who dared to steal would be executed on the spot. However, this approach was not very effective. The more they executed, the greedier they became, and the corrupt officials of the Ming dynasty could never be completely eliminated. The reason is that the salaries of Ming officials were very low. If they did not engage in corruption, they would live very difficult lives. In the neighboring Xinpa, they use another method to prevent corruption, which is to pay high salaries to officials. Actually, ancient Huaxia also tried this method, but the results were still unsatisfactory. I think it is not that the policy is wrong, but that it has not encountered a better era. Su Fan took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. I believe that by combining both methods, on one hand providing high salaries to officials, and on the other hand increasing the penalties for corrupt individuals, and then introducing a supervision mechanism, we can ensure that no corrupt individual escapes detection. What kind of supervision system? The Grand Elder asked, puzzled. An artificial intelligence supervision system. Su Fan said sternly. Since ancient times, officials have protected each other. Only cold and unfeeling artificial intelligence can serve as a qualified supervisor. The Grand Elder fell silent. As the current times are indeed different, the capabilities of the AI are incredibly powerful. I can agree to this point, but the AI can only have supervisory powers and cannot possess enforcement powers. The Grand Elder thought for a moment and said, supervisory powers are important, but enforcement powers are even more crucial. I also want a disclosure right. Su Fan thought for a moment and said, let the AI have an officially recognized disclosure channel so that the people will acknowledge it. I suggest establishing an intelligence supervision office which will have official accounts on major social platforms that must be officially certified and recognized. What I mean is simple. The AI supervises corrupt officials and reports to the relevant departments upon discovery. If the relevant departments do not take action, the AI will directly expose the matter through the official account of the Intelligence Supervision Office and publicly punish the offender. Even if the exposed individual is protected by other officials, the AI's Intelligence Supervision Office account is officially recognized, and if the authorities do not act, they would be abandoning all pretense of propriety. In the past, responses to online exposures from the authorities were often just that they were verifying the matter. They could even claim that the exposer fabricated the information, and then the issue would simply fade away. The masses were left confused by these narratives, completely unclear about which side was being truthful. However, what the Intelligence Supervision Office exposes represents that the authorities have already verified the matter. If they do not punish the corrupt officials, the consequences would be severe. Very well, this suggestion is excellent, I agree. The Grand Elder nodded with a smile. Su Fan pondered for a moment and continued, my second suggestion is to consolidate all national platforms, break down departmental barriers, and achieve true data interoperability. Of course, different departments will have different authority allocations. By doing this, it will be much simpler for the people to handle their affairs, avoiding the disgusting task of having to obtain certificates. Great. I also agree to this. The platform will be called the Xia Nation Citizen System, where a person can handle all sorts of matters from birth to death. The citizen system will be developed by your super god group, so let's get it done as soon as possible. Alright, I can get it done quickly, Su Fan replied with a smile. Since you have made these two good suggestions, let me make a suggestion for you as well. Please go ahead, Su Fan said earnestly. Broaden your perspective a bit. Actually, with your knowledge you can shine wherever you go. Right now you are being constrained by the super god group or your own mindset. You have strength, talent, and technology, but you lack the necessary decisiveness and courage. I understand your hesitation, but there is no need to hesitate. You can either establish a nation on Mars, leaving Blue Star behind to create your ideal utopia, or actively engage and change Blue Star and the Xia Nation. But one thing I need to say is that even if you establish a nation on Mars, you will still gradually encounter the same issues that the Xia Nation faces now. I acknowledge your technological genius, and I won't undermine that here. However, when it comes to understanding human nature, I still comprehend a bit more than you. History is cyclical, and every dynasty inevitably experiences prosperity and decline, just like the 5 declines of the celestial beings. But now your emergence is an opportunity for the Xia Nation. I think there's no need for you to start from scratch. How about I give you my position as the Grand Elder? The Grand Elder said with a smile. Su Fan was taken aback. That position was not easy to sit in, and he quickly shook his head. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. I am merely the leader of a territory on a single planet. If you are unwilling to take this position, how will you lead those who follow you to conquer the universe? Hearing this, Su Fan was suddenly alarmed. Reflecting on his actions since obtaining the Super God Black technology system, every step he took revealed a certain limitation. If being weak and cautious was somewhat normal now that he had strength, being timid was indeed inappropriate. If the ambitious figures in history had possessed such strength, they would have directly changed the dynasty. Su Fan forced a bitter smile. You are quite perceptive, Grand Elder. I do indeed lack decisiveness, and I admit that. Come to the Xia Nation officially. Let us join hands and lead the Xia Nation to dominate the universe. The Grand Elder extended his right hand to Su Fan, looking at him with anticipation. Su Fan suddenly smiled knowingly. He was originally just a poor nobody who accidentally obtained a golden opportunity and grew stronger amidst fear and trepidation. However, in reality his actions were not meticulous enough, and many matters could not withstand scrutiny. If it weren't for his continuous value and the support from a certain individual, he would have been eliminated long ago. Now faced with the olive branch extended by the nation, should he agree? Su Fan's gaze gradually became resolute as he solemnly extended his hand to shake with the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder smiled, expressing with emotion, "Among all the remarkable figures we shall see who shines today. This position can be held by rascals, by beggars. Why can't you, Su Fan, hold it?" Su Fan smiled on the surface, but felt troubled inside. He thought, if I really wanted to be an emperor, I would have done so long ago. "Su Fan, which position do you want? I will arrange it for you immediately," the Grand Elder said with a smile. "How will you arrange me, Grand Elder?" Su Fan asked, also smiling. "You don't want the position of Grand Elder? Then you can be the Second Elder in the future." "I will be the Second Elder. What will the Second Elder do?" Su Fan rolled his eyes. He was also quite familiar with the Second Elder. "Then I will be the Third Elder. The Second Elder is too busy with state affairs. According to regulations, once you enter the system, you cannot have a company under your name. You will need to transfer the company to someone else's name," the Grand Elder reminded. "Transfer it to Zhou Xiaoxiao," Su Fan said without hesitation. "It's just a company. With the Super God Black technology system, he could create whatever kind of company he wanted." "Oh," the Grand Elder teased. "When are you two planning to get married?" Cough cough, let's talk about that later. "I'm a bit afraid of marriage," Su Fan said somewhat awkwardly. "What are you afraid of marriage for? Zhou Xiaoxiao likes you. Oh, she has been by your side, even when you were struggling. Don't let her down." The Grand Elder's tone turned a bit stern. "Moreover, the reason your initial development has gone so smoothly is that Zhou Xiaoxiao pleaded with her grandfather to secure your position. You should know this, right?" "I know that." Su Fan was very clear that Zhou Xiaoxiao's grandfather was the sixth elder of the Xia nation's elder court. If he hadn't supported him from behind in the early stages, relying on an ordinary person would lead to dire consequences. "Knowing that you should hurry and get married. You're almost 30. If you are not satisfied, I can marry my granddaughter to you." The Grand Elder finally revealed his true intentions. Su Fan broke out in a sweat. He was familiar with the Grand Elder's granddaughter, a former rival who often challenged him, but was always defeated terribly. She was the second in the first batch of mecha engineers, Xia Feifei. No. Su Fan quickly refused. The thought of having two beautiful wives together was too exciting for his heart to handle. "Youth is wonderful," the Grand Elder sighed, then remembered that he still had over 100 years to live and put away his feelings. Su Fan pouted. "Don't say that being young is great. Now that the lifespan of people in the Xia nation is so long, once the secondary gene optimization liquid is developed and produced, there will be even fewer elderly people. In the future, everyone will be young. Indeed, in the future, everyone will be young. How many years can the secondary gene optimization liquid extend human lifespan?" the Grand Elder asked with some anticipation. "I won't tell you." "Huh?" Su Fan replied mischievously. "You, forget it." The Grand Elder smiled slightly, shook his head, and continued. "How about the appointment ceremony being held tomorrow at 10 a.m.? "That works." Su Fan nodded. "In the future, you will mainly be responsible for the Xia nation's work in technology and space exploration. More specifics depend on your own wishes," the Grand Elder added. Su Fan nodded. The position of Third Elder in the Xia nation was quite good, as it held power without the busy responsibilities of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. He also wouldn't need to constantly think about how to manage relationships with the Xia nation's officials, as he now represented the Xia nation officially. "So is there a formal position now?" Su Fan sighed wistfully. At 10 a.m. the next day, in the solemn Grand Hall, the Elder Council personally presented Su Fan with an appointment letter announcing it to the world. The world was astonished. "Oh my, Su Shun has become the Third Elder. The officials are truly investing heavily. I hope Su Shun can remain true to his original intentions. I hope Su Shun is doing this willingly and not out of coercion. Think about it, who would dare to force Su Shun with such strength? In this world, those with the strongest fists have the final say. I believe that Su Shun joining the officials is a testament to their elevated status. With Su Shun's involvement, the Xia nation is truly on the rise. I oppose joining the officials. The inner workings are too murky. I worry Su Shun may not handle it well. Bro, what could possibly tempt Su Shun to fall? I believe in Su Shun. Su Shun joining the officials is a good thing. With his straightforward nature, I feel the officials are in for a change." "Agreed." "Same." "Agreed 1." "Agreed 10086. Su Fan became a national leader and the Third Elder, and this news quickly reached the ears of Su Fan's parents. After Su Fan gained fame, his parents were unwilling to move into a large villa and preferred to stay in the village. However, the family's home had been renovated. Excited, Su Dad visited Su Fan's grandfather's home, and after some discussion, the two hurried to the village chief's house. With Su Fan taking on the role of the Third Elder of the Xia nation, such a monumental achievement warranted a new page in the family tree. Upon taking office, Su Fan's first priority was not technological development, but temporarily taking charge of anti-corruption efforts. On January 1, 2027, the new officials' law, new company law, and new criminal law were passed. Among these, the officials' law doubled the benefits for officials of the Xia nation, but the penalties for corrupt officials were increased by more than double. With the introduction of the new laws, countless corrupt officials were either imprisoned or executed. No one dared to pull strings, and even the Elder Council and Second Elder could not do so, as they lacked Su Fan's formidable strength. If before his appointment Su Fan had a theoretical weakness under the jurisdiction of the officials, now he embodied the officials. The new laws targeted not only the officials, but also aimed their blades at those capitalists. For unjust profits, bullying the weak, and collusion between business and government. The consequence was that ordinary people endured humiliation and hardship, crying out to the heavens with no response. For instance, the once popular bike-sharing company faced a crisis with countless users' deposits swallowed, leaving them with no recourse, and many are still unable to retrieve their deposits. This was just small change. The impact of dozens of dollars on an individual was relatively minor. However, the public education company owed countless civil service exam candidates tuition fees involving much larger sums. Amounts of 10 to 20,000 were common, with some even owed 40 to 50,000. What does 40 to 50,000 mean? For an ordinary family, it might take a year to save that much. Want money? None. You can just arbitrate. After 6 months, they finally won the arbitration. Winning doesn't mean payment. If they want, give it. Then the students had to spend several more months applying for enforcement. This was tens of thousands of dollars. It would take years to recuperate. And there were worse cases. A certain real estate company went bankrupt, leaving countless homebuyers burdened with mortgages, but without homes, emptying 3 generations' wallets only to see barren land. This involved hundreds of thousands, and even millions. Truly sad, infuriating, and detestable. However, these are merely the microcosm of society. Many so-called entrepreneurs tirelessly drain the blood of the working people. Those companies that refuse to pay wages, those that use employees as scapegoats, and those that shout 996 and 007. This is yet another cycle. The capitalists who were once overthrown are still alive. Now Su Fan is here to take their lives, to reclaim their money, to bring clear skies back to the people of the Xia nation. In January 2026, countless capitalists behind various companies were investigated, their assets seized, and those who behaved disgracefully were executed. They took down the big shots and returned what was owed to the people. Those who were owed money finally received their payments. In truth, the people's demands are not high. They simply wish to eat well, drink well, enjoy leisure, and engage in activities they love. In the technological sphere, during the last few months of 2025, Su Fan deployed weather beacons throughout the Xia nation, ensuring that the entire Huaxia would no longer suffer from floods and droughts. Due to this, many farmers spontaneously crafted a gold statue of Su Fan and built a temple. Su Fan was deeply moved and waved his hand, increasing subsidies for farmers. Indeed, while there are staple foods synthesized by the Yanhuang food synthesizer, some farmers with land still prefer not to let their fields go fallow. Moreover, the prices of natural foods gradually increased, allowing farmers to earn from growing either vegetables or grains. Coupled with Su Fan's increased subsidies for farmers and the existing monthly allowance of 100 yuan for every citizen farmers, this ancient profession finally can live upright without oppression. However, opportunities for others, especially ordinary white-collar workers in cities, became scarcer. Many jobs were gradually replaced by artificial intelligence and robots, especially in dirty, chaotic, and dangerous sectors like factories, coal mines, and steel production, which were completely phased out. Only some service industry jobs were retained, but the number of available positions was limited. Of course, as old jobs were eliminated, new professions emerged surrounding the virtual reality game Star Wars world, along with robots and smart facilities, giving rise to numerous new careers. As long as one puts in a little effort, whether in reality or in Star Wars world, earning a few thousand a month is quite easy, and there's no need for a 9-to-5 schedule. In Star Wars world, Su Fan set up numerous monetary rewards. For instance, each star level increase in the arena yields substantial financial rewards. Furthermore, by passing assessments in various knowledge areas, one can also gain significant monetary rewards. Su Fan even introduced a new examination model, taking exams in Star Wars world. In Star Wars world, cheating is virtually impossible. Additionally, he reformed the university degree, and previously, to become a traditional full-time undergraduate student, there were only 2 paths: the college entrance exam and the unified special admissions exam. Many college students merely coasted through school, lacking substantial professional knowledge, and after 4 years of muddling through, they graduated with a mixed diploma and degree. This situation had to change. Under Su Fan's bold reforms, university degrees became less important, while diplomas gained greater significance. Bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, and doctoral degrees became more stringent and meticulous. To obtain a bachelor's degree, one must achieve a score of 90 or above in fundamental courses. It sounds tough, but achieving it is not too difficult. Countless college students lament. However, there is good news. First, all English courses are cancelled. Indeed, completely cancelled from childhood to adulthood. There's no need to learn it, unless one has personal interest and can study for fun. Second, writing a thesis is no longer required at the bachelor's level. Bachelor's theses were originally just a way to pass. Expecting a novice learning basic professional knowledge to produce a substantial thesis is unrealistic. It's far better to solidify foundational knowledge. Previously, passing an assessment required scoring at least 60, now it must be above 90. Solidifying the foundation is essential for going further. In order to obtain a master's degree, one must achieve a score above 90 in all core courses in addition to producing a substantial thesis. Su Fan directly borrowed from the super-god Black technology system, extracting and organizing knowledge provided by the system to develop a new thesis evaluation system tailored for the tastes of the Xia Kingdom. The thesis evaluation system consists of 4 levels: heavenly, yellow, and more. The heavenly level is the highest while the yellow level is the lowest. Achieving a level beyond heavenly qualifies one for the title of first-level professor, then second-level professor, third-level professor, and so on. To graduate at the master's level, one must publish at least one yellow-level thesis. For a doctoral degree, every core course must have a score of above 95. Additionally, one must publish a thesis that reaches at least the Earth level. For those with a doctorate, they are considered first-level professors. In reality, from undergraduate to doctoral studies, the knowledge acquired is essentially of zero-level civilization. To attain the title of first-level professor, one must possess the knowledge reserve and research capability to develop technology at the first-level civilization standard. Currently, the technology of the Xia Kingdom has fallen into a distorted state, as the Black technology, created by Su Fan, has not been fully absorbed by others. Initially relying on Black technology blueprints to produce equipment, later developments enabled direct manifestation of finished products. If this trend continues apart from Su Fan himself, others will be unable to keep up with the knowledge. It is akin to a modern individual trying to develop with a group of gorillas who cannot even speak. How can this lead to sustainable progress? Now that there is a system, what will happen if the system departs? Where will the civilization of the Xia Kingdom head? A more severe situation arises if the system is not a good thing. Su Fan firmly believes that there are no free lunches in the sky. He must cultivate independent research talents and proprietary technology for the Xia civilization. To nurture research talents, one must start from the basics. Apart from those who gain admission to universities through standardized exams, individuals in society can also acquire degrees of equal value to those of enrolled students through self-study. In the past, the Xia Kingdom also allowed individuals to obtain adult bachelor's degrees through correspondence and self-exams. However, that was almost just a formality, equating to purchasing a degree with little real value. Now, as long as you can achieve the same level as graduating students and pass the Star Wars World Examination, scoring above 90 in core courses, you can earn an equivalent bachelor's degree. Moreover, after passing the Star Wars World Examination, one can also receive substantial monetary rewards. Of course, enrolled students can also earn these rewards. The only difference between current students and societal candidates is the learning environment. One has teachers for face-to-face instruction and classmates for companionship, while the other can only study alone through books or instructional videos. In the future, Su Fan will also launch a virtual reality version of recorded classes in the Star Wars world, replicating the classroom experience of university teachers, allowing societal candidates to learn as if they were present. However, they can only observe and cannot communicate or ask questions. Once societal candidates obtain their bachelor's degrees, they can participate in the standardized examination for master's degree admissions. This presents another pathway for advancement. Additionally, in future official selections, possessing a bachelor's degree will allow one to take the examination. Naturally, this aspect was already well established in the Xia Kingdom, with public examinations being quite fair. Su Fan merely utilized this foundation to allow candidates to enter the Star Wars world for examinations, while enabling examiners to supervise within the Star Wars world, thereby achieving absolute fairness. A nation or dynasty faces downfall when ordinary people lose hope. Initially, there is no hope for advancement. Subsequently, there is no hope for survival. Now both hopes are fully present. Do not say that you cannot learn. The people of the Xia Kingdom now have no right to claim they are slow learners. Due to the injection of gene optimization serum, while not everyone in the Xia Kingdom is a genius acquiring knowledge, and obtaining a bachelor's degree is undoubtedly very easy. Additionally, one can earn some money on the side. More importantly, one can earn repeatedly. There are no stipulations that a person can only hold one degree. The more one learns, the more one can earn. If one is unwilling to engage in even the simplest form of study, there are still options available. For instance, one could become a mecha engineer or a spaceship fleet commander. Of course, all of this requires some talent. However, if one lacks such talents, it is still fine. One can pursue a career in technical specialties such as mecha repair, robot maintenance, or household smart device repair. All of these can provide a living. If you cannot manage even these, that is alright, you can simply enjoy life without doing anything. Just eat, drink, and have fun every day. The Xia Kingdom has ensured your basic needs, providing food and drink without worries, and you can even receive monthly payments. Additionally, due to the gene optimization serum injection, there is no need for medical care, and one's health is excellent. If there are downsides, there are some. Currently in the Xia Kingdom, although 1,000 units of currency has the purchasing power equivalent to 5,000 units from before, some individuals still feel it is not enough. These individuals are accustomed to a good life, filled with gourmet food, luxury cars, and beautiful women. Now, with their family businesses suddenly collapsing under the impact of the new era, they find it very difficult to adapt to the lives of ordinary people. If one desires a better life without wanting to strive, such opportunities are rare. But now the Xia Kingdom provides such opportunities. The Xia government has already reviewed and approved Su Fan's proposal on continuing to increase fertility subsidies. The proposal states that the state will cover all essential items for children, including milk powder and diapers. Furthermore, for every child born, a reward of 2,000 units of currency will be granted immediately, along with an annual subsidy of 2,000 units until the child reaches 18 years of age. If you do not wish to strive, but still want a better life, then have children. In the interstellar age, having children is a contribution to the nation. The Xia Kingdom is currently in dire need of people. The vast Mars awaits the Xia Kingdom for colonization. After a year, in September 2026, after undergoing continuous collisions and fusions with numerous asteroids and dwarf planets, Mars has reached nearly half the size and mass of the blue planet. Additionally, due to the inclusion of many manganese iron metal asteroids and dwarf planets, along with the increase in mass, Mars' magnetic field is only slightly weaker than that of the blue planet. In terms of water and atmosphere, a large number of asteroids and dwarf planets containing solid water and solid carbon dioxide have fused into Mars. Now Mars has a magnetic field, water, and a dense atmosphere, although the carbon dioxide content in the atmospheric composition is quite high. In terms of orbit, Mars' revolution speed has increased. While it does not match the speed of one blue planet year, it has reached one blue planet years. The rotation speed and axial tilt have been adjusted to nearly identical to those of the blue planet, with a rotation period of 24 hours and 1 minute and an axial tilt of 23.6 degrees. The first step in the transformation of Mars has been successfully completed. The next step is to introduce high-oxygen survival-enhancing algae into the newly formed oceans of Mars. This step is crucial as it determines whether Mars' atmospheric environment is suitable for human survival. To emphasize the importance of this matter, Su Fan plans to personally participate and sow the seeds of high-oxygen survival-enhancing algae. On September 18th, the Xia Nation announced that the territory of the Little Sun Nation has always been part of Xia Nation since ancient times. Thousands of years ago, people had already discovered and occupied Yingzhou. Upon the release of this news, no one in the international community dared to oppose it except for a few remnants of the Little Sun Nation who fled to other countries and were making a fuss. However, they are doomed to never see next month's moon. From this point on, the Little Sun Nation was completely annihilated, and the territory of the Xia Nation expanded as a result. The Xia Nation announced the establishment of Yingzhou province. That afternoon, Su Fan, along with the Grand Elder and the bionic version of Zhou Xiaoxiao, arrived outside the orbit of Mars aboard the Kunping No. 2. The Kunping No. 2 was filled with high-oxygen, highly resilient algae seeds. Witnessing the new appearance of Mars, Su Fan felt astonished, hardly able to imagine that humanity could change the visage of a planet to such an extent. But now the Xia Nation has achieved it. In the space outside Mars orbit, over 100 spacecraft floated quietly belonging to the Kunping No. 2 fleet and the Hunter fleet. They had completed their mission. At this moment, the crew aboard the spacecraft proudly gazed at Mars. Although they did not possess strong research capabilities, personally participating in the transformation project of Mars was something worth boasting about to friends. Zhang Kailing's bionic version briskly entered Su Fan's captain's room. Generally, Su Fan's ship housed many bionic versions of core figures from the Super God Group and important personnel from the Xia Nation. Director Su. Zhang Qiling instinctively addressed Su Fan by his title in the Super God Group, but quickly realized and hurriedly corrected himself to Elder Su. Su Fan smiled regarding the title as merely a formality, as long as no one scolded him to his face, it was inconsequential. Elder Su, Grand Elder, the first step of the Mars transformation plan has been completed. Please proceed with the inspection. Zhang Qiling spoke solemnly. Begin the inspection. Su Fan and the Grand Elder exchanged glances. The Grand Elder gestured for them to proceed. Su Fan smiled knowingly and spoke up. After Su Fan's words fell, Hong Ho controlled the Kunping No. 2 to fly towards Mars. This was a pre-designed process and would be broadcast live to everyone. Life requires a sense of ritual, and such an important matter demands even more ceremonial recognition, serving as psychological affirmation for those who have worked hard. Similarly, if one wants to make their wife happy, they should occasionally engage in some ritualistic activities to make her feel valued. Oh, when she feels valued, she will be happy. In a family, as long as the mistress is happy, countless trivial matters will be minimized, and a harmonious family will emerge. Su Fan and others flew through Mars' atmosphere looking down to see the new appearance of Mars unfold before. The transformed Mars has land covering approximately 48 of the entire planet, while the ocean covers about 52. It's nearly a 1-to-1 ratio, Zhang Qiling explained beside him. Su Fan nodded, currently hovering over the newly formed ocean of Mars. Additionally, due to its composition, Mars oceans are actually freshwater. Most sodium chloride is stored in the underground regions far from the oceans. Although the reserves are abundant, they do not affect the seawater. That's a good thing. Entirely freshwater means we won't have to worry about drinking water, and in the future some large new freshwater organisms are bound to appear. This will greatly advance research on biodiversity, Su Fan marveled. Indeed, Blue Star has saline oceans. Who knows what kinds of organisms a freshwater ocean might evolve? The Grand Elder also expressed his sentiments. I remember that Blue Star's oceans account for 71% of the total area, right? Zhou Xiaoxiao interjected at the right moment. Exactly, Blue Star has only 29 land, and the area of plains is very limited, Zhang Qiling continued. The 48 land area on Mars has significantly increased in size due to our transformation. The group rode the spacecraft around Mars, gaining a general understanding of the new terrain, while Zhang Qiling explained some data to everyone. After completing a lap, the spacecraft hovered above Mars ocean. Having finished the Mars tour, it's time to sow the seeds of life, Su Fan said with a smile. Hong Ho opened the seed sowing device in the cargo hold at the back of the ship. We will begin laying the foundation for transforming Mars' atmospheric environment. Understood, Captain, Hong Mu sweetly responded. The cargo hold at the back of the ship opened a flat round nozzle, and then countless green powders were sprayed out. The Kuimping No. 2 lowered its altitude and immediately accelerated, darting back and forth over the ocean. From a higher vantage point, one could see the Kuimping No. 2 flying close to the sea surface, trailing a beautiful green ribbon behind it. The current ocean of Mars was murky and dark, often accompanied by massive tidal waves. This was due to frequent geological movements causing the entire Mars to be in a state of heightened geological activity. Blue Star also experienced this period during its formation, which lasted a very long time. However, with human intervention, this period is destined not to be too lengthy. The green powdery seeds spread thinly across the entire Martian ocean, almost imperceptible to the yet within just 1 day Mars ocean could transform into a slightly green hue, though not too obvious. If one merely scooped up a small amount of water, the green would be completely invisible. High-oxygen resilient algae possess robust vitality and reproductive capacity. A day is sufficient for a significant proliferation. Moreover, they also have the ability to purify water sources. It won't be long before Mars ocean becomes both green and clear, akin to jade. Of course, while clear water is clear, seeing the bottom is another matter. Near the shore, the water should be clear enough to see the bottom, as it is relatively shallow. However, in areas far from the continental shelf, the bottom will definitely not be visible. Mars oceans are very deep, even generally deeper than Blue Star's oceans. The most remarkable aspect of high-oxygen resilient algae is its oxygen production capacity. Many may not know that over 70% of Blue Star's oxygen comes from algal plants in the oceans. The contribution from terrestrial plants through photosynthesis is very limited. High-oxygen resilient algae are extremely small, even smaller than blue algae, invisible to the naked eye, yet despite their diminutive size, their capacity to produce oxygen is 3 to 4 times that of ordinary algae. In addition to their strong oxygen production capabilities, they are non-toxic and harmless, serving as food for most microorganisms and plankton. Humans can drink water containing this algae without any harm. After spraying these algae seeds, Su Fan ended the live broadcast and started the return journey home. Online netizens from various countries witnessed the entire process, but their reactions were completely different. Netizens from the Xia Nation were excited and proud, while foreign netizens felt as if they had eaten an entire lemon, sour. The Xia Nation's Immigration Bureau was once again inundated with calls as countless foreigners wished to apply for citizenship. But can becoming a citizen of the Xia Nation be as easy as you think?